While recovering in Huang Village, Jianqin shares a simple lunch with Roscoe's family, and the mood is warm enough that nobody presses him about his injuries. Roscoe and Fan Hui eagerly ask about the outside world, because village life has kept them cut off from almost everything beyond these fields. After the meal, Roscoe personally walks Jianqin around Huang Village and introduces him to nearly everyone, making the outsider part of village life for the day. The village turns out to be a 100-year-old settlement of only a few dozen families, surviving on farming, hunting, and staying out of the continent's chaos. That night at dinner, Roscoe's shy young son finally blurts out that his father says Jianqin is amazing. Jianqin answers kindly, telling Roscoe's son that the world is much bigger than he knows and that he should go see it himself once he grows strong enough. Roscoe's daughter immediately asks the bold question on her mind, between Jianqin and her father, who is stronger? Roscoe laughs and admits it himself. Even though Jianqin is much younger, he is far more capable than Roscoe ever was. Fan Hui takes the idea in a completely different direction and invites Jianqin to stay in the village for good, even offering to find him a wife there. Jianqin can only refuse with a bitter smile, because he still has unfinished business waiting for him outside this peaceful place. Roscoe backs Jianqin up at once, saying a young man should keep walking the continent instead of burying himself in a quiet corner too soon. Fan Hui is clearly unhappy, because in her mind keeping Jianqin here would make the whole village safer and stronger. After dinner, Jianqin shuts himself in the tiny clean-out storage room Roscoe prepared for him and finally returns to serious cultivation. He takes out Class 3 monster cores and starts absorbing them again, now that the hidden damage in his body has been cleaned up enough to risk a fast advance. The energy rushes into him at a terrifying pace, and the berserk force is stripped away almost instantly by the cyan and purple glows inside his dantian. With that advantage, Jianqin can absorb far more usable power than before, and he drives himself toward the great Saint Master realm without leaving the room for days at a time. A full month slips by in Huang Village, and Jianqin becomes almost a ghost in the house, only stepping out every few days to eat before locking himself away again. Halfway through that month, his strength surges to the peak of peak Saint Master, and his huge stockpile of monster cores means he can keep forcing the climb. Now only a thin barrier remains, and Jianqin refuses to slow down because once he breaks through, taking revenge on the Tianqiong clan becomes realistic. At the final stretch, he spreads out a dozen Class 4 monster cores around himself so he will not lose momentum, reaching for one more at a critical moment. Another day passes in silence, while outside Roscoe's family notices that this time Jianqin has stayed sealed in his room for 4 straight days. Fan Hui starts worrying that Jianqin is pushing himself into sickness, because his hard training looks inhuman to her. Roscoe reassures her that real experts can go many days without food, then reminds her that talent and strength on the continent do not follow normal village expectations. Fan Hui still cannot fully accept that someone as young as Jianqin could be so strong. Before Roscoe can answer again, a violent gale suddenly blasts out from Jianqin's room and turns the whole house upside down. The children panic in the dust. One starts crying with dirt in her eyes, and Fan Hui drops to help her right away. Roscoe sees how unnatural the wind is and heads outside at once, convinced this is no ordinary weather. Outside, the whole village is getting battered as dust fills the sky, laundry is ripped away, and even weak old huts start coming apart under the gale. Roscoe traces the wind back to Jianqin's room and his heart jolts, because he realizes this looks exactly like a breakthrough far beyond what he once experienced as a Saint Master. The villagers quickly notice where the wind is coming from and crowd toward Roscoe's house, eager to see whether some hidden treasure is causing it. Roscoe hurries in front of them and blocks the way, trying to stop anyone from disturbing Jianqin at the most dangerous point of his cultivation. When the villagers demand the truth, Roscoe explains that this is not treasure at all but Jianqin reaching a breakthrough, and interrupting him now could ruin everything. Most of the villagers still doubt Roscoe, but the village elder finally raises a hand and tells everyone to wait back instead of rushing in. Even after retreating, the men stay to watch from a distance as the dust storm keeps swallowing the whole village. Then the pressure changes, and people begin clutching their chests because just standing near Jianqin's breakthrough aura is becoming hard to endure. Roscoe instantly understands that Jianqin's invisible pressure is leaking out, and he shouts for everyone to get farther away before it crushes their breathing completely. The villagers scramble back another 100 meters, terrified now that this strange force could actually suffocate them. A split second later, Jianqin's small wooden room explodes apart, and he rockets straight up through the roof like a shot arrow. High above the village, Jianqin hangs in the air for a breath and lets out a long whistle, openly releasing the power he has been crushing down for weeks. To test his new strength, he compresses Saint Force into a bright sphere in one hand and hurls it into the ground below. The impact blasts open a deep crater, and the villagers can only stare at the damage in shock. Jianqin follows with a second test, condensing Saint Force into a dazzling silver sword in his right hand. His sword she flashes out like lightning and pierces distant solid rock so cleanly that it leaves only a hair-thin line on the surface. When Jianqin lands, the answer is obvious at last. After more than half a month of non-stop cultivation, he has broken through into the great Saint Master realm. After his breakthrough, Jianqin tested his new power by leaping high into the air and smashing the ground hard enough to blast out an enormous crater beside Huang Village. The villagers could only stare, because a young man under 20 casually showing this level of strength was completely beyond anything they had ever seen. Jianqin felt a surge of confidence too, knowing that as a great Saint Master he no longer had to flee from every group of enemies or rely on his final trump card so quickly. When he looked at the light wind sword, Jianqin realized the weapon had changed with him, its blade now brighter, cleaner, and far more formidable than before. Once the excitement settled, Jianqin noticed he had wrecked the room Roscoe lent him and walked over to apologize with real embarrassment. Roscoe laughed it off, saying a room could be rebuilt, but he openly admitted that Jianqin's strength had shocked him badly. The village elder joined in warmly, praising Jianqin's power and looks until the villagers relaxed enough to laugh along. Then the mood snapped in an instant when Jianqin's body began to shake and a violent wave of energy burst out of him without warning. His face and even his eyes started flashing between violet and azure, and Roscoe was shoved back by the force as he realized something had gone terribly wrong. Barely able to speak, Jianqin warned everyone to get far away from him before dropping into a seated position and shutting his eyes. The villagers panicked in confusion, but Roscoe quickly took control and ordered everyone to stay back and stay quiet until Jianqin woke up. Inside Jianqin's dantian, the trouble was far worse than it looked outside, with the azure and violet glows raging like an earthquake around his shaking saint weapon. Jianqin immediately understood this was the same mysterious force that had troubled him before, but this time it felt excited, almost alive, and far harder to suppress. As the two lights spun faster and faster, they finally pierced out through Jianqin's body and flooded the area with a terrifying azure-violet radiance. The villagers had no idea what they were seeing, and their nervous whispers only grew louder as Jianqin shone like something miraculous and dangerous at the same time. Then the force broke fully free, and the blast in Jianqin's mind hit so hard that his vision blurred and his consciousness slipped into a strange world. In that inner world, Jianqin found himself in a paradise of endless mountains, rivers, and overwhelming world essence. Two streaks of azure and violet shot across that sky together, and Jianqin somehow recognized the faint swords inside them as the Ziying sword and the Qing Suo sword. Back in Huang Village, those same forces formed into two spiritual swords above Jianqin's head, pouring transparent sword aura across the sky. The villagers were left numb again, because to them it looked as if two giant divine swords had pierced down into Jianqin from the heavens. Far away in a grand palace, a crane-haired elder sensed the sword aura at once and wondered if some unknown peak expert had suddenly appeared. In another remote place, an old man in patched robes paused his farm work and reached the same stunned conclusion: someone with terrifying mastery of the sword had emerged. Across the Tianyuan continent, hidden experts all felt the same sword aura and were shaken by it. 2 hours later, the twin swords above Huang Village finally dimmed and vanished, and the watching crowd immediately noticed the change. Jianqin opened his eyes in disbelief, because during those 2 hours he had finally learned what the mysterious lights inside him really were. Roscoe hurried over to check on him, and Jianqin only said that he was fine but exhausted and needed a quiet room to rest. Relieved that Jianqin was not visibly injured, Roscoe personally led him to a quiet house at the edge of the village where no one would disturb him. Once inside the bare room, Jianqin quickly found an excuse to send everyone away so he could sort through the impossible truth alone. Sitting alone on the floor, Jianqin finally faced the answer. The azure and violet lights in his dantian were not random energy at all, but the sword spirits of the deity swords. He learned that these spirits had formed from primal chaos and leaked yin-yang qi, eventually gaining sentience before being refined into the violet and azure soul swords. After that, immortal power and vast world essence were used to temper them completely, creating weapons so terrifying that even heaven and earth reacted to their birth. That was why they were known as the yin-yang swords, with Qing Suo as yin and Ziying as yang, and together their combined power was said to split heaven and sunder earth. Inside his mind, Jianqin learns that the violet and azure lights are the yin-yang sword spirits, a paired power born from yin and yang that can unleash terrifying destruction together. But the spirits also warn him that yin and yang naturally clash, so if their balance breaks, the backlash can injure or even kill the user along with the enemy. He also receives their old history. A past master once failed to harmonize the pair in war, the swords were ruined into primal chaos, and the leftover yin-yang qi became these two wounded spirits hiding underground to recover. The sword spirits are still badly weakened, and only now that Jianqin has reached Great Saint Master can they barely force open this line of communication. Once the mystery is finally explained, Jianqin calms down fast and checks his body again instead of panicking like anyone else would. In his inner world, his saint weapon is no longer trying to break free, and the two lights now circle it peacefully in a stable yin-yang pattern. That simple change lifts a huge weight off him, because the unknown threat inside his dantian has finally become something he understands and can control. To test it, Jianqin raises his hand and coaxes out a thread of violet and azure sword qi that coils together without touching. The glow looks small, but Jianqin can feel the horrifying sword qi packed inside it, just a sliver of the spirit's true strength. Grinning to himself, he judges that with the sword spirit's help, He can now stand against an Earth Saint Master for more than 300 exchanges. Satisfied with both the answer and the new power, Jianchen settles down, straightens his clothes, and heads for the door. Outside, nearly the whole village has been anxiously waiting in silence, keeping their distance because Roscoe warned them not to disturb him. When the door creaks open, every villager goes quiet and stares at Jianchen like he's become something far beyond the boy they first sheltered. Jianchen immediately apologizes for worrying everyone and assures them that his problem is completely resolved. Roscoe answers first with obvious relief, happy that Jianchen is safe and no longer in danger. Once the tension breaks, the villagers bombard Jianchen with questions, including whether he just broke through to a higher realm. Jianchen spends the next hour answering every question carefully, which only deepens the village's admiration for him. After Roscoe finally guides him away, the village's attitude toward Jianchen has clearly changed overnight. At dawn the next morning, Jianchen wakes after spending the whole night familiarizing himself with the violet and azure sword chi so he can actually use it well in battle. He steps outside into the cool morning air and notices how carefully the villagers renovated this room for him before he ever moved in. The whole courtyard is already alive with villagers exercising, and Roscoe's young son Roger is out there fiercely practicing with a wood-chopping axe. The moment Roger spots Jianchen, he runs over starry-eyed and begs to be taught some martial arts. Jianchen humors him first by asking what weapon he wants to use in the future. Roger excitedly declares that he wants an axe, and not just any axe, but an even bigger one than the one in his hands. Jianchen turns serious and warns him that a bigger weapon is not automatically better, especially once he has to condense a saint weapon he can truly control. Roger accepts the lesson at once, and Jianchen decides to teach him the fundamentals instead of pretending to be an axe master. For the next hour, Jianchen teaches him basic cultivation and martial foundations, stressing that talent means nothing without a solid base. When the lesson ends, Roscoe arrives with several armed villagers who are preparing to head into the mountains to hunt. Roscoe jokes that Jianchen has been in the village for a month, but this is the first time he's seen him awake so early. Jianchen notices the weapons at once and asks if they are heading up the mountain for game. Roscoe explains that the village is nearly out of meat, so they have to go hunting again. One of the hunters immediately invites Jianchen along, hoping his strength will turn the trip into a huge haul. Jianchen agrees without hesitation, partly because he has time, and partly because he wants to repay the village before he leaves someday. The hunters light up at once, convinced that bringing Jianchen means today's harvest will be far beyond normal. A little later, the 7-man hunting party enters the mountain slopes, where tall grass and wild beasts hide even if true magical beasts are rare. Besides Jianchen, only one older hunter in the group has a fully condensed saint weapon, but he is still only a mediocre saint who never had the resources to rise higher. The hunters advance carefully through the grass, because a hidden beast could maul this group if it appears at the wrong moment. Then Jianchen suddenly smiles, stoops for a stone, and flicks it into the grass like a bullet. A heavy impact sounds from 20 meters away, and the hunters instantly tense up for a fight they still cannot see. Jianchen just waves them on, and tells them not to worry before leading the way through the grass. What they find is a dead 2-meter tiger with its head smashed open, killed by that single thrown stone. The hunters are stunned, because this kind of tiger would normally take all of them in a dangerous fight, and Jianchen erased it effortlessly. Roscoe's reaction is more complicated, because the sight reminds him that he once could kill even Class 1 magical beasts casually before losing his saint weapon. Jianchen notices Roscoe's mood but says nothing, and instead tells everyone to haul the tiger out and keep moving. With Jianchen leading, the hunt turns absurdly successful, and by midday every man is carrying a spare space belt full of beast corpses. The haul is so huge that it could feed Huang village for half a year, turning this one trip into a major gift to the whole settlement. Then Jianchen suddenly stops in front of another patch of grass, this time because he has found a man instead of prey. A blood-soaked stranger is lying unconscious in the grass, covered in wounds and looking close to death. Jianchen rushes to check the man's breathing and heartbeat, and his expression sharpens when he finds a pulse. Once he confirms the man is still alive, Jianchen decides the hunt is over and says they need to return immediately to save him. The hunters agree at once, dropping any thought of more game because a human life now matters more than their harvest. Back in Huang village, news of the rescue spreads fast, and the villagers immediately start guessing whether this stranger might be another hidden expert like Jianchen. Soon, 20 villagers crowd into Jianchen's small room while the unconscious man is laid out on his bed for treatment. In the final moment, Jianchen quietly uses light saint force to heal the stranger, taking advantage of the daytime to lower the risk of exposing his radiant saint master-like ability. In Huang village, the man Jianchen rescued is still barely alive, so Jianchen quietly uses light saint force just to pull him back from death. Once the stranger's condition stabilizes, Jianchen stops healing at once because he does not want anyone discovering that he can use light saint force. Jianchen studies the patient more carefully, and sees a handsome young man in blue robes, around 28, still worn down from brutal injuries. A moment later, the man opens his eyes in confusion, scans the room, and realizes he is finally safe. The wounded man weakly asks if Jianchen saved him, and Jianchen confirms it without making a fuss. The stranger offers heartfelt thanks and promises to repay him, but Jianchen brushes that aside and says he only did for him what someone once did for himself. The man introduces himself as Ming Dong, and Jianchen finally gives his own name and tells him to drop the formal benefactor talk. Jianchen bluntly warns that Ming Dong was close to dying and would have ended up dead within half a day if no one had dragged him down the mountain and treated him. That reminder sparks raw hatred in Ming Dong, and he bites out a vow that he will settle this debt with whoever did it. Jianchen leans in with interest and asks if those wounds came from Ming Dong's enemy. Ming Dong says no and explains that he found a dying class 4 magical beast, struggled to kill it, and finally took its monster core for himself. But before he could enjoy that win, a large group of mercenaries jumped him, stole his space belt, and left him with no choice but to flee for his life. Hearing that, Jianchen can only sigh because this kind of robbery is normal on a continent where the strong prey on the weak. As they talk longer, Jianchen learns Ming Dong is a village-born lone mercenary who reached Middle Saint Master at just 20 through talent, hard work, and hunting beasts by himself. That self-made strength impresses Jianchen, and he starts seeing Ming Dong as someone with real future potential. So Jianchen makes his move and asks if Ming Dong would join his mercenary group, arguing that after what happened, he should understand the value of allies. Ming Dong hesitates because he has always lived and fought alone, and he never wanted a group's rules tying him down. In the end, gratitude wins out, and Ming Dong agrees to join Jianchen if Jianchen will have him. Jianchen breaks into a rare happy grin and says that with Ming Dong aboard, he will one day turn their mercenary group into the strongest on the continent. That vow also carries another weight for Jianchen, because he is quietly taking on Uncle Kendall's old dream as his own. Ming Dong then asks the obvious question, what is this group called, how many members does it have, and who exactly is leading it? Jianchen admits the truth with a straight face. The Flame mercenaries currently have only 2 members, and he himself is the captain. He follows that up with an even bigger surprise by saying he is already a primary Great Saint Master. Ming Dong can barely believe it, staring at Jianchen like he must be joking about both his age and his strength. After adding Ming Dong to the roster, Jianchen stays in Huang Village for 2 more days, saying his goodbyes and getting ready to move again. Before leaving, Jianchen tells the still recovering Ming Dong to keep resting in the wooden house until his injuries finally close. Jianchen explains that he has run out of herbs, guesses Ming Dong will need about a month to fully recover, and promises to return after handling his own business. Then Jianchen shocks him again by handing over a space belt, 8 class 4 monster cores, and purple coins so he can heal and keep cultivating even if Jianchen is delayed. Ming Dong is shaken by that generosity, especially because he nearly died over a single class 4 core, and now Jianchen is trusting him with 8. He finally accepts the gift, and quietly swears to remember Jianchen's kindness for the rest of his life. With everything settled, Jianchen leaves Huang Village at once and heads back into the mountains. Following directions from Roscoe and the village elder, Jianchen threads his way through remote mountain routes and passes other tiny villages hidden among the ranges. As he goes, Jianchen carefully memorizes every turn because finding tiny Huang Village again later would be incredibly difficult. The range stays strangely quiet, with almost no wild beasts and only the occasional low-level magical beast crossing his path. By the time night falls, Jianchen reaches an open plain under moonlight and stops near the shadow of a cliff. A little farther on, he spots a mercenary camp with 20 tents and a central fire glowing in the dark. Jianchen walks toward the camp without hiding his steps, and the sound immediately puts the mercenaries on alert. Men rush out of the tents and surround him, shouting for his identity, while only seeing his silhouette against the moon. When they realize he is only one traveler, the pressure eases a little, and Jianchen politely asks if they can spare him a map. The mercenaries press him about where he came from and where he is going, so Jianchen answers carefully and asks the one thing he needs most, whether this is still the Blue Wind Kingdom. Their answer stuns everyone for a different reason, because yes, this is still the Blue Wind Kingdom. Relieved, Jianchen immediately asks for the road to Class 3 Wake City, which only makes the mercenaries stare at him even more strangely. The mood finally relaxes when they tell him they are heading to Wake City too. Their sturdy captain invites Jianchen to travel with them, saying the road is still dangerous, and one more companion means one more person to rely on. After a brief pause, Jianchen accepts the offer, grateful to have found people who can lead him toward Wake City instead of wandering blind. Jianchen kept traveling with the loyal spirit mercenaries, and the easy roadside talk slowly turned him from a passenger into one of the group. As they spent more time together, Jianchen learned this was an 80-man escort team called the Loyal Spirit Mercenaries, led by Captain Hudolf with several Saint Master experts under him. Each night after the camp settled down, Jianchen slipped into his tent and cultivated instead of sleeping. When Jianchen drew out monster cores, their energy no longer nourished his own body first, and instead poured straight into the weak violet and azure sword spirits inside his dantian. Because the sword spirits were still badly weakened, Jianchen deliberately fed them everything, planning to strengthen the borrowed power they could lend him before chasing his own progress again. Now that he had already reached Great Saint Master, Jianchen was no longer willing to rush his cultivation and risk an unstable foundation just for faster growth. What still stunned him was the speed, The sword spirits could devour an entire Class 4 monster core in just 2 hours, even faster than his own old absorption rate. Jianqin could only sigh at the cost, realizing the sword spirits could burn through 12 Class 4 cores in a single day, an absurd drain even for someone who could kill Class 4 beasts. The camp itself stayed quiet through the night, with only the occasional strange sound breaking the stillness around the mercenary tents. At sunrise, the loyal spirit mercenaries were already up, packing tents, relighting fires, and dragging themselves through another early start. Jianqin stepped out of his tent to find only part of the team already moving, while other men crawled out half asleep and clearly slept worse than he ever needed to. Captain Hudolf came over with a friendly greeting, and Jianqin casually answered that he had slept well even though he had actually cultivated all night again. After a quick breakfast, the caravan rolled out again toward Wake City, and Jianqin rode along inside one of the crowded wagons since he had no mount of his own. Another full day passed on the road, and Jianqin's steady conversations with the mercenaries quietly deepened their trust in him. Then Jianqin suddenly opened his eyes in the moving wagon and warned everyone that something was coming from ahead, and it felt like a magical beast. The men looked out and saw nothing at all, so some of them grumbled that Jianqin was being overly sensitive. Even Hudolf warned Jianqin not to joke carelessly about a beast attack if he was not certain. Before the doubt had even settled, the ground itself started trembling under the caravan and proved Jianqin right. The mercenaries instantly turned serious, trying to guess whether the tremors came from riders, a beast herd, or something even worse. Hudolf stopped hesitating and ordered the entire loyal spirit mercenary group to prepare for battle. Weapons flashed out all at once as the escort line formed up around the caravan in a disciplined battle formation. As the tremors intensified and strange sounds rolled in from ahead, the whole mercenary line gripped their weapons and understood that if this really was one beast, it had to be a terrifyingly strong one. Hudolf gave a harsher order next. If they could not win, everyone needed to be ready to scatter and run. At that moment their employer, Sire Hari, hurried forward in expensive robes and anxiously asked if a magical beast really was charging at them. Hudolf told Hari to fall back, saying the tremors might be riders or a beast group, but if it turned out to be one giant magical beast, the result would be grim. Hari's mind went straight to his cargo, but Hudolf could only admit that saving the goods was far from guaranteed. That answer hit hard, because Hari had bought this whole shipment with his savings and losing it would ruin him. Jianqin stayed seated cross-legged in the wagon and watched the road ahead with unusual calm while everyone else braced for impact. A rising cloud of dust finally appeared over the horizon, and with every heavy bounce the tremors spread farther through the ground. Once the shape became visible, the mercenaries realized the truth and their faces went pale, because a magical beast left them no room to bargain or simply pay for passage. The threat turned out to be a giant brown-furred beast over 10 meters tall, built like a gorilla but walking upright on 2 legs straight toward them. Hudolf recognized it as a war beast, and that name alone changed the mood from blind fear to tense calculation. War beasts were infamous for impossible defense, crushing physical power, and earth-shaking footsteps, but they also had poor speed and weak single-target attacks. Once he remembered those weaknesses, Hudolf decided this monster was manageable and ordered his men to drive it back. A group of loyal spirit mercenaries immediately jumped down from their mounts and charged the giant beast head-on. From the wagon, Jianqin judged the beast's size and quietly concluded it was a Class 4 war beast. That estimate made Jianqin more cautious, because war beast defenses were so monstrous that even magical crystal cannons were said to struggle to hurt them. The war beast roared at the charging men and slammed one giant foot into the ground. The impact ripped cracks through the earth in every direction and shook the whole area so violently that even the caravan behind them lurched out of control. Jianqin lost his balance in the wagon, and the cargo train started groaning and collapsing under the quake. The mercenaries still reached the war beast and hacked at it with saint force, but their attacks could not even cut its fur. Enraged, the war beast brought one huge foot down toward a mercenary's head, forcing the man to roll away at the last second. The stomp shook the battlefield again, and what really stunned everyone was that even after that force, the ground still showed no crater at all. On the forest road, Hudolf pours his full strength into a desperate strike, but the giant war beast does not even lose a hair. With every attack failing, the mercenaries finally admit the obvious. This Class 4 war beast is beyond them, and retreat may be their only chance. Hudolf makes the call at once and orders his men back to the caravans while he stays behind to hold the monster off. The men reach the caravan line and go cold when they see the truth. The shockwaves have already smashed the wagons apart, so escape by caravan is gone. Hari panics over the wrecked cargo, because his space belt is too small to save more than a fraction of his life savings. Before anyone can solve it, the war beast comes stomping straight toward the cargo, and the ground starts shaking again. As the group starts to panic, Jianqin finally steps forward and calmly says he will hold the war beast back himself. The mercenaries openly doubt him, warning that even great Saint Masters struggle to pierce a war beast's defense. Jianqin does not bother arguing and shoots forward so fast that he is suddenly right in front of the beast. His light wind sword appears in his hand, and he drives a sharp thrust straight between the war beast's brows. Even that clean strike barely goes in, and Jianqin realizes the creature's defense is even worse than he expected. The war beast roars and slams a huge paw at him, forcing Jianchen to twist away and land cleanly below. Looking up at the monster again, Jianchen admits to himself that the old stories were right. A Class 4 war beast really is absurdly hard to kill. Still, he notices his first thrust did leave the faintest trace, which tells him brute force alone might not be enough. The war beast starts stalking toward him again, angry now that Jianchen was one of the few people to make it feel pain at all. Hidolf shouts for Jianchen to run, but Jianchen ignores him and focuses on the approaching kill. Then the light wind sword suddenly flares with violet and azure sword chi, and the whole fight changes in an instant. The war beast stomps down to crush him, and Jianchen slips aside at the last possible moment. Using that opening, Jianchen flashes up between its brows again and drives the glowing sword forward like lightning. This time the warbeast's famous defense offers no resistance at all, and the blade slides straight through its skull as if it were nothing. The giant beast lets out one miserable howl and collapses, shaking the whole battlefield when it hits the ground. For a moment the entire loyal spirit mercenaries group just freezes, staring at the impossible sight of a dead Class 4 warbeast. While the others are shocked by him, Jianchen is even more shaken by the sword chi itself and finally grasps how terrifying the weakened sword's spirits still are. After seeing the warbeast's defense split apart so easily, Jianchen realizes he can now fight at the level of an Earth-Saint master. The mercenaries return to the caravans in a daze, and now many of them look at Jianchen with outright reverence instead of doubt. Hudolf walks over personally and thanks Jianchen with real respect for saving the whole group from disaster. Jianchen brushes it off politely, saying they were traveling together, so helping when trouble came was only natural. Once the shock fades, the mercenaries split up to repair the caravans and deal with the giant corpse. The warbeast's body is far too heavy to transport, so after Jianchen takes its monster core, they bitterly abandon the valuable corpse. With the wagons patched up, the caravan gets moving again, and Jianchen is quietly promoted to the best carriage beside Hari himself. As they travel, Hidolf tests the waters and asks if Jianchen would consider joining the loyal spirit mercenaries. Jianchen declines with an apologetic smile because he has already joined a mercenary group. The answer sounds final until Jianchen adds one more detail. That group has only 2 people in it, and he is the captain. After that, everyone in the caravan treats Jianchen with even more warmth and respect than their own captain. 3 peaceful days later, the caravan finally reaches the territory of Wake City, with the magical beast mountain range visible in the distance. Wake City's familiar walls rise in front of Jianchen again, but this time he notices heavier guard numbers both on the battlements and at the gate. Seeing the city again drags up the memory of how the Tianxiong clan once hunted him out of here in misery. At the gate of Wake City, Jianchen silently makes his return personal. Tianxiong clan, I am back. After the caravan reached Wake City safely, Jianchen split off on his own while Hudolf stayed behind looking troubled, clearly holding back something important he wanted to discuss with his men. Once Jianchen entered the city streets, he immediately felt the mood was heavier than before, like the whole place was bracing for trouble. Drawn in by the smell of Real City food after so many plain village meals, Jianchen stepped into a busy restaurant to eat and listen. While he ate, Jianchen overheard nearby diners talking about an incoming magical beast wave that could hit Wake City within days and last more than 10 days. That rumor clicked for him at once, and Jianchen realized the whole city was tense because the magical beast mountain range might be about to send beasts to besiege Wake City. Then one shout changed everything when someone noticed the Zhou mercenaries entering the restaurant. 4 armored Zhou mercenaries walked in together, and the sight of their matching armor instantly reignited Jianchen's hatred. As the 4 sat down, the whole restaurant quietly shifted to talking about how their captain Zhou Yun had broken into Great Saint Master and turned the Zhou mercenaries into one of Wake City's strongest forces. The praise only made the Zhou men smug, but Jianchen had already made up his mind to kill them. Jianchen walked straight to their table and coldly asked if they were from the Zhou mercenaries. One mercenary answered with open contempt and demanded Jianchen give his name, turning the whole room into a powder keg. Jianchen answered with action instead of words, flashing out the light wind sword and punching it straight through one mercenary's throat. The other 3 roared and attacked together, but Jianchen moved even faster. In one smooth exchange, Jianchen slit 2 throats and stopped his blade at the last survivor's neck before the man could even understand what happened. The last Zhou mercenary's nerve broke on the spot, and he begged desperately for his life. Jianchen gave him one choice: take him to the Zhou mercenaries' headquarters, or die right there in the restaurant. The mercenary obeyed at once, and as he led Jianchen out, the restaurant erupted into disbelief over the 3 bodies left behind. The onlookers quickly pieced together that this young stranger had just declared war on a major force in Wake City, and they rushed after him to see what would happen next. Jianchen followed the mercenary through the streets with eerie calm, not even needing to keep his sword at the man's throat because both of them knew he could kill him anytime. Soon they arrived at the Zhou mercenaries' headquarters, a large compound with a proud sign above the gate and 4 armored guards standing watch. One look at that sign was enough to pull a dark smile from Jianchen, because he had come here to wipe this place out. The gate guards barked for his name, and Jianchen answered by killing one of them before the challenge was even finished. The remaining guards moved at once, but Jianqin cut down 2 more in a silver blur while the last one fled inside to raise the alarm. Standing over the dead guards, Jianqin openly pronounced judgment on the Zhou mercenaries. After today, Wake City would have no such group left. He made that declaration real by leaping up and slicing the Zhou mercenaries' signboard apart. Then he kicked the main gates off their hinges and blasted his way into the compound. The crash finally brought an enraged response from inside as the Zhou mercenaries rushed to meet the attacker. Jianqin walked into the courtyard as calmly as if he were taking a stroll, refusing to show the slightest fear. A scar-faced blue-robed middle-aged man came out to face him, and more Zhou mercenaries poured in until Jianqin was surrounded by more than 100 men. The scar-faced leader demanded to know who Jianqin was and why he had come to attack the Zhou mercenaries. Jianqin ignored the question and asked one of his own instead, was this everyone from the Zhou mercenaries? When the leader demanded to know what he meant, Jianqin tightened his grip on the light wind sword and quietly announced that the Zhou mercenaries were about to disappear from Wake City forever. In the Zhou mercenaries' courtyard, Jianqin's cold promise to wipe them out flips the whole crowd from hostility to outright killing intent. A scarred leader sneers at Jianqin's arrogance and orders the mercenaries to seize him on the spot. More than 100 Zhou mercenaries rush him from every side, but Jianqin vanishes just before their weapons crash through empty air. Jianqin flashes through the crowd like lightning, and the light wind sword starts dropping men before they even understand they've been cut. The fight turns into a massacre, because ordinary saints and great saints cannot even touch him, let alone stop him. In only a few breaths, Jianqin cuts down roughly half the 100-man force, leaving the scarred leader staring in disbelief. He keeps flowing from target to target until the entire courtyard is drowned in blood and every one of the 100 mercenaries is dead. Only the scarred man and about a dozen Saint Masters are still standing, and now shock and fear finally replace their earlier confidence. Jianqin does not slow down for them either, and he instantly kills 2 Saint Masters the moment he charges the last group. Now that he has reached Great Saint Master level himself, these Saint Masters are no longer a real obstacle to him. 3 more Saint Masters die almost immediately, and the survivors finally break into terrified panic. The scarred man desperately begs Jianqin to stop, hoping words might save them now that force clearly cannot. Jianqin cuts straight to what he really wants and demands to know where the Zhou mercenaries' captain is. The scarred man tries to soften his tone and claim ignorance, but Jianqin can see he is stalling. When the scarred man still refuses to answer, Jianqin appears in front of him and drives the light wind sword straight through his throat. That final display shatters the last survivors, and they decide the only hope left is to run to their captain for revenge. Jianqin lets them run for only a moment before following them out, determined not to leave a single Zhou mercenary alive. Moments later, the crowd that had trailed Jianqin from the restaurant arrives and is stunned by the impossible speed of the massacre. Elsewhere in Wake City, life continues under the looming magical beast siege, because the city is so used to these attacks that panic never truly takes hold. The city lord has already posted missions through the mercenary union, so Wake City is packed with armed mercenaries waiting for the beast wave. That routine shatters when several Zhou mercenaries come barreling through the street in open panic, shoving people aside as they run. Bystanders recognize the Zhou mercenaries' badges and swallow their anger, because everyone knows their captain Zhou Yun is now one of Wake City's top experts. The fleeing men disappear deeper into the city, and right behind them a white blur streaks through the crowd in pursuit. The onlookers can only trade guesses, because with both a great Saint Master captain and Zhou clan backing, the Zhou mercenaries should have been untouchable. After a desperate run across the city, the survivors reach a grand mansion marked in gold as the Zhou clan. They beg the gate guard to let them in for urgent business with the captain, and their panic is so obvious that he opens the way at once. Inside the grand hall, the Zhou clan elder is calmly meeting Commander Duoli and promising that the clan will stand with Wake City against the coming magical beast wave. Commander Duoli praises the clan's support, and especially congratulates Zhou Yun for advancing to Great Saint Master. The elder modestly credits expensive monster cores for Zhou Yun's breakthrough, while the calm mercenary captain sits there like the clan's new pillar. That calm meeting is interrupted by terrified shouting as the surviving Zhou mercenaries crash into the hall yelling that disaster has struck. The clan members react with immediate annoyance at the breach of etiquette, until the survivors blurt out that nearly the entire Zhou mercenaries has been wiped out. The whole room is jolted, and Zhou Yun shoots to his feet to confirm whether only these few survivors remain. When the survivors confirm that everyone else is dead, killing intent surges out of Zhou Yun, and he starts to roar out who dared attack them. Before Zhou Yun can finish his furious question, the main gates of the Zhou clan mansion explode apart with a thunderous blast. A thunderous crash rips through the Zhou clan hall, and everyone inside instantly realizes a single intruder has just smashed through the gate. Furious at the insult, the Zhou clan leader Zhou Budong slams his chair and leads the whole room out to see who dared storm his grounds. By the entrance, guards flood in from every side and form a dense ring around the lone young man standing in the courtyard. Even dressed plainly, Jianqin stands out at once, unnervingly calm while the entire Zhou clan closes in around him. Zhou Budong demands the intruder's identity, but Jianqin coolly asks back who he is first. Once Zhou Budong names himself, Jianqin finally states his purpose. He came for one person, and he will leave if the clan hands him over. Zhou Baotong laughs in anger at the sheer nerve of this young stranger making demands inside the Zhou clan. Jianqin cuts through the posturing and asks for the real target by name, the Zhou mercenaries' leader Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun steps out from the crowd with murder in his eyes and demands to know if Jianqin really wiped out his mercenary group. Jianqin answers with a flat yes, and that single reply pushes Zhou Yun straight into a rage. Driven by revenge, Zhou Yun summons his long spear and charges, swearing to make Jianqin suffer worse than death. Jianqin answers just as fast, drawing the light wind sword and meeting the spear head-on. The impact blasts out a visible shockwave and throws dust across the courtyard, forcing weaker guards to stumble backward. In the middle of the lock, Jianqin suddenly slips a white flash of a thrust straight toward Zhou Yun's throat. Zhou Yun barely saves himself by kicking backward and dragging his spear back across his body at the last possible second. Even that desperate block sends heavy force through Zhou Yun's spear and staggers him back, leaving him shaken by how fast Jianqin's sword really is. Before Zhou Yun can recover, Jianqin fires a second killing thrust even faster than the first. This time Zhou Yun can only watch the blade coming, already convinced he is dead. At the final instant, Zhou Baotong steps in with a broadsword and drags his son out of the line of death. With his son saved, Zhou Baotong finally stands in full opposition, and Jianqin coldly warns that the clan leader has now chosen to drag the whole Zhou clan into this fight. Now taking Jianqin seriously, Zhou Baotong tests the waters with softer words and asks what clan this terrifying youth belongs to, hinting that this might still be a misunderstanding. Jianqin refuses the olive branch and declares the truth is already settled in his heart. Today Zhou Yun dies, and if the Zhou clan protects him, the clan dies with him. Those words turn the entire courtyard colder, and Zhou Baotong's own patience hardens into open hostility. Zhou Baotong warns that Jianqin is speaking too wildly and makes it clear he will not hand over his son. Jianqin's eyes sharpen with killing intent, and the standoff is about to explode again. Before either side moves, a heavily armored man rushes in and shouts for them to stop. Commander Duo Li appeals to the bigger danger, reminding them that a magical beast wave is about to hit Wake City, and the city needs every strong fighter united. Jianqin asks who this mediator is, and Duo Li identifies himself as the commander of Wake City's defensive army. Even after hearing that, Jianqin tells Duo Li to stay out of it because this is personal, and there is nothing left to discuss. Zhou Baotong shuts down the mediation too, saying Jianqin destroyed his son's mercenary group and that the matter is beyond words now. With no room left for peace, Zhou Baotong launches first, and brings his sword crashing down at Jianqin. Jianqin meets the strike cleanly with the light wind sword, and the duel between two great Saint Master level fighters finally begins in full. Watching the clash spiral out of control, Duo Li realizes Wake City cannot afford to lose either side before the beast wave and decides only the city lord might stop this. Duo Li turns and sprints for the city lord's manor, leaving the Zhou clan courtyard behind in a desperate rush. Back in the courtyard, Zhou Baotong reveals the depth of his experience as a peak great Saint Master, forcing Jianqin into a serious head-on duel. But even against that seasoned power, Jianqin's sword work is so refined that Zhou Baotong has to focus completely just to keep up. Even while keeping Zhou Baotong busy, Jianqin starts killing the surrounding Zhou clan guards one after another, turning the whole courtyard into chaos. In the Zhou clan courtyard, Jianqin keeps cutting through hired guards, and Zhou Baotong stays cold because those dead men were never true clan members to him. Zhou Baotong raises the stakes and shouts that anyone who wounds Jianqin gets 1,000 purple coins, and anyone who captures him gets 10,000. The promise of money wipes out the guards' fear, and they rush Jianqin even harder, caring more about the reward than their lives. Jianqin answers with a blur of sword light, smashing aside the incoming saint weapons faster than anyone can follow. Several saint weapons snap in half, and their owners instantly spit blood and collapse from the backlash. Even after seeing broken weapons kill or cripple their comrades, the guards still keep coming because 1,000 purple coins is more money than they could ever hope to earn. Jianqin moves through them like a white streak, and before long the original 100 guards are cut down to about half. Watching the one-sided killing, a clan man warns Zhou Baotong that ordinary guards cannot even see Jianqin's sword well enough to dodge it. Zhou Baotong decides to bleed Jianqin dry first, convinced that someone who just destroyed the Zhou mercenaries cannot still have endless saint force. Then Zhou Baotong sends for the King Tiger squad and admits, grimly, that the Zhou clan's survival may depend on using all its strength. By the time that order is sent, only 10 guards are still standing, with more than 100 bodies sprawled across the blood-soaked marble. Jianqin flickers behind the last 10 guards and opens all their throats in one clean sweep. With the hired guards gone, the courtyard falls quiet for a beat, leaving Jianqin facing Zhou Baotong, Zhou Yun, and the Zhou clan's remaining core members. That brief gap ends when a whistling sword attack crashes in from behind, forcing Jianqin to spin and block at the last second. Zhou Baotong presses the assault, and the force of his sword sends Jianqin skidding back again across the courtyard. Before Jianqin can steady himself, the remaining Zhou clansmen charge together from the front, while Zhou Yun slips behind him with his spear ready to strike like a snake. Jianqin sidesteps 2 meters with terrifying speed and lets the whole wave of attacks miss him. Zhou Yun still commits everything into one spear thrust, turning his weapon into a white streak aimed straight at Jianchen's heart. Jianchen only sneers, because this whole group still is not strong enough to make him take them seriously. His light wind sword lashes out again and batters every incoming saint weapon away, numbing the arms of the men who attacked him. Before the clansmen can recover from that surprise, Jianchen's sword flashes across their throats. Blood erupts from the slashed Zhou clansmen all at once, and only Zhou Yun manages to slip clear of the kill with a terrified retreat. Jianchen does not let Zhou Yun go, and instantly lunges after him. Zhou Yun turns pale and throws himself backward, already knowing he cannot survive a real one-on-one fight with Jianchen. Furious, Zhou Budong cuts in to shield Zhou Yun and swears Jianchen will not leave the Zhou clan alive. Those deaths hit Zhou Budong hard, because the men Jianchen just killed were not expendable guards but the Zhou clan's real backbone. Jianchen coldly tells him the Zhou clan brought this on itself by forcing its way into the conflict, and now it has no chance to kill him. Just as he moves to strike again, 20 heavily armored elites burst into the courtyard in perfect discipline. A clansman announces that the King Tiger squad has arrived, revealing the Zhou clan's treasured elite force at last. Zhou Budong immediately orders the King Tiger squad to kill Jianchen on the spot. These 20 are the final product of 30 years of brutal selection, the strongest core force the Zhou clan ever trained. The whole squad answers as one and charges Jianchen at blinding speed. For the first time in a while, Jianchen feels a flicker of surprise because every one of these elites is at least as strong as the Saint Master. He realizes this squad is the Zhou clan's real trump card just as they close in and Zhou Budong and Zhou Yun attack with them. Jianchen slips back just enough to avoid Zhou Budong and Zhou Yun, then sends the light wind sword skimming toward the squad's throats. The silver blur cuts through the elite formation so fast that the entire King Tiger squad is wiped out in a flash. Seeing his treasured elite force erased instantly, Zhou Budong starts trembling with rage. Jianchen gives him no time to recover and drives a glowing thrust straight at Zhou Budong's throat. Zhou Budong manages to block, but the force still knocks him backward. Jianchen stays glued to him and unleashes one impossibly fast strike after another, faster than Zhou Budong can properly read. Then one final flash slips past Zhou Budong's defense and pierces straight through his throat. Zhou Budong stares at the light wind sword through his throat in total disbelief, unable to accept that a youth around 20 wiped out his clan in less than an hour. With one last unwilling sigh, Zhou Budong closes his eyes and collapses, ending the Zhou clan's leader for good. Jianchen barely reacts to the kill at all, his resolve still hard enough that even a massacre does not shake him. He turns at once to look for Zhou Yun, only to realize the man slipped away during the chaos. Before leaving, Jianchen strips Zhou Budong's space belt from the corpse, sure the dead clan head must have valuable goods on him. Then a blood-red thread catches his eye, and he notices Zhou Budong was hiding something even more secret under his clothes. Jianchen uncovers a hidden space ring tied around Zhou Budong's neck and lights up in rare excitement at the find. Convinced the hidden ring holds the real treasure, he pockets it without checking and rushes out of the Zhou clan courtyard. Outside, bystanders stare at the Zhou estate in shock, already realizing the entire clan was destroyed in one burst of violence. A squad of armored city guards forces its way through the crowd, and Wake City's ruler finally arrives in person. Yunli steps into the courtyard, sees the field of corpses, and goes grim the moment his eyes land on Zhou Budong's body. Duoli bitterly admits they arrived a moment too late, and the loss hits even harder because the city needs strength for the coming magical beast wave. When Yunli notices every corpse was killed by the same clean throat strike, he presses Duoli to confirm the killer really was just one young man. After hearing the killer was a youth of about 20, Yunli decides this expert is too valuable to make into an enemy and must be recruited for Wake City's defense. Yunli leads the guards back out and starts following Jianchen's bloody footprints before the young swordsman can get far. Meanwhile, Jianchen walks the streets frowning, realizing that finding Uncle Kendall's family in a city this large will be like searching for a needle in a haystack. He quietly vows to find Kendall's family and make sure they can live safely and well for the rest of their lives. But Jianchen reins himself in, because he knows he cannot search openly until the Tianxiong clan is dealt with for good. The old blood feud comes back hard. He killed Tianxiong Kong, Tianxiong Lai hunted him before, and now Jianchen sees clearly that only one side can survive. He also understands the danger to Kendall's family, because if the Tianxiong clan finds that connection first, they will use it to trap him. Before he can move on, a voice calls out for him to wait, and heavy footsteps rush up from behind. Jianchen recognizes Duoli among the approaching soldiers and immediately grows suspicious that Wake City's authorities may be here to seize him over the Zhou clan's slaughter. Even so, he holds back from fighting, because he still wants to stay in Wake City long enough to uncover Kendall's family. When Duoli catches up, Jianchen asks what the matter is, keeping his tone polite while he measures the situation. Duoli formally identifies the black-robed man beside him as Wake City's city lord, Yunli. That catches Jianchen off guard, and he immediately greets the city lord respectfully under his real name. Yunli answers warmly and tells Jianchen to call him elder brother Yunli, making it clear he wants friendship instead of confrontation. Jianchen understands the gesture but still keeps his guard up, because Yunli's strength and position make him too dangerous to trust lightly. Yunli invites Jianqin to continue the talk at his mansion, saying the street is no place for a serious conversation. The invitation fits Jianqin's own urgent problem, so he agrees immediately, hoping the city lord may help him with Kendall's family. Soon they arrive at the city lord's mansion, a vast heavily guarded complex planted right in the heart of Wake City. Inside the main hall, the city lord goes out of his way to receive Jianqin as an honored equal instead of sitting above him on the throne. After some polite talk, Yunli finally lays out the real issue. Wake City is facing a life-or-death magical beast wave, and he wants Jianqin's help defending it. Jianqin answers bluntly that he is a lone traveler, and has no reason to risk his life for Wake City's people. That answer tightens the room, and Yunli realizes for a moment that Jianqin may refuse outright. But Jianqin gives a measured compromise, saying he can join the fight while he is in Wake City, though he refuses to promise the city will survive because of him. That is more than enough for Yunli, who brightens at once and treats Jianqin's support as a huge relief for the city. Just then Duo Li bursts into the hall with urgent news and leans in to whisper it directly to Yunli. As Yunli's expression turns from serious to deeply confused, Jianqin immediately notices the shift and starts piecing together what kind of trouble could have reached him here. By the way both men look at him, Jianqin guesses the message is probably about the Tianqiong clan, the one enemy in Wake City with reason to turn everything ugly again. In the city lord's mansion, Duo Li whispers fresh intelligence to Yunli, and the lord's face darkens at once. Yunli turns back to Jianqin and bluntly says the youth who killed Tianqiong Kong in Wake City a year ago was also named Jianqin, so the two must be the same person. Jianqin does not bother hiding it and calmly admits that he is the one who killed Tianqiong Kong. Even though he already suspected it, Yunli still feels the pressure hit hard, because Wake City cannot afford its strongest fighters tearing each other apart with a beast wave coming. Trying to keep the city together, Yunli politely asks Jianqin to put his grudge with the Tianqiong clan aside until the magical beast wave is over. Jianqin refuses on the spot and warns Yunli that his answer will disappoint him. Yunli presses once more, reminding him that the Tianqiong clan is even stronger than the Zhou clan and still one of Wake City's top powers. Instead of backing down, Jianqin quietly asks for the clan's real fighting strength beyond Tianqiong Lai. Yunli admits the Tianqiong clan still has another middle-grade Saint Master, and that Tianqiong Lai can also pull in powerful mercenary captains. Jianqin only sips his tea, so calm that Yunli starts to suspect he has an even stronger backing than anyone knows. Yunli makes up his mind right there. Whether Jianqin has hidden support or not, a youth who can kill a great Saint Master is worth more to him than the Tianqiong clan. By the time Jianqin leaves the mansion, night has fallen, and he decides not to ask about Kendall's family until the Tianqiong clan matter is finished. After 2 hard fights in one day, Jianqin chooses rest over revenge for the moment, and heads off to find food and an inn. Morning finds Jianqin cultivating in his inn room, and when he opens his eyes, all the energy he spent the day before has fully recovered. Once he steps back into the streets, Jianqin hears the whole city buzzing about the overnight annihilation of both the Zhou mercenaries and the Zhou clan. The massacre has shaken every major force in Wake City, and while rumors fly everywhere, one name Jianqin keeps hearing is the Tianqiong clan. In the northern part of the city, the Tianqiong clan gathers in its main hall, where Tianqiong Lai sits with 2 unusual experts at his side. A year after losing his son, Tianqiong Lai still holds terrifying martial power, but grief has hollowed him out and dragged the clan's political control downhill. Soon the hall fills with mercenary captains and clan elders, a rare gathering of Wake City's heavyweight figures that signals something major is coming. Tianqiong Lai opens the meeting by asking all of them for help killing one person. Because Tianqiong Lai has old ties with them, the guests quickly answer that if he asks, they will help. That easy support only makes Tianqiong Lai remember his dead son, and the brief smile on his face disappears into pain. He reminds the room that 1 year ago a single youth entered Wake City, killed Tianqiong Kong, wounded the Tianqiong clan badly, and even escaped him in the magical Beast Mountain range. One of the captains catches the point immediately and asks if the murderer has returned to Wake City. Tianqiong Lai says yes and reveals that the youth who wiped out both the Zhou mercenaries and the Zhou clan yesterday was a 20-year-old named Jianqin. The room is stunned, because they knew about the Zhou clan massacre, but not that the killer was only a 20-year-old youth. When an elder warns that anyone who could destroy the Zhou clan cannot be weak, Tianqiong Lai argues that Jianqin was only a Saint Master a year ago. He explains that Jianqin's speed and sword were deadly enough to kill ordinary Saint Masters, but insists no genius should have grown from that level to top-tier power in just 1 year. From that, Tianqiong Lai concludes that Jianqin must have had outside help in destroying the Zhou clan. A man in the crowd asks if Tianqiong Lai wants their help capturing Jianqin, but Tianqiong Lai's answer is even harsher. He says he does not need them to catch Jianqin, only to block every escape route, because this time he swears Jianqin will not leave Wake City alive. In the morning, Jianqin walks straight to the Tianqiong clan gate in a white robe, calm on the surface and burning with old hatred underneath. He pauses at the entrance and hardens his resolve, deciding that the Tianqiong clan will pay back the hatred they carved into him 100 times over. The 8 gate guards step in front of him and demand to know his business. Jianqin answers with a chilling smile and says he came to kill them all. Before the guards can react, the light wind sword flashes once, and all 8 men drop with clean wounds through the throat. He steps over the threshold into the courtyard, and hidden defenders immediately move to stop him. Jianqin instantly sees through the setup and realizes the clan had stationed 2 Saint Masters just inside the gate. Their swords never even reach him, because Jianqin's blade pierces both throats first, and he slips aside before their weapons finish falling. The quiet morning shatters as clan members all over the courtyard spot the killings and start screaming that an enemy has broken in. Some rush him head-on while others sprint for the main halls to alert Tianqiong. Jianqin meets the wave without hesitation, cutting down everyone close enough to threaten him because he refuses to let anyone escape. More and more Tianqiong clan members flood in from every direction until Jianqin is surrounded inside a tightening ring of enemies. Inside the main hall, Tianqiong and several mercenary captains stop mid-discussion when the uproar outside turns impossible to ignore. A frantic messenger bursts in and reports that a powerful intruder has already killed 10 guards, including the 2 Saint Masters at the gate. Tianqiong erupts in rage and heads out to see for himself who dared attack the Tianqiong clan at home. Back outside, Jianqin is still carving through the crowd with smooth, almost effortless movements even after being boxed in by over 100 people. A thunderous order makes the ring of guards pull back, opening space as Tianqiong arrives with the faction leaders from the hall. Tianqiong takes one look at the bodies, then freezes when he recognizes the killer standing in the middle. He spits out Jianqin's name, and the hatred in his eyes makes it clear he has never forgotten the man who killed his son Tianqiong. Jianqin answers with a faint smile, almost mocking that the clan leader still remembers him so well. Tianqiong swears Jianqin walked into his own grave by coming here and will never leave alive. Jianqin fires back that Tianqiong failed to stop him a year ago, and this tiny clan still has no right to make that claim now. The insult hits Tianqiong right in his old humiliation, because the memory of letting Jianqin escape has never stopped burning him. He orders the guards to seal every escape route and summons a battle axe wrapped in yellow earth-attributed saint force. With a roar, Tianqiong charges and brings the axe down in a crushing strike meant to end the fight in one blow. Instead of dodging like before, Jianqin calmly lifts the light wind sword to meet the attack head-on. For a split second, Tianqiong thinks Jianqin is being reckless, still judging him by the weaker boy he chased a year ago. The axe and sword crash together so hard that visible energy ripples explode outward and split the stone floor in every direction. That one clash shocks Tianqiong, because he can feel that Jianqin has become strong enough to fight him for real. To Tianqiong, the difference is unreal, like the weak prey from last year has suddenly turned into a dragon in front of him. Jianqin still gives ground from the raw force of the hit, showing Tianqiong remains stronger in pure power and earth-attributed weight. But Tianqiong is not untouched either, because his legs have sunk an inch into the ground from the force Jianqin pushed back with. Tianqiong glares at Jianqin and admits his growth is monstrous, but he immediately insists that Jianqin will still die here. With the courtyard holding its breath around them, Tianqiong launches himself forward again to continue the duel. In the Tianqiong clan courtyard, Jianqin opens with another sword she-charged slash, and Tianqiong plants himself behind his earth-infused battle axe instead of dodging. The impact jolts Tianqiong, and Jianqin blurs out of sight and reappears behind him before he can settle. Tianqiong snarls that Jianqin is seeking death and whips his axe around, but Jianqin slips past the counter and sends a silver streak straight for his throat. Tianqiong is shocked by the sword's speed and hurriedly wraps his body in thick earth saint force-like armor. The blade itself stalls on the armor for a heartbeat, then the sword she punches through the defense and forces Tianqiong to spring back for his life. When Tianqiong slams down to stop the sword, Jianqin twists his wrist and lands 3 precise strikes on the same spot, blasting the axe back and numbing both of Tianqiong's arms. Staring at his trembling weapon, Tianqiong can barely believe this is the same Jianqin from a year ago. That moment of shock nearly kills him, because Jianqin's sword flashes in again and starts cutting into Tianqiong's neck before he fully reacts. Tianqiong jerks his head away at the last instant, and the sword she only shaves a bloody line across his neck instead of taking it clean off. He staggers back clutching the wound, sees his hand covered in blood, and finally realizes Jianqin is far stronger than he guessed. Shaken by the thought that he may not be able to avenge his son alone, Tianqiong swallows his pride and shouts for everyone present to help him. The men he invited hesitate, but they still move in toward Jianqin once Tianqiong calls them out. Before they can surround him, another furious voice booms from the back of the clan grounds, and a white-robed man drops into the middle of the standoff. The newcomer is Tianqiong Daoyun, Tianqiong's brother, and he rushes to his side to ask if he is hurt. When Tianqiong says Jianqin is the killer who murdered Tianqiong, Daoyun turns his rage straight onto Jianqin. Jianqin quickly sizes up the new lineup and realizes he is facing 7 more experts, including several peak great saint masters. He gives them one clean warning: this is between him and the Tianqiong clan, so anyone not involved should leave now. The 7 men only trade uncertain looks, because after watching Tianqiong nearly die, none of them really wants to be first. Their silence gives Jianqin his answer, and he coldly says he will stop being polite before flooding the light wind sword with sword chi again. That finally forces the 7 men to commit, and they all draw their saint weapons for real. The instant they clash, Jian Chen's sword speed overwhelms the group, and his sword chi keeps forcing them onto the defensive. Even Tianqiong guards get caught in the storm of attacks, with Jian Chen's sword stabbing through throats, while heavy Saint force smashes the courtyard stones apart. After only a brief exchange, 2 of the 7 are already injured badly enough that the others have to yank them out of Jian Chen's killing range. Seeing his helpers get pushed back, Tianqiong Lai and Tianqiong Daoyun jump in together, turning the fight into 9 great Saint Masters against Jian Chen alone. From farther back, the remaining guards can only stare in shock at a remote city courtyard hosting a battle between 10 great Saint Masters. Jian Chen keeps slipping through their attacks in a white blur, dodging to the side and firing back with that impossibly quick sword. Tianqiong Lai tries a brutal axe strike from behind, but Jian Chen flickers one step away at the last instant and makes the heavy blow miss. Jian Chen instantly punishes the miss by turning and driving the light wind sword back at Tianqiong Lai like a striking viper. This time Tianqiong Lai had held back some strength to change his axe path, but Jian Chen reads it anyway and bends his stab to follow him with even more speed. The earth armor that should have protected him shatters under Jian Chen's point, and Tianqiong Lai suddenly realizes he cannot shake this sword off. A bent sword suddenly slams down from the side and knocks Jian Chen's strike off course, saving Tianqiong Lai for one more breath. The save costs Tianqiong Lai only part of his beard, but the cold sweat on his face shows he knows how close he just came to dying. The other attackers finally see an opening and strike together, throwing 8 Saint weapons at Jian Chen from different angles to trap him in a web of pressure. Jian Chen answers that trap with raw speed, smashing back the enemies in front of him with a burst of sword strokes, and carving a path straight toward Tianqiong Lai. Jian Chen shoots forward like a bullet toward Tianqiong Lai, even as 6 weapons slash at his back and another cuts toward his shoulder from behind. Tianqiong Lai had barely survived the last kill attempt, and now he watches in horror as Jian Chen's sword comes for his throat all over again. He throws up his battle axe and Saint Force barrier again, but Jian Chen tears through the defense one more time and slips around to his back. In the next instant, Jian Chen drives the light wind sword through Tianqiong Lai's throat from behind, ending the clan leader in front of everyone. Tianqiong Lai stares at his own blood on the blade, too stunned to even process that Jian Chen has just killed him. As Tianqiong Lai bleeds out in the shattered courtyard, he can barely process that the youth he once treated like prey is now the one who brought him down. Tianqiong Lai had brought allies and great Saint Masters to trap Jian Chen, certain he could finally avenge his son, so this defeat feels unreal even to his dying mind. With his life finally giving out, the leader of Wake City's top clan drops to the ground dead in front of everyone. The whole courtyard goes still as Tianqiong Daoyun, the other 7 great Saint Masters, and the Tianqiong clansmen stare at Tianqiong Lai's corpse in disbelief. Then grief snaps Tianqiong Daoyun out of it, and he roars for his brother before charging Jian Chen in rage. Jian Chen answers instantly, his light wind sword exploding into a blur as it slams into Tianqiong Daoyun's weapon and kicks up another violent shockwave. Before Tianqiong Daoyun can steady his numb arm, Jian Chen flicks away the recoil and sends the next thrust straight for his throat. At the last instant, faint violet and azure light blooms on the tip of the light wind sword, small but terrifyingly clear. The moment those twin lights touch Tianqiong Daoyun's saint weapon, the metal starts melting and splitting apart like it was never a real defense at all. Jian Chen drives straight through the ruined weapon and buries the sword in Tianqiong Daoyun's throat. That one impossible strike rattles the remaining 7 great Saint Masters even harder, because they all know a saint weapon should not break like this. To men of their level, Jian Chen no longer looks like a talented junior but like someone who could be hiding the power of a heaven Saint Master. Tianqiong Daoyun dies still unable to understand how his saint weapon was pierced, and he falls beside his brother. Jian Chen turns from the fresh kill and fixes the last 7 great Saint Masters with open, undisguised killing intent. The light wind sword answers that intent with a brighter silver glow, and the 7 finally understand that Jian Chen can kill them just as easily. One elder breaks first, hurriedly calling for peace and even withdrawing his saint weapon to show he no longer wants to be Jian Chen's enemy. Jian Chen coldly reminds them that he already warned them not to interfere, so if they die now they brought it on themselves. The elders quickly lower their pride and explain that they were only hired by Tianqiong Lai, with no real grudge against Jian Chen at all. Jian Chen lets the silence stretch, then smiles just enough to show he is willing to spare them under one condition. His condition is blunt: if they want to live, all 7 must submit to him and serve under his command from today onward. That demand hits hard, because these are all proud and influential men of Wake City now forced to weigh their status against their lives. Behind that calm smile, Jian Chen knows exactly what he is doing. He overkilled Tianqiong Daoyun on purpose to break these men and pull them into his future power base. Jian Chen presses his advantage, telling the 7 that serving him is not humiliation but a path to power far beyond Wake City. That promise lands because Jian Chen's age no longer matters to them. His terrifying strength makes him look like someone backed by a far greater power. The first elder to speak bows his head and pledges the Dou clan to Jian Chen's command, breaking the deadlock. Kai Er follows right after, handing the Kai clan over as well and confirming that Jian Chen's gamble is working. Jian Chen turns to the last 5, making it clear with one look that he expects the same answer from all of them. In the end, all 5 give in too, even if some can only promise their own loyalty for now. From the edges of the courtyard, the Tianqiong clan guards can only stare as the 7 men Tianqiong Lai summoned to kill Jianqin end up submitting to him instead. Facing the 7 newly subdued Great Saint Masters, Jianqin smiles because the flame mercenaries have just jumped from a tiny group into a real force. He keeps that excitement in check though, because he knows these men are only obeying for now and plans to use them until the flame mercenaries grows strong enough. Jianqin has the 5 mercenary leaders introduce themselves, and one by one they reveal that he has accidentally taken control of 5 separate mercenary groups. That revelation leaves Jianqin quietly satisfied, since a lone swordsman has suddenly become the man holding serious power in Wake City. Even so, he reminds himself that this much strength is still nothing on the wider Tianyuan continent. Then Qingfeng's name catches him off guard, because it is exactly the same as the name of his sword spirit companion. Jianqin studies Qifeng more closely and finds a skinny, scholarly man in white with long hair and piercing eyes that feel as sharp as a sword. After that, Jianqin turns to the Tianqiong clan's remaining guards and announces that Tianqiong Lai is dead and the Tianqiong clan is finished. Because most of them were only hired men, he spares them and tells the innocent guards they can leave. The courtyard erupts with grateful cries as the terrified guards thank Jianqin for not killing them. Most of the guards rush out at once, but about 40 men stay behind instead of fleeing. When Jianqin asks why they stayed, a huge burly Saint Master steps forward and asks to follow him. Jianqin accepts on the spot and says he will register the man and the flame mercenaries at the mercenary union. That breaks the hesitation, and more mercenaries immediately call out to join Jianqin too. Jianqin knows their loyalties are uncertain, but the flame mercenaries need strength now, so he decides to take them first and clean out any hidden problems later. Before leaving, Jianqin asks if the Tianqiong clan has any other important survivors besides Tianqiong Lai and Tianqiong Daoyan. Xiong Tai quickly says Tianqiong Lai's 3 wives are still in the rear court, then sprints off to fetch them while a few sharp-eyed men race after him to win favor. The men who missed that chance turn dark with envy and killing intent, and Jianqin notices every bit of it without reacting. Soon the group returns dragging out Tianqiong Lai's 3 wives, and their frightened cries echo through the courtyard. Xiong Tai even explains which wives are older and which one married Tianqiong Lai only 2 years ago, showing Jianqin just how eager he is to please. The 3 women finally see the dead Tianqiong brothers and go silent in pure shock. One of the men presses an axe to a woman's neck and asks Jianqin if the wives should be killed too. The wives break down and beg for mercy, staring at Jianqin as if their lives depend entirely on his next word. Jianqin sighs and lets them go, because he has no interest in killing women who cannot resist him. With the wives spared, Jianqin leads his new followers out of the Tianqiong estate, leaving the clan finished behind him. Since the Tianqiong clan was built around Tianqiong Lai and Tianqiong Daoyan, their deaths make the whole clan collapse almost instantly. News of the extermination races through Wake City and hits even harder than the fall of the Zhou clan. In just 2 days, Jianqin's name becomes known across the whole city as the man who wiped out the Zhou mercenaries, the Zhou clan, and now the Tianqiong clan as well. What truly shocks Wake City is that Jianqin did not just wipe out enemies, he also came away controlling 2 clan elders and 5 mercenary captains. Still moving fast, Jianqin leads the 40 men toward the mercenary union so he can formally absorb them into the flame mercenaries. On the road, a recruit asks how they should address him, and Jianqin tells them to use Jianqin for now and captain once they officially join his mercenary group. Jianqin also learns the burly first recruit is named Xiong Tai, who cheerfully says Jianqin can just call him De Xiong. Then Jianqin turns to the 5 captive captains and asks how they plan to handle their own mercenary groups. Duo Kong leaves the decision to Jianqin, making it clear the captains are following orders even if they do not like it. Jianqin orders them to gather their men, keep the willing ones, dismiss the unwilling ones, and personally hold back the stronger fighters for him to inspect. He even tries to steady them by promising that following him is the right choice and that the flame mercenaries will one day shake the whole continent. The veterans hear that grand vow and mostly take it as a young man's impossible dream, even while Jianqin keeps walking ahead in dead earnest. Kai Er then raises a real problem. The Doer and Kai clans are built on business, so folding them into a mercenary force would wreck years of work. Jianqin thinks it through and decides the Kai and Doer clans should keep their commercial foundations, with their leaders working for him behind the scenes instead. As the large group moves through Wake City, onlookers keep staring because several of these men are famous figures rarely seen together in public. Before reaching the mercenary union, Jianqin splits off from the 5 captains so they can go collect their own subordinates. Jianqin enters the mercenary union with the remaining former Tianqiong guards and the 2 elders to register them into the flame mercenaries. When the paperwork is done, 43 new members officially join, including 16 Saint Masters and 27 Great Saints. That single move transforms the once tiny flame mercenaries into one of the strongest powers in Wake City almost overnight. But their mercenary rank is still only C, so Jianqin knows they still need missions before that new strength becomes official status. Just as Jianqin comes out, Hudolf runs up calling for him with obvious relief at finally finding him. Hudolf asks a bold favor next. He wants to leave his old path behind and join Jianqin's mercenary group. Jianqin is genuinely surprised, but he warmly accepts and asks what will happen to the loyal spirit mercenaries. Hyudolf explains that he already handed his captain's post to someone capable and fully cut ties before coming here. He even brings 5 trusted brothers with him, all Saint Masters Jianqin has met before, because they also want to follow Jianqin. Jianqin wastes no time and takes Hyudolf and the 5 men back inside to register them as 6 more Saint Master level additions. Then Commander Duoli arrives in heavy armor with 2 guards and passes on a formal invitation from the city lord, who wants to speak with Jianqin about something important. Jianqin accepts Yun Li's invitation to the city lord's mansion, but first he insists on settling his own men so no one is left dissatisfied. Duoli agrees and heads out first, leaving Jianqin to move through the city with his newly gathered group without drawing much attention. On the road, Jianqin calls for Kai, and the older mercenary answers with obvious respect now that he has seen what this young captain can do. Jianqin orders Kai to house everyone at the Kai clan for now while he goes alone to meet Yunli. Jianqin then turns to Weiss and tells him to return to his clan and work with Kai to take over the business power left behind by the destroyed Zhou and Tianxiong clans. Weiss agrees and warns that taking over Wake City's trade will still need enough martial strength, because the other local powers could unite against them. Jianqin tells them not to push that struggle yet, because the coming magical beast wave is the real crisis hanging over Wake City. After giving a few more instructions to the flame mercenaries, Jianqin heads straight for the city lord's mansion. At the gate, the mansion guards politely stop Jianqin, confirm his identity, and rush inside to report his arrival. Jianqin waits calmly at the gate until the city lord personally comes out with warm courtesy to welcome him inside. The city lord brings Jianqin into a guest room, but before they even sit down, Jianqin asks what this meeting is really about. The city lord drops his smile and admits his real worry. Wake City lost a large chunk of fighting strength, and the coming beast invasion will hit much harder now. Jianqin cuts to the key issue and asks whether past beast waves ever brought a Class 5 magical beast to Wake City. The city lord confirms that Class 5 beasts have appeared before, and each time Wake City paid a heavy price unless stronger outside help stepped in. Hearing the odds are not that high, Jianqin calmly promises to defend Wake City and make up for the experts it lost, as long as no Class 5 beast appears. That promise finally lets the city lord relax a little, because he trusts Jianqin is not the kind of man to boast and fail. The calm breaks at once when a blood-soaked soldier bursts in shouting that the scouting squad ran into a Class 5 magical beast. The city lord goes pale and lunges up, grabbing the soldier's clothes as he demands to know if the sighting is real. Shaking badly, the wounded soldier confirms that the rest of the scouting squad died after they met the Class 5 beast in the mountain range. Even Jianqin turns grim, because a healthy Class 5 magical beast is a far deadlier opponent than the injured ones he killed before. He remembers that the 2 Class 5 beasts he killed before were already on the verge of death, so this new enemy would be an entirely different battle. Still, the pressure does not break him, because he trusts the Azure and Violet Sword spirits enough to believe he can still cut down a peak Class 5 beast. Yunli has no such comfort, and immediately decides Wake City is too weak to handle this alone, so he must ask a king's city for help at once. He rushes to his study, grabs brush and paper, and writes the plea for aid without wasting a heartbeat. Once the message is sealed, Yunli orders the fastest messenger bird to carry it straight to Monarch City. He follows that with strict orders to keep the Class 5 sighting secret, summon the Mercenary Union branch leader, and watch the mountain range closely. Yunli hides the news because if the city panics and people flee, Wake City's defenses will collapse before the beast wave even arrives. Jianqin leaves the mansion deep in thought, but instead of fear, part of him is almost eager to test just how far his sword chi can go against a true Class 5 beast. He returns to the Kai clan, where the flame mercenaries have been placed in a guarded 4-sided courtyard as a temporary base. The moment Jianqin steps in, the mercenaries snap to attention and greet their captain in one voice. Jianqin immediately asks about Seth, Duo Kong, Charcus, Mo Tian, and Chi Feng, wanting to know if the 5 men have returned yet. One mercenary says the 5 are still out, probably busy dealing with the matters of their own mercenary groups. Before Jianqin can dwell on that answer, a nervous Kai clan servant rushes into the courtyard with news tied to the Golden Dragon mercenaries and the Charcus mercenaries. Kai cuts the servant off and makes it clear he already knows, which only tells Jianqin that the missing 5 have brought back some kind of surprise. With a faint smile, Jianqin tells everyone to stay put, and has Kai take him over to see exactly what those 5 men have brought back. Jianqin and Kai reached the Kai clan gate and found Seth, Duo Kong, Charcus, Mo Tian, and Chi Feng waiting with a huge force behind them. The men behind the captains all fixed Jianqin with cold killing intent, and several of them were visibly thrown off by how young their new leader looked. The 5 captains greeted Jianqin as captain, making it clear in front of everyone that they had already chosen to follow him. Charcus and Mo Tian reported that 121 handpicked men from 5 mercenary groups had come over to join the flame mercenaries. Pleased with what they brought him, Jianqin invited everyone inside to settle the matter in the courtyard. In the center of the 4-sided courtyard, Jianqin faced the enlarged force and declared that from now on they were one family under the flame mercenaries. He pushed the vision even further and said he meant to make the Flame Mercenaries the #1 mercenary group on the Tianyuan continent. That bold speech led straight to the real question from the crowd. If this young man was serious, who exactly was going to be captain? Jianqin answered without hesitation that he himself would be captain from this day on. The announcement instantly set off open resistance, with mercenaries jeering that he was just a kid and had no right to lead them. Seth and the other captains stayed silent on purpose, watching to see whether Jianqin could crush the unrest on his own. Jianqin let the uproar die down, then laid down a ruthless rule: anyone who refused to accept him could challenge him, and anyone who could dodge his sword would take the captain's seat. A burly dark-skinned mercenary jumped out from the crowd to test Jianqin, forming a huge axe-saint weapon and charging in with full confidence. To make the lesson obvious, Jianqin drew the silver light wind sword even though this challenger was nowhere near strong enough to require it. The burly challenger roared and hacked straight at Jianqin, convinced the thin sword in front of him posed no threat at all. At the instant the axe seemed to connect, the onlookers thought Jianqin had been cut down in one blow. The next second, people realized that body was only a phantom image, and Jianqin had already slipped away faster than most of them could see. Only the great Saint Masters caught the movement clearly, which made Jianqin's speed even more frightening to everyone else. The challenger forced himself steady and swung again, but Jianqin just stood there and told him the fight was already over. Confused and annoyed, Dehu stopped just long enough for Jianqin to tell him to touch his neck. When Dehu felt the thin cut on his throat, the truth hit him all at once. Jianqin had already sliced him so cleanly that he never even felt it happen. The shallow wound made the message painfully clear: if Jianqin had wanted him dead, Dehu would already be a corpse. Duo Kong backed Jianqin openly, telling Dehu to admit defeat because the captain had spared him. Dehu immediately submitted, and Jianqin turned back to the whole courtyard to ask if anyone else still wanted to test him. This time the entire courtyard fell silent, because a peak Saint Master had already been beaten in one invisible move. Seeing no more challengers, Jianqin formally claimed command and asked one last time whether anyone had objections. Duo Kong pledged first, and Seth followed right after, signaling to all the former subordinates that the matter was settled. Once their old leaders accepted him, the rest of the mercenaries also pledged themselves to the Flame Mercenaries. With the internal struggle settled, Jianqin immediately led the new force to the Mercenary Union to make the Flame Mercenaries official. The huge procession shocked Wake City, because seeing 5 famous Great Saint Masters moving together behind one young man was unheard of. After a long round of formalities at the Mercenary Union, the old captains came out as ordinary C-rank members under the newly registered Flame Mercenaries. That registration instantly transformed the Flame Mercenaries into a 600-man force powerful enough to be called Wake City's strongest faction outside the City Lord's army. News spread through Wake City like wildfire that Seth and the others had joined an unknown group, and the name Flame Mercenaries suddenly became impossible to ignore. Jianqin ignored the city's uproar and brought everyone back to the Kai clan courtyard to prepare for what was coming next. Once everyone was seated in the courtyard, Jianqin handed Kai a space belt and ordered him to distribute monster cores and suspend all other activity. His order was simple and urgent: everyone had to focus on raising their strength and reaching their best condition before the magical beast wave hit. Jianqin then gave 7 fist-sized Class 4 monster cores directly to the Great Saint Masters, making it clear that even they needed to sharpen themselves for the coming battle. Then Jianqin dropped the real warning: this beast wave would include a Class 5 magical beast. The mention of a Class 5 beast hit the whole courtyard hard, and Charcus was the first to blurt out his shock. Fear spread fast through the ranks, and one man even urged them to abandon Wake City before the disaster arrived. Jianqin cut through the panic at once, telling them to hold their ground because he would handle the Class 5 beast himself. That confidence stunned the Flame Mercenaries, and many of them jumped to the same hopeful conclusion that their young captain had to be an Earth Saint Master. Even the Great Saint Masters relaxed after that, suddenly understanding how Jianqin had overwhelmed multiple experts before, and why he carried himself with such certainty. Jianqin did not bother correcting their assumptions and simply dismissed everyone to train, pushing the whole mercenary group into focused wartime preparation. Back in the quiet courtyard the Kai clan gave him, Jianqin finally sat down to inspect the loot he had taken from the Zhou and Tianxiong clans. Zhou Butong's space belt turns out to be packed with monster cores and clan funds, enough to show he had been carrying a big slice of the Zhou clan's resources. The Tianxiong brothers' belts had even more cores, more cash, and one especially valuable prize: a purple card with an unknown balance. After counting it all, Jianqin can't help smiling because the 3 belts alone have already made him a small fortune. Then he pulls out Zhou Butong's hidden silver space ring, the one secretly worn under the old clan head's clothes, and checks the real treasure inside. The ring's storage space is far larger than a normal belt, and inside Jianqin finds expensive pottery, a glowing purple card, and one bookshelf holding 3 special books. The first title he notices is a record of valuable treasures, and that alone is enough to sharpen his interest. But the second book hits much harder: Human Tier Battle Skill Wind Control, a real battle skill hidden in Zhou Butong's ring. Jianqin is stunned because battle skills are priceless anywhere on the continent, even at the lowest tier. His excitement cools a little when he realizes it's only human tier, the bottom rank beneath Earth, Heaven, and Saint tiers. The third book, Spirit of the Wind, is just a wind element cultivation method, and Jianqin quickly loses interest because he has already seen much better techniques before. So he puts the treasures in order and starts reading instead of celebrating, squeezing value out of the find in the calmest way possible. 2 peaceful days pass with Jianqin and the flame mercenaries staying inside the Kai clan grounds, all of them cultivating under the pressure of the coming Class 5 magical beast wave. Their presence also draws attention, and suspicious men from different factions keep getting caught snooping around the Kai clan because 5 great Saint Masters in one mercenary group is too much power to ignore. Even after the Zhou and Tianxiong clans were wiped out, most of Wake City is already focused on the looming magical beast wave instead of the bloodshed behind it. Then one night, a giant black eagle-like magical beast drops onto the city lord's mansion, bringing 2 important arrivals under cover of darkness. That night, a giant black eagle magical beast lands on the city lord's mansion, and Yunli leads nervous soldiers in formally welcoming the 2 senior envoys from below. The next morning at the Kai clan, hard-knocking wakes Jianqin's quiet routine. Kai'er comes in and tells him that Yunli is waiting in the main hall and wants to see him right away. Since Kai'er can't explain more and only says the matter looks serious, Jianqin decides to go meet Yunli himself. In the Kai clan hall, Jianqin arrives to find Yunli waiting with Commander Duoli, along with Kai'er, his son Kai Lak, and his granddaughter Kai Di. Kai Di immediately stands and greets him as captain, showing how completely the Kai clan has accepted Jianqin's authority now. When Jianqin asks why Duoli came so early, the commander gets straight to it. Senior envoys from Monarch City want to see him at the city lord's mansion. Duoli explains that the envoys are experts hired from Monarch City to help defend Wake City during the beast wave, which makes Jianqin instantly more cautious. Duoli doesn't know why they summoned him, so Jianqin can only follow along and face whatever this meeting is really about. At the city lord's mansion, Duoli stops at the garden entrance and sends Jianqin in alone to meet the envoys waiting ahead. Jianqin steps into a flower-filled garden rich with spiritual essence, where even the air feels unnaturally steady and refined. From the garden path, Jianqin spots the senior envoys in the central pavilion, 2 richly dressed identical men drinking wine, while Yunli stands nearby serving them, a quiet setup that feels tightly controlled. When Jianqin reaches the pavilion, the city lord introduces him, and both envoys turn to look at him together, making their identical faces impossible to miss. One envoy greets him with an easy smile, but Jianqin answers with perfectly balanced etiquette, neither submissive nor rude. Without any warning, the smiling envoy suddenly releases a crushing pressure at Jianqin to test him. The pressure hits like a boulder, and Jianqin's expression hardens at once as he realizes this meeting has turned into a strength check. Instead of backing down, Jianqin answers with his own chi and clashes head-on with the envoy's aura. The clash detonates through the quiet garden in a violent burst of wind and petals, proving Jianqin can actually hold his ground against the envoy's test. As the pressure clash settles, the city lord starts forward in alarm, but the smiling envoy lifts a hand to stop him and keeps his attention fixed on Jianqin. In Yunli's garden, Katata suddenly pushes harder with his Earth Saint Master Chi, and Jianqin feels the whole space lock around him. Jianqin forces his own Chi up to resist, but the gap is too brutal, and he still cannot break free. The pressure keeps climbing until cracks spread under Jianqin's boots and his legs start sinking into the ground. Off to the side, Yunli turns anxious because he already suspects Jianqin comes from a terrifying background he cannot afford to offend. Yunli tries once to smooth things over, but the envoys are too important, so he can only stand back and watch. Even while nearly crushed, Jianqin refuses to submit, and the cold look in his eyes starts turning into killing intent. Katata still smiles like this is only a test, while Jianqin realizes an Earth Saint Master's Chi alone can pin him completely. At the worst moment, 2 azure and violet lights burst from Jianqin's dantian and appear around his head like ghostly sword handles. A terrifying wave of sword chi explodes outward, filling the entire garden with razor-sharp force. The flower garden is instantly shredded into dust, and even the pavilion disappears behind the storm. Katata and Katafia lose their calm on the spot and leap back in alarm, finally realizing this power is deadly. Yunli also throws himself away from the blast, his anxiety turning into raw shock. As suddenly as it came, the azure and violet lights snap back into Jianqin, and the sword chi storm vanishes. 100 meters away, the 3 onlookers stare in disbelief at the wrecked garden and the cratered ground under Jianqin's feet. Only then does the damage show clearly, with tiny cuts all over the envoys and Yunli, torn clothes, and chopped off strands of hair fluttering away. Captain Cargo blurts out in fear because that mysterious force somehow sliced through both envoys' Saint Force defenses. Jianqin sees how badly the 2 Earth Saint Masters were humiliated, and his anger finally starts cooling off. When Jianqin looks around at the obliterated garden, even he is stunned by how much damage that tiny leak of sword chi caused. The result leaves him thinking just how monstrous the azure and violet sword spirits will be once they recover their full strength. Yunli is just as rattled, staring at Jianqin like he has finally seen the edge of something truly terrifying. Jianqin walks toward them with a faint smile and politely asks if everyone is alright, which only makes Yunli panic harder. The two envoys retreat in alarm, finally realizing Jianchen's sudden hidden power cuts straight through the same force they trusted. Jianchen smooths things over by saying the outburst was accidental and is already under control. One envoy presses him about that terrifying power, but Jianchen stays guarded, says he cannot explain it, and apologizes again. The elder envoy quickly takes the blame, admitting this all started because he insisted on testing Jianchen with his chi. The younger envoy coolly blames his older brother for picking this fight, making their opposite temperaments obvious. With the tension finally broken, Yunli hurriedly suggests they move to another room to continue talking. They leave the ruined garden together, and the guards stare at their battered condition but wisely keep quiet. In a quieter hall, Jianchen learns the two visiting envoys are brothers, one older and warm-faced, the other younger and cold. Even seated together, the elder envoy seems warm and easygoing while his younger brother stays cold and distant. The elder envoy keeps probing for Jianchen's background, but Jianchen answers vaguely until the questioning finally stops. Their talk is cut short when Duo Li rushes in with a grave report about a huge magical beast wave moving out of the forest toward Wake City. The room goes tense immediately, and Yunli demands to know how big the incoming wave really is. Duo Li can only answer that there are too many beasts to count, which makes the threat feel even worse. One envoy immediately asks the key question: is a Class 5 magical beast leading this invasion? Duo Li says the scouts never dared go deep enough into the mountain range to confirm that. Yunli springs up and orders a full emergency response: ready the whole city, recall the scouts, and seal the gates. The moment Yunli declares a magical beast wave, all of Wake City snaps into wartime motion. Danger hangs over the city, but the reward for beast kills has many mercenaries looking grimly excited instead of afraid. Jianchen leaves the Lord's mansion, returns to the Kai clan, and is met by the 7 great Saint Masters and 100 flame mercenaries ready to follow him. When Jianchen leads them toward the walls, the roads are so jammed with defenders that his whole group gets stuck in the crowd. Jianchen calmly orders the 7 great Saint Masters to clear a path for them. The 7 experts step forward, release their presence, and the frightened crowd parts almost instantly. As people recognize the famous captains, rumors spread that these once independent experts have all joined the flame mercenaries. Halfway to the wall, Commander Duo Li personally comes to fetch Jianchen with unusually polite respect. Jianchen lets Duo Li lead him onward, and the people around them can only stare as he is escorted straight through. At the top of Wake City's massive walls, soldiers, mercenaries, and rows of magical crystal cannons are already in full battle formation. Duo Li brings Jianchen onto the wall to meet Yunli, who is standing with Wake City's experts and 2 silent black-robed envoys as everyone watches the approaching wave. When Jianchen asks about the situation, Yunli admits it looks bad and tells him to see the scale of the wave for himself. Beyond the walls, Jianchen sees a black sea of magical beasts advancing in disciplined formation, too vast to count. That organized march instantly tells Jianchen something is wrong, because only a Class 5 magical beast could command so many lesser beasts like this. The experts on the wall start voicing the same uneasy conclusion Jianchen reached. This wave is behaving nothing like the usual reckless swarm. Seeing everyone has already guessed the truth, Yunli stops hiding it and openly says a Class 5 magical beast is leading the invasion. The mood on the wall turns heavy at once, because everyone knows Wake City is now facing a real survival crisis. The experts quickly lay out the ugly reality. A Class 5 beast is strong enough to trouble even an Earth Saint Master, and ordinary Saint Masters would barely scratch it. Their argument only gets worse when they realize Wake City's great Saint Masters cannot all chase one monster while countless Class 4 beasts still have to be stopped. Yunli cuts through the panic by revealing the most important news of all. The Class 5 magical beast has already been taken care of. That claim stuns the men around him, and the first question out of their mouths is whether Earth's Saint Masters are secretly in Wake City. Yunli confirms powerful seniors are helping Wake City, but he warns that the envoys forbade anyone from exposing their identities. The others can only swallow their disappointment, because no one in Wake City wants to offend hidden Earth Saint Masters they hope to befriend. Standing off to the side, Jianchen looks toward the 2 black-robed envoys and privately finds it ironic, because he was the one who left them in such a miserable state before. Katata notices Jianchen stare from across the noisy battlements, and warmly calls him over for a talk. The invitation from an Earth Saint Master draws everyone's attention, but Jianchen still doesn't dare refuse and heads over after excusing himself to Yunli. As Jianchen passes, a white-haired elder suddenly catches on to his name and freezes in disbelief. When the cyan-robed elder asks what is wrong, the white-haired elder whispers that Jianchen may be the same young man who wiped out both the Zhou and Tianxiong clans. The cyan-robed elder remembers the reports at once and realizes the handsome young fighter before them fits the killer who crushed 9 great Saint Masters by himself. On the wall, nearby experts finally realize the young man beside them was Jianchen, and the name that had already shaken 2 clans makes the crowd buzz again. One tall skeptic openly doubts the rumors, arguing that someone barely past 20 could not possibly have wiped out the Zhou and Tianxiong clans alone. Yunli says nothing, but he knows those rumors are not empty after what Jianchen's power did in the garden, and that private memory makes him tense behind his smile. Jianqin walks over to the two envoys and politely says Wake City's survival now rests with them. Katata answers with easy warmth and asks to call him Junior Jianqin, immediately lowering the distance between them. Jianqin agrees, but behind the smile he stays guarded, unsure whether Katata's kindness is genuine or the mask of a dangerous man. Katata gets to the point and frankly asks Jianqin to help them if they end up facing the Class 5 magical beast together. Jianqin immediately downplays himself, saying he is only a great Saint Master, and charging a Class 5 beast would be suicide. Even while refusing out loud, Jianqin cannot hide from himself that he does want to test the Class 5 beast, though only the Violet and Azure Sword she might make that possible. Katata calmly reminds him that the burst of power in the garden was strong enough to scare even both envoys, and his body still aches from it. Jianqin admits that explosive strength is not under his control, but he still promises he will do everything he can to defend Wake City. That answer clearly eases Katata, and Jianqin notices the shift at once. Jianqin presses further and asks the obvious question. With two Earth Saint Masters here, shouldn't the incoming wave be manageable? Katata's mood drops hard as he admits that now he no longer dares underestimate the hidden Class 5 beast at all. He reveals why. The hidden beast's presence is so overwhelming that it can suppress both envoy brothers at once. That single line hits Jianqin like thunder, and he stares in shock at the scale of the enemy they are actually waiting for. Seeing Jianqin's reaction, Katata explains that Earth Saint Masters are not just one realm but 6 cycles, with each jump creating a huge gap in strength. He lays out the hierarchy clearly, saying that after primary, middle, and peak in earlier realms, Earth Saint Masters rise through 6 cycles before the next step, Heaven Saint Master. Katata finally gives the number that matters. He and Katafi are only 2nd cycle Earth Saint Masters, while the hidden beast feels at least 4th cycle and maybe even 5th. Jianqin's face turns cold as he finally grasps how wide that difference really is and how badly Wake City may be outmatched. Katata keeps explaining that even within the same realm, the gap is brutal, and 2 2nd cycle experts could maybe fight a 3rd cycle human but have no chance against a 4th cycle foe, especially a magical beast. Jianqin accepts the ugly truth and, even without any attachment to Wake City itself, he still cannot bear the thought of its people being wiped out. Outside the closed gates, the roads have already been cleared, and far across the plain the magical beast horde keeps marching toward Wake City in Eerie, near Silent Formation. Then a gigantic roar crashes out from deep in the magical beast mountain range, shaking even the stones on the wall. At that command, the beast army stops in perfect unison 5 kilometers from the city, suddenly showing fear instead of wild aggression. Katata immediately understands the move and warns that the hidden beast knows exactly how human crystal cannons work, so it stopped its army just outside normal range. He turns to his silent brother and says the enemy is stronger than expected. Reinforcements from Monarch City are impossible now, and the city behind them must be defended with what they have. Katafi says nothing more, only keeps staring into the distance, as if trying to pin down the unseen Class 5 beast. Yumli snaps the city back into motion by ordering the armored wall lowered. Huge linked steel plates slam down over the outer wall, turning Wake City into a metal-clad fortress in front of the waiting horde. Even Jianqin has to admire the defense, realizing this steel barrier is strong enough to stop Class 3 beasts, and shows just how prepared Wake City really is. Without wasting a breath, Yumli orders the middle-tier magic crystal cannons to open fire. Katata is briefly surprised that Wake City actually has middle-tier cannons, and he realizes the beast army has stopped within their reach after all. The wall crews feed the cannons and charge them until violent energy swirls inside, dangerous enough that even brave men keep their distance. Once the charge is ready, the 4 middle-tier cannons fire together with a deafening blast straight into the waiting horde. The explosions rip 30-meter holes through the beast's ranks, tearing apart dozens of Class 3 creatures in one brutal opening strike. The horde instantly turns restless under the bombardment, and Yunli shouts for the cannons to reload and target higher-level beasts next. Before the city can press the advantage, an even louder roar rolls out from the mountain range and leaves Jianqian's ears ringing. That roar becomes the real order to attack, and the entire magical beast army surges toward Wake City at once. The thunder of the stampede makes even the defenders on the wall blanch as the ground starts trembling under the oncoming wave. Yunli immediately calls for the crossbows, shifting the defense to the next layer as the beasts close the distance. 100 firing ports open across the wall, and teams of strong soldiers bring giant crossbows online with 2-meter metal bolts aimed at the charge. When the horde reaches 3 kilometers, Yunli orders the primary tier crystal cannons to fire, and hit them before they can come any closer. The primary cannons hammer the plain again and again, blasting open chunks of the charging formation and throwing beasts through the air. Even after several volleys, the survivors keep coming until they are only 500 meters from the city, forcing the battle into brutal close range. With no more room to spare, Yunli finally gives the order to unleash the giant crossbows. With the beast tide closing in, Yunli snaps out the order to fire every crossbow on the wall. The first volley tears straight through the front ranks, each bolt skewering several Class 1 beasts in a brutal line. A second wave of bolts and non-stop cannon fire keep mowing them down, but the blood only drives the survivors wilder. Soon the fastest beasts slam into the steel-plated wall itself, denting metal and clawing for any crack they can climb. Seeing the bigger beasts reach the wall, Yunli coldly switches tactics and orders boiling oil poured down. Scalding oil splashes over the beasts and ignites their fur, turning the whole area under the wall into a screaming fire trap. Because Wake City has no moat, the burning beasts have nowhere to douse themselves, and the fire spreads fast through the packed swarm. Even the mindless beasts break formation to escape the flames, but the oil keeps raining down until Wake City's stock is finally spent. The moment the oil stops, the surviving beasts stamp out the flames and rush the wall again, with snakes and climbers swarming upward. The defenders hack down anything that reaches the top, but a runner arrives with bad news: the crossbows are completely out of bolts. Yunli knows Wake City's wall weapons have done all they can, so he gives the one order left: open the gates and fight head-on. The massive gates creak open, and the beasts instantly veer toward the opening, trying to pour into the city. Instead of an easy breach, they meet a wall of mercenaries waiting just inside with saint weapons ready. The mercenaries charge out roaring about rewards, treating every bestiar like a handful of purple coins. Close combat turns savage immediately, with beasts chopped apart in front of the gate, and quick-handed fighters grabbing ears before moving on. More than 200,000 mercenaries pour out to meet the tide, and every moment costs lives on both sides. While the melee rages below, the magical crystal cannons keep firing from the wall, their crews frantically reloading with monster cores. Wake City's long stockpile matters now, because those 10 cannons can keep shooting for days if they have to. Jianxin stays on the wall with Yunli, the 2 envoys, and the Great Saint Masters, saving their strength because the Class 4 beasts still haven't joined the fight. Looking over the battlefield, Jianxin can only marvel at how absurdly many magical beasts have gathered outside Wake City. A nearby Great Saint Master answers Jianxin with a worse warning: several hundred beasts in the back haven't moved at all, and they are Class 4. Jianxin follows his gaze and sees the silent rear group holding its distance, which makes the battlefield suddenly feel much more dangerous. A Great Saint Master grimly spells out the problem to the command group: Class 4 beasts match Great Saint Masters, and Wake City does not have enough experts to stop several hundred of them. An envoy side order comes down to Yunli: use the 4 middle-term magical crystal cannons on the distant Class 4 cluster before it reaches the city. Yunli obeys at once, and the heavier cannons swing around to fire at the Class 4 beasts. The first heavy blast lands right in the middle of the waiting Class 4 pack and rips the formation apart in a storm of dirt, blood, and flying bodies. The surviving Class 4 beasts roar back in fury, their patience broken as they lock onto Wake City with pure hatred. Yunli keeps the pressure on, because the heavy cannons are their best shot at cutting down the Class 4 beasts before they reach the wall. Volley after volley pounds the rear ranks, and the Class 4 beasts start taking disastrous losses under the focused bombardment. Some of those elite beasts finally break and retreat, but the rest go berserk and bulldoze straight through their own side to rush the city. At that point, the cannon fire has done one useful thing beyond the kills: it shakes the Class 4 beasts loose from whatever fear the unseen Class 5 beast had imposed on them. Even so, they are terrifyingly fast, and by the 5th heavy volley the survivors have already closed to within 500 meters of the wall. The bombardment has cut the Class 4 beasts from several hundred down to about 150, and many are wounded, but the command group on the wall still looks grim. Before Yunli can speak, the Great Saint Masters make the call themselves and leap from the wall to intercept the Class 4 charge. They know only Great Saint Masters can stop those beasts now, because letting Class 4 monsters crash into the weaker fighters below would be a massacre. In an instant the battlefield splits into desperate elite duels, and even the 7 Great Saint Masters from the Flame Mercenaries join the fight. That leaves Yunli, Jianxin, and the 2 envoys still standing on the wall, watching the real deciding battle begin below them. Outside Wake City, the fight has already turned into a slaughterhouse, with mercenaries and armored soldiers hacking through magical beasts in a field soaked red. Behind the front line, stretcher teams rush the wounded back through the gates, showing how fast the city is bleeding men even before the battle has dragged on long. Farther out, dozens of Great Saint Masters are locked against Class 4 magical beasts. But the numbers are wrong and the humans are being forced to hold impossible matchups alone. Even with the magical crystal cannons roaring from the wall, the wounded keep piling up, and Wake City's defenders can feel the whole defense starting to buckle. On the wall, Yunli grimly admits this beast wave is far worse than any record, with far too many Class 4 beasts for Wake City's Great Saint Masters to contain. Yunli asks the envoy brothers for a solution, but Katata can only say they must save their strength for the hidden Class 5 beast, or they will all lose their one real chance. That answer crushes Yunli, because if even both envoys are worried about one hidden enemy, Wake City may already be doomed. Jianxin decides they cannot just watch the Class 4 beasts keep breaking the line, and he jumps straight off the 50-meter wall to join the fight himself. At ground level, Duo Kong is already in deadly trouble against a black cheetah Class 4 beast that is faster and stronger than he is. The cheetah knocks Duo Kong off balance, strips his guard aside, and snaps its bloody jaws toward his chest before he can recover. Then the beast's tail whips around Duo Kang's neck, locking him in place and turning the next bite into a death sentence. Just before the cheetah can kill him, a silver flash tears through its throat so fast Duo Kong barely sees it happen. Duo Kong realizes Jianchen saved him and calls him captain with raw relief, suddenly feeling how close he really came to dying. Jianchen gives a quick order to save flame mercenary lives first, and Duo Kong immediately obeys before rushing back into the chaos. Jianchen sprints to the next crisis, where 6 Saint Masters are barely surviving against a poisoned Class 4 Viper. His answer is the same brutal speed, 1 silver thrust straight into the Viper's vitals before it can even react. The rescued men recognize their captain too, and Jianchen sends the wounded back while ordering the rest to reinforce their own brothers first. Once Jianchen starts moving through the battlefield, the pressure finally shifts, because almost no Class 4 beast can dodge his throat-cutting sword. Every kill frees more human fighters, and those survivors immediately fan out to support the next trapped groups, spreading Jianchen's momentum across the front. Jianchen keeps cutting forward without slowing, slaughtering any Class 2 or 3 beasts that get too close and leaving a bloody path behind him. In barely the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he personally drops 40 Class 4 beasts, proving that his speed matters more than raw force. Then one monster finally resists the pattern, an earthen bear whose hide is so tough Jianchen's first throat stab only pierces with the sword tip. Realizing brute penetration is not enough, Jianchen blasts sword chi into the wound and instantly opens the bear's throat from the inside. The bear still swings on instinct, but Jianchen twists the blade, rips free, and leaps back with complete confidence that the kill is already secured. A moment later the earthen bear finally crashes down dead, and the 2 nearby Great Saint Masters can only stare at the corpse in disbelief. One stunned Great Saint Master grabs the other and blurts out that a white-robed swordsman killed the bear in just 2 strikes, too fast for him to follow. When Lai Dao finally spots Jianchen killing another beast in the distance, the rumor turns into awe on the spot. Back on the wall, the Envoy brothers watch in real surprise as Jianchen cuts down Class 4 beasts below so easily that even they are impressed. Katata admits he can barely trace the sword at all, and Katafi quietly confirms that speed is Jianchen's own technique, not some battle skill. After 2 full hours, 100 Class 4 beasts are dead and almost all of them fell to Jianchen, giving the human side complete control over the higher level fight. Jianchen does not stop there and immediately turns his attention to the Class 3 beasts, carving through them until a mound of corpses rises around him. He moves through the swarm almost like a dance, dodging every sneak attack and cutting down beasts from every angle without slowing once. Then the entire battlefield changes when a heaven-shaking roar rolls out from the forest, and every lesser magical beast suddenly trembles in fear. Jianchen lowers his sword and follows their terrified gaze toward the mountain range, realizing the hidden Class 5 beast has finally shown itself. A huge ape-like Class 5 beast steps out of the shaking forest, 5 meters tall, furless, and covered head to toe in gleaming dark jade scales. Jianchen instantly recognizes the monster, and knows its defense is so monstrous that even Earth Saint Masters would struggle to break it. On the wall, Katata goes rigid too, because if the Class 5 beast is a green-scaled ape, even he and his brother together may not be enough. Before anyone can absorb that, 2 more giants walk out behind it, and the nightmare multiplies at once. The full reveal makes it clear Wake City is facing 3 Class 5 magical beasts at once, the scaled ape, the golden fur tiger king, and the bladed crocodile. Katata's face drains white as he blurts out the truth, because he and his brother were already unsure they could handle even one of them. Katata immediately orders Yunli to evacuate every commoner in the city, because Wake City can no longer be defended. With no path to victory left, the Envoy brothers settle on one desperate plan: hold the 3 Class 5 beasts back just long enough for civilians to escape. Down on the battlefield, Jianchen locks onto the golden fur tiger king's mane and instantly remembers the massacre that shattered the flame mercenaries. He remembers that same beast driving the flame mercenaries into ruin and leaving almost all of his brothers dead. The memories sharpen into faces: Hupa, Xiao Dao, and the other flame mercenary brothers who died and can never return. That grief turns into naked killing intent as Jianchen grips the light wind sword and lets sword chi flare from the blade. At the sword tip, a faint trace of azure and violet begins to shine, hinting that Jianchen's rage is drawing out something deeper and more dangerous. Outside Wake City, 3 Class 5 magical beasts suddenly step into view, and their pressure alone turns the whole battlefield ice-cold. The mercenaries realize what they are looking at, and panic spreads fast as people shout that 3 Class 5 beasts means certain death. Even the human experts go pale, because the plan was to face 1 Class 5 beast, not 3 at once. The retreat order breaks the line, and nearly 200,000 soldiers and mercenaries surge back toward Wake City's gates in total disorder. A booming voice suddenly tells everyone not to panic, and 2 red streaks dive from the wall toward the monsters. Katata and Katafi reveal themselves as Earth Saint Masters, wrapped in fire-like saint force as they charge the beasts before the whole army collapses. Their appearance steadies the shaken mercenaries, and many defenders start believing they still have a chance to fight back. Jianchen feels only hatred, and he rushes in himself, calling the golden fur tiger king as his target. With azure and violet light blazing around the light wind sword, Jianchen tears through the beast tide so fast that nothing on the field can slow him down. By the time he arrives, Katata and Katafi are already barely hanging on, dodging instead of trading blows because they know they cannot match the beast head-on. Jianchen locks onto the tiger's throat and attacks while it is busy pressuring Katafi. The tiger looks down on him as just a great saint master and lazily sweeps its tail to crush him first. Instead, the light wind sword slices straight through the tail, proving the beast made a fatal mistake. The severed tail still slams into Jianchen's arm and knocks his strike offline, but he forces the blade back up at the last second. His sword still bites deep enough, and the golden fur tiger king loses its head in one horrifying stroke. The battlefield goes still for a heartbeat as both brothers and the other two Class 5 beasts stare at the impossible kill. Jianchen does not waste the opening and drops toward the bladed crocodile before its shock wears off. The crocodile reacts just in time, whipping its 7-bladed spine at him and hardening its head with an earth-like armor. Jianchen's sword leaves a crack in one blade, but another spine blade punches straight through his chest and out his back. The hit nearly breaks him, but Jianchen forces himself to ignore the pain and keeps pressing the attack. The bladed crocodile has already learned what his sword can do, so it retreats and spits a huge energy ball instead of meeting him again. Jianchen shouts for help distracting it, because in his condition he needs one clean opening to finish the beast. Katafi steps in instantly, and cleaves the energy ball apart with his fire-wrapped sword. The explosion of dust covers the battlefield, and Katafi uses that cover to rush the crocodile at full speed. When the dust clears, Katafi has split open the bladed crocodile's body and launched the giant beast into the sky. Jianchen flashes up after it, and uses the opening to shred its head before it can fall back down. The second Class 5 beast crashes dead to the ground with its head reduced to ruin. At the same time, Katata is smashed away by the green-scaled ape and sent flying through the air coughing blood. Seeing both allies dead, the green-scaled ape roars in grief and rage and rips up a huge tree to use as a club against Jianchen. Jianchen meets the giant tree with one stroke and turns it into flying wood shavings. He immediately goes for the ape's throat too, refusing to give the last beast any time to settle. But this time the ape catches him with a brutal kick that sends him crashing back and makes his injuries much worse. Jianchen lands 30 meters away with a sunken chest, crushed bones, and damaged organs, barely able to rise again. The green-scaled ape fixes on Jianchen as the true threat now and charges straight at him, shaking the ground with every step. Katafi fires flame-like sword chi and rushes in after it, desperate to slow the ape before it reaches Jianchen. The ape swats Katafi's sword chi away without even looking, showing just how badly outmatched the brothers are against it. From the ground, the injured Katata warns that the green-scaled ape has the strength of a 5th Cycle Earth Saint Master, so Katafi must only stall while Jianchen tries to recover. As Katafi wrapped himself in blazing fire saint force, the green-scaled ape still ignored him and charged straight at Jianchen with pure killing intent. Barely able to stand with shattered bones in his chest, Jianchen realized the ape was hunting him because he had already killed its two Class 5 allies. Annoyed at being ignored, Katafi gathered even more flame power and forged a huge red cloud fire blade above himself. Katafi fired the cloud fire blade like a meteor, finally forcing the ape to stop and answer the attack. The ape smashed the flame blade apart with one fist, but Katafi's full power strike still blasted away the scales there and drew green blood. That clashed threw Katafi out of the sky, and he crashed hard to the ground with his face drained white. Enraged by the wound, the green-scaled ape changed targets and raised its fist to finish the grounded Katafi. Katata jumped in at the last second and carved another cloud fire blade across the ape's shoulder, opening a second wound. Katata was startled that his full-power cloud fire blade only left a small wound, and the ape instantly swung back at him. With nowhere to dodge in midair, Katata poured fire saint force over his whole body and tried to block with his saint weapon. The ape's blow crushed through his defense, knocked his weapon aside, and sent Katata flying away in a spray of blood. While the ape focused on Katata, Jianchen forced his battered body forward and lunged for its throat with the light wind sword. The ape trusted its scales so much that it ignored the blade and chose to smash Jianchen first. For one instant the neck's scales held, then the light wind sword's azure violet edge cut through them and buried itself deep in the ape's throat. Almost at the same moment, the ape's palms slammed into Jianchen's chest and blasted him away, tearing his already ruined body even further apart. With its throat fatally pierced, the green-scaled ape roared toward the sky so fiercely that the nearby beasts froze in terror. All across the battlefield, the mercenary stopped and watched, knowing this one fight would decide whether Wake City lived or died. Even while bleeding out, the ape kept stalking Jianchen with a vicious glare, refusing to die quietly. Katata and Katafi rushed back in together, knowing that with the other two Class 5 beasts dead, this was their one chance to finish the last king-level threat. Katata shouted for Jianchen to wait for an opening while the two envoys stalled the ape with their battered bodies. The two envoys were smashed back again and again, but their desperate stalling finally created the single opening Jianchen needed. Jianchen spent his last strength on one final leap and drove his sword into the ape's head with reinforced sword chi. The green-scaled ape finally wavered and crashed to the ground, dead at last. With nothing left in him after killing the last beast, Jianchen also fell unconscious. Some time later, Jianchen woke in a soft bed inside a grand room and found a sleepy young maid watching over him. As he checked himself, Jianqun realized his injuries were horrific, with a chest hole from the bladed crocodile and shattered bones and organs from the ape's strike. He quietly regretted that he could not use Radiant Saint Force to heal himself without exposing his secret. The maid noticed he was awake, burst into happy surprise, and ran out to call her master. Yunli and Commander Duoli quickly arrived, and Yunli was delighted that Jianqun had woken in less than half a day instead of the expected 2 or 3. Jianqun immediately asked about Wake City, and Yunli told him the city was safe because the beast wave broke apart after the 3 Class 5 leaders died. Hearing that Wake City had survived with unusually low casualties, Jianqun finally relaxed. Yunli told him to rest because healers had already been invited for him and the 2 envoys, then left to handle the city's unfinished business. On the second day, Yunli returned with a white-robed Radiant Saint Master and his 2 bodyguards to treat Jianqun properly. Yunli treated the healer with great respect, a reminder that even a lower Radiant Saint Master held status equal to an Earth Saint Master. The Radiant Saint Master praised the rumor that Jianqun had killed 3 Class 5 beasts, and Jianqun dryly reminded him the 2 envoys had also been there. Then the healer formed a milky white orb of Radiant Saint Force and pressed it into Jianqun's chest to begin treatment. As the healing began, Jianqun quietly noticed the man's control over Radiant Saint Force was rougher and weaker than his own hidden ability. That realization made Jianqun wonder if the healer was holding back, or if his own talent with Radiant Saint Force was simply higher. After only an hour, the exhausted Radiant Saint Master had to stop and admit Jianqun's internal injuries were too severe to finish in one session. The healer sat down to recover his spirit, while his 2 guards silently protected him, and Jianqun became even more certain their abilities were not on the same level. After 2 days of repeated treatment, the Radiant Saint Master finally finished healing Jianqun's internal injuries. Jianqun rose from the bed, stretched freely, and thanked the healer while sounding sincerely impressed. The healer modestly answered that truly high-level Radiant Saint Masters could have cured this kind of injury in half a day. That stunned Jianqun, and he immediately asked whether Radiant Saint Masters were ranked like fighters. The Radiant Saint Master explained that their path had 9 classes from 1st to 9th, but on the Tianyuan continent even the best-known healer had only reached 6th class. He added that Radiant Saint Masters trained Spirit Force instead of using Monster Cores, which made their growth far slower, and admitted he himself was only 3rd class after 30 years. With that, Jianqun quietly pieced together that his hidden healing ability was probably already 4th class or higher. The healer soon left to treat the 2 envoys, and once he had fully recovered, Jianqun decided to leave the mansion despite Yunli's warm attempts to keep him there. Back on Wake City streets, Jianqun found the whole city buzzing over who had really killed the 3 Class 5 magical beasts. Some swore the 2 Earth Saint Master envoys had done it, while others insisted they had seen a young swordsman kill the beasts with their own eyes. Hearing the city argue over his battle like a rumor, Jianqun could only laugh to himself and keep walking toward the Kai clan compound. Jianqun returned to the Kai clan compound, and even the gate guards greeted him with open respect now. When he reached the Flame Mercenaries area, the wounded survivors rushed to call him captain, grateful that he had saved so many of them during the beast wave. Chi Feng, Mo Tian, Charcus, Duo Kong, and Seth came out to meet him too, all injured but still standing, which let Jianqun breathe easier. Jianqun asked about the losses, and one of the wounded men gave the grim count: 20 dead, including 8 Saint Masters, and 60 more injured. He immediately handed over 1,000 purple coins for medicine and for the families of the dead, and that one decision won the mercenaries over for good. 2 days later, Yunli arrived with guards and personally brought Jianqun his share of the Beast Wave rewards. Inside the belt were 400 Class 3 Monster Cores, 100 Class 4 Cores, and 2 Class 5 Cores, enough to genuinely shock Jianqun. Jianqun hesitated and said the reward felt too heavy, especially the 2 Class 5 Cores that could easily offend the 2 envoys. Yunli reassured him that the distribution was already tilted in his favor because Jianqun had done most of the real killing, and even the envoys supported it. Right then Katata and Katafi stepped in, freshly healed in white robes, and made it clear that Jianqun should stop refusing and take what was his. Katata openly admitted that even 2 Class 5 Cores still undersold Jianqun, because all 3 Class 5 beasts had died by Jianqun's hand. With both envoys insisting, Jianqun finally accepted the reward and kept the 2 precious Class 5 Monster Cores. Katata even offered all 3 Class 5 beast corpses, but Jianqun only kept the golden fur Tiger King and gave the green scaled ape body back to the envoys. That answer made Katata openly happy, because the green scaled ape's corpse was actually the one he wanted most. As they talked a little longer, Katata invited Jianqun to visit Tianlong's city someday and promised his name would protect Jianqun there. After the envoys left, Jianqun finally asked Yunli for a different favor: help him find Kendall's family. He could only provide Kendall's name and appearance, and Yunli warned that the clues were thin but still promised to search the whole city. When Yunli asked why Kendall mattered so much, Jianqun darkly revealed that Kendall had once saved his life and had been the first captain of the Flame Mercenaries. Realizing the debt Jianqun was trying to repay, Yunli left at once to personally oversee the search. That afternoon the first visitor came to thank Jianqun for saving his life, but Jianqin turned him away and said battlefield help needed, no thanks. More captains and clan leaders kept arriving after that, and Jianqin started turning them away one after another with curt excuses. For the next several days he shut himself away, because Wake City had fully realized that the young man who killed 3 Class 5 beasts was someone everyone suddenly wanted to befriend. 3 more days passed, and Jianchen's presence alone pushed the Kai clan to the top of Wake City, replacing the fallen Tianxiong clan. At the same time, Yunli flooded the city with reward notices about Kendall, offering 10 purple coins for a real clue and 100 for finding the right family. The reward was so outrageous that the whole city buzzed over it, and suddenly everyone thought they might get rich by helping. Not everyone was impressed though, and in one restaurant a few men grumbled that Jianqin was arrogant and had just stolen glory from stronger people. Even there, another man cut through the bitterness and said talent like Jianqin should be reported upward and recruited, not insulted. Elsewhere, a mercenary captain ordered news of Jianqin's 2 Class 5 corps sent straight to the Xia clan, knowing his own group was too weak to contest them. In another restaurant, a plain-clothed man quickly wrote a letter to his sect because he also coveted the Class 5 corps but knew only his sect leader could dare move against Jianqin. 3 more days later, Jianqin watched another batch of supposed informants get dragged out, because every lead about Kendall's family had turned out to be fake. Duo Li tried to steady him, but Jianqin left the mansion in a darker mood than before, starting to fear Kendall's family might already be gone from Wake City. Back at the Kai clan, Kai met him with better news. The Golden Fur Tiger King's corpse had finally arrived from the Lord's mansion. Instead of selling the priceless body, Jianqin ordered it skinned, cleaned, and roasted so all his men could eat Class 5 beast meat that very night. Kai could barely believe it, and his respect for Jianqin shot up even higher on the spot. That night the Kai clan turned into a roaring celebration as wounded mercenaries gathered around the roasting Golden Fur Tiger King with hungry, excited faces. That night, Jianqin invited Yunli and Commander Duo Li too, and the whole Kai clan feasted on Golden Fur Tiger King meat while drinking its blood like wine. By morning most of them finally collapsed into sleep, and after that wild feast the flame mercenaries respected Jianqin more than ever. Several days after the beast wave, Wake City itself looked normal again, with only blood-stained ground and cannon craters left to remember the attack. Then a flashy mounted convoy charged through the city gate under a banner marked Xia, and even the guards hurried to clear the road for them. As the convoy disappeared deeper into the city, the people left behind whispered the same uneasy conclusion: someone important from the Xia clan had arrived in Wake City. The moment the Xia clan convoy enters Wake City, a soldier rushes off to inform the city lord that an important clan has arrived. The Xia clan procession rides straight to the Kai clan courtyard and stops at the gate like it owns the place. One Xia clan youth orders the Kai clan leader to come out at once, and the guards can only answer carefully because the visitors clearly have serious backing. When the youth tries to march inside without permission, a gate guard steps in front of him and insists he wait. The retainer explodes at being blocked and treats the guard like trash for daring to enforce the Kai clan's rules. Even under pressure, the guard still says he cannot let anyone in before the elders approve it. That answer only makes things worse, and one Xia clan youth swings at the guard in open contempt. The second youth joins in, and together they beat the guard down hard enough to send him crashing through the gate, unconscious and bleeding. The Xia clan men sneer over the fallen guard as if a mere doorman had committed a capital offense by blocking them. Kai storms out with his men, furious that someone has attacked a Kai clan guard at his own front gate. The visitors casually name themselves as the Xia clan, and that revelation instantly changes the mood around the gate. Kai reigns in his temper and greets the young lord in the carriage, asking what business the Xia clan has with the Kai clan. From inside the carriage, the young lord gets straight to the point and asks whether Jianqin is in the Kai clan. Kai confirms Jianqin is here, but he pointedly says he can only report the request and cannot promise Jianqin will agree to meet him. That careful answer offends the Xia clan immediately, and the escorts start shouting that a mere mercenary has no right to keep their young lord waiting. The young lord drops the polite act and orders his men to go inside and bring Jianqin out. Before the intruders can step into the courtyard, Duo Kong arrives with Charcus and Shi Feng and blocks the entrance cold. Duo Kong politely says Jianqin has already been notified, but that small delay only irritates the Xia side more. Annoyed, the young lord orders Uncle Lu to teach the Kai clan the gap between them. Vice Captain Lu leaps from his mount and opens with a brutal kick aimed straight at Kai. Kai blocks and trades several blows with him, but the exchange makes it obvious Lu is the stronger Great Saint Master. Lu reveals an even rarer edge when blue water attributed Saint Force condenses into a long whip in his hand. The strange whip lashes out in a blur, hiding its path so well that Kai is forced to meet it with his Saint weapon. Instead of being knocked away, the whip coils around Kai's sword like a snake and locks it in place. Kai tries to break free with brute force, but Lu hardens the whip like steel and holds his weapon fast. Seeing Kai pinned, Duo Kong steps in and attacks, refusing to let Xia clan muscle their way through the gate. Lu flicks the whip free and bats Duo Kang's sword aside too, showing he can handle another Great Saint Master just as easily. Realizing this opponent is too much for one man, Duo Kong calls Charcus and Shi Feng in to help immediately. Charcus and Chiffon join the fight, turning the gate into a 3-on-1 clash against Lu's terrifying whip technique. Inside the courtyard, more flame mercenaries rush forward at the commotion and start readying their own weapons. 2 more great Saint Masters from Jian Chen's side jump in without hesitation, and Lu suddenly has 5 experts on him at once. Watching from the carriage, the Xia clan's young lord is surprised that Jian Chen's side can gather 5 great Saint Masters in one small city. An attendant quietly explains that the 5 fighters once led their own mercenary groups before all joining Jian Chen's flame mercenaries. That report makes the Xia clan's young lord even more curious, because a 20-year-old who can gather this much strength is clearly no ordinary mercenary. Even so, Vice Captain Lu keeps fighting fiercely, and the 5-man team finally starts pressing him into a real disadvantage. With pressure closing in, Lu finally decides to use a battle skill and unleashes Water Stream. The 5 great Saint Masters throw up Saint Force defenses and barely hold against the flood of blue strikes crashing into them. Lu does not stop there and chains straight into a second battle skill called Mountain Carrying Torrent. The 5 experts strike back together, but the whip swells with crushing force like a mountain and blasts their weapons from their hands. A heartbeat later, the same strike slams into all 5 men and sends them flying back bloodied across the courtyard entrance. What looked like a sure win flips instantly, and the power of a real battle skill leaves all 5 great Saint Masters struggling on the ground. Lu mocks them for forcing him to use a battle skill and raises his whip again, ready to cripple them for good. Before that blow can fall, an angry voice cuts across the gate and stops the attack cold. Jianchen finally appears in a simple white robe, burning with killing intent as he faces the man who just battered his people. At the Kai clan courtyard, a middle-aged Xia clansman sizes Jianchen up and confirms the rumors that he is absurdly young. Jianchen looks at his injured men first, and immediately demands to know why the Xia clan really came. The Xia expert acts superior and orders Jianchen to greet the young lord of the Xia clan. The carriage door swings open, and the Xia clan's young lord steps down in full noble display while every guard bows to him. The young lord strolls into the courtyard under heavy protection and greets Jianchen with a smug compliment about his looks. Before answering, Jianchen quietly gauges the whole group and realizes the Xia clan brought a force strong enough to bully most of Wake City. Jianchen cuts through the posturing and tells the young lord to state his business. The young lord finally gets to the point and says he came to buy Jianchen's 2 Class 5 monster cores. Jianchen refuses on the spot without giving the Xia clan any room to bargain. The young lord switches to pressure, warning that the cores will only attract stronger thieves and even Earth Saint Masters Jianchen cannot stop. Jianchen repeats that he is not selling, and this time his voice turns openly cold. Realizing he cannot force a deal today, the young lord leaves a threat instead, giving Jianchen 3 days and warning him not to run. Jianchen suddenly calls him to stop, and the whole courtyard freezes. Instead of changing his mind, Jianchen points at the man who hurt his people and says everyone else can go, but that one stays. When the young lord demands an explanation, Jianchen says this is not the Xia clan's backyard and they do not get to injure his men and walk away. The young lord explodes at the insult, but Jianchen ignores him and keeps his eyes locked on Lu Jing. Lu Jing laughs off the challenge, convinced a man Jianchen's age cannot really threaten him. Jianchen answers with one word: death, because if he lets this slide after his brothers were beaten, he loses the right to lead them. The insult lands hard, and both Lu Jing and the young lord answer with open killing intent of their own. Among the flame mercenaries, Jianchen's hard line wins real support, because the men who once followed Duo Khan had been swallowing their anger and were waiting for their captain to answer for him. Lu Jing mocks him one last time, while the young lord and his uncle decide they no longer need to buy the monster cores if they can simply take them. Jianchen does not waste another breath and vanishes forward in a blur with the light wind sword drawn. His sword becomes a streak of silver light, already at Lu Jing's throat before the man can properly react. Startled at last, Lu Jing throws himself backward and lashes his blue whip out like a viper to trap the blade. He is still too slow, because the light wind sword suddenly accelerates again and slips past the whip before it can close. In the next instant, Jianchen's sword pierces Lu Jing's throat and ends the fight before any battle skill can even come out. Lu Jing can only stare at Jianchen in total disbelief, unable to accept that he was killed in one stroke. The young lord is stunned, because even inside the Xia clan Lu Jing ranked near the top and should not have died like this. The Xia guards scramble to protect their young lord and start retreating, suddenly afraid Jianchen will kill again. Jianchen cuts off that retreat too, ordering his men to surround the Xia clan and block the gate. Now truly frightened, the young lord demands to know what Jianchen still wants after killing Lu Jing. Jianchen reminds him coldly that injuring his brothers means nobody from the Xia clan gets to leave safely just because they feel like it. The young lord finally drops the act and begs for his life, warning that his father leads the Xia clan and will hunt Jianchen down if he dies here. Jianchen answers that if he dared kill one Xia clansman already, he clearly is not afraid of offending the whole clan. Watching the young lord crumble, Kaier steps in to warn Jianchen that this is the son of the clan leader, and killing him would drive the Xia clan into a frenzy. Jianchen asks the only thing that matters to him now, whether the Xia clan is truly strong enough to be worth that risk. Kair explains that the Xia clan has 10 great Saint Masters and a leader rumored to have broken through to Earth Saint Master with strong water battle skills. That confirms Jianchen's guess about an Earth Saint Master backing the clan, so he changes tactics instead of pushing them into a total war today. Jianchen asks the young lord if he really wants to leave safely, and the question sounds less like mercy than a new set of terms. The young lord grabs at that opening and promises to forget the monster cores, pay money, and leave peacefully if Jianchen lets him go. Jianchen names his price immediately, and demands the young lord's space belt. The demand hits hard, because everything in that space belt is personal wealth, but the young lord knows he cannot refuse. Swallowing his pride, he hands the space belt over and asks to at least take Lu Zheng's corpse with him. Jianchen agrees, strips the dead Lu Zheng of his own space belt too, and throws the body back to the Xia clan. With that, the Xia clan retreats without a shred of dignity, carrying their dead and escaping the courtyard as fast as they can. Once they are gone, the flame mercenaries look at Jianchen very differently, because this brutal answer to the Xia clan wins their hearts outright. Kair and the other wounded great Saint Masters gather around Jianchen and warn that from this point on, the Xia clan is a real enemy. Charcus asks the hard question: if they already offended the Xia clan this badly, why not kill the rest and weaken them now? Jianchen explains that killing one expert forces caution, but killing the clan leader's son would trigger immediate all-out revenge like the Tianxiong clan, and his injured brothers are not ready for that. The 6 great Saint Masters accept that logic immediately, impressed that Jianchen knows exactly how far to push and where to stop. Jianchen takes money from a space belt, hands Kair 5,000 purple coins, and orders him to make sure every injured brother gets fully treated. Outside Wake City, a new force rushes in at speed, 20 blue-robed riders on magical beasts led by a stronger man on a Class 3 mount. At Wake City's entrance, a blue-robed group arriving on magical beasts suddenly meets the Xia clan carriage coming out, with shaken guards and Lu Zheng's bleeding corpse in full view. The leader of the blue-robed group first assumes the Xia clan got there ahead of him, then sees the body, and realizes someone in Wake City was strong enough to kill Lu Zheng. A skinny subordinate guesses the Xia clan already bought the monster cores, but the blue-robed leader stays silent, staring at Lu Zheng's corpse and realizing something far worse happened here. After the Xia clan leaves Wake City, another armed group rides straight through the gate, and even the city guards decide these newcomers are too strong to challenge. Their leader, Qing Yun, immediately sends disciple Zhang to investigate what just happened with the Xia clan. Qing Yun keeps the rest of the Tianhua sect waiting at the roadside, drawing plenty of nervous stares from the people passing by. Disciple Zhang comes back with the key clue: the Xia clan rushed to the Kai clan compound less than an hour ago, then left soon after. The mention of the Kai clan makes Qing Yun frown, as if it confirms his suspicion that this matter is more complicated than a simple purchase. Even when his disciples ask if they should go straight to the Kai clan, Qing Yun holds them back and orders everyone to settle into an inn first. Behind closed doors at the inn, Qing Yun meets with his 2 disciples, Qing Shan and Qing Mu, to weigh just how dangerous Jianchen might be. Qing Mu lays out the ugly possibility: if Jianchen fought Class 5 magical beasts, and Lu Zheng died in Wake City, then Jianchen is the most likely one who killed him. Qing Yun agrees the mission just became much harder, because even he is not much stronger than Lu Zheng and now has to face the man who may have killed him. Instead of retreating, the 3 decide to visit Jianchen in person and judge him for themselves. A moment later, Qing Yun, Qing Shan, and Qing Mu ride their expensive magical beasts toward the Kai clan compound. At the Kai clan gate, they stay surprisingly polite and ask the guard to announce them instead of trying to push their way in. Inside the Kai clan, Jianchen, Kair, and the 5 great Saint Masters are already discussing how to prepare in case the Xia clan comes back for revenge. That meeting jolts when a guard reports that men from the Tianhua sect are waiting outside. Kair is visibly startled, because the Tianhua sect is not just another visitor but a force even stronger than the Xia clan. When Jianchen asks for details, Kair explains that the Tianhua sect is a mountain sect 2,000 kilometers away and more powerful than the Xia clan. Jianchen grimly realizes the Class 5 monster core is dragging in stronger enemies one after another. Mo Tian quietly asks the obvious question: should they deal with the Tianhua sect the same way they dealt with the Xia clan? Jianchen refuses to rush into bloodshed, because this time he is protecting the flame mercenaries too and cannot carelessly make a stronger sect his enemy. So Jianchen heads to the gate with the great Saint Masters to meet the Tianhua sect himself. At the gate, Jianchen sizes up the Tianhua sect visitors at a glance and reads their strength from their bearing. Qing Yun is the strongest, with Qing Shan and Qing Mu beside him. Jianchen introduces himself openly, and the Tianhua sect answers in the same respectful tone instead of showing any hostility. Qing Yun even flatters Jianchen a little, naming himself and his disciples Qing Shan and Qing Mu, which tells Jianchen this visit may stay peaceful. Their attitude eases Jianchen's nerves, because he knows one reckless feud could get the flame mercenaries wiped out all over again. He brings the 3 visitors into his courtyard and gets straight to the point, asking if they rushed all this way for him. Qing Yun finally states the real reason: the Tianhua sect came to buy Jianchen's Class 5 monster core. Jianchen refuses without wavering, because that monster core is too useful to his own cultivation to ever sell. The three sect men clearly expected that answer, but they still cannot hide their disappointment over losing such a rare treasure. After a little more talk, the Tianhua sect leaves in a hurry without pressing the issue any further. Back in their own room, Qingmu asks the next hard question. Now that Jianqin will not sell, what exactly are they supposed to do? Qin Yun warns them not to underestimate Jianqin, saying the young man is mysterious, frighteningly strong, and very possibly the killer of Lu Jing. What worries Qin Yun even more is the thought that someone this young and this strong might have a powerful clan backing him. Instead of gambling on a fight, Qin Yun decides to report back to the sect leader and wait for orders. He leaves Qing Shan and Qing Mu in Wake City to watch the situation, with a strict warning not to provoke the Kai clan. Then Qin Yun wastes no time and rides his Class 3 magical beast back toward the Tianhua sect. Back at the Kai clan, Jianqin sits alone after the visitors leave, turning over the same problem from a much darker angle. He finally understands just how much chaos one Class 5 monster core can attract, especially in a place like Wake City where such a treasure is rare. The Xia clan and the Tianhua sect have already come, and Jianqin can only assume that even stronger factions may follow. He knows Earth Saint Masters are still dangerous to him, because the gap between their cycles is so huge that some of them could overwhelm him even with sword chi. And if an Earth Saint Master targets the Flame Mercenaries, his current group of Great Saint Masters will not be enough to stop it. That pressure pushes Jianqin to a firm conclusion. He has to use this crisis to raise his own strength fast. He returns to his room, sits cross-legged on the bed, and starts cultivating with a Class 4 monster core in both hands. While meditating, Jianqin weighs two ways to grow stronger: pour his cultivated energy into the weakened Azure and Violet Sword spirits, or keep that power to strengthen his own body first. In the end, Jianqin chooses the harder but steadier road and decides to build his own strength instead of relying too heavily on borrowed sword chi. Back in the Kai clan, Jianqin sat cross-legged on his bed and kept absorbing energy from 4 Class 4 monster cores at once, pushing his cultivation higher. His situation was finally improving too, because after becoming a Great Saint Master and after the Azure and Violet Sword spirits awakened, far less of the monster core energy was being siphoned away. The sword spirits still rarely spoke, but Jianqin could feel their strange link to him more clearly now that they were awake. Around him, the Flame Mercenaries also started cultivating with monster cores, because pressure from the Xia clan and Tianhua sect had everyone hungry to get stronger fast. Even though Jianqin had joined them only recently, his actions had already earned the whole group's respect. A full day slipped by, and after the Tianhua sect left Wake City, the Kai clan stayed almost unnervingly peaceful. Far away in the mountains, the Tianhua sect stood under the night sky as a growing power with 1,000 disciples and dozens of great saint masters. Inside a private room there, Qin Yun reported everything from Wake City to the sect leader, Qin Tian, and asked what they should do next. Qin Tian decided they should stop pressing Jianqin over the Class 5 monster core, because he suspected Jianqin's background was deeper and more dangerous than it looked. He also made his real point clear: even without hidden backing, Jianqin's talent alone was terrifying, and a genius like that was not someone the Tianhua sect could afford to turn into an enemy. So Qin Tian ordered Qin Yun to return to Wake City the next day and, if possible, become friends with Jianqin instead. Qin Yun admitted he already felt the same unease, which was exactly why he had hurried back to report first instead of acting rashly. When Qin Tian mentioned that a Class 5 core could help Qin Yun break through to Earth Saint Master, Qin Yun could only sigh that even then the risk of shattering his saint weapon was still too high. With that settled, Qin Yun excused himself for the night so he could leave for Wake City at dawn. In another mountain stronghold, the mood inside the Xia clan hall was much darker, with 20 clan men gathered around Lu Zheng's covered corpse. The Xia clan patriarch entered in white robes, and every man in the hall immediately dropped to kowtow before him. He looked calm on the surface, but when he approached the stretcher and uncovered Lu Zheng's body, the hall could feel the rage he was holding down. After closing Lu Zheng's eyes and covering him again, the patriarch sat back down and asked the question everyone dreaded: who did this? The hall went stiff with fear, because all of them knew how close the patriarch had been to Lu Zheng and how badly this answer could go. One middle-aged clan member finally said only the young lord could explain it properly, so the patriarch ordered Xia Lu brought in at once. When Xia Lu arrived, he knelt before his grandfather with a frightened face and formal respect. The patriarch softened only slightly toward his grandson and asked him directly who had killed Lu Zheng. Xia Lu burst into grief and hatred, begging for revenge while retelling the Wake City clash in a way that dumped all blame onto Jianqin and the Kai clan. He did not dare lie about Jianqin's strength though, and admitted Jianqin killed Lu Zheng with a single sword strike. That detail made the patriarch fall silent for a moment, because a one-strike kill changed this from insult to serious threat. Xia Lu kept feeding the fire, insisting Jianqin looked down on the Xia clan and had to be punished for both the murder and the humiliation. The other clan men quickly joined in, arguing that if the Xia clan let this pass, their prestige would be damaged. The patriarch finally spoke from the heart, saying Lu Zheng was the son of his life-saving friend and a loyal contributor to the Xia clan, so his death could never be ignored. But instead of charging in blindly, he ordered Jinghua to send clever scouts to Wake City first so the Xia clan could learn Jian Chen's side in full before moving. Several days passed, and while Wake City outwardly returned to normal after the beast wave, Jian Chen's reward for clues about Kendall's family stirred greed all over town. The problem was that nearly every lead was fake, with people trying to snatch the money however they could. During those same days, Jian Chen stayed inside the Kai clan without stepping out, while Commander Duoli kept sending daily updates on the search. Qin Yun, Qin Mu, and Qin Shan also began visiting often, and after several days of talks they gradually became real allies instead of cautious outsiders. From those conversations, Jian Chen learned the Xia clan had only one Earth Saint Master, and likely a weak early cycle one at that, which eased some of the danger in his mind. Jian Chen still did not trust luck, so he secretly sent flame mercenaries to watch the Xia clan for any major troop movement. Those uninterrupted days of cultivation paid off fast, and Jian Chen's strength climbed all the way to middle Great Saint Master. Then one evening, a travel-worn mercenary rushed into Jian Chen's courtyard with urgent news that the Xia clan had finally moved. The scout reported that 300 Xia clan men were marching toward Wake City and could arrive by midnight if they pushed through the night. Jian Chen calmly dismissed the scout, but the moment he was alone he started weighing the numbers and the risk. He quickly decided the flame mercenaries could not survive a straight defensive clash, so the smarter move was to strike the Xia clan first under cover of night. With his plan set, Jian Chen led 7 Great Saint Masters out of Wake City on Class 2 magical beast mounts for a night raid. But only a kilometer from the city, 3 figures stepped into his path and stopped the raid cold. The ones waiting there were Qin Yun, Qin Mu, and Qin Shan, and Qin Yun greeted Jian Chen with a knowing smile instead of hostility. Jian Chen answered cautiously, and Qin Yun immediately guessed he was heading out to deal with the Xia clan. Once Jian Chen confirmed it, Qin Yun dropped the smile and warned him that the Xia clan was stronger than he realized, with 10 Great Saint Masters and the Patriarch leading in person. That warning made Jian Chen narrow his eyes, because those numbers were already beyond what he had expected to hit tonight. Then Qin Yun made his move, offering to add himself, Qin Mu, and Qin Shan to Jian Chen's side so this fight would not be so desperate. When Jian Chen asks if they really want to get dragged into his fight, Qin Yun calmly says the Tianhua sect already has old blood with the Xia clan and has wanted payback for years. That answer settles it for Jian Chen, and he gladly accepts all 3 Tianhua sect men as allies against the Xia clan. With the deal made, they waste no more time and ride out into the dark morning to strike first. Roughly 300 miles from Wake City, the Xia clan's tent camp sits half asleep under a stormy sky, its big Xia banner planted in the center. Then thunder cracks overhead, and a sudden torrent smothers every fire and drops the entire camp into blind darkness. The exhausted patrols curse their luck and duck for shelter, never noticing shadowy figures slipping closer through the rain. At 200 meters out, the group stops to confirm the plan, and Jian Chen goes in alone while the others wait behind him. Jian Chen slips into the nearest tent, feels out the sleeping men inside with his spirit, and kills all 3 before any of them can make a sound. That first clean kill changes his whole approach, and Jian Chen decides this storm is perfect for wiping out as many Xia fighters as possible before open combat starts. He knows the Earth Saint Master is the real threat, but since he cannot be sure of killing him, Jian Chen chooses to gut the Xia clan's manpower instead. Moving tent to tent under the pounding rain, Jian Chen turns the camp into a silent slaughterhouse that no one notices in time. Before the alarm ever sounds, he has already killed around 100 men, and the rain is the only thing covering the smell of blood. He keeps going until the dead number roughly 200, leaving nearly 100 tents stained red inside. In the large central tent, the Xia clan patriarch suddenly catches the faint smell of blood and realizes something is horribly wrong. The Xia clan patriarch bursts out with a roar to wake everyone, and the whole camp jolts into chaos under the rain. Once he is exposed, Jian Chen drops all stealth and starts cutting down the nearest men as fast as he can before they organize. The Xia clan patriarch charges straight at Jian Chen with a giant axe, while Qin Yun, Qin Mu, Qin Shan, and the 7 Great Saint Masters finally storm the camp from outside. Jian Chen's light wind sword starts glowing in the night, and the sword chi around it is so sharp that even the Xia clansmen nearby can feel the danger. Even surrounded in darkness, Jian Chen tears through the Saint Masters around him, and none of them can even see the strike that opens their throats. Watching his people die one after another, the Xia clan patriarch roars for his clansmen to get clear so he can fight Jian Chen himself. With the field finally clearing, the Xia clan patriarch locks onto Jian Chen and brings his axe down for a direct clash. This time Jian Chen deliberately draws on the faint azure and violet sword chi, wanting to see if it can really break an Earth Saint Master's saint weapon. The weapons crash with a violent burst that blows the rain apart, and Jian Chen is hurled backward by the raw gap in strength. Jian Chen's insides take a hard shock, and across the rain the patriarch also turns pale and spits blood because the axe has been damaged. When Xia Fan checks his saint weapon and finds a finger-sized nick in it, his confidence cracks on the spot. For a second, Xia Fan almost suspects Jian Chen is some hidden heaven saint master, because ordinary logic gives him no other answer. Jian Chen does not give him time to think and rushes right back in, driving the glowing sword straight for Xia Fan's throat. Xia Fan answers with Blue Saint Force, pulling the rainwater into a twisting water dragon and hurling it at Jian Chen. But Jian Chen's Azure Violet empowered strike punches straight through the water dragon and keeps coming. Forced back, the Patriarch unleashes a real battle skill with his axe, and the pressure of it slams down hard enough to spit blood from Jian Chen. Even so, Xia Fan pays for that exchange too, because another ugly chip appears in his Saint weapon and the link damage worsens his injuries again. Now the Patriarch understands the problem. Jian Chen is weaker in raw power, but that bizarre strike can ruin his weapon, and greed starts creeping in beside the fear. Jian Chen climbs back up through the pain and charges again, knowing the Patriarch is hurting even more than he is. From that point on, the Patriarch stops meeting the blade head-on and starts dodging, but Jian Chen's sword art is too fast to let him escape cleanly. Nearby, Qing Yun, Qing Mu, Qing Shan, and the 7 great Saint Masters hold off the few high-level Xia survivors Jian Chen left behind. Qing Yun proves especially dangerous in that fight, using his peak Great Saint Master strength and earth-attributed weapon to hit hard in the chaos. Back in the main duel, Jian Chen lands 3 wounds on the Patriarch and chips the giant axe 5 more times, pushing him closer to collapse. Shaken and cornered, the Patriarch finally shouts to know who Jian Chen is and why he attacked the Xia clan. Jian Chen answers coldly that he is the exact man the Xia clan was marching against, and the Patriarch instantly realizes who he is. Once Jian Chen confirms it, the Patriarch drops his pride and tries to negotiate, but Jian Chen flatly refuses any ceasefire. Realizing he cannot win, the Patriarch snarls a threat to remember this night, and suddenly turns to flee into the rain. Jian Chen chases immediately, because if an Earth Saint Master vanishes into this darkness, catching him again will be almost impossible. But even badly hurt, Xia Fan still has enough Earth Saint Master strength to keep widening the gap. Seeing his chance slipping away, Jian Chen's eyes flash in the dark and he sends the light wind sword flying from his hand like a living weapon. Xia Fan never sees it coming, and the flying sword pierces straight through his throat to end the Patriarch on the spot. In the storm-black battlefield, nobody even notices that Jian Chen has already pierced the Xia clan Patriarch's throat. Even as an Earth Saint Master, the old Patriarch can only stare in terror while the flying light wind sword returns to Jian Chen's hand. The Patriarch dies still confused about the impossible sword that killed him. Jian Chen walks straight to the corpse, strips off the Patriarch's space belt and space ring, and leaves before anyone catches on. Instead of stopping there, Jian Chen turns back toward the main fight determined to wipe out the Xia clan's core strength. The Xia clan had been pressing hard, and even the 7 great Saint Masters on Jian Chen's side were already bloodied, with only Qing Yun still unhurt. The moment Jian Chen joins the melee, the Xia clan's advantage collapses. His light wind sword strikes too fast to follow, and one Xia clansman after another drops with a clean throat wound. Before long, all 300 Xia clansmen, including their Patriarch, are dead with no one left to escape. The 3 men from the Tianhua sect can only stare, shaken by how casually Jian Chen changed the whole battle. When Qing Yun asks about the duel, Jian Chen calmly tells him the Patriarch has already been dealt with. That answer hits hard, because Qing Yun knows Jian Chen just killed the 2nd Cycle Earth Saint Master with terrifying speed. Jian Chen immediately checks on his side and learns the wounded are in bad shape, but not dying yet. Qing Yun urges everyone to get back to Wake City for healing before those heavy injuries turn worse. Before leaving, Jian Chen sweeps the battlefield clean of the dead men's space belts. Qing Yun reveals Wake City has no Radiant Saint Master handy, so he volunteers to ride to a nearby second-class city and find one himself. Jian Chen salutes him with real respect, and Qing Yun heads off alone while the wounded return with the others. The trip back is painfully slow, and by the time they finally reach Wake City, the whole morning is gone. Back at the Kai clan courtyard, Jian Chen settles the 9 wounded men into rooms and personally treats them with herbs and panacea. By evening, Qing Yun returns with a white-robed Radiant Saint Master and a dark-skinned escort, but the healer already looks insufferably arrogant. Qing Yun presents the Radiant Saint Master, and Jian Chen greets him politely even though the young healer is already looking down on him. The young Radiant Saint Master answers with open contempt, making it clear he does not see a mercenary like Jian Chen as worth basic respect. Jian Chen and Qing Yun dislike his attitude immediately, but they swallow it because the wounded still need treatment. They bring him into the recovery room, where Qing Mu lies pale and half undressed beneath layers of blood-soaked bandages. After one look at Qing Mu's condition, the healer warns that severe wounds mean a much higher price. That ugly line almost sets Jian Chen and Qing Yun off, but Azai's escort slams a foot forward and threatens them with the Radiant Saint Master Union. That warning lands because everyone knows offending the Radiant Saint Master Union can get a person hunted to death anywhere on the continent. So Jian Chen forces himself to back down and tells Azai to start healing, whatever the price is. Azai sees he has total leverage and coolly demands 50 purple coins for one badly injured man. Both Jian Chen and Qing Yun are stunned, because this is not expensive medicine anymore, it is outright extortion. Azai barely bothers to hide the scam, smug in the knowledge that Wake City has no other Radiant Saint Master, and the Kai clan can pay. Jian Chen goes cold instead of angry and agrees to the price, pointedly adding that he expects skill worthy of it. Qing Yun tries one last time to stop him, saying those injuries should only cost a fraction of that even from a stronger healer. Jianqin shuts that down too, because right now money matters less than getting every one of his men healed. Azai's pushes even harder and demands payment up front before he lifts a finger. Jianqin counts out all 450 purple coins for the 9 injured men, and Azai's eyes flash at the sight of that much money. Once he pockets the money, Azai dismisses everyone from the room and finally begins gathering Radiant Saint force to heal Qingmu. 7 days later, the Radiant Saint Master finally finishes healing all 7 Great Saint Masters and the 2 Tianhua sect men. During those 7 days, Jianqin alternates between talking with Qin Yun and shut door cultivation, and the Azure and Violet Sword spirits push his growth far past his old limits. With that help, his cultivation speed surges, and his strength climbs beyond the middle Great Saint Master level with even stronger inner saint force. He keeps going to Yun Li's mansion for news about Kendall's family, but every trip ends the same way with no lead at all. Jianqin still tries to honor Kendall's dying wish, but for now all he can do is wait helplessly and worry. Meanwhile, the massacre of 300 Xia clan men outside Wake City spreads everywhere and becomes the hottest rumor in town. People trade guesses about who the Xia clan offended, because no one can believe a local power that strong was hit so hard. Most expect the Xia clan to strike back fast to save face, so their total silence shocks everyone even more. The next morning, Qin Yun arrives with Qing Mu and Qing Shan, all fully recovered and ready to leave Wake City. Qin Yun says farewell and explains that they have sect matters to handle back home. Jianqin returns the courtesy warmly, and tells him they will meet again in the future. Just before leaving, Qin Yun suddenly remembers the coming gathering of the mercenaries and brings it up as a rare chance Jianqin should not miss. Jianqin has never even heard of it, and his surprise makes Qin Yun realize he needs to explain from the beginning. Qin Yun tells him it is held in Mercenary City, where major mercenary groups from across the continent gather for a true contest of dominance. The event only comes once every 50 years, and anyone over 50 is barred, so even talented people can lose their only chance just by bad timing. Qin Yun says the whole continent's gifted mercenaries fight for the top 100, chasing huge wealth and even greater prestige. Then the rewards jump to another level, because anyone in the top 10 can choose a heaven-tier cultivation method from Mercenary City's arsenal. For the top 3, the reward becomes even crazier, because they can also take a heaven-tier battle skill. Qin Yun adds that first place can choose any battle skill and cultivation method they want, then spend half a year in Mercenary City's holy grounds. When Qin Yun adds that even Heaven's Saint Masters and Saint Rulers long for those holy grounds, his voice turns almost reverent and the place starts to sound sacred. Jianqin's heart starts pounding, because a heaven-tier battle skill would be valuable enough for him to bring back to the Changyang clan. Seeing that reaction, Qin Yun tells him bluntly that with his strength, breaking into the top 10 should be possible. Jianqin immediately asks the real risk, wanting to know how strong the competitors under 50 usually are. Qin Yun answers that many past top 10 winners were Earth Saint Masters, which already counts as extraordinary at that age. Jianqin presses further and asks whether any Heaven Saint Masters could appear, because that is the one level he truly takes seriously. Qin Yun flatly says no, since reaching Heaven Saint Master before 50 would be a once-in-a-thousand-years miracle, and timing still has to line up with the event. That answer settles Jianqin's biggest concern, and the more Qin Yun explains, the more determined he becomes to go. After that, the 3 men from Tianhua sect finally depart, leaving Jianqin behind with the 7 Great Saint Masters. Jianqin asks the 7 Great Saint Masters what they know, but even they have only scattered information and no better details on the rewards. Charcus warns him first that the gathering is brutal, with survival rumored to be only around 10%. Duo Kong adds that plenty of Earth Saint Masters attend, making the field even more dangerous. Mo Tian lays it out most bluntly: the rewards are rich, but the gathering draws elite mercenaries, clan geniuses, and people with rare battle skills, so Jianqin should think carefully. Jianqin stays calm through all of it and simply asks the one thing he still needs to know: where Mercenary City is. 3 days later, Jianqin puts everything in order and leaves Wake City for the gathering of the mercenaries. Before leaving, he assigns the Flame Mercenaries to keep hunting magical beasts for money and rank, because the group still needs resources to grow. He also leaves behind 1,000 purple coins and all the Class 2 monster cores he does not need, giving the Flame Mercenaries real support instead of just orders. Because the 7 Great Saint Masters have already proven their leadership, Jianqin feels safe leaving temporary command in their hands. He rides out on a Class 2 magical beast, travels 1,000 miles in a day, and reaches second-class Lanfeng City by nightfall. Once inside Lanfeng City, Jianqin finds an inn, sits down in the dining area, and starts eating in the quiet late hour. The place is calm and half-empty until a steel chariot stops outside and a heavily armored soldier storms in like he owns the room. The soldier barks for food and tables, and the waiter turns instantly respectful the moment he sees the insignia on the man's chest. More armored men file in behind him until nearly 100 soldiers have packed the restaurant, all silent enough to make the whole room tense. Jianqin studies their armor and realizes at once that these are elite troops of the Blue Wind Kingdom Army, not ordinary soldiers. From his inn window in Lanfeng City, Jianqin spots several steel chariots with giant sealed boxes, all guarded so tightly that the whole street feels tense. The energy leaking from those boxes feels painfully familiar to Jianchen, and he realizes they may be packed with monster cores in terrifying quantities. He forces himself to look away before the guards notice his interest, but the possibility already leaves him cold. At a nearby table, high-ranking soldiers quietly talk about a huge war plan. 3 kingdoms are joining the Blue Wind Kingdom to crush the Jessen Kingdom together. The soldiers say everyone has coveted Jessen's rich land for years, and only fear of the missing Chanyang patriarch kept the other kingdoms from moving sooner. Another officer warns that Jessen is still dangerous because its 10 experts are all Heaven Saint Masters, and there may be even more hidden strength behind them. They even mention a secret Heaven Saint Master servant tied to the Chanyang clan, but laugh that the 4 kingdoms together still have around 30 Heaven Saint Masters to overwhelm Jessen. Hearing the Chanyang clan dragged into this, Jian Chen's face darkens as worry slams into him for his mother by Yuntian, Changyang Hu, and Changyang Mingwei. For a moment he aches to rush back to Jessen immediately, but he crushes that impulse because he knows his current strength means nothing against a Heaven Saint Master. He keeps eating only by force, stiff and distracted, while the soldiers keep talking about whether the missing Chanyang patriarch might still return. One soldier even wonders if the patriarch is chasing a breakthrough beyond his old peak, and another snaps at him to stop speaking so recklessly. By the time Jianchen leaves the dining room, he has pieced together the real scale of it. The coalition still needs years of supplies and preparation before the full strike on Jessen begins. That night, he meditates in his room, but his attention keeps drifting to the convoy below where soldiers guard the steel boxes without relaxing for a second. Watching them, Jianchen becomes sure the boxes hold monster cores meant to power magical crystal cannons in the coming war. At dawn, the convoy buys food and water, then rolls out of Langfeng City in full formation with the war supplies still under strict escort. Jianchen leaves right after them on his Class 2 magical beast, already resolved that he cannot let those monster cores reach the Blue Wind border. Even without knowing the enemy's full strength, he decides this risk is unavoidable because the Changyang clan will almost certainly be thrown onto the front lines. Ahead of him, the Blue Wind convoy moves like a machine, with roughly 200 elite soldiers marching in perfect order around the supply chariots. Following 5 kilometers behind beside a merchant caravan, Jianchen studies the escort and realizes this is no ordinary target. Most of the escort are Saint Masters, some are Great Saint Masters, and the commanders feel like Earth Saint Masters, which makes a direct attack look almost suicidal. By afternoon he parts from the caravan and starts shadowing the soldiers alone, because open plains make it easier to track them and easier to be spotted. He widens the gap to 8 kilometers across the plain, careful to stay outside the soldiers' easy line of sight. When night falls in the wilderness, the soldiers camp in open ground and post mounted patrols so tightly that Jianchen still cannot find a clean opening. He holds back instead of gambling on a reckless strike, knowing this disciplined force would crush anyone who rushed in carelessly. The next day he keeps tailing them, sometimes blending with passing merchants and mercenaries whenever he needs better cover. At noon the brutal heat starts draining the soldiers faster than expected, and the convoy finally halts beside a grassy grove for a rest. A high-ranking soldier curses the weather and admits their water is nearly gone, forcing the convoy to find a fresh source quickly. Another officer checks the map, spots a river 3 kilometers southwest, and the commanders immediately order one man from the squad to fetch water for everyone. A single soldier packs all the canteens into his space belt, mounts a Class 2 magical beast, and rides alone toward the brook. He reaches a narrow clear brook and starts filling the canteens, completely unaware that Jianchen is already waiting in the grass. Jianchen strikes in a flash, and the silver sword light cuts through the soldier's neck before the man can even react. The soldier is beheaded instantly, and his blood splashes into the brook while the body collapses beside the water. Jianchen quickly buries the corpse and covers the bloody dirt too, making sure either beasts nor people will catch the scent. Once the scene is cleaned up, he strips the dead soldier's armor, changes into it, and uses herbs to remake his face into the same man's appearance. With the disguise ready, he finishes filling the canteens as if nothing happened. Then he takes out a fang from the silver-striped golden snake and starts dipping it into every canteen one by one. He knows this fang carries the snake's deadliest poison, and even a brief soak is enough to turn plain water into a lethal trap. Jianchen patiently poisons every last canteen, making sure the whole convoy's water supply is contaminated. He goes even further and pours extra venom into the high-ranking soldiers' canteens, aiming straight at the men leading the escort. After one last check to make sure the disguise holds, Jianchen mounts the dead soldier's beast and rides back toward the waiting convoy with the poisoned water. Back in the soldiers' rest area, Jianchen carefully handed the water canteens around and kept his head down, because one wrong word would expose that he was impersonating Si Chiafu, a high-ranking soldier called Si Chiafu by name, and Jianchen had no choice but to walk over with more canteens while pretending nothing was wrong. The commanders and soldiers all drank without suspicion, because the silver-striped golden snake venom had no taste or color, and no one imagined a man inside their own ranks would poison them. As he watched every last man swallow the poison, Jianchen knew the setup had worked, but he still wasn't sure whether this weaker snake venom could really bring down Earth's Saint Masters. Then one commander noticed that Si Chiafu had been unnaturally silent, and the disguise started to crack. Jianqin dropped the act immediately and thrust the light wind sword straight through the commander's throat before anyone could react. The surprise kill stunned the other commanders for a heartbeat, and that heartbeat was enough for Jianqin to spring backward and break away. The commanders erupted in fury and the elite soldiers moved fast to cut off his escape, proving why the storm troops were feared. Jianqin answered by unleashing his middle great Saint Master strength, and his light wind sword tore a bloody path through the soldiers blocking him. He broke free, and the surviving commanders and soldiers charged after him, some already jumping onto magical beasts to keep the pursuit alive. But the poison hit almost at once, and chasing soldiers suddenly doubled over, coughing blood and collapsing out of the run. In moments, around 200 soldiers were down in agony, and some were already dead where they fell. As the survivors shouted that they had been poisoned, the 4 remaining commanders stopped cold and stared at the disaster in disbelief. They blamed Si Chiafu for the betrayal and raged at the humiliation, because if word got out that a stormtroop soldier had turned on them, the whole kingdom would mock them. Then the commanders felt the venom in their own bodies too, and their fury gave way to alarm as they realized the water had poisoned them as well. Seeing the poison finally take hold, Jianqin slowed down, turned around, and walked back toward the 4 men with his bloody sword in hand. The commanders stared at the exposed sword and finally realized the truth. The man in front of them was never Si Chiafu at all. They pieced it together on the spot, guessing that Jianqin had killed the real Si Chiafu and used his identity to poison the camp. Jianqin let out a relieved breath, because his risky plan had finally succeeded and the strongest men here were too poisoned to chase him properly. The commanders questioned him and tried to drag out the conversation for time, hoping to suppress the venom without fighting. Jianqin mocked them lightly and steered the talk to what mattered, confirming that their huge stockpile of monster cores was meant to fuel Blue Wind Kingdom's war against the Jesson Kingdom. That was enough for the commanders to identify him as a man from Jesson, and Jianqin admitted he was from there, though he said this whole ambush came from chance rather than a planned infiltration. When they taunted him as a coward and demanded to see his real face, Jianqin refused, because men who were about to die didn't get to make demands. The poison kept worsening as they talked, and blood started running from the commanders' mouths no matter how hard they tried to suppress it. Once Jianqin saw their suppression failing, he stepped even closer and calmly told them the poison was from a silver-striped golden snake. That name shattered their composure, because they knew this venom was one of the deadliest on the continent, and Saint Force or medicine could not save them. Jianqin struck the instant hope died in their eyes, flashing forward and stabbing one commander's throat before the others could stop him. The remaining 3 forced themselves back into the fight, and swung their saint weapons at him despite the poison chewing through their bodies. Jianqin met all 3 blades head-on, and his light wind sword slammed into their weapons hard enough to leave finger-sized nicks in them. The damage hit the commanders back through their saint weapons, making them cough blood in horror as they realized Jianqin could break what should have been untouchable. One of them spotted the faint azure-violet power inside Jianqin's sword, and the 3 quickly understood they had to avoid direct weapon clashes at all costs. Even so, Jianqin kept pressing with throat-cutting strikes and weapon-breaking feints, forcing the poisoned commanders into a cramped, losing defense. Then one commander's neck split open under Jianqin's blade, and his head was severed cleanly in front of the other 2. The 2 survivors howled Duoji's name in shock, but Jianqin gave them no breathing room and immediately stabbed at the next commander. Poisoned and cornered, the 2 surviving commanders give up on suppressing the silver-striped golden snake's venom and pour everything into one last attack on Jianqin. The fire commander swings down with a blazing heavy slash while the wind commander thrusts so fast Jianqin can barely avoid it. Jianqin blocks the fiery strike, but the impact is so brutal that blood spills from his mouth and the commander's damaged sword trips again. At the same moment, the wind commander's blade punches straight through Jianqin's chest and out his back. Jianqin refuses to stop, forces the fire commander's weapon aside, and drives the light wind sword through the man's heart. Before retreating, the last commander cruelly twists the sword in Jianqin's chest and injects refined saint force to wreck his body from within. That internal attack should have been disastrous, but the azure and violet sword spirits wake up, swallow the invading saint force, and erase the danger instantly. Jianqin charges again, but the last commander, face dark with poison and surrounded by fallen Earth Saint Masters, decides he has to escape and report the convoy attack instead of dying here. Wrapped in wind saint force, the commander vanishes at top speed, and Jianqin can only watch him escape. Too injured to chase, Jianqin strips the dead commanders of their space rings and space belts before moving on the cargo they died protecting. When Jianqin opens the first chest, he finds it packed with Class 1 and Class 2 monster cores and realizes the convoy was carrying a huge fortune. The sword spirits send him a clear urge to absorb the core's energy, and Jianqin agrees without hesitation because helping them is worth more than selling the loot. Energy pours out of the cores in streams and rushes into Jianqin's dantian so fast that his arm goes numb from the pressure. One full chest empties into dull dead stones, but the sword spirits still barely change, and Jianqin realizes their appetite is far bigger than he expected. So he opens chest after chest and feeds all the Class 1 and Class 2 monster cores to the sword spirits anyway. The 17th and 18th boxes finally hold several thousand Class 3 cores, and Jianqin brightens because the haul just became even more valuable. He keeps only a few hundred Class 3 cores for his own cultivation and lets the sword spirits devour the rest, then does the same with 5 more chests. After all that energy, the sword spirits finally brighten from weak sparks to clear lantern-like glows, and Jianqin can feel his sword chi become stronger. Then Jianqin opens a larger steel box and freezes when he sees a huge black iron barrel packed in cotton. After opening the nearby steel boxes, Jianqin recognizes the cotton-wrapped black metal pieces as parts for magical crystal cannons. Because these barrels are 4 meters long, Jianqin figures out they are not primary or middle-tier weapons but advanced-tier magical crystal cannons. That discovery thrills him, because advanced-tier cannons use Class 5 cores, can strike from 20 kilometers away, and are strong enough to kill Earth's Saint Masters. He quickly checks the rest of the cargo, finds no more monster cores, and realizes the convoy carried enough parts to assemble only 2 of these cannons. He does not know how to assemble them yet, so he shelves that problem, stores every part in his space ring, and leaves the poison dead behind. Mounted on a Class 2 magical beast, Jianqin rides hard for half a day before stopping at a forest far from the ambush site. In the shelter of the forest, he uses Radiant Saint Force to heal himself, and within 2 hours his body is fully restored. After washing blood off in the stream, Jianqin broods over the escaped Wind Commander and the danger that would have fallen on the flame mercenaries if his identity had been exposed. Relieved that he never revealed his name, he changes into clean clothes and finally starts opening the 5 stolen space rings. The Xia Patriarch's ring gives him over 1,000 purple coins, piles of valuables, and a stock of monster cores that already counts as a major windfall. One old yellowed manual catches his eye, and he pulls it out to read the title Water Manipulation. It turns out to be only a human-tier battle skill for water-attributed Saint Force, so Jianqin puts it aside as a future reward for the flame mercenaries instead of using it himself. The next ring makes him grin outright because it is stuffed with more than 1,000 Class 4 monster cores, enough to look like ammunition stock for magical crystal cannons. A third ring holds yet another mountain of Class 4 cores, plus purple cards and ordinary supplies, making the scale of the shipment even clearer. Then the last ring reveals the real prize, a fist-sized Class 5 monster core sitting inside like a precious jewel. When he looks deeper, that single treasure becomes a whole stash, and Jianqin can hardly believe he is staring at around 100 Class 5 cores. He counts them carefully and ends up with 232 Class 5 monster cores, enough to fire the advanced-tier cannons around 200 times and even level a first-class city. It takes him half a day to calm down after a profit this absurd, and only then does he pack everything away and resume the journey. A day later he reaches the mountain entrance, leaves his mount behind, and heads into the range on foot toward Huang Village. The mountains are ordinary and low in world essence, so the route feels peaceful compared to the magical Beast Mountain range, and Jianqin uses his memory to find the way back quickly. When Huang Village finally comes into view, Jianqin looks genuinely excited to be back. Roscoe spots him first, and quickly gathers the whole village, turning Jianqin's return into a warm celebration that night. At the village celebration, Jianqin sees that Ming Dong has fully recovered and stayed behind in Huang Village, where he spends his time cultivating and joining the hunters. With the Saint Master's strength, Ming Dong has made village life better and more plentiful, so by now everyone in Huang Village openly admires and respects him. That night, Jianqin met Ming Dong in a small room and immediately saw that his friend had fully recovered. Ming Dong thanked him for the medicine, saying it let him heal in peace and push his cultivation up by a big step. Jianqin praised him for reaching peak Saint Master and judged that with his talent, a great Saint Master breakthrough was already close. Ming Dong answered with proud determination, saying enough monster cores would carry him into the next realm within 3 months at most. But the moment Ming Dong compared himself to Jianqin, his pride cooled fast because Jianqin had already reached Great Saint Master while still so young. Jianqin pulled out a dozen Class 4 monster cores for Ming Dong and told him to focus on steady cultivation instead of forcing reckless progress. Ming Dong accepted the cores without arguing and promised he understood the warning. Once that was settled, Jianqin suddenly asked what Ming Dong knew about the gathering of the mercenaries. Ming Dong said he had heard the gathering was brutally dangerous, and weak mercenaries could easily lose their lives there. Jianqin agreed about the danger, but he was clearly more interested in the huge rewards waiting there. Ming Dong caught on at once and asked if Jianqin was actually planning to join it. Jianqin openly confirmed it, making it clear this was not a passing thought but his real plan. Ming Dong tried to stop him, warning that people below Earth Saint Master usually had no business entering a place that deadly. Jianqin brushed the warning aside and said a heaven-tier battle skill was too tempting for him to ignore. After staring at him for a long moment, Ming Dong finally accepted that Jianqin had already made up his mind. Jianqin said he would leave Huang Village the next day and urged Ming Dong to come too before the village's peace made him too comfortable. Ming Dong agreed right away and admitted he had already been itching to leave, only staying behind to wait for Jianqin. By the second morning, Jianqun and Mingdong announced they were leaving Huang Village and handed over a large stockpile of food before setting out. The villagers were reluctant to let Mingdong go, but they understood a man who lived for the wider world could never stay in this isolated place forever. After 2 days crossing the mountains and another day on the road, Jianqun and Mingdong finally reached a busy second-class city. At the gate, they found hundreds of soldiers inspecting everyone, with even more troops glaring down from the walls. The people in line were already whispering that every city had tightened security because the Blue Wind Kingdom was hunting a Jessan spy. When someone added that the spy had wiped out the storm troop and stolen all their monster cores, Jianqun could only answer the rumor with a cold private smile. After waiting half a day, Jianqun showed his mercenary badge, claimed they were just passing through to restock, and the soldiers let them inside. Inside the city, they found wanted posters everywhere, but the so-called portrait only described the spy's build and not his face at all. The crowd complained that such a useless notice could never catch anyone, and Jianqun quietly agreed because half the street fit the same description. Since time mattered more than hiding now, the two headed to the magical beast stables to upgrade their travel speed. Jianqun spent 500 purple coins on 2 long-distance Class 3 magical beast mounts, and they rested at an inn before leaving at dawn. With only half a year left before the gathering of the mercenaries, they rushed on to the official roads knowing Mercenary City was still impossibly far away. They kept that brutal rhythm for half a month, traveling by day and cultivating by night as they crossed kingdom after kingdom. When they finally paused on a plain, Jianqun checked the map and found a first-class city only 50 kilometers ahead. He suggested stopping there to rest and look for even better mounts, and Mingdong agreed because their current pace still meant months of travel. Soon after, they entered Walrant City, a broad and orderly first-class city that looked far more polished than Wake City. Their arrival was interrupted by a loud commotion behind them as a luxurious carriage approached under a yellow banner marked Qin. The crowd instantly scrambled aside at the mention of the Tianqin clan, and Jianqun and Mingdong were forced to the street edge with everyone else. Because the sides were already packed, Jianqun and Mingdong ended up at the outer edge, just exposed enough to catch the escort's attention. One escort barked at them for not moving fast enough and snapped a black whip straight at Mingdong. Mingdong dodged back, seized the whip, and yanked hard enough to rip its owner right off his mount. The whole Tianqin convoy halted at once, showing the tight discipline of a clan used to acting like an army. An enraged Tianqin escort pointed at Mingdong and ordered the clan men to arrest him for injuring a guardian and blocking the second Mrs. carriage. Only then did Mingdong realize he had picked a fight with a powerful clan, and he shot Jianqun an apologetic look. Jianqun answered with a laugh and told him not to be afraid, which was all the permission Mingdong needed. Mingdong jumped down to fight barehanded, wrapping himself in cyan wind-attributed Saint Force as he met the rushing guard head-on. Jianqun was pleasantly surprised to discover that Mingdong was not just gifted, but also a Wind Saint master whose speed quickly drove the attackers back. That only drew out a stronger middle-aged fighter, who leaped down with Saint Force surging and rushed to crush Mingdong himself. Jianqun stepped in first, met the man's battle axe with the light wind sword, and let a silver flash skim cleanly across his throat. The man landed pale and shaken, and Jianqun coolly asked the Tianqin side to let the matter go because it had never deserved a death sentence. Before the argument could get worse, a clear, gentle voice spoke from the carriage and the veiled second miss of the Tianqin clan stepped out. After hearing everything from inside, she calmly declared that her own guards were at fault and ordered them to apologize. Jianqun accepted the apology with a casual wave and was ready to walk away before the clan's real young master arrived. A blue-robed man rode up calling for his second sister, and the whole crowd immediately recognized the young lord of the Tianqin clan. As the spectators whispered that he was a cultivation genius and a violent fighter, the young lord asked if anyone had dared bully his sister. One guard eagerly twisted the story to accuse Jianqun and Mingdong of blocking the carriage and insulting the Tianqin clan after injuring a guardian. The young lord instantly turned hostile, but his sister cut in and said the guard's bad manners had caused the whole thing. He softened for a heartbeat, but his pride snapped right back and he declared that blocking his sister's path still had to be answered with a fight. With Saint Force surging into a giant blade, the young lord leaped from his mount and charged Jianqun on the spot. Jianqun answered with the light wind sword, and the air between them filled with fast, razor-sharp clashes. As the exchanges piled up, Jianqun judged that the young lord was a peak great saint master, slightly stronger in raw power but already losing ground to Jianqun's sword speed. Pressed too hard to keep dodging, the young lord roared out and unleashed armor eyes, wrapping himself in thick brown earth-forged defense. The crowd broke into shocked whispers because this famous defensive saint technique was the young lord's strongest shield, and Jianqun had forced it out almost immediately. Staring at Jianqun through his earthen armor, the young lord admitted the sword was too fast to keep dodging, and warned that he was finally going all out. Qin Xiao finally admits Jianqun has pushed him hard enough to deserve his full strength, and the duel turns serious. Qin Xiao unleashes Earth Storm, and a dense ring of dust and Earth Saint Force swallows both fighters whole. Inside the storm, Jianqun can barely see an inch ahead and feels the strange skill dragging at his movements like a quagmire. Trusting his instincts, Jianqun suddenly thrusts, and steel crashes against Qin Zhao's hidden blade in the dark. From outside, nobody can see the fight anymore, only the non-stop ringing of weapons from inside the wavering storm. Watching from the carriage, Qin Zhao's veiled younger sister realizes her brother is being pressured and coldly blames the guards for letting this happen. Her words hit hard, and the guardians turn pale as they hurriedly accept whatever punishment awaits them back at the clan. At last the dust storm thins, revealing Jianchen still steady in the center, and Qin Zhao braced with his giant sword planted in the ground. Sharp eyes catch the real difference. Qin Zhao's earthen armor has dimmed badly, showing how much that exchange cost him. Qin Zhao openly concedes and says Jianchen is the first person of their generation to make defeat feel unavoidable. Jianchen refuses to press the win and calls it a draw, but Qin Zhao waves that off and makes it clear he is no sore loser. That straightforward answer changes Jianchen's view of him, and the rivalry immediately starts turning into respect. Qin Zhao asks for Jianchen's name and teacher, convinced someone this strong cannot be a nobody. Jianchen gives his name but hides his real background behind the story of a nameless hermit master in the mountains. Instead of staying formal, Qin Zhao walks right up, slaps Jianchen on the shoulder, and tells him to call him by name like a real friend. Qin Zhao immediately invites Jianchen to the Tianqin clan as an honored guest because anyone who beat him has earned his admiration. Jianchen hesitates, because walking into an unfamiliar great clan right after defeating its young lord could easily become a trap. Qin Zhao does not leave room for doubt, and cheerfully drags Jianchen along as if fate has already decided they are friends. Qin Zhao's sister can hardly believe it, because she has never seen her battle-crazy elder brother treat someone like a sworn friend this fast. The guardians are just as stunned, and the one who tried to blame Ming Dong looks especially miserable now that Jianchen has become Qin Zhao's guest. Jianchen and Ming Dong accept the invitation, and Qin Zhao leads them toward the Tianqin clan while chatting openly about his family on the way. On the road, Qin Zhao explains that the Tianqin clan has stood in Walrant City for 400 years and grown into the city's strongest power. He also reveals the clan is split into two equal branches, Tian and Qin, working together under one name. They arrive at the Tianqin Manor on the city's edge, an elegant estate wrapped by a stream and sweet-smelling gardens. As Jianchen enters, he silently compares the disciplined Tianqin compound to his own Changyang clan. Once inside, Qin Zhao sends his younger sister to see their father, saying he has been worried about her return. She agrees and leaves with her maids, but not before giving Jianchen one last curious look. Later, in Qin Zhao's own courtyard, the three sit down over wine and fine food as the mood shifts fully from duel to friendship. Qin Zhao raises a toast to the first person in Walrant City's younger generation who has ever made him accept defeat. Jianchen drinks with him, still surprised by how quickly this fierce opponent has become an easy companion. Qin Zhao cheerfully asks Jianchen to spar with him more in the future, because almost nobody around him can fight him properly anymore. Jianchen agrees, finding Qin Zhao's blunt honesty far easier to trust than polished hypocrites. When Qin Zhao asks where they came from, Jianchen admits he and Ming Dong crossed several kingdoms on their way to the gathering of the mercenaries. That makes Qin Zhao light up, because he is heading to the gathering too and suddenly realizes they share the same destination. Qin Zhao invites Jianchen to stay for 2 months and travel with the Tianqin clan's group to Mercenary City. Jianchen immediately worries that wasting 2 months here will make it impossible to reach Mercenary City before the event starts. Qin Zhao laughs and asks if Jianchen has never heard of a space gate. The name shocks Jianchen, because he knows a space gate can skip thousands of kilometers and is supposed to be an extraordinary treasure. Jianchen excitedly asks if the Tianqin clan controls one, only for Qin Zhao to say their clan does not but an allied kingdom does. Even so, the answer is enough for Jianchen, because traveling with the Tianqin clan now means he can reach Mercenary City in time. Elsewhere in the study, the Tianqin patriarch hears that Qin Zhao brought outsiders into the clan and immediately reacts with angry suspicion. His veiled daughter calmly explains that Jianchen is no ordinary guest and even beat Qin Zhao badly enough to earn his genuine respect. That report changes everything, and the patriarch decides he needs to see this remarkable young man for himself. Back in Qin Zhao's courtyard, the patriarch arrives in person just as the three are laughing together over drinks. Qin Zhao is visibly surprised to see his father there, and quickly rises to greet him. After Qin Zhao makes the introductions, Jianchen and Ming Dong politely pay their respects to the clan patriarch. The patriarch studies the two young men closely, and Jianchen in particular leaves him quietly impressed. Qin Zhao explains they came from a distant kingdom for the gathering, and the patriarch smoothly accepts the story and tells his son to treat them well. Without pushing further, the patriarch leaves them to their drinks, showing more tolerance than Jianchen expected from a clan head. Because the space gate matters too much to ignore, Jianchen and Ming Dong decide to stay at the Tianqin clan as guests. They are lodged in a relatively isolated guest compound where even the patrols rarely pass, which feels convenient at first and ominous later. Late that night, Jianchen cultivates in bed with 2 monster cores in hand, still focused on becoming strong enough to place in the top 3 at the gathering. Then his ears twitch, and he instantly senses danger above him in the dark. Jianchen reacts without hesitation, drawing the light wind sword and stabbing straight up through the roof. A shadowy attacker drops through the broken roof and smashes into Jianchen's sword hard enough to numb his arm and split his skin. That one exchange tells Jianchen the truth at once. This enemy is at least an Earth-Saint master on a level he cannot meet head-on. Jianchen demands the intruder's identity, but the man answers only by swinging the black iron club at him again. Forced into another clash, Jianchen channels faint azure violet sword chi into the light wind sword and meets the blow anyway. Jianchen is driven back again, but this time the sword chi bites into the club and leaves a huge gap in the weapon. The attacker freezes in horror at the ruined club and blurts out that it should be impossible. The attacker panics at the damage to his iron club, then bursts out through the broken roof and escapes into the night before Jianchen can stop him. Jianchen stares up at the hole in his roof, and a slow, thoughtful smile appears as he starts piecing together what this ambush really means. A loud crash brings Ming Dong sprinting into Jianchen's room with sword in hand, only to find a gaping hole in the ceiling and Jianchen still alive. When Ming Dong asks who attacked him, Jianchen calmly says it was not an enemy at all but a test, and warns him to leave the matter alone. Ming Dong finally understands why the patrols never reacted, and Jianchen sends him back to his room before quietly settling down again. The next morning, Qin Xiao arrives and is stunned by the smashed door and ruined ceiling hanging over Jianchen's room. Jianchen tells him a mysterious man in black attacked last night, and Qin Xiao instantly explodes in anger that anyone dared do this inside the Tianqin clan. Before Jianchen can stop him, Qin Xiao storms off to report it to his father, making it clear he knew nothing about the knight's secret test. Qin Xiao quickly returns with Patriarch Tianqin and several guards, and Jianchen steps out to greet the clan head formally. Once Jianchen confirms the attack, the Patriarch inspects the damage and turns his embarrassment into open fury at his own guards. The frightened guards beg for one chance to redeem themselves, and the Patriarch spares them only long enough to hunt down the intruder. After scolding his men, the Patriarch turns warm again and apologizes to Jianchen, promising to catch whoever dared attack a Tianqin guest. Jianchen politely downplays the incident, suggesting the attacker may have followed him here, and the Patriarch leaves after tightening security. Once the elders are gone, Qin Xiao stays behind, claps Jianchen on the shoulder, and admits he would never forgive himself if his friend had been hurt. To lighten the mood, Qin Xiao takes Jianchen and Ming Dong out through the lively streets of Valorant City. Their walk finally stops at the massive treasure pavilion, which Qin Xiao proudly introduces as Valorant City's best place for rare curios and hidden valuables. Inside, Qin Xiao explains that collectors come here for ancient oddities, and sometimes someone lucky finds a real treasure hidden among the unknown pieces. Right then, the azure and violet sword spirits inside Jianchen suddenly stir with excitement, telling him something valuable is nearby. Jianchen quietly breaks away to investigate, while Qin Xiao stays below and tells him to look around freely. The pull grows stronger as Jianchen climbs with Ming Dong, and he briefly pauses on the stairs when the sword spirits point him higher. Two guards stop them at the 4th floor and make the rule clear: only people carrying a purple card can enter. Jianchen produces a purple card and is immediately allowed through. But when Ming Dong tries to follow, the guards stop him too, and he can only force a bitter smile. Jianchen simply hands Ming Dong another purple card, forcing the guards to accept him under their own rule. The 4th floor turns out to be a quiet gallery of bizarre relics, from floating stone and black burning iron sand to glowing crystals and ancient pottery no one fully understands. Following the sword spirits deeper into the room, Jianchen stops before a counter of glowing stones and locks onto one tiny round gem hidden among them. He instantly realizes the excited sword spirits are reacting to that little 5-colored stone, which means it is far from ordinary. Jianchen calls over the white-haired manager, who praises his eye and reveals the stone's brutal price: 15,000 purple coins. The price shocks Jianchen, but he keeps his composure and asks what could possibly make such a tiny stone worth that much. The manager explains that the multicolored stone is impossibly hard and grows heavier or lighter with the weather, making it a famous mystery even if no one knows its true use. When Jianchen presses for details, the elder adds the strangest part: if water touches it, the little gem becomes so heavy it can no longer be lifted by ordinary strength. The elder swears they learned this the hard way when the stone was washed, plunged deep into the ground, and had to be dug back out by a powerful expert. The men around them openly doubt the story, but the elder stands by Treasure Pavilion's reputation and refuses to back down. Instead of walking away, Jianchen decides on the spot that he wants the stone. Ming Dong nearly jumps out of his skin and grabs Jianchen's clothes, convinced 15,000 purple coins for one strange pebble is absolute madness. Jianchen only says he has his reasons, making it clear the stone matters to him more than the price does. Even the manager double-checks that Jianchen is serious before taking his purple card to complete the sale. After the bank transfer is handled, the Treasure Pavilion finally hands over the multicolored stone, ending decades of passing it from one shop to another. Holding the tiny gem at last, Jianchen quietly marvels that something this small could become so impossibly heavy with just a drop of water. Then the sword spirits pulse again, and the stone suddenly answers them with a violent burst of 5-colored light that floods the entire 4th floor. Everyone on the floor is left wide awake and invigorated by the radiance, and the same people who doubted the price now realize the gem is a real treasure. Even the old manager is stunned, wondering if the stone only revealed itself because it had finally met the right owner. Jianchen reacts fast and stuffs the multicolored stone into his space ring, cutting off the radiant flood in an instant. The crowd snaps back to itself and starts excitedly shouting that the light cleared their minds and strengthened their spirits. The moment Jianchen sees those greedy reactions, he knows staying here is dangerous and grabs Ming Dong to make a fast escape for the stairs. But before they can reach the stairs, an unnamed middle-aged customer leaps in front of them and shouts for Jianchen to halt. On the treasure pavilion's 4th floor, a middle-aged man from the Sidiv clan blocked Jianchen and politely asked to buy the multicolored stone. The moment the crowd recovered, everyone rushed in with higher and higher offers because the stone's glow had just boosted their spirits, for real. Jianchen flatly refused, but the bidders kept pressing him with warnings that the stone would only bring danger if he held onto it. Then a loud, arrogant voice cut through the room and declared that nobody else should fight for the stone. 2 men in white robes walked up, and the young one was enough to make the entire floor recognize young Lord Tianju on sight. The people who had been bidding a second ago instantly backed off and started flattering Tianju instead, already treating the stone as his. Tianju walked up to Jianchen and demanded the multicolored stone outright, saying he would repay the 15,000 purple coins later. Jianchen refused again, and Tianju's expression hardened as he boasted that in Valorant City he could get anything he wanted. That finally brought out Jianchen's killing intent, and he warned Tianju that no still meant no. The whole floor fell silent because nobody in Valorant City usually dared to speak to Tianju like that. Humiliated in public, Tianju furiously ordered his middle-aged guard to seize Jianchen on the spot. Jianchen answered with one flash of the light wind sword, and the blade stopped at the charging guard's neck before anyone even saw the strike. The guard broke into a cold sweat because he realized too late that Jianchen could have killed him before he even reacted. The spectators could only look at Jianchen with shocked pity, because now he had not only defied Tianju but embarrassed his guard too. Tianju exploded in anger, but before he could take control again, another irritated voice came up from the stairs complaining about the racket. The crowd first assumed the newcomer was courting death, because Tianju was already in a terrible mood. Tianju stormed toward the stairs and cursed at the hidden speaker to show himself. But the moment the sturdy young man climbed into view, the whole floor went blank with shock because it was Qin Shao. Tianju's fury turned straight into fear as he recognized Qin Shao and lost all his earlier swagger. Qin Shao coldly mocked him for being so audacious lately and even daring to swear at him. Everyone on the floor immediately switched sides again and greeted Qin Shao like an honored friend. Trying to turn the situation around, Tianju pointed at Jianchen and claimed that this brat had insulted the Tianqin clan and attacked his guard. Instead of helping him, Qin Shao instantly understood Jianchen was the one being pressured and smashed a fist into Tianju's chest. Qin Shao roared that Tianju had actually dared to provoke his own sworn brother. That revelation stunned Tianju even more, because the man he had just tried to bully turned out to be Qin Shao's sworn brother. Qin Shao did not stop there and landed more heavy blows, beating Tianju backward across the floor. Tianju finally protested that Qin Shao was going too far, but Qin Shao snapped back that bullying his sworn brother was the real excess. Qin Shao openly called Tianju a long-time bully in Valorant City and kept hitting him just enough to humiliate him without causing serious injury. Even Jianchen was caught off guard by how completely Tianju's earlier arrogance had collapsed. Seeing enough, Jianchen withdrew the light wind sword and asked Qin Shao to let the matter end there. Qin Shao stopped and warned Tianju that if he ever bullied Jianchen again, he would not let it go next time. Tianju swallowed his anger because he feared Qin Shao's strength and status, but he shot Jianchen a dark look and pinned today's humiliation on him. Qin Shao checked on Jianchen, and Jianchen joked that Qin Shao had arrived just in time to save him from real trouble. The 2 stair guards quietly slipped away once they realized Jianchen was backed by Qin Shao. After that mess, Jianchen, Mingdong, and Qin Shao left the treasure pavilion and returned to the Tianqin clan. Inside the Tianqin compound, Jianchen and Mingdong were moved to a new residential area even closer to Qin Shao's place. Once alone in his room, Jianchen shut the doors and windows and prepared to study the multicolored stone in secret. The moment the stone appeared in his hand, the sword spirits in his dantian stirred again with obvious joy. Then the multicolored stone burst into rich 5-colored light and flooded the dark room in a dazzling glow. Bathed in that light, Jianchen felt his spirit expand sharply, and for a moment his awareness spread outside his room in startling detail. Jianchen was shaken by how mysterious the stone was, because it was not just lifting his spirit but opening a whole new level of perception. Before he could figure it out, azure and violet sword spirit light burst out of Jianchen, wrapped around the multicolored stone, and pulled it back into his body. The stone and its light vanished completely, and even the outside vision in Jianchen's mind snapped shut at the same time. For a panicked moment Jianchen thought the rare treasure had disappeared for good. Then he realized the stone had not been lost at all. It had been pulled into his dantian, and was now in the sword spirit's grasp. Outside, the leaking rainbow light had already alarmed the patrol guards, and one captain ordered someone to inform the patriarch at once. A sudden pounding hit Jianchen's door, and he instantly understood that the stone's strange light had been discovered. When Jianqin did not answer, the people outside kicked the door apart and surged into the room. At the front of the group stood a lively bearded elder, and the extraordinary men behind him made it obvious this was someone with real authority in the Tianqin clan. The elder greeted Jianqin with a smile, mentioning that Qin Xiao had made a good friend yesterday, and clearly probing to confirm his identity. Jianqin stepped down from the bed, glanced at the wrecked door, and still answered with proper respect. Then the elder looked around the now ordinary room and calmly asked what treasure had produced that strange spectrum of light, making it clear he wanted to see it for himself. When Elder Wu asks to see the multicolored stone, Jianqin is trapped because the stone has already sunk into his dantian, and he cannot bring it out. The elder says he only wants a look, but the men behind him start mocking Jianqin as if refusing a clan elder is some huge insult. Jianqin keeps his tone even and says an accident changed things, but underneath the politeness he is already done giving them face. The pressure breaks when Qin Xiao charges in, and the crowd immediately parts for him. Qin Xiao bluntly demands to know why a whole group is crowding his sworn brother's room and orders everyone out. The followers hesitate until the clan patriarch's voice booms from outside, and that command sends everyone scrambling out at once. The white-robed patriarch steps in with several middle-aged attendants, and the whole room shifts from intimidation to discipline. Qin Xiao complains straight to his father, and the patriarch backs him up by saying barging into a guest's residence is disgraceful for the Tianqin clan. To the old elder's disbelief, the patriarch orders an apology to Jianqin, and the elder can only force out a stiff, unwilling bow. Once the room calms down, the patriarch gently asks what caused the strange multicolored light seen by the guards. Jianqin explains that the glow came from a strange stone he bought at the treasure pavilion. When the patriarch asks to see the stone too, Jianqin has to admit the unbelievable truth: it somehow entered his body. One white-haired elder behind the patriarch says ancient records mention supreme treasures that can merge into a person's body. The patriarch wants more answers, but the white-haired elder admits even he only knows fragments, which makes the treasure feel even more dangerous. Instead of pressing further, the patriarch warns Jianqin that a man may be innocent, but a treasure invites greed, especially once he leaves Wallerant City. After thanking him, Jianqin watches the patriarch leave, realizing the multicolored stone has already turned into a source of trouble. Qin Xiao stays behind just long enough to warn Jianqin again that outside the city, people may openly try to steal the treasure. Once Qin Xiao and Ming Dong both withdraw, Jianqin shuts himself back in and throws all his focus into cultivation before the gathering of the mercenaries. Late that night, Jianqin is still cultivating in the dark when his door creaks open and an elderly intruder slips into the room. Jianqin opens his eyes and calmly identifies the visitor, showing he has been alert the whole time. Elder Wu drops all pretense and offers to buy the multicolored stone outright. Jianqin laughs it off and repeats that the stone is already inside his body and beyond his control. Elder Wu stops pretending to be polite, calls the story nonsense, and warns that the stone will get Jianqin killed if he refuses to sell. Jianqin's answer is simple and icy: the stone is not for sale. Killing intent leaks from Elder Wu for a moment before he leaves with a final threat, making the danger around the treasure unmistakable. After that, Jianqin barely leaves his room for a month, cultivating hard and only occasionally sparring with Qin Xiao while Elder Wu strangely stays out of sight. With the help of monster cores, Jianqin finally breaks through and reaches peak Great Saint Master. He spends more time stabilizing the new realm and clearing out the hidden risks from absorbing too many monster cores before continuing again. As another half-month passes, the Tianqin clan slowly loses interest in the multicolored stone and the gossip dies away. Ming Dong follows Jianqin's example and shuts himself away to cultivate with monster cores too. 10 days later, Jianqin finally steps out into the morning air and realizes they have already spent 2 months with the Tianqin clan. He senses Ming Dong is still cultivating behind a closed door and decides to go ask Qin Xiao when they will leave for Mercenary City. A guard at Qin Xiao's gate stops him and says the young lord already went to the training grounds. On the way there, Jianqin is suddenly stopped by the enchanting sound of a zither drifting from a nearby pavilion. He follows the melody and finds the Tianqin clan's second sister in a pavilion, dressed in white with a veil over her face as her fingers move across the strings. When the song ends, she asks if he enjoys the zither, and Jianqin admits he knows little about it but was still pulled in by the music. Jianqin praises her playing as almost immortal, but she says the spellbinding effect comes largely from the zither itself. She reveals this instrument is a copy of the zither of the demonic cry, and that even this copy carries saint force from the heavenly enchantress inside it. Jianqin has never heard of the saint of the zither, so he asks who this heavenly enchantress really is. The second miss lights up with open admiration and explains that the heavenly enchantress is a legendary saint whose zither attacks are almost impossible to defend against. According to her, the heavenly enchantress can trap people in illusions, erase spirit and body with music, and even change the weather when she plays. Her favorite story is the one where a single song on the battlefield put 2 armies to sleep for 3 days and stopped a war 10 years ago. Jianqin is genuinely shaken by that power and says he would love to hear the heavenly enchantress play someday, though the second miss warns a saint like that is not easy to meet. She then asks about the gathering of the mercenaries and warns him that even Earth Saint Masters are not guaranteed to survive it. Jianchen thanks her for the warning and leaves the pavilion to continue on to the training grounds. At the training grounds, Jin Xiao has just stepped off the huge platform after dropping 5 guard captains, all of them lying pale on the ground. Jin Xiao spots Jianchen, wipes off his sweat, and jokingly asks if he came for another spar. Instead, Jianchen asks the real question: when will the Tianqin clan leave for Mercenary City? Jin Xiao says there are still 3 months left, and the clan plans to set out only half a month before the gathering. Hearing that, Jianchen decides he still has time and says he needs to leave for a while before coming back. Jianchen's goal is clear. Before the gathering begins, he wants to break through again and become an Earth Saint Master. Jin Xiao simply tells him not to miss the date, trusting him enough not to ask for details. So Jianchen leaves the Tianqin clan alone on a magical beast and heads out of Walorant City. The moment he is gone, a gate guard quietly tells another to report Jianchen's departure to Elder Wu. Elsewhere in a separate courtyard, Elder Wu is calmly playing chess with another elder when the urgent report arrives. Elder Wu snaps at the interruption until the guard reminds him this exact news was supposed to be reported immediately. That changes everything, and Elder Wu leaves the chess game at once to hear the report in private. Outside the courtyard, the guard confirms Jianchen has headed for the eastern city gates, and the elder's predatory look makes it clear he has been waiting for exactly this chance. Jianchen left Walorant City alone and headed east toward a remote mountain range, already determined to break through to Earth Saint Master. He had studied the process long ago, and even though only a small fraction of cultivators succeeded, Jianchen refused to fear the first real bottleneck on his path. But the moment he entered a small forest, a hidden sword chi attack flashed through the trees and forced him off his mount. The attack missed Jianchen and instead split his Class 3 magical beast in half, splashing blood across the grass. Jianchen instantly formed the silver light wind sword in his hand and fired his own sword chi back into the ambush point. A grey-robed elder stepped out of the foliage under crushing pressure, and Jianchen immediately recognized him as Elder Wu of the Tianqin clan. When Elder Wu struck, Jianchen met the blow head-on, coating the light wind sword in azure and violet sword chi. The clash nicked Elder Wu's saint weapon and shook him badly, even though Jianchen was still weaker in raw cultivation. Elder Wu was stunned that a great saint master could damage his weapon, and Jianchen coldly guessed he still hadn't given up on the multicolored stone. Once the treasure was named, Elder Wu convinced himself the stone was the source of Jianchen's threat and offered him a simple choice: surrender it or die. Jianchen did not bargain. He mocked Elder Wu's confidence and declared he would prove a great saint master could kill an earth saint master. Elder Wu tried to avoid a direct weapon clash, but Jianchen's sword movement bent after him like a viper and forced contact anyway. The light wind sword punched straight through Elder Wu's broadsword, and the backlash made the elder cough blood on the spot. Even badly hurt, Elder Wu still refused to run, because he was too greedy to let the supposed supreme treasure go. Jianchen blurred forward before Elder Wu could recover, turning the fight into a close-range execution race. Elder Wu's earth element defensive armor could not stop the azure and violet sword chi, and Jianchen's blade carved into his shoulder and chest. The opening was enough. Jianchen followed with a clean slash to the neck and beheaded Elder Wu. Only after the elder died did Jianchen let out a breath, knowing he had just killed a third cycle Earth Saint Master in a hard but very fast battle. Jianchen took Elder Wu's space ring, then buried the corpse in secret so the nearby Tianqin clan would have a harder time tracing the fight. After covering his tracks in the forest, Jianchen left the ambush site and continued alone toward the mountain range where he planned to cultivate. 4 hours later, he reached the quiet mountain range, sat on a huge rock near a waterfall, and finally began his breakthrough in earnest. With no beasts or people nearby, Jianchen drew energy from Class 4 monster cores and guided it into the light wind sword inside his dantian. He knew the breakthrough rules by heart. The saint weapon had to absorb so much power that it exploded, and then its fragments had to be reforged before they vanished. That step was notoriously deadly, and Jianchen knew one mistake could leave him crippled or dead before he ever reached Earth Saint Master. A full day passed as he burned through 20 Class 4 monster cores, pushing his saint weapon to its absolute limit. The pressure became so violent that blood began leaking from Jianchen's pores and even his organs felt like they were being crushed from inside. To force the final step, Jianchen pulled out a Class 5 monster core and fed that stronger energy into his dantian. The moment that energy entered, his saint weapon exploded into countless fragments, and the backlash tore through his body like a bomb. The pain nearly knocked him unconscious, but Jianchen bit through it and stayed awake because this was the exact point where many cultivators died. He immediately used the Class 5 monster core to flood the fragments with energy, knowing that if they emptied out and vanished, he would become a cripple. The fragments kept devouring power without stopping, so after half a day Jianchen grabbed 2 more Class 5 monster cores and kept feeding them. 3 more days passed, and after consuming a dozen Class 5 monster cores, every fragment in his dantian shone like a star packed with terrifying energy. Only then did Jianchen split his spirit across the fragments and begin the careful reforging that would decide the whole breakthrough. As the reforging advanced, Jian Chen's own body began to transform too, with cracks spreading across his skin until the old layer started peeling off. The dead skin finally fell away and revealed new skin underneath, smooth and bright like a newborn's. 6 hours later, the light wind sword had been completely reforged in his dantian, and Jian Chen had finally stepped into Earth's Saint Master with power far beyond before. But Jian Chen still did not stop, because with his Saint force greatly improved, he immediately used the record of bodily refinement to temper his entire body for another leap in strength. Deep in a forest clearing, Jian Chen spent days refining his body after the breakthrough, pouring Class 5 monster core energy through every part of himself until his strength rose another step. When the long refinement finally ended, Jian Chen opened his eyes with a quiet thrill and realized he had truly stepped into the Earth's Saint Master realm. He checked his body first, and judged it to be at least a dozen times tougher than before, confident that even a saint's weapon would have trouble hurting him now. Then he summoned the light wind sword, and the familiar blade appeared brighter and sharper than ever in his hand. With one flick, he tested the new edge, and the sword light shredded the surrounding grass into powder. Jian Chen pushed harder and vanished into motion, his sword multiplying into flashing afterimages as he stabbed through the air in every direction. When he stopped, the falling leaves revealed his control had grown terrifying too, because every single leaf had the character sword carved into it without any extra damage. That test told him something important. Now that he had become an Earth Saint Master, ordinary Earth Saint Masters would no longer be able to stand against him, especially if he used Azure and Violet Sword Chi. Satisfied at last, Jian Chen cleaned himself in the pool, changed into fresh clothes, and left the wilderness behind. Half a day later, he returned to the Tianqin clan in Walorant City, where Qin Xiao and Ming Dong rushed out to meet him as soon as word spread. Qin Xiao laughed in relief and admitted he had started worrying Jian Chen would miss the trip to the gathering of the mercenaries. Ming Dong was less polite about it and complained that Jian Chen had disappeared without even telling him first. Jian Chen brushed that aside and noticed Ming Dong had already broken through to Great Saint Master, which was even faster than he expected. Ming Dong took the praise with a proud grin and credited Jian Chen's monster cores and his own non-stop cultivation for the jump in strength. But as they looked him over, both Qin Xiao and Ming Dong felt that Jian Chen had somehow become completely different in the short time he was gone. That immediately put Jian Chen on guard, because if even these two could sense a change, his new Earth Saint Master breakthrough might not be easy to hide. Then Qin Xiao ruined the tension by teasing that Jian Chen looked different because he had finally slipped away to spend time with some girl. Jian Chen could only glare at him in speechless disbelief, and Ming Dong still insisted the difference was real even if he could not explain it. To steer the conversation somewhere safer, Jian Chen asked about the departure date for Mercenary City. Qin Xiao explained that they would leave in 3 days with other major forces of the Jia Kingdom and pass through an allied kingdom space gate on the way. He added that many people would travel, but only a few dozen were actual competitors and the rest were escorts in case the gathering turned dangerous. After that, Jian Chen and Ming Dong headed back to his room together, where the easy courtyard mood gave way to a more serious talk. Once they were alone, Ming Dong warned him plainly that the gathering of the mercenaries was so deadly that even Earth Saint Masters often failed to survive it. Jian Chen answered with steady confidence, saying he already understood the risks, and was sure he could at least protect his own life. Ming Dong accepted that, admitted he was still too weak to enter such a contest himself, and settled for accompanying Jian Chen as far as Mercenary City. After Ming Dong left, Jian Chen finally had a moment alone again, only for a new visitor to knock at the door. The visitor was the Tianqin Patriarch himself, and the moment he stepped inside, his experienced eyes immediately caught the truth Jian Chen had hoped to hide. The Patriarch praised Jian Chen's terrifying talent outright, and stated that he had already broken through to Earth Saint Master despite being so young. Jian Chen did not try to deny it, and only answered modestly that luck had helped him succeed. Then the Patriarch explained the danger. After such a breakthrough, a distinct transformed presence clung to Jian Chen, and sharp-eyed people at the gathering could read his strength from it. To fix that, he handed Jian Chen a small technique book that could hide his presence, and even mask his true cultivation as a trump card. Jian Chen accepted it at once, clearly pleased, and promised to return the borrowed manual in 3 days before they departed. But the Patriarch had one more reason for coming, and after hesitating, he finally asked Jian Chen to protect Qin Xiao if his son ran into trouble during the competition. Jian Chen agreed without hesitation, saying Qin Xiao was already like an old friend and he would have helped him anyway. Relieved at last, the Patriarch left Jian Chen to study, and the next 3 days passed in a blur of preparation. On the morning of departure, Qin Xiao came early to wake Jian Chen, and the 3 of them headed together for the main courtyard. When they arrived, the courtyard was already packed with people, including many elderly escorts Jian Chen had never seen before. Right in front of them waited 4 large Class 3 flying magical beasts, revealing that this trip would begin in the air. Ming Dong stared at the flying beasts with open excitement, blurting out that he had never ridden one before. At the Tianqin clan's departure ground, Ming Dong gets excited at the sight of flying magical beasts but nervously blurts out that he has heard they can go wild and throw riders to their deaths. A blue-robed youth named Tian Ling immediately mocks him, calling him a coward and daring him to fight. Ming Dong bristles, and Jian Chen's face hardens too because Tianling's smug attitude instantly gets under his skin. Before Jian Chen can move, Qin Shao storms in and slaps Tianling so hard that the brat crashes to the ground. Qin Shao follows with a kick to Tianling's stomach and bluntly warns him not to insult his sworn brothers again. The mood shifts when Tianzhou steps in, coldly asking why Qin Shao would defend outsiders over his own clan. Tianling crawls to his uncle like he has found a shield, and his glare at Jian Chen and Ming Dong turns openly hateful. Qin Shao refuses to back down and says Jian Chen and Ming Dong are not outsiders at all but his sworn brothers and the clan's invited guests. Tianzhou sneers that men like them are just random dregs from the city and orders them to leave as if he speaks for the whole Tianqin clan. That order lands hard because Jian Chen and Ming Dong have already spent 2 months here, and without the space gate they cannot reach Mercenary City before the gathering starts. Qin Shao fires back that if Tianzhou wants to talk about useless hangers-on, he should explain the 3 mercenary brothers standing behind him. Tianzhou proudly calls those men comrades he survived hell with, then doubles down and threatens to throw Jian Chen out himself. Jian Chen finally answers in a cold voice, saying he will leave only if the patriarch orders it, not because Tianzhou pretends to have that authority. Furious at being challenged, Tianzhou summons a blazing red saint weapon and the air around him suddenly turns hot. Just as he is about to strike, a commanding voice stops him and the Tianqin patriarch arrives. Tianzhou puts his weapon away but still spits out one last order for Jian Chen to get out. Jian Chen's killing intent flickers anyway, because even though he knows Tianzhou is an Earth Saint Master, he does not actually fear him. The patriarch publicly rebukes Tianzhou and says Jian Chen is an honored guest whose mistreatment would shame the whole clan. Tianzhou talks back even to the patriarch, complaining about wasting precious space gate travel on outsiders and making it clear this is really a power struggle inside the clan. The patriarch loses patience and orders Tianzhou to apologize to Jian Chen on the spot. Tianzhou flatly refuses, calls the idea absurd, and jumps onto a flying magical beast with his 3 men, giving the patriarch no face at all. Qin Shao quietly explains that Tianzhou is powerful enough inside the Tianqin clan to challenge even his father, and warns Jian Chen to be careful around an Earth Saint Master like him. Then the whole clan bows at once when a black-robed elder descends from the sky and floats high above the ground. Jian Chen is stunned because the old man is clearly a Heaven Saint Master, which means the Tianqin clan has a true top expert hidden in reserve. The Grand Elder's eyes linger on Jian Chen with a strangely complicated mix of disbelief, regret, joy, and expectation before he hides it again. Instead of exposing that mystery, the Grand Elder warns both the Patriarch and Tianzhou that anyone who splits the Tianqin clan will face serious punishment. Both men immediately swear obedience, and with that warning delivered, the Grand Elder orders the group to depart. Everyone climbs onto the flying magical beasts, with Jian Chen and Ming Dong sharing one mount among the other passengers. The beasts beat their wings and surge into the sky while the Grand Elder flies behind them himself to guard against any mid-air disaster. As the wind roars past, Jian Chen falls into a dark mood and remembers the Hua Yun sect driving him out of the Jessun kingdom. That memory pulls in the faces of his family too, especially his mother and siblings back at the Changyang mansion. Jian Chen clenches his fists and silently vows that one day he will return and make the Hua Yun sect repay this debt. He knows Earth Saint Masters no longer scare him much, but Heaven Saint Masters are still a brutal wall, and the Grand Elder behind the convoy makes that gap feel very real. Along the route, other flying beasts from different powers join the stream, each protected by its own Heaven Saint Master escort. Far below, countless slower groups still push toward Mercenary City on foot or riding beasts, kicking up a huge trail of dust across the land. After half a day they leave the Jia Kingdom, and another day later they finally reach the Dezhou Kingdom where the Space Gate is kept. Qin Shao explains on the way that Dezhou once stood near the 3 great empires thanks to a terrifying protector of the realm, and only declined after that expert disappeared. Jian Chen quietly absorbs that lesson and sees even more clearly how much a single supreme cultivator can shape an entire kingdom's fate. As the Dezhou Imperial City comes into view, the whole sky looks crowded now, with more flying beasts and Heaven Saint Masters converging from every direction for the trip to Mercenary City. The Tianqin clan is led to the Imperial Palace, where an armored official politely receives the Grand Elder and escorts the group into a courtyard to rest. The Grand Elder warns everyone that the Space Gate opens in 2 days and that no one is to wander around causing trouble inside the Dezhou Palace. Even here, Tianzhou gives Jian Chen one more icy glare before leaving, but the palace rules stop him from starting anything. Qin Shao quietly warns Jian Chen again that Tianzhou will also join the gathering of the mercenaries, so this conflict is not over. The next 2 days pass in tense but peaceful waiting, with the entire Tianqin clan staying obediently inside the courtyard. 2 days later, the Grand Elder leads them through the giant palace pavilions to the ground where the Space Gate is kept. When they arrive, Jian Chen sees a huge crowd already packed around a heavily sealed area more than 100 meters wide. As the Tianqin clan waits at the edge, the packed crowd points at the ancient barrier and murmurs that Dezhou's protector of the realm left it behind, and even a saint ruler once failed to break it. Then the whole place falls silent as 5 white-robed elders descend from the sky like immortals and take positions around the barrier. A 5-point array lights up beneath them, and one elder announces that they will temporarily open access so everyone can pass through to Mercenary City. As the barrier opens, travelers begin stepping into the rippling gate one by one and vanish from sight. When the Tianqin clan's turn comes, Jianchen finally sees the space gate clearly at close range. The portal stands 3 meters tall, space twists around its bright surface, and a mysterious matrix under it is being fed by several Class 5 monster cores. At the space gate, the Tianqin clan pays a steep entrance fee in Class 5 monster cores before crossing toward Mercenary City. Qin Xiao quietly points out the clan's cold black-robed expert Qin Ju and tells Jianchen this adopted outsider is fiercely loyal and already an Earth-sane master. Jianchen steps through the space gate, feels a strange protective force around him, and arrives in a forest already crowded with travelers from many kingdoms. The crossing leaves Jianchen genuinely impressed, and he quietly longs to reach the kind of power that could create something as miraculous as a space gate. Once everyone gathers, the Grand Elder leads the group out of the forest on foot because magical beasts cannot pass through the space gate. Out on the plain, other groups stream toward Mercenary City by foot, on beast mounts, and even through the sky, making the road feel like a march of experts. Tianzhou spends the whole journey glaring at Jianchen's back, itching for a chance to provoke a fight but held down by the Grand Elder's presence. After 4 hours of travel, Mercenary City finally appears as a vast city with no walls at all, only a giant golden barrier wrapped around it. Before they enter, the Grand Elder warns everyone that Mercenary City has powers they cannot afford to offend, so fighting inside is absolutely forbidden. Inside the barrier, Mercenary City looks busy and familiar, packed with shops and taverns despite its unusual defenses. With the gathering still half a month away, the Tianqin clan settles into a tavern as a temporary base. The next day, Jianchen, Mingdong, and Qin Xiao head out to explore Mercenary City while the Grand Elder is nowhere to be seen again. Over the next few days, Mercenary City grows more crowded by the hour until the inns overflow and tents start filling the land outside. When the half-month is finally up, the Grand Elder returns at dawn and gathers the Tianqin clan to head for the city center. Before he leaves, Jianchen tells Mingdong to rest and stay careful, and Mingdong answers with a rough but sincere promise to wait for his safe return. The Grand Elder gives Mingdong the same hard warning one more time. Mercenary City is safe only if he never starts a fight inside it. At the city center, Jianchen reaches an enormous plaza packed with people and centered on a towering lifelike statue of a middle-aged man pointing toward the horizon. All around the plaza, powerful elders quietly recount how the statue belongs to Mo Yuntian, Mercenary City's legendary founder who saved humanity in the Age of Chaos and then vanished. Jianchen studies the statue too, swept up by the heavy reverence hanging over the whole plaza. Then an unnamed blue-robed elder descends from the sky, and the moment he appears the world essence freezes and the entire plaza falls dead silent under his pressure. Floating high above the plaza, the unnamed elder formally declares that the bicentennial gathering of the mercenaries has begun and orders everyone who is not participating to move back. As older spectators start moving away, Mingdong calls out one last goodbye to Jianchen before leaving with the crowd. An elder in a blue robe gives a brutal final warning that anyone over 50 who enters will be annihilated by the world door, forcing more unwilling cheats to withdraw. Once the field is cleared, black command tokens rain down over the participants, and Jianchen catches one strange palm-sized token in his hand. The elder explains the first trial. Everyone will be sent into a special region for 1 year, and only the top 500 people still holding tokens will qualify. When the elder calls for the world door to open, the sky warps and a huge chaotic tear of multicolored light rips open above the plaza. At the same time, the command tokens flare with dark light and lift every participant helplessly toward the world door. The elder's warning turns horrifyingly real when an overage contestant reaches the world door and melts away in midair under its punishment. Panic spreads as hidden overage participants beg to quit, but the elder coldly refuses and sends them faster toward death. One after another, the late cheaters burn into ash before everyone's eyes, leaving the remaining contestants shaken as they continue into the world door. Just then, Mingdong suddenly charges in from behind the crowd and begs to be let into the gathering after all. Jianchen twists around in midair stunned, because Mingdong had never planned to join and this reckless timing makes no sense. The elder first looks annoyed, then abruptly changes expression and tosses Mingdong a command token, allowing him in with unexpected warmth. That sudden reversal shocks the onlookers, and Jianchen is left uneasy because Mingdong's strength is far too low for a free-for-all this dangerous. A moment later, Jianchen passes through the world door and drops into a thick forest inside the trial region. Other figures begin dropping nearby too, and Jianchen breaks into a smile when he sees Mingdong land right beside him. Mingdong almost draws his saint weapon on reflex, then relaxes as soon as he recognizes Jianchen and happily sticks with him. When Jianchen asks what changed, Mingdong admits he does not know either, only that an irresistible call kept pulling him here until he could no longer resist it. Mingdong closes his eyes, senses the mysterious summons again, and points east when Jianchen asks where it is coming from. Jianchen immediately decides they will follow that pull east and find out what is calling Mingdong. The trial region quickly turns nasty, forcing Jianqin and Mingdong through an isolated mountain range full of poisonous insects, vipers, and hidden swamp traps. Without warning, Mingdong steps onto disguised swamp ground and drops straight down as the bog swallows his leg. Before he can pull free, Mingdong cries out that something has bitten onto his leg inside the swamp. Jianqin yanks him up, and a thick poisonous viper comes flying out with its fangs still buried in Mingdong's leg. Jianqin answers instantly with the light wind sword and slices the snake into pieces in midair. Even after the body is cut away, the snake's head remains stuck on Mingdong's leg and the venom quickly turns the wound blue. Jianqin cuts off the clinging head, and Mingdong hurriedly pours expensive antidote from a white bottle onto the bite. After checking his leg, Mingdong says the bite was shallow enough to keep moving, though both of them know this place is turning ugly fast. Before leaving, Mingdong cuts the dead snake open for its monster core, making Jianqin laugh at his refusal to waste anything. From there the two travel much more carefully, but the mountain range keeps springing hidden swamps and poisonous Class 3 and Class 4 beasts on them. After half a day of pushing through the range, Jianqin suddenly stops and listens, having finally picked up another person's approach. Mingdong is surprised and hopeful when Jianqin says there is only one person nearby and that this stranger is heading straight toward them. When Mingdong worries it might be an Earth Saint Master, Jianqin stays calm and says that kind of opponent should be rare under 50. Instead of backing off, Jianqin leads the way toward the newcomer, already thinking about measuring this opponent and taking his token. After half a day of searching, Jianqin and Mingdong finally run into another participant, a ragged middle-aged man already torn up by the forest. The stranger relaxes when he sees two youths, but his smile turns greedy almost immediately. Pretending to be helpful, the man says this place is too dangerous for them and demands their tokens for safekeeping. Jianqin casually pulls out his token and tells the man to take it if he can. The moment he spots the space ring on Jianqin's hand, the man's greed spikes and he demands that too. Mingdong curses him out, and Jianqin mocks him for trying to fool them with such a stupid lie. Realizing talk will not work, the man closes to attack range and charges his saint weapon. He lunges for Jianqin's heart, trying to kill him in one strike. Jianqin answers with one flash of the light wind sword and snaps the man's weapon in half. The shattered saint weapon wrecks the man's cultivation, and he crashes to the ground coughing blood in disbelief. Even Mingdong is stunned, because breaking a peak Great Saint Master's weapon this easily should be Earth Saint Master territory. Jianqin gives the beaten man one chance to live by handing over everything he has. The man surrenders his space belt, but Jianqin finds only a token and nothing worth keeping. With the token taken, Jianqin leaves the crippled man alive and walks on with Mingdong. Once they are alone again, Mingdong finally asks how Jianqin became this strong. Jianqin calmly reveals that he already broke through before this and is now a first cycle Earth Saint Master. The news hits Mingdong hard, because reaching Earth Saint Master so young is almost unheard of. When Mingdong asks what first cycle means, Jianqin explains that Earth Saint Masters are split into 6 cycles instead of the old primary middle peak tiers. Then Mingdong asks about Jianqin's attribute, pushing the conversation from rank into the secret behind his power. Jianqin draws the light wind sword, and a haze of true sword chi spills from the blade with a sharpness Mingdong can physically feel. He tells Mingdong his saint force has no attribute at all, and what he uses is pure sword chi. Mingdong immediately realizes this sword chi is far beyond the fake sword energy most people call by the same name. 4 hours later, their talk gives way to a bloody trail when they reach a fresh battlefield with 2 looted corpses. Mingdong checks the belts and confirms the tokens are gone, so someone stronger already passed through here. Jianqin spots many footprints leading away and decides they should stop chasing random fights and focus on whatever has been calling Mingdong. Mingdong agrees, still uneasy that some unseen pull dragged him into this place in the first place. As they press on through the mountain forest, they keep passing dead beasts and stripped human bodies, proof that the competition is getting bloodier by the day. A distant furious roar hints at another battle nearby, but Jianqin chooses not to get dragged into it. Instead, Jianqin suggests a colder strategy. Let others gather tokens first, then take many at once from the winners. Over the next 2 days, every participant who underestimates the 2 youths and tries to rob them ends up losing instead. Jianqin draws a hard line in these fights. Anyone who attacks to kill dies, and anyone only after tokens loses their token and gets sent away alive. By the time they reach the forest's edge, Jianqin has quietly raised his token count from 2 to more than 20. The trees finally give way to a vast open field stretching all the way to the horizon. Mingdong exhales in relief, glad to be out of that miserable demonic forest at last. The long trek has left both of them filthy and their clothes ripped up by branches, so Jianqin pulls out water and they finally clean themselves. With fresh clothes on, they head east again toward the mysterious call drawing Mingdong onward. 4 hours later on the open field, 3 armed strangers rush past them and then break to a stop right in their path. The trio tries a softer opening first, inviting Jianqin and Mingdong to join forces and share future token hauls. Jianqin rejects them on the spot, and the fake offer instantly turns into an ambush. The ambush ends instantly when Jianqin's sword flashes once and beheads all 3 attackers before they can even touch him. Ming Dong quickly loots the bodies and finds their tokens along with 3 Class 4 monster cores. They move on again, but half a day later the plane opens onto a much larger slaughter between 2 groups of competitors. The stronger side crushes the weaker one fast, leaving a dozen corpses on the ground. At the center of the victors stands a middle-aged man in a purple robe, clearly the one everyone answers to. His men strip the dead, collect roughly 20 tokens, and hand them over to him with open respect. Then the leader notices Jian Chen and Ming Dong watching and casually orders his men to kill them too. Seeing 30 men rush in, Jian Chen tells Ming Dong to fall back and prepares to handle it alone. Against that whole mob, Jian Chen moves like a tiger among sheep and cuts them down one neck at a time in seconds. The whole group is dead almost instantly, and the purple-robed leader can only stare at the massacred Jian Chen left behind. The purple-robed man suddenly rushes over in a streak of purple light and stops 20 meters from Jian Chen to size him up himself. What unsettles the purple-robed man most is that Jian Chen's true strength is impossible for him to read. So instead of fighting, he switches to praise and invites Jian Chen to join him and dominate this isolated world together. Jian Chen refuses just as quickly as before. Deciding the risk is not worth it, the Earth Saint Master sighs and retreats without testing him further. After he leaves, Ming Dong confirms what they both understood, that man was an Earth Saint Master too. For the next 3 days, the two keep crossing the plains toward Ming Dong's destination, while battles break out everywhere around them. They never go looking for trouble, but challengers keep coming anyway, and Jian Chen keeps taking tokens from whoever forces the issue. By the end of that stretch, Jian Chen's token count has climbed past 100. At last the plains give way to a barren mountain range that feels wrong the moment they arrive. A faint pink vapor hangs over the mountains like poison, turning the place into a natural barrier and marking the next dangerous stage of their journey. At the edge of the poison mountains, Ming Dong pinpoints the summons ahead but stops cold when the toxic cloud blocking the way looks too dangerous to cross. Jian Chen stays relaxed and tells Ming Dong the poison cannot harm him, while Ming Dong still offers a detox pill just in case. Ming Dong follows him into the fog anyway, but barely 20 meters in, the poison hits so hard he spits blood and stumbles back out. He gulps down his strongest antidote, but even after recovering a little, Ming Dong admits it will only carry him a short distance before the poison overwhelms him again. Instead of arguing, Jian Chen silently cuts his wrist and lets his blood drip into a canteen, shocking Ming Dong on the spot. Jian Chen bandages the wound and tells Ming Dong to drink, revealing that his blood works as a poison cure because he has achieved 1000 immunity. Ming Dong finally drinks it, and the effect is immediate as a strange energy washes through him and clears the poison better than any pill he owns. Amazed, Ming Dong jokes that Jian Chen could get rich selling his blood, and Jian Chen just pushes them to move before the chance slips away. With Jian Chen's blood protecting him, Ming Dong pushes deeper into the poison with new confidence, even as the fog grows thicker and far more lethal. They follow the summons for 6 hard hours, and whenever poisonous beasts appear in the fog, Jian Chen cuts them down and keeps the path open. Then the toxic wasteland suddenly breaks open into a hidden green valley, alive with grass and fresh color that should not exist in the middle of that poisoned mountain range. The moment they enter the valley, Ming Dong goes tense because the mysterious call vanishes completely, leaving them with nothing but a promising place to search. Jian Chen takes the lost signal as a clue instead of a setback, and the two split up to search the valley for whatever is hiding there. Ming Dong soon shouts that he found something, and Jian Chen rushes over to see a faintly glowing multicolored array on the ground. Jian Chen recognizes it as a space gate, and after a brief hesitation, they decide the only way forward is through it. Jian Chen feeds 5 Class 5 monster cores into the array, the gate opens, and the two step into the unknown together. On the other side, they enter a beautiful sealed world of strange plants and calming fragrance that feels completely separate from the poison mountains outside. Then Jian Chen looks up and freezes, because an enormous palace is floating freely 100 meters above them like a shrine suspended in the sky. Before either of them can recover, a white-robed elder descends from above and politely tells them his lord has been waiting for them. The elder does not wait for permission, wrapping both men in a bubble of energy and carrying them straight up toward the floating shrine. By the time they regain their bearings, they are already inside the shrine, following the elder through vast silent halls that feel built from pure power. Jian Chen presses the elder for answers, and Ming Dong anxiously wonders if they were brought to the wrong place. But the old man only laughs and says his lord does not make mistakes. At last the elder brings them to a giant sealed hall, bows to the closed doors, and announces that the honored guests have arrived. A dignified male voice orders the elder to leave and invites the two inside, so Jian Chen and Ming Dong exchange one nervous look before stepping in. Inside the massive empty audience hall, they find a lone white-robed man standing before the throne with his back to them, so still he almost feels merged with the world itself. When the man finally turns, he is not some withered ancient monster, but a calm middle-aged figure whose first real attention falls entirely on Ming Dong. After a long stare, the lord murmurs that after 5,000 years he has finally found Etienne's descendant, and the scale of that claim leaves both young men stunned. He calls Ming Dong closer and produces a dark green jade piece that immediately locks Ming Dong's attention like an instinct he cannot resist. The man explains that the jade has been in his care for 5,000 years as the life work of Ming Dong's ancestor, and he sends it floating gently toward him. Ming Dong feels his arm move on its own toward the jade, then jerks back to himself and blurts out the obvious question. Who exactly was this ancestor? Elder Tian, pained that the name was forgotten, starts from the beginning and tells Ming Dong his real ancestor was Ming Tian, once the great genius of an influential Ming family. He says he and Ming Tian met by chance, became inseparable brothers in arms, formed a mercenary group together, and rose through life and death battles side by side. A century later they both reached peak heaven's Saint Master, withdrew from the world, then broke through again into Saint Rulers and wandered the continent as true top experts. Their fate broke in the Death Nest, where a deadly curse targeted Elder Tian and Ming Tian stepped in to take the hit for him. The curse was too strong even for a Saint Ruler, and Ming Tian had only 2 months left to live. Worse still, when Ming Tian returned home for his last days, he found that the once glorious Ming family had already been exterminated decades earlier, and its descendants scattered without a trace. That final blow crushed him so badly that Elder Tian says Ming Tian wept tears of blood while trying to track down the enemies who destroyed his clan. But the clues were gone, the survivors were nowhere to be found, and Ming Tian died with that regret unresolved. Before dying, Ming Tian poured his life's experiences into this jade and entrusted Elder Tian to pass it on if any future descendant was ever found. Elder Tian spent 300 years hunting possible culprits and searching for survivors, but even that could not repair the loss, leaving this as his greatest regret. So finding Ming Dong now feels like the heavens finally answering both an old promise and an old wound. The whole story leaves Ming Dong speechless, and even Jianqin is shaken by the revelation that this calm man before them is a saint ruler who has lived more than 5,000 years. Elder Tian softens further and asks if Ming Dong came for the gathering of the mercenaries, gently steering the moment from tragedy toward what comes next. When Ming Dong says his parents are alive in a poor mountain village and his grandfather died in a hunting accident, Elder Tian's remorse deepens immediately. Elder Tian declares that after the gathering he will personally go with Ming Dong, look after his family in Ming Tian's place, and never allow that bloodline to suffer like this again. That promise hits Ming Dong like sudden good fortune, and he thanks the ancient expert with open joy. Elder Tian tells him to stop calling him senior, and call him Uncle Tian instead, formally turning old friendship into living family responsibility. Then he makes the biggest decision of all. Ming Dong is still too weak, so he will stay here under Uncle Tian's care and be trained with everything this ancient saint ruler can give. After leaving Ming Dong behind in the shrine, Jianqin was escorted back through the space gate to the poisonous mountain valley. He was about to leave the valley, but the place was so hidden and undisturbed that he changed his mind and decided to cultivate there instead. The pink poison cloud kept outsiders away, and with the shrine's permission required to use the space gate, Jianqin knew nobody would interrupt him here. As Jianqin entered deep cultivation, the sword spirits inside his dantian kept circling the multicolored stone and slowly absorbed the strange energy radiating from it. Nearly 10 months passed in the valley as Jianqin alternated between meditation in his tent and sword practice among the flowers. His realm barely changed, but after months of practice Jianqin could control Saint Force with much finer precision, making his real combat power far stronger. When less than 2 months remained in the first round, Jianqin finally gave up waiting for Ming Dong and chose to leave and start collecting tokens. Before going, he spent one last day studying the Space Gates array, but the formation was far too profound for him to understand. He left the hidden valley and followed the old route back through the poisonous mountain range. 2 hours into the mountains, a dense rustling sound rolled through the poison fog and made Jianqin stop cold. Out of the fog came a flowing black mass of ants, with thumb-sized crawlers below and larger winged ants racing overhead. Jianqin instantly recognized them as godkiller ants and ran without a second thought. He knew exactly why they were feared. Alone they were manageable, but in a swarm they could kill even Heaven's Saint Masters. Their poison, steel-hard shells, and ability to devour Saint Force made them a nightmare enemy, especially for anyone trapped after one bite. Jianqin pushed his speed to the limit, but the rough mountain terrain let the winged ants gain on him fast. When the first ants overtook him, Jianqin drew the light wind sword and cut them out of the air. More ants piled in immediately, and Jianqin had to carve a narrow path through the swarm before they boxed him in completely. A few ants still broke through and one bit straight into his body, tearing skin that normal weapons could barely damage. He ignored the pain, forced his way out of the trap, and crushed the biting ant's head the moment he broke free. The ant venom should have crippled him, but his body cleansed it at once because even godkiller ant poison could not match the silver-striped golden snake's venom already inside him. The swarm kept coming, and as Jianqin raced past the cliff, a red python suddenly shot from a hole to ambush him. Jianqin dodged cleanly and smashed the snake's head with one punch, stunning it where it landed. The godkiller ants swarmed the stunned python and stripped the huge beast down to nothing in seconds. That brief distraction gave Jianqin the gap he needed to disappear beyond the ants' range. Outside the poisonous mountains, a group of 20 men stood arguing over whether the pink mist hid treasure or a reclusive poison expert. Their guessing stopped when someone spotted a battered figure running out of the poison cloud. Seeing Jianqin stumble out injured yet alive, The men quickly convinced themselves he must be carrying some treasure or antidote worth stealing. Jianchen ignored their excitement, took a breath of clean air, and calmly started wiping the black grime from his hand. When he pulled the towel from his space ring, the whole group noticed, and their greed jumped even higher. The group questioned how he survived the poison, but Jianchen answered with an easy smile and gave them nothing useful. Once Jianchen refused to explain, the 20 men surrounded him and demanded his space ring and his secret in exchange for sparing him. Jianchen stayed smiling and turned the thread around, telling them to hand over their tokens if they wanted to avoid getting hurt. The men burst into mocking laughter, and one big fighter stepped up to teach the arrogant kid a lesson. Jianchen caught the punch with one hand and crushed the man's bones so easily that the attacker's confidence vanished into screams. The rest finally realized this young man was dangerous, and rushed him together with their saint weapons drawn. Jianchen answered with sword chi from 2 fingers and flashed through the attackers in a single blur before they could follow him. A heartbeat later, every man's clothes fell apart in strips, and Jianchen had left their bodies untouched just to show how badly they had misjudged him. That display finally broke their courage, and one terrified man blurted out the truth they had missed. Jianchen was an Earth Saint Master. Their greed collapsed into despair, and they started throwing down their space belts without even trying to resist anymore. Jianchen took about 150 tokens, returned the belts without touching the rest of their property, and moved on. Out on the plains, he found the first round's endgame had turned ugly, with corpses everywhere and most remaining tokens concentrated in the hands of stronger survivors. 2 more days of roaming brought him only modest gains, and by now he was stripping defeated belts down to food and clothing after taking what mattered. Then Jianchen found a huge battle between more than 200 men, and by the time it burned out, only 20 bloodied survivors were left standing. The survivors started collecting tokens from the dead while their more seriously wounded comrades rested, trusting the men who had just fought beside them. Once the tokens were gathered, those able-bodied survivors turned on their own injured allies and stabbed them down to keep the spoils. They coldly claimed they were only ending doomed men's suffering, but the excuse did nothing to hide the murder. As the killers prepared to leave with the stolen tokens, Jianchen stepped out and blocked their path. He called them merciless for killing the very comrades who had fought beside them just for a few more tokens. The moment they demanded to know who he was, Jianchen gave them the answer himself, their killer. Sword chi burst from his fingers, and Jianchen cut through the group so fast the great Saint Masters could not even follow his movements before their throats were opened. After the slaughter, Jianchen gathered more than 200 tokens from their space belts and finally got a reward worth the trouble. But before he could relax, Earth Saint force exploded from the dirt around him and a hidden attacker lunged out with a sword aimed straight at his head. Jianchen shut his eyes against the dirt, summoned the light wind sword, and met the ambush head-on with a ringing clash. Jianchen catches the sneak attacker in a close exchange, and suddenly drives his sword straight for the man's throat. The man barely saves himself by jerking his saint weapon across his neck and kicking out, but Jianchen smashes the leg with saint force and breaks it on the spot. Once he jumps clear, Jianchen coldly calls out the Earth Saint Master for attacking from behind like an assassin. The man shamelessly says only the winner matters, then realizes how absurd it is that someone so young is already an Earth Saint Master. Jianchen answers with a thin smile and gives him one simple choice: hand over the tokens, or lose them by force. Refusing to yield, the man wraps himself in thick earth-attributed saint force-like armor and prepares for another round. Jianchen's sword turns into a blur of false and real angles, shredding through the man's defense and driving him backward covered in cuts. Finally realizing he is outmatched, the man gives up on trading blows and sinks into the ground to escape. Jianchen quickly notices the trick is not perfect, because the fleeing man still leaves a moving trail of disturbed dirt. He leaps high and stabs down into the moving patch, and a sudden spray of blood proves he hit the man underground. The man dives deeper to hide, so Jianchen hovers in the air and scans the ground for the smallest tell. The moment a patch of grass twitches, Jianchen floods the area with sword chi and forces his enemy screaming back out into the open. Jianchen does not answer his protest and rushes him again, determined to finish the sneak attacker and take the tokens he must have gathered for months. The man curses that he will repay this humiliation 100-fold, then tries to dive underground again. Jianchen keeps dragging him back out with precise strikes, turning the escape technique into a trap instead of a way out. Now slowed by heavy injuries, the man can barely block 2 more strikes before Jianchen punches a third through his shoulder. He dodges the next cut by a hair, but Jianchen's blade twists mid-motion and cleanly slashes through his neck. From the dead man's space belt, Jianchen pulls a rich haul, including 400 tokens, a purple card, 3 Class 4 monster cores, and a pile of purple coins. He spends the next 3 days roaming the plains and scraping together more tokens, but by now most weaker contestants have already been cleaned out by someone else. After 3 more days, Jianchen leaves the plains and steps into a vast grassland where waist-high grass hides countless venomous vipers. The snakes do bite him from time to time, but the 1,000 immunity makes their deadly poison useless against him. Then a sharp whistle cuts through the grass, and Jianchen barely blocks a black steel crossbolt powerful enough to numb his whole arm. A second massive bolt follows right away, confirming this is not a random trap but a sustained ambush. Instead of staying pinned down, Jianchen leaps onto the grass tops and charges straight toward the hidden shooters while dodging the barrage. He reaches the source and finds 3 high-quality ballistas hidden in the grass, with 5 middle-aged men frantically reloading them. The ambushers panic the instant they realize only an Earth Saint Master could have pushed through that storm of bolts unharmed. They scatter in 5 directions to improve their odds, but Jianchen answers with finger-launched sword chi and kills every one of them as they run. Their belts yield only 30 tokens, but Jianchen can tell these men must have massacred countless weaker competitors from cover. By the next day he finally leaves the grassland, where he spots the footprints of a huge group and starts following them. The trail leads him to a barren mountain range, and as he climbs, the sound of fighting echoes across the rocks. To get a clear view, Jianchen jumps to a 50-meter peak and finally sees a large battle raging 5 kilometers away. At the center of that fight, an unnamed azure-robed wind-attributed Earth Saint Master cuts through hundreds of great Saint Masters so fast they cannot even touch his clothes. When fewer than 20 survivors remain, they throw down their space belts and run, leaving the victor to hurriedly gather the tokens. Jianchen sees his chance and drops from the peak to intercept the man before he can finish collecting everything. The instant they meet, their swords collide hard enough to crack the ground under their feet. The man praises Jianchen's exquisite swordsmanship, but even with Wind Saint Force boosting his speed, he is slowly pushed onto the defensive. Then Jianchen's sword images flood the sky around him, forcing the Wind Master to break away and answer with a battle skill. With wind bursts, the man whips the whole area into a giant tornado and traps Jianchen at the center. Jianchen plants his feet and refuses to be ripped into the sky, holding himself down through raw force. The enemy layers on Squall Dance, turning the wind itself into countless cutting blades that shred Jianchen's clothes and open shallow wounds all over his body. Realizing this is the strongest Earth Saint Master he has faced so far, Jianchen roars and explodes out of the tornado in one violent rush. Their swords crash again, and this time a strange azure-violet glow flares around the light wind sword. Jianchen sends that sword chi straight through the man's saint weapon, leaving a clean hole in the blade and shaking him badly. Jianchen attacks again, and the wounded swordsman realizes that strange sword chi will break any guard he has left, so he gives up on trading blows and prepares to run. As a wind-attributed Earth Saint Master, he vanishes at top speed before Jianchen can lock him down. Jianchen lets the escaped expert go, then searches the dead and gathers the few space belts and tokens the man failed to take. He keeps moving deeper into the mountains in search of new prey, still carrying the fresh cuts from the tornado duel. Then a sudden explosion sounds from far away, and a giant fireball comes hurtling straight at Jianchen. A giant fireball suddenly screamed toward Jianchen, and he barely threw himself out of the blast zone in time. The explosion gouged a wide crater into the mountain, and Jianchen instantly realized this looked exactly like a magical crystal cannon strike. When a second shot came from a distant peak, Jianchen locked onto the source and sprinted straight for it. At the summit, he found the culprit, a nervous young man secretly manning a black magical crystal cannon. The man tried to run the second he sensed Jianchen, but Jianchen caught him instantly and slammed him back down. Terrified, the man blurted out that his name was Jacob and begged to trade his token for his life. When Jianchen asked if he could assemble a magical crystal cannon, Jacob suddenly answered with total confidence. That was exactly what Jianchen needed, so he pulled out a huge steel box and offered Jacob his freedom in exchange for assembling it. The moment the parts were revealed, Jacob recognized them as an advanced tier magical crystal cannon and was stunned by how valuable it was. Jianchen pushed him to start, because this was finally his chance to turn a pile of parts into a weapon that could kill an Earth Saint Master. Jacob assembled and disassembled the cannon again and again for an hour, and Jianchen memorized every step. Once he understood the mechanism, Jianchen loaded a Class 5 monster core and decided to test the cannon himself. Jacob winced at the waste, but the cannon was already charging with a dangerous amount of energy. The cannon fired in a blinding flash, and its shot streaked across the sky toward a distant mountain peak. When the blast landed, a distant mountain peak burst apart in smoke and falling rock, and even Jianchen froze at the scale of it. Up close, Jianchen confirmed the peak had been completely erased and understood this cannon could threaten even Class 5 beasts and Earth Saint Masters. Satisfied, Jianchen paid Jacob with several Class 4 monster cores and let him leave alive. After storing the cannon parts away, Jianchen suddenly caught movement behind him and stabbed on instinct with the light wind sword. His sword strike crashed into a terrifying attack instead, and the impact blasted him backward hard enough to make him cough blood. From another peak 3 kilometers away, Jianchen finally spotted a yellow-robed figure and realized this hidden enemy was far stronger than expected. Jianchen dropped down to lower ground, used the terrain for cover, and tried to turn the long-range hunt into a close-range ambush. But the yellow-robed attacker was ready for him, and the two exploded into a fast close-quarters clash. When they separated, Jianchen finally saw her clearly, a cold, beautiful young woman with a golden longbow on her back that looked anything but ordinary. Jianchen felt a strange familiarity from her face, and a heartbeat later she recognized him first. With shame turning into rage, she spat out the answer for both of them. Jianchen was the smelly rogue who had once seen her bathing. The old grievance hit her all over again, and she charged him with killing intent instead of letting the matter rest. As they traded blows, Huang Wan was stunned to realize Jianchen had already broken through to Earth's Saint Master and could now match her. Jianchen tried to calm her down by admitting that what happened before was an accident, and saying this fight did not need to continue. That apology only made her angrier, and she immediately switched weapons by drawing the golden longbow from her back. A pure energy arrow condensed on the string, and Jianchen instantly understood this bow was what had nearly killed him from kilometers away. Jianchen dived behind a mountain peak for cover, but her shot smashed the entire peak apart anyway. He burst out of the rubble covered in ash, now fully convinced the bow's power rivaled an advanced magical crystal cannon. Huang Wan kept firing, and Jianchen was forced into a desperate dodge pattern as one mountain peak after another was torn apart around him. As his stamina started dropping, Huang Wan mocked him for running instead of facing her arrows head-on. Jianchen shot back that he was not foolish enough to stand still and be her target. Before either side could finish that fight, 5 men suddenly arrived, and Huang Wan's face darkened at once. She immediately stopped attacking Jianchen and redirected her bow at the newcomers, firing without hesitation. The lead youth calmly raised a transparent barrier, and Huang Wan's arrows slammed into it without breaking through. The youth mocked her and revealed the golden bow's name, saying her ruler armament could not hurt him through that defense. That was the first time Jianchen heard the term ruler armament, and he realized Huang Wan was carrying something even rarer than he knew. The newcomers made their demand openly, hand over the ruler armament now, because no one was coming to save her here. Huang Wan refused outright and warned that Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun would avenge her if they touched her. The Shi family youth coldly replied that those 2 elders would be dealt with too, exposing this as a planned move against the Huang family. Realizing the Shi family had been plotting for her family's ruler armament all along, Huang Wan answered with another furious volley. Her arrows battered the barrier so hard that the men could barely advance, but they still held their ground. The youth taunted her again, reminding her that the ruler armament burned through Saint Force and that time was now on his side. The thunder of her shots drew onlookers from across the mountains, but everyone only hid far away and watched. Then the Shi family changed tactics, with 4 men breaking away from the barrier and rushing her from all sides. Huang Wan reacted instantly and blasted one attacker away with a single arrow. Her next shot punched clean through another man's chest and killed him on the spot. But the other 2 had already reached close range, where the bow was no longer useful. Huang Wan slung the bow away and drew her blue water force sword to meet them in melee. At that exact moment, the barrier user dropped the defense, charged in with a red spear, and turned the fight into a brutal 3-on-1. Even at her level, Huang Wan quickly started losing ground under the combined pressure and battle experience of all 3 attackers. In a forest standoff, Shi Xiangran smugly tells Luan Air she cannot hold out much longer and demands the ruler armament. Luan Air snaps back that he is dreaming, then turns to Jianchen and offers a truce if he helps her survive this fight. The Shi family side immediately turns its threats on Jianchen, warning that any outsider who steps in will be hunted down and killed. Jianchen hesitates, because Luan Air once nearly killed him with her arrows and her escort's elders left him half dead. His decision is forced when Luan Air takes another slash to the arm and the 3 attackers close in from different directions. Jianchen finally throws away his hesitation and dives into the encirclement to stop the black-robed man's attack. The black-robed Shi family expert roars in fury, but Jianchen's sword is simply too fast for him to follow. In 2 clean moves, Jianchen pierces the black-robed man's throat and kills him before the others can react. The sudden kill shocks both sides, and even Shi Xiangran realizes this young swordsman is much stronger than he expected. Shi Xiangran tries to buy Jianchen over with promises from the Shi family, but Luan Air blurts out that their promises mean nothing and they will kill him anyway. Jianchen ignores both speeches and rushes the remaining Shi family expert instead. His light wind sword explodes into a storm of blinding thrusts, forcing the middle-aged swordsman to shut his eyes and rely on instinct just to survive. The man starts bleeding at the neck from near misses and cries out to Shi Xiangran to activate the barrier before he is cut down. Watching Jianchen dominate an Earth Saint Master so easily, Luan Air is stunned and starts wondering if he had been holding back against her all along. Furious that Jianchen ruined everything, Shi Xiangran unleashes a transparent barrier around himself and charges in with his spear. Jianchen tests the barrier with a sword thrust, but the attack only makes the shield tremble for an instant before it holds. Shi Xiangran sneers from behind the shield and strikes down with his spear, sure that Jianchen is already doomed. Jianchen dodges the spear and kills the second Shi family expert anyway, driving his sword straight through the man's weapon and into his heart. With both of his Earth Saint Master allies dead, Shi Xiangran turns ashen with shock and hatred. Luan Air finally breathes easier and taunts him, saying he has no chance of taking her ruler armament now. Instead of backing down, Shi Xiangran decides to use his hidden trump card and pulls out a dark green iron chunk from his space ring. The moment she recognizes it as the seal of Treasure Mountain, Luan Air's face changes completely. Shi Xiangran darkly enjoys her reaction, while Luan Air instantly abandons the fight and yells for Jianchen to run. Jianchen does not understand the treasure yet, but Luan Air's panic is enough to make him retreat too. Shi Xiangran throws the iron chunk into the air, and it instantly expands into a gigantic black seal that drops toward Jianchen from above. Jianchen finally realizes the treasure's purpose too late, because the mountain-like seal is already smashing down on him with crushing pressure. He braces with his saint weapon and roars, but the seal still hammers him straight into the earth and leaves a massive crater behind. Luan Air stops in horror, curses Jianchen for not escaping properly, and watches the crater with a shaken face. Certain the seal has killed him, Shi Xiangran coldly mocks Jianchen and recalls the treasure back into his hand. He even pauses to collect the dead men's space belts before turning to chase Luan Air, convinced the battle is over. But the moment the seal lifts, a mud-covered Jianchen bursts out of the crater and launches a surprise thrust at Shi Xiangran. Shi Xiangran barely reacts in time, throwing up the barrier again and staring in disbelief that Jianchen survived at all. Jianchen cannot break through, and the damage from the seal catches up with him as he drops to one knee and spits blood. Seeing Jianchen badly hurt, Shi Xiangran decides to crush him a second time with the seal of Treasure Mountain. Jianchen instantly retreats, now fully aware that another direct hit will either kill him or leave him dying. The seal expands again and chases him through the air, while his injured body is no longer fast enough to outrun it. At the last second, explosive golden arrows slam into the seal and slow its descent just enough to buy Jianchen a little space. Luan Air has turned back to help him, firing one explosive shot after another while Shi Xiangran rages at her interference. She yells for Jianchen to get to her, and he finally commits to escaping with her instead of fighting alone. As they retreat together, Luan Air explains that the seal of Treasure Mountain can badly injure even a Heaven Saint Master if its user is strong enough. She also reveals the seal cannot move more than 50 meters from Shi Xiangran, so her arrows keep slowing it and pinning him in place. Forced to endure her constant explosive shots, Shi Xiangran can only watch the two of them escape out of sight. 4 hours later, the battered pair finally stop 10 kilometers away and hide inside a small mountain cave. By the cave's small campfire, Jianchen lies pale and barely able to move after the arrows, the battles, and the seal's crushing blow. Behind a large rock, Luan Air tears cloth and treats the wound on her arm while keeping her longbow close by. Jianchen coughs up more blood and silently endures it, because using his Radiant Saint Force to heal would expose a dangerous secret. When Luan Air comes back out, her usual hostility softens for a rare moment, and she offers Jianchen her family's secret healing medicine. Still badly wounded in the cave, Jianchen drinks the bitter medicine Huang Luan gave him because he cannot openly use Radiant Saint Force yet. The medicine spreads warm healing through his body, so Jianchen closes his eyes to recover but keeps his guard up in case the girl turns on him. Huang Luan does not attack him at all. She just sits by the fire hugging her knees and stares into the flames in tense silence. 4 hours later, Jianchen sits up in better shape and finally asks about the terrifying bow on her back and the giant seal Shi Xiangran used. Huang Luan stays quiet at first, making it clear this is dangerous family-level information. After a pause, she finally reveals the truth. Both weapons are ruler armaments, saint weapons left behind intact after a saint ruler dies. She names her bow the Cylinder Bow and explains that it is the Huang family's treasured heirloom, passed down through generations. Huang Luan also confirms that Shi Xiangran's seal of Treasure Mountain is another ruler armament, and in his hands it makes him stronger than she is. When Jianchen asks about the shield that saved Shi Xiangran, Huang Luan says a saint ruler personally left that barrier on him and even the Cylinder Bow cannot break it. She says the only hope is overwhelming force or waiting for the barrier to fade on its own, and that uncertainty clearly infuriates her. Her anger spills over as she accuses the Shi family of using the gathering of the mercenaries to steal the Cylinder Bow and vows to have Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun avenge her dead clansmen. Jianchen coldly points out that Shi Xiangran already planned for her two uncles too, which hits exactly where she is weakest. He pushes even harder and says her family's ruler armament is practically doomed to fall into Shi Xiangran's hands, and Huang Luan explodes at him. Fuming, Huang Luan storms to the cave entrance, exactly the opening Jianchen wanted. Once he is sure she has gone far enough, Jianchen secretly gathers Radiant Saint Force and floods the cave with bright milky light to heal for real. Now an Earth Saint Master, Jianchen controls the healing energy far better than before, and in just 2 more hours his injuries are completely gone. With his body restored, he strips down and starts washing himself inside the cave using stored water from his space ring. Outside on a rock, Huang Luan broods over the trap around her family, Shi Xiangran's barrier, and the ugly possibility that she may have to run all the way to Mercenary City for protection. She hardens her resolve and swears she will protect the Cylinder Bow no matter what. Then she hears strange splashing from inside the cave, and because Jianchen should be too injured to move, suspicion pulls her back inside. She creeps deeper into the cave without giving off killing intent, while the loud water hides her approach from Jianchen. The moment she sees him completely naked after his bath, Huang Luan freezes and lets out a shocked scream. Jianchen panics, drops the water gourd, and dives into a dark corner to throw on clothes while Huang Luan covers her eyes, red to the neck. Afterward, neither of them wants to face that moment, and the embarrassment hangs in the air as Huang Luan stays outside the cave. Jianchen comes out fully dressed and, instead of backing down, accuses her of sneaking in to watch him bathe. That instantly kills her shame and replaces it with fury, and she spins around to deny it outright. She flips the argument completely, claiming the cave was hers first, and that bathing there without warning was Jianquan's fault. Jianquan quickly realizes he cannot win a word fight with her, and gives up with a frustrated admission. Trying to end the awkward mess, Jianquan says they have now both seen each other naked and her saving his life clears the debt between them. His blunt reminder of that earlier incident leaves Huang Luan flustered and angry all over again. She snaps back that he only survived because she pinned down the seal of Treasure Mountain for him, and this time Jianquan cannot deny it. As he walks away, Huang Luan suddenly notices his injuries are somehow fully healed and stops him with open curiosity. Jianquan dodges the truth and simply says he had good medicine, hoping that answer will stop her digging deeper. He keeps moving, but Huang Luan hesitates, bites her lip, and finally calls him to stop because she has made a decision. When she catches up, Jianquan asks why she is following him, and Huang Luan immediately denies that she is doing any such thing. She explains the real problem. After Jianquan killed two Shi family experts, he cannot survive Shi Xiangran alone against that barrier and the seal of Treasure Mountain. Jianquan needles her by saying she is the one who is scared, and she almost blows up again. He even says that without the cylinder bow she is not his match, and with it she still cannot beat him, forcing her to swallow the insult. Calming herself, Huang Luan finally lays out the alliance plainly. Her cylinder bow can pin down Shi Xiangran and his seal, while Jianquan handles everyone else. Jianquan thinks it through, admits Shi Xiangran's treasure leaves him too few options, and agrees that joining forces is the best move. So the two start traveling together, but the mood stays icy enough that neither of them even bothers to exchange names. That cold alliance still works in battle, and anyone foolish enough to underestimate them on the road dies fast. One rude Earth Saint Master learns that lesson the hard way when Huang Luan blasts him apart with the cylinder bow, proving she is no sheltered noble girl. Half a month passes, and after many kills and many stolen tokens, they reach a grassy mountain range with around 1,000 tokens each. With only a little more than a month left in the first round, Jianquan knows the remaining tokens will now pile up in the hands of Earth Saint Masters. Then, while climbing a huge slope, Jianquan hears fighting nearby and spots a wind-attributed Earth Saint Master overwhelming two other Earth Saint Masters. Not far from that fight, Jianquan notices a blood-soaked figure sprawled on the ground, and something about the sturdy body looks painfully familiar. The closer he looks, the more certain he becomes, and Jianquan's eyes snap wide with sudden bloodlust at the sight. The moment Jianquan hears Qin Zhao's name, he explodes with killing intent and rushes toward the fight at full speed. The girl hurries after him, stunned because this is the first time she has seen Jianquan lose control like this. Qin Zhao and the other bloodied survivor hear Jianquan coming and feel a flash of hope, but it dies fast because they both know he should be no match for an Earth Saint Master. The Earth Saint Master takes one look at Jianquan, loses his nerve, and flees before finishing them off. As the enemy pressure vanishes, Qin Zhu blacks out and the other wounded man drops flat in total exhaustion. Jianquan reaches Qin Zhao and panics when he sees how close his friend is to death. Qin Zhao's injuries are horrifying. One slash has nearly cut him in two at the waist, and another wound has pierced straight through his chest. Jianquan snaps at the girl to shoot down the escaping Earth Saint Master before he gets away. She was already reaching for her bow, but Jianquan's commanding tone makes her bristle and coldly refuse to obey him. Jianquan slams his fist into the ground and glares at her like a cornered beast, and for the first time she feels real fear and regret. Before Jianquan can start healing, Qin Zhao barely opens his eyes and weakly calls his name. Qin Zhao uses the last of his strength to tell Jianquan to take a green bottle out of his space belt, then passes out again. Jianquan searches the space belt in a panic and pulls out 3 green porcelain bottles instead of 1. The bottles hold glowing pills packed with radiant saint force, and Jianquan immediately realizes they can save Qin Zhao's life. He feeds the pills to Qin Zhao, and the color in Qin Zhao's face finally starts to return. Qin Zhao is still unconscious, but Jianquan can finally breathe because his life is no longer slipping away. Once Qin Zhao is stabilized, Jianquan recognizes the other 2 survivors as Qin Zhu and one of Tian Zhou's outside brothers. Then 3 men rush into view, and the surviving brother recognizes them with sudden joy as Tian Zhou and the others arrive. The 3 brothers crowd around the wounded man in anger, demanding to know who reduced him to this state. Their attention lands on Jianquan and the yellow-clothed girl, and one brother immediately demands to know who she is. She refuses to even answer them, and when they bark harder, she flatly warns that one more word will get them killed. The second brother flares up to attack, but the ugly third brother stops him and turns the moment into disgusting harassment instead. Their filthy words turn the girl's face murderous, and nearby Jianquan rises with a dark stare because he will not let them keep talking like that. Jianquan steps in and warns the 2 brothers to shut their mouths if they want to stay alive. The second brother mocks Jianquan, and Tian Zhou quietly decides this is the perfect chance to settle old grudges from Valorant City and Mercenary City. Tian Zhou gives a signal, and the wounded 4th brother instantly lies that Jianquan ambushed them and tried to murder Qin Zhao. Tian Zhou immediately plays along and orders his 3rd brother to seize Jianquan as Qin Zhao's supposed attacker. Before that lie can stick, the badly injured Qin Zhu wakes up and tries to correct them, saying an unrelated Earth Saint Master was the real attacker. Tianzhou shamelessly talks over Qinju and twists the story again, and Qinju falls silent because he is too injured to do more. The third brother reaches Jianqin and casually reaches for his shoulder, still treating him like an easy Great Saint Master target. In the next instant, Jianqin's light wind sword is already at the man's throat, and the Earth Saint Master freezes in total shock. Jianqin coldly calls out their black and white lie, and Tianzhou responds by drawing his red sword and ordering everyone to kill him. The third brother tries to use the chaos to strike first, but Jianqin answers with a single pull of the sword and takes his head off. Tianzhou and the others howl in rage over the third brother's death and charge Jianqin with murder in their eyes. Then the girl finally acts, sending a golden arrow through the second brother's chest so fast he never even sees death coming. The second brother drops dead, and Tianzhou realizes in horror that both Jianqin and this young archer are far stronger than he guessed. His nerve breaks, and when Jianqin mocks him for not attacking anymore, Tianzhou chooses to run. The girl starts to draw another arrow, but Jianqin is already moving and takes the pursuit himself. Jianqin cuts off the escape with sword chi, forcing Tianzhou to slow down and defend instead of getting away. Once Tianzhou loses momentum, Jianqin catches him and forces the fight into close range. Tianzhou explodes with Saint Force and swings hard, but Jianqin meets him head-on without a trace of fear. Jianqin knocks Tianzhou's weapon aside and drives the light wind sword straight through his chest. Only after being pierced does Tianzhou understand the truth. Jianqin was never a Great Saint Master at all, but an Earth Saint Master strong enough to kill him. Tianzhou glares at Jianqin and demands to know if Jianqin really plans to kill him. Jianqin coldly says Tianzhou brought this on himself and yanks the sword back out, reopening the wound in a spray of blood. Knowing he cannot escape, Tianzhou abandons caution and pours fiery power into his giant sword for one desperate battle skill. The flaming strike crashes down with crushing pressure, and Jianqin instantly recognizes it as a battle skill. Jianqin refuses to meet the battle skill head-on, slips past the attack, and drives his sword straight to Tianzhou's throat instead. With the blade at his neck, Jianqin tells Tianzhou that even now the result will not change and offers him last words only because of the Tianqin clan. Tianzhou still tries to lean on his clan's name, but the threat only makes Jianqin more contemptuous. Instead of backing down, Jianqin slaps Tianzhou across the face with the edge of his sword and cuts him just enough to make the insult sting. Jianqin says Tianzhou is not the Tianqin clan itself, and if not for Qin Shao he would have taught him this lesson much earlier. He drives a brutal kick into Tianzhou's already stabbed chest and sends him flying backward in agony. As Jianqin moves in for the killing thrust, a barely conscious Qin Shao calls out and begs him to spare his uncle. Jianqin stops the blade right at Tianzhou's face and reluctantly agrees to spare him for Qin Shao's sake. Even while sparing his life, Jianqin strips Tianzhou of his space ring before turning back to his friends. The humiliated swordsman staggers away clutching his bleeding chest, already swallowing his rage and saving revenge for later. Jianqin refuses to let the blood-soaked third brother leave, and one burst of sword chi punches clean through his throat. The retreating swordsman flinches at the kill behind him but keeps walking, knowing he can do nothing here. Once the danger passes, Jianqin checks Qin Zhao's injuries and starts feeding him the remaining Radiant Saint Force pills. Qin Shao stops him after one pill and insists the last one should go to Qin Zhu instead. Jianqin immediately accepts that choice and gives the final healing pill to the quiet, wounded Qin Zhu. Jianqin asks the yellow-robed girl to guard them for a moment, while he gathers what they need to move. She answers with a sulky side glance instead of words, still clearly annoyed with him. Jianqin dashes off and soon comes back with branches, rope, and quilts to build a stretcher for the nearly crippled Qin Shao. When Qin Shao apologizes for being a burden, Jianqin shuts that down and treats him like family. Qin Zhu manages to stand after the pill and says he still cannot fight, but he can at least keep moving. With no reason to stay, the four of them grab the dead men's belts and hurry away through the mountains. Their escape is interrupted when massive explosions shake the ground from a mountain several hundred meters away. They look over and realize a fight between top experts is raging on the far slope. Then the giant iron seal of Treasure Mountain suddenly flies out of the mountain and slams into the ground hard enough to mimic an earthquake. The yellow-robed girl instantly recognizes the seal and realizes Shi Xiangran must be fighting someone strong enough to knock it back. Before they can process that, a second figure rises with a flaming scarlet sword and smashes the seal away again in midair. Seeing that clash, the girl is shaken and says only a ruler armament could batter the seal of Treasure Mountain like that. Jianqin feels the danger immediately and decides not to investigate because Qin Dao's condition makes caution more important than curiosity. So the group presses on while the mountain battle keeps shaking the earth behind them. Other contestants are drawn toward the noise, and two fast men suddenly rush toward Jianqin's battered group instead. The two men bark at them to stop, and Jianqin instantly realizes from their Saint Force that both attackers are Earth Saint Masters. Huang Luan reacts first and fires two golden arrows before the men can get close. The attackers try to cut the arrows down, but the impact alone blasts them upward and makes them spit blood. Huang Luan does not hesitate for a second shot, and this time her arrows punch through both men's chests and kill them on the spot. That instant kill silences the whole area, and every onlooker drops any idea of robbing Jianchen's group. With the path finally clear, Jianchen calmly takes the dead men's valuables and keeps moving. Even after they get several kilometers away, the distant clash between Xiangran and the ruler armament user still keeps booming behind them. 6 hours later they finally stop at a cave, and Jianchen decides to take it over after noticing someone stayed there recently. He lights branches for a torch and goes back out to gather enough wood, already planning for a long recovery because Qin Xiao cannot travel far like this. While gathering wood, Jianchen notices 2 middle-aged men approaching and sizes them up without stopping his work. The sturdy man chats casually, asking why a kid this young is here and what he needs all the branches for. Jianchen keeps it short, says they are for a fire, stores the bundle in his space ring, and leaves before the conversation can go anywhere. After Jianchen is gone, the sturdy man praises the mysterious kid, and his companion quietly points out that the boy is rich enough to carry a space ring openly. Back at the cave, Jianchen piles up enough wood to last, because he expects they may need to hide there for half a month. He settles into caretaker mode, dressing Qin Zhao's waist wounds with herbs and bandages while Qin Zhu swallows pills and starts meditating to heal. Huang Wan stays apart on a rock, quietly stroking her golden bow while the cave falls into a tense, watchful silence. That silence breaks when footsteps enter the cave, and both Jianchen and Huang Wan tense up at once. The 2 men from outside step into the firelight, and before they can say a word the girl coldly orders them out. 2 new men reach the cave, and the burly one boldly argues that he found it first, while the yellow-robed girl answers with open hostility. The burly man suddenly recognizes Jianchen from earlier and greets him like an old acquaintance, which takes some of the heat out of the standoff. Jianchen sizes both newcomers up and realizes they are Earth Saint Masters, which makes this cramped cave feel a lot more dangerous. Instead of forcing the issue, Seniorin drops to the cave wall with an easy grin and suggests they all stay put and watch each other's backs, especially since Jianchen has injured companions with him. Yunjing calmly backs Seniorin's truce, saying more people means more strength, but Wan Er keeps staring at them like she expects the first sign of betrayal. Jianchen agrees to share the cave, but his warning is blunt: if either man makes a move against them, he will answer without mercy. That threat puts Yunjing on edge, because Jianchen is young, lightly injured, still carrying his space belt, and acting far too confident to be ordinary. Seniorin keeps things simple, introduces himself and Yunjing, and asks for Jianchen's name. Jianchen finally gives his name, and Seniorin's plain, honest way of talking makes him warm up a little because it reminds him of straightforward old friends from Kargath Academy. Wan Er catches that smile and for a rare moment the ice in her expression melts into something much gentler before she quickly looks away. Seniorin casually asks Jianchen's age, gets no answer, and then makes the mistake of trying the same friendly approach on Wan Er. Wan Er snubs him completely, and Jianchen dryly warns that her temper is bad, which earns him an instant furious glare from her. With the mood still twitchy, Jianchen suddenly pulls out several blood-stained space belts and a space ring, and both newcomers are stunned. Seniorin blurts out the obvious question when he sees the blood-stained belts, and Jianchen coolly answers that it does not count as stealing when the other side attacked first. Jianchen starts emptying the storage items, and the cave floor turns into a spread of 4 purple cards, 3 Class 5 monster cores, huge stacks of lower monster cores, money, and roughly 400 black tokens. Seniorin nearly drools over the tokens, and even Yunjing, who tries to stay composed, is badly shaken by how much wealth Jianchen is carrying. Jianchen calmly splits the loot into 2 shares and hands 1 filled space belt to Wan Er, openly treating her as his partner right in front of Seniorin and Yunjing. Wan Er only takes the 200 tokens she wants and tosses the rest back, acting like purple cards, Class 5 monster cores, and all that money are beneath her notice. Seniorin takes that one-sided exchange as proof that being handsome changes everything, and he starts dramatically regretting his own birth face right there in the cave. Watching Wan Er throw away a fortune without blinking, Yunjing quietly realizes that she and Jianchen must have backgrounds powerful enough to make even Earth Saint Masters hesitate. A quiet week passes in the cave, and while Jianchen, Seniorin, and Yunjing get along well enough, Wan Er still keeps mostly to herself. Qin Xiao slowly improves but still cannot walk, while Qin Zhu heals fast enough to fight again, which is exactly why Jianchen refuses to move camp too soon. One day Jianchen wakes by the cave fire, notices Yunjing is missing, and steps outside for a breath of fresh air after too many days in the stuffy heat. As soon as Jianchen leaves, Wan Er quietly opens her eyes to check the cave before settling back down again, showing she has never really relaxed. Outside, Jianchen keeps his range short because protecting the injured Qin Xiao matters more than hunting for extra gains now that he already has enough tokens to pass. He climbs into a tall tree and lets his thoughts drift to Mingdong, hoping his friend will come out of the hidden shrine transformed by whatever his ancestor arranged there. Jianchen's thoughts harden into a goal: win a heaven-tier battle skill here, grow strong enough to crush the Huayun sect, and raise the Changyang clan with that power. Then his expression turns grim when he remembers the Jessen kingdom is heading toward war, and he knows he has only about 2 years to become useful before it breaks. That quiet moment snaps when 3 figures come racing through the forest, one fleeing in blood and 2 armed men chasing hard behind him. Jianchen recognizes the fugitive as Yunjing at once and realizes he is being led straight back toward their camp. Rather than let danger reach the cave, Jianchen drops from the tree and plants himself on the path to stop the chase right there. Yunjing rushes behind Jianchen in obvious relief and urges him to run back for Seniorin, because the 2 men chasing him are too strong to handle lightly. Jianchen flatly refuses to lead trouble back to the cave and says he will settle it here without disturbing the others. Yunjing forces himself to calm down and stays behind Jianchen, because now he wants to see just how strong this young Earth Saint Master really is. The 2 pursuers finally stop in front of them, one short and cold dark, the other scar-faced and lean, and both look at Jianchen like he is just an annoyance in their way. One of them even tries to shove Jianchen aside, and Jianchen answers with an easy smile that only irritates them more. When Jianchen asks what they want, the short man drops all pretense and demands their space belts, threatening to kill both of them where they stand. The moment they choose death over backing off, Jianchen's killing intent explodes and he vanishes from sight. Jianchen reappears in front of the short man and drives the light wind sword straight through his throat before the man can even react. Without wasting a heartbeat, Jianchen rips the blade free and turns on the second Earth Saint Master, who finally realizes he picked a fight with a monster. The scar-faced man roars and swings with full saint force, but Jianchen slips past the attack and cuts his throat in a flash. For one brief second the man thinks he survived, and then his head comes off and his body crashes down in a spray of blood. Yunjing is left staring at the 2 corpses in total disbelief, because the opponents who had just chased him like prey died to Jianchen in 2 effortless strokes. That sight hits Yunjing like a personal blow, because after spending decades clawing his way into the Earth Saint Master realm, he has to accept that this absurdly young man stands far above everything he thought was fair. After killing the 2 Earth Saint Masters, Jianchen strips their space belts and finds nothing else worth taking. He turns to the bloodied Yunjing and tells him they need to get back to the cave before those injuries attract more trouble. As they leave, Yunjing stares at Jianchen's back in shock, still struggling to process how casually he killed 2 Earth Saint Masters. Back at the cave, Yunjing's condition jolts everyone, and Seniorin jumps up furious, demanding to know who hurt him. Yunjing explains that 2 Earth Saint Masters ambushed him, and Jianchen killed both of them. Qin Shao stares at Jianchen in disbelief and asks if he really killed 2 Earth Saint Masters by himself. Jianchen finally reveals the reason for his strength. After leaving the Tianqin clan, he broke through and became an Earth Saint Master himself. That quiet admission shocks Qin Zhu into opening his eyes, while Qin Shao finally understands why Jianchen feels so far ahead of everyone else. Half a month before the competition ends, the cave turns into their base while Jianchen mostly stays inside to guard Qin Shao, and the others keep risking themselves outside. The yellow-clothed longbow girl keeps to her own cave nearby, cultivating alone with her cylinder bow close at hand. Whenever strong Earth Saint Masters chase Seniorin and Yunjing back home, Jianchen steps in and handles them without trouble. After seeing that again and again, Seniorin and Yunjing start treating Jianchen as the group's pillar because 2nd and 3rd Cycle Earth Saint Masters are no match for him. Once Qin Shao fully heals, he immediately throws himself into cultivation with monster cores, desperate to reach the Earth Saint Master realm too. Qin Zhu, healed even earlier, stays as silent as ever and barely says anything at all. One night, with the cave lit only by the fire, Jianchen absorbs energy from a Class 5 monster core because he knows the Jessen Kingdom and the Changyang clan are still in danger. The whole cave becomes thick with leaking monster core energy, turning their hideout into a temporary paradise for cultivation. That calm breaks when hurried footsteps rush in from outside, and Seniorin arrives with excited news instead of another wound. Seniorin says a senior cultivator's cave has appeared in the southern forest, and people are claiming it holds treasure and maybe even a heaven-tier battle skill. The moment Jianchen hears heaven-tier battle skill, his eyes snap open and the whole group's attention turns deadly serious. Qin Shao warns that the news could be bait, because a rumor this tempting would be the perfect trap. Seniorin cannot vouch for the rumor, but he says huge numbers are already heading south and even the famous 5 experts are moving. Yunjing explains that the 5 experts are the strongest names around in this competition, and Jianchen immediately asks for their names. When Yunjing names Qin Ji, Du Gufeng, Tianmu Ling, Shi Xiangran, and Jetta Wukong, Jianchen narrows his eyes at Shi Xiangran's name. Qin Shao openly looks to Jianchen for the call, and Jianchen decides they are going now because only 15 days remain. As the group heads out, the quiet longbow girl emerges from her own cave and follows on her own. Jianchen invites her to join them for the southern cave, and she agrees with nothing more than a quiet nod. Jianchen quietly warns her that they may run into their old enemy again, so she should be ready. The 6 of them head south and keep passing streams of competitors racing after the same rumor. Along the way, the weaker Great Saint Masters mostly travel in peace now because they have already lost their belts and are no longer worth chasing unless someone holds a grudge. Small fights still break out between enemies on the road, but nobody is reckless enough to pick a clash with Jianchen's colorful, well-equipped group. After 5 days of travel, they finally reach the dense forest where the supposed immortal's cave is drawing everyone in. The first thing they hear is bad news. The cave is real, but powerful guardian beasts have already stopped the 5 experts and dozens of Earth's Saint Masters from entering. The rumors get worse as people say Earth's Saint Masters have already died there and only a full gathering of the 5 experts might break the stalemate. Jianqin decides not to linger with the outer crowd and leads his group deeper along the trampled path toward the real gathering point. 4 hours later they reach a flattened camp in the forest, where around 300 men, scattered tents, and fewer than 40 Earth's Saint Masters are all waiting under a tense peace. Nobody bothers them on arrival, because the stronger people in camp can tell Jianqin's side includes 3 Earth's Saint Masters and is not worth provoking lightly. Just as they push farther in, a beast roar and a blast of crushing energy explode from the front, shaking the ground and ripping trees into the air. Jianqin instantly throws out an order to retreat, and the whole group falls back toward the clearing before the danger reaches them. A battered group of 12 fighters comes fleeing out behind them, proving the cave guardians just crushed another attempt. Among the retreating fighters, Jianqin notices a blue-robed youth carrying a huge fire-like sword that stands out even in that beaten group. Whispers spread through the clearing that the guardian beasts may already be Class 6 monsters, far beyond what normal Earth Saint Masters can handle. The longbow girl narrows her eyes at the giant sword and quietly identifies it as a ruler armament. That puts Jianqin on guard at once, because he knows a ruler armament is forged from a saint ruler's remains and still carries terrifying power even in an Earth Saint Master's hands. Jianqin remembers seeing a blazing sword send Shi Xiangran's seal of Treasure Mountain flying, and he starts wondering if this youth was the one she fought. For now, Jianqin decides the beasts are too strong and tells his group they should wait until more people gather before trying anything. His group takes tents from their space belts and starts setting up camp in a small circle, acting as if they fully belong there. A skinny white-robed man named Yahello storms over and demands they tear the tents down, making it clear this camp has unspoken rules about who gets that privilege. The bystanders smirk and whisper that these newcomers clearly do not know only the strong are allowed tents in this crowded place. When Jianqin's side ignores him, Jiakaxi gets bolder, kicks apart Qinju's tent, and stomps toward Jianqin's next. That is all Jianqin needs, and in one cold flash the light wind sword takes Jiakaxi's leg clean off. Jiakaxi drops into a screaming heap, and Jianqin follows with a kick to the chest that sends him flying across the camp. The crowd's amusement vanishes on the spot, because Jianqin just showed a level of speed and force they badly underestimated. A calm purple-robed fighter from the failed cave assault steps in to ask what happened, and the atmosphere turns even tighter as more of his battered companions emerge from the tents. Jiakaxi's scarred middle-aged brother rushes in, hears who did it, and instantly comes at Jianqin with a 3-meter red spear blazing with fire energy. Jianqin meets the charge head-on, and the light wind sword crashes against the flaming spear hard enough to flatten the vegetation around them. Jianqin and Zhigu trade blindingly fast blows in the center of the crowd, their sword and spear striking so hard that energy tears up the ground around them. Watching from the side, Dugu Feng is impressed that Jianqin can hold Zhigu off and immediately decides this newcomer is a rival for first place, not someone to recruit. Elsewhere in the crowd, Qin Ji and his second uncle judge that Jianqin should have died against Jiedo Wukong's side, unless the cold yellow-robed girl behind him changes that. When Qin Ji's uncle points out the golden longbow on the girl's back, both men go tense because it may be a ruler armament, even if either dares say it outright. Back in the fight, Zhigu unleashes the first technique of his divine spear, filling the air with spear shadows until the crowd realizes he is using an earth-tier battle skill. Jianqin simply closes his eyes and answers that technique with raw speed, his sword moving so fast that even the experts can barely track the real strike. The expert onlookers are rattled that Jianqin can keep up with Zhigu's earth-tier battle skill by pure sword speed, even though his saint force is not wind attributed. Zhigu shifts into his second technique and smashes his spear down like a falling mountain, forcing Jianqin to block under crushing pressure. The impact blasts Jianqin backwards several steps, his arms trembling as his boots carve 2 shallow trenches into the dirt. Zhigu does not let up and launches the third technique, a killing thrust that locks onto Jianqin so completely it feels impossible to dodge. Jianqin answers by sinking his spirit with the light wind sword and firing it forward in a burst of silver sword chi instead of meeting the spear normally. The two attacks collide and the compressed force on Zhigu's spear erupts into a violent explosion that throws everyone within 100 meters backward. When the blast clears, Jianqin is still standing with his hair tie blown away and the light wind sword back in his hand, while Zhigu stays frozen in his final stance with his waist-length hair cut short at the neck. Then the real result appears. A thin red line opens across Zhigu's throat, and his head drops clean off in front of the stunned crowd. No one can understand what happened in that final instant, and the whole gathering erupts because Jianqin somehow survived the earth-tier kill move and beheaded Zhigu instead. A furious young expert charges out to avenge Zhigu, and Jianqin turns grim the instant he recognizes the fire sword in the man's hand as another ruler armament. Jiedo Wukong swings to kill, and Jianqin refuses to take a ruler armament head-on, retreating the instant the blade comes down. Before Jiedo Wukong can finish the strike, a golden flash from the yellow-robed girl slams into his ruler armament and detonates into another violent shockwave. The blast knocks Jiedo Wukong back and leaves him pale, because even he cannot ignore the recoil from a direct clash between ruler armaments. Now terrified, Jieda Wukong blurts out that the girl's longbow is a ruler armament, confirming the suspicion the other experts had already been weighing. Around the field, Qin Ji and the others absorb the reveal and realize this fight has added yet another ruler armament to the already dangerous gathering. Jianchen coolly asks who his attacker is, and Jieda Wukong answers with the arrogance of one of the 5 experts. Jianchen immediately insults him, saying that without the ruler armament, Jieda Wukong would not even be worth killing. Jieda Wukong charges again on reflex, but the yellow-robed girl quietly knocks another shot and traps him before he can advance. Because a bow holds the range advantage even between ruler armaments, Jieda Wukong can neither attack nor retreat without taking a loss. That deadlock breaks when a pink-robed beauty named Tian Muling strolls in laughing, instantly drawing every eye as another one of the 5 experts. Her playful introduction confirms her identity, and the crowd is stunned that the famous Tian Muling is not just powerful but almost dangerously enchanting. Tian Muling playfully praises Jieda Wukong's strange sword, giving him exactly the opening he wants to recover his pride. Jieda Wukong boasts that his clan sword can let even a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master kill a Heaven Saint Master, and Tian Muling feeds that ego with theatrical admiration. She then draws out the others by name, and Qin Ji and Dugu Feng both step forward to identify themselves as more of the 5 experts standing here. Tian Muling gushes over the 3 famous men like a starstruck girl, making the whole scene feel even stranger after the near-fatal clash. When Tian Muling turns that teasing energy on the yellow-robed girl, she gets only a disgusted snort in return. Tian Muling smoothly switches to Jianqin, mistakes him for Shi Xiangran, and learns instead that this dangerous newcomer is Jianqin. She instantly starts flirting with Jianqin too, and even he can only answer her nonsense with an awkward sweat drop. That only annoys the yellow-robed girl more, and Tian Muling keeps teasing until the girl is flushed red and openly furious. Before the banter can go any further, a man in white finally walks in alone, and Jianqin's eyes sharpen at once because it is Shi Xiangran. Shi Xiangran notices the yellow-robed girl first, and Jianqin realizes he has one tiny window to kill him before that barrier comes up again. Jianqin explodes forward in a silver flash and drives the light wind sword straight at Shi Xiangran's throat before anyone else can react. But Shi Xiangran's instincts fire first, and a transparent barrier blooms around him at the last possible instant. The blade only opens a tiny cut on Shi Xiangran's throat before the barrier slams the light wind sword backward and kills Jianqin's chance. Jianqin tries one more time with stronger sword chi, but the barrier only expands harder and pushes him completely off. Realizing he missed the only clean chance, Jianqin pulls back in frustration, while Shi Xiangran touches the blood at his throat and turns deathly pale at how close he just came to dying. Shi Xiangran turns pale and drenched in sweat as the near-death shock finally hits him, then that fear twists straight into murderous humiliation aimed at Jianqin. Furious, Shi Xiangran swears he will kill Jianqin and throws out his fist-sized iron seal. The seal of Treasure Mountain swells until it blots out the sun above the clearing, and Shi Xiangran's furious strike suddenly puts everyone underneath it in danger. Dugu Feng and Jieda Wukong answer first, both slashing upward with blazing swords as the air suddenly turns scorching hot. Qin Ji answers with his strange cyan machete. Tian Muling snaps her whip toward the seal, and beside Jianqin the yellow-clothed girl releases a golden Saint Force arrow into the attack. 6 ruler armaments crash together in one deafening collision, and the blast rips across the clearing hard enough to throw all the nearby experts backward. Shi Xiangran is the only one who rides out the explosion safely, cocooned inside his barrier while the backlash wrecks the battlefield around him. When the dust settles and a full kilometer lies flattened bare, Shi Xiangran realizes he just offended everyone there, and quietly blames Jianqin for all of it. Tian Muling deliberately plays the frightened victim and loudly mocks Shi Xiangran for trying to smash everyone to death without warning. Shi Xiangran instantly changes tone, claims it was a mistake caused by seeing a hated enemy, and tries to bait Jianqin into a private duel by calling him a coward hiding behind a woman. Jianqin's expression hardens, the light wind sword forms in his hand, and he steps forward ready to test whether his hidden sword chi can break that barrier. The yellow-clothed girl rushes in to stop him and angrily calls Shi Xiangran shameless for hiding behind his barrier while acting tough. Her words hit Shi Xiangran right on his weakness, and he snaps back with a filthy insult that nearly makes her explode. Before the feud can blow up again, Qin Ji steps between them and reminds everyone that the real goal is the Immortal's Cave and the powerful beasts blocking it. Qin Ji argues they have only 10 days left and need to join hands, and Dugu Feng, Tian Muling, and Jieda Wukong all back him by stressing the cave's treasures and the strength of the guarding beasts. Jianqin finally reigns in his anger because the mention of a heaven-tier battle skill hits the one reason he came here in the first place, finding something strong enough to help the Changyang clan rise. With the truce set, Shi Xiangran puts away the seal of Treasure Mountain but stubbornly keeps his barrier on, and Jianqin immediately mocks it as a tortoise shell. The insult lands so hard that even the others crack smiles, and Tian Muling laughs that this is the first time she has heard a Saint Ruler barrier called a tortoise shell. Qin Ji moves the alliance forward and lays out the core problem. There are 4 rare, extremely strong magical beasts, and even ruler armament users need numbers to kill them. He proposes that the ruler armament users take down 2 beasts while the other Earth Saint Masters pin the remaining 2, and Dugufeng and Jieta Wukong quickly voice their support. Qin-ji specifically asks Jian-chen's side for their answer, and once Jian-chen agrees, the yellow-clothed girl follows his lead with a quiet nod. With the strongest holdouts on board, Qin-ji raises his voice and invites all Earth Saint Masters nearby to join the push into the cave and claim whatever treasure they can seize. The crowd erupts at once, but Dugufeng immediately cuts the excitement down by barring Great Saint Masters from the assault, leaving only around 70 Earth Saint Masters in the camp. Qin-ji proposes 4 divisions for the 4 beasts, with the elite inner circle split into 2 small strike teams and the larger Earth Saint Master force split into 2 bigger groups. Qin-ji then openly asks to be placed in Jian-chen's division, making it clear he wants the strongest possible team around him. Tian Muling glides over next and cheerfully insists she wants to stay with handsome little brother Jian-chen too, turning the team selection into open teasing. When Tian Muling jokes that she will not steal Jian-chen away, the yellow-clothed girl's temper finally snaps. The girl yanks back the cylinder bow and points it straight at Tian Muling, forcing the flirt to squeal and hide behind Jian-chen. Jian-chen has to step in like a referee and tell Tian Muling to stop provoking her, and only then does the argument cool off. The 4 divisions are finally set, with Jian-chen's side grouped alongside Qin-ji and Tian Muling, while the other elite division forms around Jieta Wukong and leaves Shi Xiangran standing apart even within the same team. The remaining Earth Saint Masters are split into 2 larger 30-man teams, but everyone knows those groups are the weakest because they lack both ruler armaments and real coordination. With the assault delayed until morning, tents rise across the flattened battlefield, and even the rejected Great Saint Masters stay nearby, hoping they can still slip into the cave during the chaos. Inside his tent at night, Jian-chen warns his companions that the magical beasts are not the real danger because the alliance will almost certainly turn on itself once the cave opens. Qin Xiao withdraws immediately, admitting he is too weak to survive that level of fighting and will wait outside instead of becoming dead weight. Qin Zhu follows with the same choice and decides he will stay behind too. After a brief look between them, Seniorin and Yunjing choose the dangerous path and commit to following Jian-chen into the Immortals' Cave. On the second day, the whole expedition packs up in the forest and forms a tight battle group, while Shi Xiangran stays rattled enough by Jian-chen to keep his barrier up the entire time. Qin-ji lays out the problem clearly. 4 Class 5 magical beasts guard the Immortals' Cave, and each one is dangerous in a different way. He explains that the flying spirit snake can fly and spit deadly poison, making it a nightmare if no one can pin it down. Then he warns that the Amethyst Thunder Lion is heavily armored and can attack with lightning, so getting too close is asking to die. The albino earthworm is slower, but its defense is so tough that only the stronger fighters or the right attribute can really deal with it. But the real headache is the Pangolin Emperor, because it can vanish underground without a trace and stab up from below where no one can block it. Jian-chen asks which target they should claim, and Qin-ji immediately chooses the flying spirit snake because their longbow and whip ruler armaments can shut down its one big advantage. Jian-chen agrees, and Dugufeng calmly claims the albino earthworm for his own division because its defenses demand multiple ruler armaments. That leaves the Amethyst Thunder Lion and the Pangolin Emperor to the other 2 divisions, and even if they dislike it, no one has a better argument. After another 10 kilometers through the forest, the expedition reaches the scarred remains of an old battlefield, and knows they are finally close. Then 3 of the guarding beasts appear at once, and their pressure hits the whole group like a weight on the chest. Dugufeng charges first toward the albino earthworm and warns everyone that the Pangolin Emperor may still be underground, so every step from here is dangerous. The yellow-clothed girl opens the fight with a golden arrow from the cylinder bow and punches a bloody hole into the flying spirit snake. The wounded snake hisses and dives straight for the archer, forcing Qin-ji to shout for the whip user to lock it down immediately. Tian Muling steps in without hesitation, and her whip stretches to enormous length as it wraps around both wings and seals the flying spirit snake's flight. With the snake grounded, Qin-ji leads the rush, and Jian-chen, Seniorin, and Yunjing all fly in to cut it apart before it can recover. The whole battlefield explodes into chaos as all 3 visible beasts and every division collide at once. Partway through the fight, the hidden Pangolin Emperor finally strikes, biting a middle-aged fighter from the waist down and dragging him underground. The shout goes up instantly, and everyone around that side of the field starts staring at the ground instead of the enemy in front of them. The Pangolin Emperor bursts up again with the upper half of its victim still in its mouth, and the nearby experts throw themselves at it before it can burrow away. But the beast is too fast, and even direct Saint weapon hits only throw sparks before it vanishes back underground untouched. A moment later it attacks from below again, spearing through another man's hip with a spike before slipping away under the soil. At the same time, the Amethyst Thunder Lion unleashes lightning that chars one man black on the spot and turns its side of the field into a slaughter. The surrounding Earth Saint Masters hit back hard enough to draw blood, but the lion answers with claws and more lightning, killing and maiming men in seconds. Compared to that disaster, Jian-chen's side and Dugufeng's side are doing far better because 3 ruler armaments on each target are enough to keep those 2 beasts under control. Qin-ji's ruler armament rips deep into the albino earthworm, and its pale body quickly starts turning red with blood. The flying spirit snake is suffering too, because Tianmuling's whip keeps its wings locked and robs it of nearly half its strength. Qin-ji hacks another huge gash into the snake while the yellow-clothed girl keeps driving golden arrows into its head. Jianqin and the other close fighters pile onto the snake's head, adding one heavy strike after another until its wounds start to overwhelm it. Even so, the battle is still ugly overall, because only the Pangolin Emperor is fighting freely while the other three beasts are already being worn down by sheer numbers. As the snake grows more frantic, Tianmuling is forced to focus everything on holding the bindings together, sweat already running down her face. Then the flying spirit snake snaps and sprays corrosive poison everywhere, instantly melting clothing and flesh wherever it lands. Qin-ji sees how bad it is at once and orders everyone to retreat, warning that the poison can even pierce Saint Force and kill an Earth Saint Master within hours. The poison fog becomes so thick that no one outside it can see what is happening inside anymore. Qin-ji still charges back through the poison under his barrier and drives a brutal strike into the snake's heart before opening the wound even wider. The snake smashes him away with its tail, and in that instant Qin-ji glimpses a blurred azure and violet light moving inside the mist. A desperate wail erupts from inside the poison, and everyone outside realizes something inside that cloud just landed a devastating blow. Jianqin suddenly flies out of the mist soaked in blood, with most of his clothes melted away and green poison still clinging to his body. Because only the yellow-clothed girl can clearly see him through the haze, Jianqin hurriedly wipes off the poison and changes into a fresh set of clothes before anyone else notices. He circles back out of the poison looking calm again, as if nothing unusual just happened inside. When the poison finally clears, everyone freezes at the sight of the flying spirit snake laid open at the heart, its heart split in two and its monster core already gone. Qin-ji remembers that strange azure violet flash and senses Jianqin did something inside the mist, but for now he keeps his doubts to himself. Almost immediately after, the albino earthworm also falls, smashed down under Shi Xiangran's seal of Treasure Mountain after repeated crushing blows. Now only the Amethyst Thunder Lion and the Pangolin Emperor are left, and both untouched survivors are causing far worse casualties than the two beasts that just died. The desperate divisions call for help, but Qin-ji and Dugufeng don't hesitate to abandon them because the Immortal's Cave is finally right ahead. Dugufeng grabs the albino earthworm's monster core and leads his men off first, ignoring the rest of the battle behind him. Qin-ji also refuses to waste time on the flying spirit snake's corpse and orders Jianqin's whole group to follow him into the forest. After a mad dash, Jianqin and the others reach the Immortal's Cave and rush into a deep tunnel lined with glowing night pearls and unnaturally smooth stone walls. A heavy crash shakes the passage from deeper inside, warning them that someone ahead has already triggered trouble. They hurry to the chamber where everyone has already gathered, and Shi Xiangran instantly throws up his barrier again the moment Jianqin arrives. Right in front of them, a stone door has been cut off by a dropped stone wall trap, and Jieda Wukong explodes in anger at whoever triggered the mechanism. At the sealed end of the Immortal Cave, Dugufeng marches up and slams his fist into the stone door, expecting it to give way. When the blow leaves not even a scratch, the whole group realizes this plain-looking door is far tougher than it should be. Dugufeng turns cold and decides that if brute force is needed, he will smash the door with his ruler armament instead. His ruler armament crashes into the door with enough force to shake the cave, but the stone slab still refuses to break. Qin-ji quickly proposes the obvious answer. All 6 ruler armament users should attack together and overwhelm the door at once. As the group settles on a combined attack, Tianmuling backs the plan and the flirtatious yellow-clothed girl turns to Jianqin with a teasing invitation to join. Jianqin declines with a bitter smile, saying he has no ruler armament and would only get in the way in such a tight space. Before they can relax, the Amethyst Thunder Lion roars from behind them and Qin-ji yells that the beast is being lured straight into the cave. Pressed by the beast closing in, Dugufeng, Jieda Wukong, Shi Xiangran, Qin-ji, Tianmuling, and the yellow-clothed archer line up for one desperate combined strike while Jianqin and the other Earth Saint Masters pull back. As the attack line settles, transparent Saint Ruler barriers suddenly cover the 5 named frontliners, and Jianqin is jolted by the reveal, while the yellow-clothed archer remains outside any visible shield. At Qin-ji's shout, the 6 attacks crash into the stone door together, led by the yellow-clothed girl's arrow and Shi Xiangran's seal of Treasure Mountain, and the cave erupts in a blinding shockwave. Jianqin and the other Earth Saint Masters cling to the cave walls and reinforce themselves just to survive the backlash. When the blast finally settles, the 5 barrier-protected frontliners have only been shoved back, the yellow-clothed archer looks drained, and the absurd door shows cracks but still refuses to fall. Jieda Wukong roars for another try, and the second united strike finally blasts the cracked door apart. The moment the door breaks, the 5 barrier-protected experts rush through the opening without caring about the lingering blast. Jianqin forces his way through the violent energy after them, twisting through the aftermath to keep up. Inside the hidden chamber, everyone sees the prize at once, a dark wooden box sitting alone on a raised platform. Dugufeng, Shi Xiangran, Jieda Wukong, and Qin-ji all launch themselves toward the box in a mad scramble. Tianmuling beats them to it with a cyan whip that snatches the box off the platform from a distance. The four men instantly stop competing with each other and smash the box apart before Tianmu Ling can secure it. A white leather battle skill book bursts out of the broken box and flips into the air for everyone to see. Four hands reach for the falling book at once, while Tianmu Ling lashes her whip back in for a second attempt. The four men crush Tianmu Ling's whip back with their ruler armaments and seize the book together instead. But when all four grab the book and yank, the binding tears and the heaven tier battle skill explodes into loose pages. The chamber turns chaotic as everyone starts snatching the scattered pages out of the air. Jianchen flashes in like a silver streak and snatches 3 loose pages before anyone else can close on them. Dugufeng grabs 2 pages too, but his expression turns murderous when Jianchen steals another one right from under his hand. When the scramble settles, the torn battle skill's 19 pages are split 6 ways, and Jianchen ends up with 4 of them. Shi Xiangran explodes at Jianchen first, charging under his barrier and roaring that he will avenge the men Jianchen killed. Jieto Wukong and Dugufeng rush in right behind Shi Xiangran, both deciding this is the moment to kill Jianchen too. Qin Ji and Tianmu Ling stay out of it, content to watch while Jianchen's personal enemies make the first move. Facing 3 ruler armaments and 3 barriers at once, Jianchen realizes normal fighting will get him killed and decides to bet everything on his final trump card. Azure and violet light ignites along the light wind sword as Jianchen charges straight at Shi Xiangran instead of backing away. Certain his barrier makes him untouchable, Shi Xiangran swings the seal of Treasure Mountain at Jianchen's head without a hint of caution. Instead of stopping, Jianchen's sword quietly melts through the barrier and drives straight into Shi Xiangran's throat. The room freezes as Shi Xiangran stares at the blade in his neck, unable to accept that his barrier just failed. For Jianchen, the shock turns into certainty as he understands the awakened sword's spirits can break what even ruler armaments cannot. As Shi Xiangran's barrier collapses, Jianchen cuts his throat fully, then strips away the seal of Treasure Mountain and his space ring in one ruthless motion. With Shi Xiangran finished, Jianchen whips around on Jieto Wukong next, already aiming for another enemy and another set of pages. Jieto Wukong's confidence vanishes, and he jumps back in panic while swinging his flame sword to keep Jianchen away. Jianchen slips past the ruler armament and tests the barrier again, and once more the azure violet sword energy opens it like paper. Jieto Wukong barely blocks the killing thrust with his ruler armament, and Jianchen finally sees one thing the sword she still cannot cut through. Jieto Wukong fires a burst of flame from the weapon and tries to press the advantage with a killing stab. Jianchen vanishes into a blur of movement and surrounds Jieto Wukong with so many sword images that he loses track of the real strike. Before Jieto Wukong can recover, Jianchen appears behind him and drives his sword through the open barrier and out his throat. Jieto Wukong drops dead right after Shi Xiangran, and Qin Ji, Tianmu Ling, and Dugufeng can only stare as Jianchen proves even barrier-backed experts are not safe from him. Dugufeng does not wait for his turn and bolts for the cave entrance the instant he understands he cannot win. Jianchen rips Jieto Wukong's ruler armament and space ring away and gives chase, because if Dugufeng escapes, the heaven tier pages go with him. While running, Dugufeng shouts for help, and 4 men jump in front of Jianchen to block the pursuit. Jianchen cuts straight into them with the azure violet light wind sword, and their saint weapons chip the moment they try to block him. As they cry out from their damaged weapons, Jianchen takes the opening and kills 3 of the 4 with lightning-fast thrusts to the throat. The last purple-robed man manages one desperate block, but Jianchen overwhelms him too and cuts him down before resuming the chase. Jianchen suddenly bursts out of the cave passage chasing Dugufeng, and the people outside can only stare in confusion at how fast the fight inside went bad. After the chase passes, other experts rush into the inner cave and find Shi Xiangran and Jieto Wukong already dead on the ground. 2 of Jieto Wukong's men throw themselves beside his body, first trying to wake him and then realizing with horror that their young master is truly dead. The guards panic even harder because Jieto Wukong had both a Saint Ruler barrier and a ruler armament, so his death means disaster for them too. They turn to Qin Ji and Tianmu Ling, and both can only numbly confirm that Jianchen was the one who killed him. Knowing Jianchen might come back and wipe out everyone left behind, the 2 guards grab Jieto Wukong's body and decide to flee with it instead of waiting here. Outside, the whole mountain path is chaos as men sprint for the cave while the Amethyst Thunder Lion and the Golden Pangolin Emperor slaughter anyone too slow. The stronger Earth Saint Masters abandon the weaker Great Saint Masters to the beasts and rush the cave first, making the desperate scramble even uglier. High above that mess, Dugufeng streaks away through the air and Jianchen follows right behind him at full speed. Jianchen keeps launching himself off treetops to gain speed, steadily closing the gap as Dugufeng realizes his own guards may already be dead. Dugufeng finally admits Jianchen is far more terrifying than expected, but he still refuses to let his clan's ruler armament fall into anyone else's hands. After 10 kilometers of pursuit, the 2 burst out of the forest into open ground with only about a kilometer left between them. At the same time, a black-robed young man with waist-length hair heads toward the forest, looking for the cave and casually hoping to test his strength. He spots 2 people racing toward him and first dismisses them as more fools charging into danger. Then he gets a clear look at their faces, and his disdain snaps into pure shock. Dugufeng mistakes that reaction for luck and shouts for help, promising the Duga clan will reward anyone who holds Jianchen back. Instead of answering, the black-robed youth wraps himself in wind-attributed saint force and surges forward even faster than before. His speed is so absurd that both Jianchen and Duga Feng are startled, and Jianchen freezes for a beat when he finally sees the youth's face clearly. Duga Feng relaxes too early and asks for help again, thinking this powerful stranger will at least stall Jianchen for him. The stranger answers by drawing a cyan long sword and slashing straight at Duga Feng instead. Even with the ruler armament, Duga Feng gets driven back 3 steps, and the hit leaves his insides shaking from the force. Duga Feng is left staring at him in disbelief, suddenly wondering if this ordinary-looking youth is somehow powerful enough to rival Heaven's Saint Masters. Ming Dong just curses when he realizes the weapon in Duga Feng's hand is a real ruler armament. With Duga Feng stalled, Jianchen finally catches up, and the black-robed youth lights up the moment he recognizes him. The mystery finally breaks when they greet each other by name, and Jianchen realizes the black-robed powerhouse is Ming Dong after nearly a year apart. Up close, Jianchen can barely believe how much Ming Dong has changed, because his whole presence now feels like a hardened killer instead of the man he used to know. Ming Dong laughs and says he was just wondering how to find Jianchen, only to run into him almost immediately by fate. That friendly exchange crushes Duga Feng's last hope, because now he knows he is trapped between 2 monsters who are clearly allies. Jianchen says they can catch up later and handle Duga Feng first, making it clear the chase is not over just because old friends met. Ming Dong casually warns that a man carrying a ruler armament must come from a strong background, but Jianchen shrugs because he has already killed 2 such enemies. Ming Dong is stunned that Jianchen has already killed 2 ruler armament users, and Jianchen realizes his old friend now knows far more about the world than before. Ming Dong explains that Uncle Tian raised his strength from Great Saint Master to this level in only half a year, and now he wants Duga Feng as a sparring target. Jianchen agrees at once and steps back, happy to see how far Ming Dong has come and not worried in the slightest that Duga Feng can escape anymore. Before the fight restarts, Duga Feng urgently calls for a stop and asks Jianchen what he actually wants from him. He offers the Heaven Tier battle skill pages and everything in his space belt, but warns that taking the ruler armament will bring endless pursuit from the Duga clan and even their ancestor. Jianchen answers almost lazily that he already killed 2 men with barriers and ruler armaments, so that threat no longer scares him. That pushes Duga Feng into a corner, and after a hard pause he makes a desperate decision to protect his clan's honor another way. Duga Feng strikes his chest, draws out heart blood, and starts tracing a strange blood-red pattern in the air. Jianchen has never seen anything like it, but Ming Dong recognizes the ritual at once and looks openly stunned. Facing Jianchen directly, Duga Feng swears a blood oath. If he is allowed to return the ruler armament to his clan, he will serve Jianchen as his king for the rest of his life. Jianchen is caught off guard by how far Duga Feng is willing to go just to keep that weapon from being taken. Ming Dong explains that a blood oath binds the soul itself, letting the holder end the oathmaker's life with a thought, and even dragging the oathmaker down if the holder dies. Even after that explanation, Duga Feng does not waver and repeats that he would rather bind his life away than watch his clan lose its ruler armament. Jianchen accepts immediately, deciding that a loyal and talented living man matters more than taking one powerful weapon. Duga Feng adds one last condition of his own. From this moment he severs himself from the Duga clan, and his service to Jianchen must never be used to harm them. Jianchen respects that line and promises he will never exploit Duga Feng against his clan or force its secrets out of him. Satisfied at last, Duga Feng formally submits, and asks Jianchen to accept his blood oath as long as the Duga clan remains untouched. Jianchen stops Duga Feng from sealing himself with a blood oath and says he would rather trust the man than control him. He makes his real point clear: a forced servant is useless to him, but a free comrade can give real loyalty. That trust hits Duga Feng hard, and he swears he will return the ruler armament to his clan before coming back to keep his promise. Jianchen refuses Duga Feng's offer to hand over future rewards and instead welcomes him as a brother, not a subordinate. Ming Dong jumps in with a grin, apologizes for past friction, and welcomes Duga Feng as a new friend too. Duga Feng praises Ming Dong's strength and bluntly asks if he is already a Heaven Saint Master. Ming Dong casually reveals he is only 1 step short at peak 6th cycle Earth Saint Master, and Jianchen is left genuinely rattled by how absurd that growth is. Ming Dong explains that Uncle Tian poured terrifying amounts of power and treasures into him, then sealed his cultivation just below Heaven Saint Master to protect his foundation for 3 years. When Ming Dong adds that Uncle Tian was already a saint ruler 5,000 years ago, Duga Feng finally loses his composure. Jianchen notices that reaction but sets it aside, because the missing Heaven Tier battle skill pages still matter more right now. The 3 rush back together, but before they reach the cave a blood-soaked amethyst thunder lion charges out in a furious last stand. Ming Dong eagerly claims the fight for himself, and Jianchen leaves him with one warning about the hidden Pangolin Emperor before heading on with Duga Feng. At the cave entrance, Jianchen and Duga Feng find a chaotic standoff with a furious crowd screaming at the men who are blocking everyone else out. Duga Feng roars for everyone in his way to move, and the whole entrance freezes when people realize exactly who just arrived with Jianchen. A few fools curse back at first, but the moment they see Dugufeng and Jianqun clearly, the entire mob goes dead silent. Dugufeng demands the men who curse them step forward, but Jianqun cuts the delay short and pushes straight into the cave for the missing pages. At the entrance, guards Senior and blurts out that Tian Wuling talked him and Yunjing into holding the line while the others searched inside. Jianqun tells the two men to keep guarding the entrance and promises they will not be left out if there is profit to be had. As Jianqun and Dugufeng rush inside together, the men outside can only stare and wonder how two enemies suddenly came back as allies. Inside the cave, Jianqun spots the 4 dead Dugu clan guards and is relieved when Dugufeng makes clear they have nothing to do with him now. Dugufeng eases that guilt himself by saying those bodyguards were only outer branch men tied to the clan, not people he truly cared about. He even says following Jianqun and Mingdong now feels like the right choice, because their path promises something bigger than his old life ever did. Back in the inner chamber, Qinji, Tian Wuling, and the yellow-clothed girl are still searching when Jianqun and Dugufeng walk in together and stun everyone on sight. Qinji and Tian Wuling can barely process the scene, because the two men do not look like they fought at all. The yellow-clothed girl mutters that something shameless must have happened, leaving Jianqun awkwardly trying to laugh it off. Before Jianqun even has to ask, Qinji hands over his Heaven-tier battle skill pages and says Jianqun has more use for them. That gift leaves Jianqun only 2 pages short, so he turns to Tian Wuling with a polite smile and asks for the last pieces. Tian Wuling jokes that if she refused, he would probably kill her, and Jianqun has to calmly talk her away from that line of thought. Jianqun argues that breaking up an intact Heaven-tier battle skill would be a waste, trying to persuade her with reason instead of force. Instead of agreeing, Tian Wuling slides against him and mischievously suggests that he hand all the pages to her so she can complete the skill herself. That suggestion instantly wipes the color from Jianqun's face, because there is no way he would give up the skill after coming this far. Seeing how badly he wants it, Tian Wuling turns the tease up another notch and names her price, 1 lip-to-lip kiss. Jianqun is left red-faced and speechless, completely overwhelmed by a request he clearly did not expect. Across the chamber, the yellow-clothed girl suddenly snaps and calls Tian Wuling shameless, surprising even herself with how angry she sounds. Tian Wuling instantly catches that jealousy and needles her harder by joking that she must be Jianqun's lover. After winning the exchange, Tian Wuling finally drops the game and hands over the last 2 pages, though she still leaves Jianqun with a teasing reminder. Jianqun ignores the teasing completely and immediately spreads all 19 pages on the ground to assemble the full manual. The yellow-clothed girl keeps glaring at Tian Wuling, while Tian Wuling only smiles and decides this prickly little rival is unexpectedly interesting. When the last page fits, Jianqun finally holds an intact Heaven-tier battle skill called Heaven's Stolen Fortune. Reading it leaves Jianqun thrilled, because the skill can multiply a user's strength 3 to 10 times over by burning Saint Force at the same brutal rate. Inside the cave, Jianqun reads the Heaven-tier battle skill Heaven's Stolen Fortune and has to force himself not to lose control over how valuable it is. Knowing a treasure like this could start wars among Earth and Heaven's Saint Masters, Jianqun reluctantly seals the manual away in his space ring and steadies his emotions. Now calmer, Jianqun joins the search and takes in the chamber itself, a huge cave under a giant night pearl, a raised platform, a stone chess table, and a rough bookshelf by the wall. At the bookshelf, Jianqun is stunned to find battle skill manuals that Qinji's proud group ignored because they look down on anything below the top prizes. He quickly confirms the hall is huge, 2 advanced human-tier skills and several Earth-tier manuals, exactly the kind of practical resources the flame mercenaries need. While the others finish tearing through the rest of the chamber, Jianqun calmly stores every useful manual into his space ring. The quiet search breaks when 2 of Qinji and Tian Wuling's men are blasted through the entrance, spitting blood onto the cave floor. Mingdong strolls in wearing black robes and complaining loudly that nobody had the right to block the cave from him. Qinji demands to know who he is, but Mingdong ignores him completely and lights up the moment he spots Jianqun and Dugufeng inside. Mingdong walks straight to Jianqun and throws an arm over his shoulder, making it clear they are close enough that Qinji and Tian Wuling have to hold back. Jianqun quietly asks why he dragged so many people here, and Mingdong realizes too late that he probably just smashed through their own guards. Then Mingdong carelessly props a foot on the stone table, and the table starts sinking into the floor like a hidden switch. The whole cave rumbles, and a hidden stone door rises from the ground, instantly turning the room into a treasure frenzy. People start shouting that the real treasure, or even the Heaven-tier skill must be inside, and the strongest fighters rush the opening first. Beyond the door, they find a much smaller room where a glowing white skeleton sits cross-legged on a jade bed under a smaller night pearl. The pressure pouring off that skeleton is so overwhelming that everyone immediately understands this room is the real heart of the cave. Tian Wuling blurts out the answer first. This is the skeleton of a saint ruler, and the shock turns everyone's blood hot with greed. Qinji, Tian Wuling, Dugufeng, Mingdong, and the Bao girl all lunge for the skeleton at once. Mingdong moves first, wrapping himself in wind-attributed saint force and snatching the saint ruler skeleton into his space belt before anyone can stop him. The moment the skeleton is gone, Qin Ji and Tian Muling attack Ming Dong in frustration with their ruler armaments. Du Gufeng instantly steps in for Ming Dong and slams Tian Muling hard enough to throw her back even through her barrier. Jianchen also draws the light wind sword and blocks Qin Ji, but he deliberately holds back because Qin Ji already helped him earlier. Seeing Jianchen and Du Gufeng both protect Ming Dong, the longbow girl immediately realizes these three are tied together and lowers her bow instead of joining the fight. Qin Ji reads Jianchen's restraint correctly and backs off, deciding he would rather give up the skeleton than turn Jianchen into an enemy. Jianchen apologizes, still unsure why the skeleton matters so much, while Tian Muling fumes that they owe her compensation for taking such a valuable prize. Ming Dong only grins and tells Jianchen they really did pick up a treasure, but before he can explain, the crowd from outside finally packs into the tiny room. With the room jammed full and the exits now a problem, Jianchen narrows his eyes and realizes they may have just trapped themselves underground. Then the entire cave starts shaking, cracks race across the room, and dust pours from the ceiling as the hidden chamber begins to collapse. Ming Dong quickly figures out why. The Saint Ruler skeleton had been stabilizing the cave, and once he took it, the whole place started coming apart. Jianchen bellows for everyone to run, and that one warning finally breaks the treasure madness gripping the crowd. The room erupts into a desperate stampede as men shove, trip, and trample each other in a blind rush for the exit. As the chamber empties just enough to move, Jianchen and the others finally launch for the way out too. But the collapsing walls expose hidden compartments, and Jianchen catches sight of a purple and gold box glowing from one of the newly opened holes. He instantly veers off, grabs the purple and gold box, and throws it into his space ring before anyone can contest it. The others notice more secret caches opening everywhere and dive in after their own shares of the hidden treasure. Even the slower survivors turn back when they see what is inside, and the cave suddenly becomes a frantic loot scramble for manuals, space rings, and rare medicines. One man blurts out that he found a heaven tier item, realizes his mistake too late, and clamps his mouth shut in terror. An Earth Saint Master blurts out that his book is heaven tier, and an unseen flame sword user kills him in one strike and snatches the manual on the spot. That ruthless grab shocks the remaining treasure hunters, and the last stragglers finally stop looting and bolt for the exit. Now the collapse turns violent, with huge slabs crashing down and the passage nearly blocked shut. A giant boulder crashes into the passage ahead, and a huge flame sword strike from behind blasts it apart so the group can keep running. Jianchen and the others finally burst out of the tunnel looking filthy, shaken, and lucky to have made it. Outside, Ming Dong exhales in relief while the earlier escapees stand around equally dusty, some of them already nursing injuries from the collapse. A familiar commotion breaks out when Qin Xiao starts shoving his way through the crowd in a panic, trying to find Jianchen. The men he offended are ready to start a fight, but they go quiet the moment Qin Xiao runs straight to Jianchen and asks if he made it out safely. That reaction says everything about Jianchen's reputation now. After everything he did in the cave, nobody here dares pick a conflict that might involve him. Jianchen reassures Qin Xiao that he is fine, easing the man's panic at last. Then Ming Dong grabs Qin Xiao's shoulder like an old friend, and Qin Xiao stares in disbelief when he realizes who is standing in front of him. Qin Xiao is shocked that Ming Dong came to the gathering at all, and Ming Dong only laughs that he showed up because someone was looking for him. Instead of explaining right away, Ming Dong pulls Du Gufeng over and bluntly introduces the infamous swordsman as one of their own from now on. Qin Xiao quickly accepts the introduction with his usual straightforward warmth, and Du Gufeng answers with a smile instead of his usual distance. From nearby, Qin Ju overhears this and is left staring in disbelief that someone as dangerous and well-backed as Du Gufeng could suddenly be standing with Jianchen's circle. As the cave incident ends, Qin Ju quietly realizes Jianchen's new friendship with Qin Ji could become a huge advantage for his clan. Qin Ji warmly invites Jianchen to visit the Qin Huang kingdom and hands him a jade token that will open the imperial palace to him. Jianchen accepts the gift with a smile, but the gesture makes him suspect Qin Ji is no ordinary noble and may be a prince. After a few final words, Qin Ji parts ways with Jianchen and leaves with his side. Tian Muling also comes to say goodbye, gently reminding Jianchen that he still owes her a favor. Embarrassed, Jianchen promises he will repay her precious help many times over when he gets the chance. With the cave collapsed and nothing left to recover, groups start leaving in every direction, and Jianchen sets out with a larger party that now includes Du Gufeng and Ming Dong. As they walk through the forest, Jianchen introduces Ming Dong to Xiniren and Yunjing, but the yellow-clothed archer remains the one person he still barely knows. Jianchen quietly admits to himself that he never even learned the girl's name because of her prickly temper and their awkward past. Ming Dong leans in and asks who the stunning longbow girl is, openly saying her beauty rivals the famed second miss of the Tianqin clan. Jianchen can only give a wry answer. He does not know her name either, and they only teamed up because Shi Xiangran's threat forced them together. When Ming Dong is puzzled that Shi Xiangran could trouble Jianchen at all, Jianchen explains that Shi Xiangran's strange barrier made his normal attacks useless. Jianchen says Shi Xiangran's long-range ruler armament, and that barrier left him no safe way to win, so he stayed with Huang Luan until he could gamble on his hidden trump card. He adds that only in the cave did he finally test that last resort, and once it broke both barriers, Xianguan and Jiedo Wukong were no longer untouchable. Ming Dong stops in shock when he hears Jianchen really managed to smash those barriers. Jianchen quietly shows him the answer by raising a finger and revealing the faint azure and violet sword chi. The moment the sword chi appears, a cold invisible pressure spreads through the forest and makes everyone nearby shiver in alarm. Jianchen has already exposed this trump card too many times to keep it secret, so now he only intends to hide its deeper truth. Since he will need that sword chi again in the upcoming individual battles if he wants first place, Jianchen no longer sees any point in pretending it does not exist. Jianchen keeps the explanation short, revealing only the name sword chi and a hint of its power, so the rest of the group is left curious and guessing. Then Qin Xiao suddenly guesses that Jianchen's strange sword chi may be connected to the supreme treasure he bought before. That guess catches Jianchen off guard, but he immediately realizes it gives him the perfect cover story for the power he cannot truly explain. Jianchen's reaction sells the story, and the group quickly accepts that his sword chi comes from some mysterious supreme treasure, with Seniorin and Yunjing especially envious. Not long after, the yellow-clothed girl quietly asks Jianchen to step aside with her. Jianchen follows her to a quiet spot away from the group, leaving everyone else watching in curiosity. Back with the others, Ming Dong grins and jokes that the girl must like Jianchen if she wants to talk that far away in private. Seniorin half agrees, saying Jianchen is strong and handsome enough to sway women, even if Huang Luan's proud temper makes her hard to approach. Only Qin Ju stays visibly silent, watching the scene without joining the teasing. Away from the group, Huang Luan finally speaks up and warns Jianchen that killing Xianguan and Jiedo Wukong and taking their ruler armaments will put 2 clans on his back. Her warning carries a rare note of real concern, showing that her anger toward him has already softened into something more complicated. Jianchen simply says he already understands the danger. Huang Luan then says that with Xianguan dead, there is no reason to keep traveling together, and she plans to leave on her own. Even as she says it, Huang Luan clearly does not want to go, and the month they spent together weighs on her more than she expected. Jianchen says nothing for a moment, standing in the wind so still that he almost looks like a lone hero from a legend. Gathering her courage, Huang Luan asks if Jianchen never once wanted to know her name. Jianchen answers bluntly that she never told him, so he had no way to know. That only makes Huang Luan more annoyed, and she snaps back that he could have asked. Jianchen helplessly admits he was afraid her temper would make asking go badly. Defeated and a little hurt, she finally gives him the answer herself. Her name is Huang Luan. She tells him to remember it, says goodbye, and turns away with her yellow robes and long hair lifting in the wind. But Jianchen cannot just let her go, and he calls out for her to wait. Huang Luan stops without turning around and asks what else he wants to say. Jianchen points out the real danger. She has a ruler armament but no protective barrier, which makes traveling alone far too risky. Huang Luan admits she really does not have any barrier to protect herself. Jianchen warns that even Qin Ji or Tian Muling might be tempted if they saw a chance to seize the Cylinder Bao for their own clans. He presses the point further, saying that against several Earth Saint masters at once, a long-range Bao will not save her once they close in or trap her. For the first time since deciding to leave, Huang Luan's confidence cracks as she realizes every greedy expert now knows she carries a priceless weapon. Jianchen takes the opening and asks her to stay with the group until the round ends and everyone is transported out safely. After a long still moment, Huang Luan finally gives in and nods. Relieved, Jianchen says they should head back, settle in somewhere, and wait out the round since their token should already be enough for the top 500. When the two return, Ming Dong's wink makes it obvious he has completely misunderstood what happened. Qin Xiao joins in with a teasing compliment, saying Huang Luan's beauty can match even his sister's, and Jianchen can only answer with an awkward smile. Jianchen decides not to explain himself, knowing that any denial now would only make everyone's suspicions worse. Later, the group makes camp in a clear open space with white tents and a table piled with fine dishes taken from Jiedo Wukong's space ring. The meal itself is lavish enough to remind everyone just how much Jiedo Wukong had stuffed into that larger space ring. After dinner, the others drift away until only Jianchen, Ming Dong, Dudufeng, and Huang Luan remain at the table. Once the table is finally private, Ming Dong leans in and asks if Jianchen knows what a Saint Ruler skeleton is actually good for. Jianchen admits he has been curious the whole time about why a Saint Ruler skeleton is valuable enough for everyone to fight over. Before Ming Dong can answer, Huang Luan quietly takes over and decides to explain it herself. Huang Luan explains that when a Saint Ruler dies naturally in a seated death, their immense pure power and Saint weapon do not scatter away like normal. Instead, that power slowly sinks into the skeleton and leaves behind bones still holding the full strength of the dead Saint Ruler. That is why a Saint Ruler skeleton is such a coveted treasure. Anyone who could claim that power would make the whole world jealous. Jianchen follows up with the next puzzle and asks how ruler armaments can still exist if a Saint weapon's power is supposed to merge into the skeleton too. Huang Luan explains that Saint rulers are measured by the 9 heavenly layers, and only at the 9th heavenly layer can one sever the bond to a Saint weapon without losing its power. Once severed at that peak state, the Saint weapon can preserve its energy forever and becomes what everyone calls a ruler armament. Jianqin tests the logic aloud and confirms that anyone below the 9th heavenly layer cannot do this, so their saint weapon would still merge into the skeleton at death. Huang Wan confirms he has understood it correctly. But Jianqin is still stuck on one point. Why would a peak saint ruler willingly cut off such a weapon unless they had family to inherit it? Huang Wan answers that all of it traces back to an old legend so unbelievable it sounds almost absurd. Ming Dong cuts in and says his uncle Tian once explained that 9th heavenly layer saint rulers leave a trace of essence, qi, and spirit inside the severed weapon for that legend. Jianqin leans in and asks the obvious question, what legend could possibly be worth that much? De Gufeng gives the answer in one grim word, resurrection. Jianqin is stunned flat, because using a saint weapon to resurrect sounds completely impossible to him. Ming Dong solemnly says this is exactly what Uncle Tian told him, and Huang Wan adds that no one has ever achieved resurrection, yet every 9th heavenly layer saint ruler still believes in it without doubt. De Gufeng says that kind of unwavering belief means there must be some hidden truth ordinary people do not know. Jianqin still cannot accept it, calling resurrection through a saint weapon too absurd to believe, and the others can only soberly agree that the legend has never come true. While resting in camp, Jianqin listens hard as Huang Wan, De Gufeng, and Ming Dong explain just how terrifying a saint ruler really is. They tell him a saint ruler's skeleton still holds immense energy, but only a heaven saint master can safely draw it out without being overwhelmed. Then they reveal the stranger rumor. A saint ruler who dies in seated meditation might revive through a ruler armament, a secret so wild even Jianqin struggles to believe it. De Gufeng suddenly hands Jianqin a heaven-tier battle skill, but warns that only someone with water attribute saint force can use it. Jianqin checks the book for himself, then immediately offers it to Huang Wan since she has the right attribute. Huang Wan casually rejects it, saying her own heaven-tier battle skill is already better. When Jianqin asks why she cannot learn both, Huang Wan bluntly explains that heaven-tier battle skills are so profound that mastering even one can take a lifetime. Jianqin accepts her reasoning and stores the book away, already thinking it may become valuable once the flame mercenaries grow stronger. Next he pours out the tokens taken from Jieta Wukong and Shixiangran, and the pile crashes onto the table in a heavy black mound. Jianqin tells Ming Dong to take what he needs, and Ming Dong admits he had been badly short on tokens after finding mostly looted opponents on the road. Ming Dong starts with 500, but De Gufeng cuts in and warns that this round was massive, so anything less than about 1200 is too risky. That number jolts Jianqin, and Ming Dong quickly takes more until he holds 1500 tokens to lock in his chance at the top 500. Since the main group already has more than enough, Jianqin calls Qin Xiao, Qin Zhu, Seniorin, and Yunjing over to split the rest. Qin Zhu refuses a share at once, saying he only came as Qin Zhao's bodyguard and never planned to enter the finals. Qin Xiao follows his lead and steps back too, admitting that this trip was only training from his father and the finals would just get him killed. Yunjing and Seniorin quietly talk it over, then Yunjing gives up his chance so the stronger Earth-attributed Seniorin can advance instead. To thank them for defending the cave, Jianqin rewards Seniorin and Yunjing with 2 Class 5 monster cores each. With everyone's tokens finally settled, Ming Dong laughs that surviving this hellish year calls for a proper celebration. He yanks the giant carcass of an amethyst thunder lion out of his space ring, and the beast is so huge it makes the whole tent bulge outward. Qin Zhu and Seniorin are stunned, because they had no idea Ming Dong had become strong enough to kill a peak Class 5 mutant beast. Ming Dong proudly explains the lion was already heavily injured and the Pangolin Emperor got away, but this kill is still enough to turn their camp into a feast. Later, away from the group, Jianqin quietly sorts through everything he snatched from the Immortal's cave before it collapsed. Among the spoils, the pills filled with Radiant Saint Force catch his eye most, because their purity far exceeds his own power. Then he opens the purple and gold box and finds one small white piece of fur hidden inside. The instant he sees it, Jianqin pulls out the other 2 white fur pieces he already carries and realizes all 3 are almost identical. One of those pieces came from his mother by Yuntian as a family heirloom, so the match leaves him even more unsettled by the mystery. He still cannot uncover their secret, so he carefully stores the 3 fur pieces together and moves on. The last days of the competition pass surprisingly peacefully, because Jianqin's camp is strong enough that nobody dares come close. While everyone enjoys daily meals from the Amethyst Thunder Lion, Jianqin spends nearly every spare moment shut in his tent studying Heaven's stolen fortune. He focuses on that battle skill because it can multiply his strength, making it too useful to ignore before the next round. 3 days before the end, a tense rumor spreads through the trial about 3 radiant warriors roaming the north. People say these rare fighters can heal themselves with Radiant Saint Force, making them brutally hard to kill once a battle drags on. The stories get wilder with every retelling, from beheading Class 5 magical beasts to slaughtering a dozen Earth Saint Masters. Even Jianqin feels real pressure from the news, because in all his travels he has never personally encountered anyone with Radiant Saint Force before. At last the final day arrives, and Jianqin's group packs up their camp and waits for the survival tournament to end. Half a day later, the bright world suddenly darkens as violent energy churns across the sky and starts tearing it open. The darkness becomes absolute, and a vast force seizes everyone so completely that even Jianqun cannot resist being dragged upward. When the darkness finally breaks, Jianqun regains his footing after the force transfer, while back in the trial world the corpses left behind begin to fade away. Jianqun looks up in amazement, and realizes he is inside a gigantic shrine already filled with ragged survivors from the competition. The power that moved everyone here feels so overwhelming that Jianqun can only wonder what level of expert could have done it. An elder at a long table orders everyone with no tokens to leave, and the crowded hall immediately starts thinning out. After the people with no tokens are sent away, only 200 competitors remain to line up for registration for the next round. Because his clothes are still clean and whole while everyone else looks half-ruined, Jianqun becomes the most eye-catching person in the room. He scans the remaining group and realizes none of his companions were sent to this same registration line. One by one the elders start counting tokens, recording names, and taking the black markers away in a fast, practiced routine. As the line moves, Jianqun is surprised to see most survivors only holding a handful of tokens instead of the huge numbers gathered by the strongest experts. A few larger counts finally appear, but even 300 tokens is enough to shock the room before Jianqun steps forward. When his turn comes, every eye locks onto Jianqun to see what the calm young man with the space ring will produce. The sight of that space ring alone stuns the other mercenaries, because it marks him as far richer and more dangerous than he looks. Then Jianqun dumps out all his tokens at once, and the table is buried beneath a small mountain of black metal. For the first time even the three elders break their composure and stare at the pile in open shock. After a careful count, the elder announces 1,873 tokens, and the whole hall goes dead silent. The elders instantly treat him with respect, record Jianqun's name, and openly hope he keeps shocking people in the next round too. As Jianqun walks away, the other competitors finally recognize his name and start whispering that he is a monster on the level of the 5 experts. Beyond the hall, he enters a huge courtyard-like space with 4 passageways and a glowing space gate hanging over the center. Then Ming Dong's shout cuts through the crowd, and Jianqun finally spots Ming Dong, Huang Luan, and Dugu Feng waiting for him. The reunion lifts Jianqun's mood at once, because his friends were not lost after all, just sent through different exits. Ming Dong explains that this whole place is an isolated space, and the space gate should return them to the Tianyuan continent. Qin Xiao steps in and urges the group toward the gate, saying the Tianqin clan's grand elder is most likely already waiting outside. The group heads through the space gate and steps back onto the open grounds of Mercenary City, where Mo Tianyun's giant stone statue towers nearby under the sky. Looking up at the statue, Dugu Feng reflects on Mo Tianyun's unmatched legend and the regret that even someone like that could not outlast time. Huang Luan decides to leave first, and Jianqun seriously warns her to stay alert because Shi Xiangran's clan came prepared for trouble. She brushes off the danger inside Mercenary City and walks away, leaving the group to handle their own next step. Jianqun starts to part ways with Seniorin and Yunjing, but Seniorin stops the farewell to ask whether the Flame Mercenaries are really Jianqun's group. When Jianqun confirms he really founded a mercenary group, Seniorin openly asks to join, betting his future will be brighter at Jianqun's side. Jianqun happily accepts at once, because the Flame Mercenaries desperately need experts like him. Jianqun immediately invites Yunjing too, and Yunjing agrees after admitting he also believes following Jianqun will lead somewhere big. Ming Dong laughs in satisfaction as the Flame Mercenaries suddenly gain 2 more Earth Saint Masters and look stronger than ever. With Dugu Feng heading back to his own clan, Jianqun and Ming Dong escort Qin Xiao, Seniorin, and Yunjing to an inn where the Tianqin clan's Grand Elder is waiting. At the inn, the usually severe Grand Elder is already waiting beside a full table of dishes, and his rare smile makes it obvious how relieved he is to see Qin Xiao and Qin Ju back alive. His unusual warmth even makes Qin Xiao and Qin Ju uncomfortable, and they quickly apologize before sitting down under his protection. But the moment everyone settles, the Grand Elder's eyes snap to Ming Dong, and he blurts out the real shock of the evening. Ming Dong is already a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master. At the Tianqin clan meal, Ming Dong grins when the Grand Elder finally reads his strength and realizes the gap between them has almost vanished. The old Heaven Saint Master can barely believe it, because the man who was only a great Saint Master a year ago is now a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master, just 1 step from Heaven's Saint Master. Ming Dong enjoys the moment and casually credits a lucky encounter, still thrilled that a former nobody can now stun a Heaven's Saint Master. The Grand Elder steadies himself and admits the truth is terrifying. If Ming Dong keeps growing like this, he could one day reach the level of a Saint ruler. He then turns to Qin Xiao with a gentler tone, praising him as the Tianqin clan's pride and the son who completed his father's mission well. Qin Xiao answers with formal confidence that he will prepare to break into Earth's Saint Master when he gets home, but the elder warns him not to rush a breakthrough that can kill him. Then the elder suddenly asks where Tianzhou is, and the whole table goes awkwardly quiet. No one answers, and the Grand Elder quietly admits he hopes the missing Tianzhou is still alive, making it clear he already suspects the worst. After the meal, Jianqun returns to his room and pulls Ming Dong into urgent study, because the coming individual matches will leave him exposed to revenge from Shi Xiangran and Jiedo Wukong's factions. Elsewhere in Mercenary City, Jiedo Wukong's corpse lies on the floor while two furious clan elders arrive and demand to know who killed him. When the attendants name Jianqin, the elders' anger only gets worse as they jump straight to the real loss, the missing Guanyin sword. The third elder nearly explodes and smashes a table in rage, but the fourth elder forces him to stop because even they cannot openly start trouble in Mercenary City. Unable to vent their fury, the elders send the attendants out to track Jianqin down and recover the stolen ruler armament. At another inn, Shi Shengran's people are also on edge, pacing and waiting far too long for their young lord to come back. They try to reassure each other that the fourth elder went to find him, but the worry on every face says they already fear something has gone wrong. 3 days and nights pass before Jianqin, Mingdong, and Seniorin each receive notice that they made it into the next round. Seniorin and Yunjing quickly buy the published rankings and bring them straight to Jianqin to see where he stands among the top 500 survivors. Jianqin's eyes narrow when he sees that even with 1873 tokens, he only placed 14th. The list is even more startling because the top names are mostly strangers to him, with Karaga far ahead in first place at 3,712 tokens, and other hidden experts packed above him. That ranking forces Jianqin to admit they had been too narrow-minded, because the gathering of the mercenaries is hiding far more monsters than the famous names everyone knows. Seniorin agrees and warns that the 3 fighters using Radiant Saint Force are probably in the top 10, which only raises the pressure for the finals 3 days away. Once Seniorin leaves, Jianqin throws himself back into the Heaven's Stolen Fortune, desperate to turn the difficult Heaven-tier battle skill into real combat power before old enemies make their move. He slowly grasps the terrifying basics of the battle skill and realizes even the introductory layer can triple his strength, though it is still hard for him to control. The manual's full promise is absurdly dangerous, climbing through 8 layers until it can multiply a fighter's power tenfold at a crushing energy cost. For the next few days, Jianqin and Mingdong keep studying side by side while Qin Shao only drops in now and then, and the Grand Elder never shows himself again. Then the peace breaks when 2 Jiedo clan elders march up to Jianqin's room with dark faces and kick the door open without any courtesy. Jianqin looks up from his bed without panic, already aware they were coming. The elders identify themselves as the Jiedo clan's 3rd and 4th elders, making it plain this is a revenge visit, not a misunderstanding. When they ask if he killed Jiedo Wukong, Jianqin doesn't bother lying and bluntly admits it. The elders flare with killing intent and immediately probe his background, hoping to learn whether some powerful clan stands behind him. Jianqin says he stands alone, and that answer quietly relieves them, because it sounds like there is no giant force they need to fear before making their move. The 4th elder drops all pretense and demands the Duanyin sword, confirming that the lost ruler armament matters just as much as their dead young lord. Jianqin mocks the weapon's name instead of denying anything, practically telling them the sword is his now. The 3rd elder threatens to leave his body in one piece if he hands it over, but Jianqin pushes back and says the space ring is right there if they dare take it. That bait almost works, because the 3rd elder is ready to kill on the spot, but he still cannot cross the line inside Mercenary City. Seeing them stop confirms Jianqin's gamble. Even Heaven's Saint Masters are scared of the rules protecting this city. The noise brings Mingdong in, and one glance is enough for him to understand exactly why the Jiedo clan has come. Mingdong quietly offers to call Uncle Tian, but Jianqin refuses because he knows the elders are all bark while they remain under Mercenary City's ban on violence. Once he remembers the rule too, Mingdong bluntly tells the 2 elders they may as well leave, since staying here only wastes everyone's time. Jianqin twists the knife by openly admitting again that he killed Jiedo Wukong and still has the ruler armament, then dismisses the elders like unwanted guests. The elders try one more angle, first with threats and then with a final offer to let the matter drop if he returns the sword before leaving the city. Jianqin answers by closing his eyes and ignoring them, making it obvious they will get nothing from him except more humiliation. At last the Jiedo elders give up inside Mercenary City and storm out with murderous looks, making it clear they'll wait for a chance to settle this outside. Once the door closes, Mingdong gets serious and warns that 2 Heaven Saint Masters are no joke if they catch Jianqin outside the city's protection. Jianqin stays calm and says the finals will keep them in Mercenary City for a while, and when the time comes, he already has a way to slip past their watch. Then Mingdong finally hands over a Heaven-tier battle skill that Uncle Tian left for Jianqin, a movement technique meant to help him escape a Heaven Saint Master's pursuit. Jianqin is stunned to see yet another Heaven-tier battle skill in his hands, because this kind of treasure should be unbelievably rare, and he has just been given a 3rd one. The title reads Illusionary Flash, and the moment Jianqin learns it is a movement-focused Heaven-tier battle skill, he knows it could save his life when the real hunt begins. Mingdong hands Jianqin the Illusionary Flash and explains why this Heaven-tier support skill matters so much. It is built for terrifying straight-line speed, enough to even threaten a Saint Ruler if mastered. When Mingdong says his own speed already doubled or tripled from rough practice alone, Jianqin immediately remembers just how absurdly fast Mingdong moved before. Mingdong warns that Jianqin is holding only a copied manual, so once he memorizes it, he must burn every page. After Mingdong leaves, Jianqin drops his other research on Heaven's Stolen Fortune and puts all his attention into the new movement skill. Jianqin memorizes all 13 pages with his sharp mind and immediately burns the copied book to ash so no trace remains. The deeper he studies, the more unsettled Jianqin gets, because illusionary flash is even harder than heaven's stolen fortune, and its principles brush against space itself. For 3 straight days he barely leaves the room, alternating between meditation and pacing as he forces himself toward even a tiny breakthrough. By the morning of the finals, Jianqin finally grasps a crude early version of illusionary flash, enough to trade a little Saint Force for a noticeable burst of speed. Jianqin heads out with Qin Xiao and the others, because the last stage of the gathering of the mercenaries is finally starting. At the massive plaza, raised arenas sit under transparent barriers while spectators pack every side to watch the 500 finalists fight down to one king of mercenaries. Near the arena, Qin Xiao gives Jianqin and Mingdong a simple, heartfelt send-off: fight hard. Jianqin answers with calm confidence that he will fight all the way through, and reaching the top 10 should not be a problem. Jianqin, Mingdong, and Seniorin split from the group, register as competitors, and step through a space gate into the sealed waiting area. Inside, Jianqin sees how strict the setup is. The barriers cut off sound, protect the crowd, and make every match a sealed fight with no outside interference. The finals are decided by paired lots, and Jianqin draws number 88, putting him in the 88th match against number 412. With 10 arenas running at once, the early matches fly by until Jianqin is called to the 8th platform. Jianqin steps into the silent sealed arena and sizes up a burly fire tribute Earth Saint Master with a blazing two-handed sword. The match starts, and the larger man rushes straight in, driving his flaming sword at Jianqin's heart. Jianqin waits until the sword is nearly on him, then unleashes his crude illusionary flash and strikes in the same instant. He reappears behind the man and quietly says the fight is over, because his sword has already nicked the man's throat with perfect control. The judges declare Jianqin the winner, and even the defeated fighter can only thank him for showing mercy. Mingdong cruises through his own match with overwhelming strength, while Seniorin advances too after a much rougher fight and some injuries. Radiant Saint Masters move through Mercenary City healing the wounded for free, keeping the brutal tournament rolling. By the end of the first day only 249 contestants remain, and the odd man out has to fight an extra match just to stay in. Another day of eliminations cuts the field to 124, with the same harsh extra match rule hitting the leftover fighter again. By the 4th day, only 31 elites are left, and Seniorin is out, leaving Jianqin and Mingdong still standing with monsters like Dugufeng, Tianmuling, and Huangluan. Jianqin keeps a close eye on the 3 Radiant Saint Force cultivators, but their earlier opponents were too weak to force out their real strength. Another fighter puts Jianqin on edge, Ju, a black-robed dagger user with wind attribute speed who has killed every opponent so far with a strike straight through the heart. That night, Jianqin returns to his room and studies illusionary flash again, because from here on every match could hide a real killer. The deeper the tournament goes, the more Jianqin realizes how many experts stayed hidden until now, and that the surviving 31 are stronger than Dugufeng at the very least. A late knock interrupts him, and Jianqin opens the door to find 4 elders who make no effort to hide that they are Heaven's Saint Masters. The 4 introduce themselves as the Kai family brothers and calmly confirm the rumor that Jianqin killed Shi Xiangran. They say they are not here to attack him, only to recover the seal of Treasure Mountain before it drags more trouble onto his head. The one-eyed elder presses the point harder, saying the seal is a sure family heirloom that only their bloodline can truly use, so it is useless iron in Jianqin's hands. Jianqin refuses flatly, because he already knows the sure family will not spare him just because he gives the weapon back. Since he will not bend, the elders leave without a fight, choosing to report the matter instead of forcing it inside Mercenary City. Outside the inn, the brothers admit this mess belongs to the Sure family now, especially after they lost both Shi Xiangran and the ruler armament. Their leader warns the others not to treat every enemy of the Sure family as their own, because this tournament is full of backed figures they absolutely should not provoke, especially Qin Ji. When the next day begins, Jianqin enters the arena expecting another hard fight, and is stunned to find Dugufeng waiting for him instead. Dugufeng takes the bad luck with a bitter smile, then yields before the fight truly begins and tells Jianqin to go win the whole thing. Jianqin advances without spending a stroke, then stays to watch the rest of the brutal top 16 round. That round leaves 3 men dead and 2 badly wounded, and Ju adds another corpse to the count with her usual heart-piercing dagger strike. Jianqin and Mingdong both make the top 16, and Qin Ji and Tianmuling advance too by maiming their opponents with ruler armaments. Huangluan is finally knocked out, because her cylinder bow cannot shine inside the cramped barrier arena and 1 Radiant Saint Force fighter overwhelms her. Dugufeng is out, but the other 2 Radiant Saint Force men are still standing, and Jianqin notes that one of them is an especially dangerous 4th Cycle Earth Saint Master with strong battle skills. The rules tighten again. The top 8 will lock in their places, and the 2 strongest losers will still get one last shot to enter the top 10. While they wait for the next draw, Mingdong jokingly tells Jianqin to go take first place for all of them. Tianmuling immediately teases Jianqin about whether he really thinks he can beat this field, her eyes and voice deliberately tempting. Jianqin answers carefully that he will only do his best, but that modest reply still sets off trouble behind him. Karaga cuts in with open contempt, mocking Jianchen as an arrogant brat who thinks the rest of the top fighters are worthless. Ka Jiafei joins in right away, dismissing Jianchen even harder and making it clear the Radiant Warriors have no respect for him or Ming Dong. Ming Dong fires back at once and warns them to pray they do not meet him in the arena. That challenge blows the hostility wide open, and the two older men threaten to carve Ming Dong apart if he faces them for real. Jianchen steps in too, memorizes both names, and coldly promises that if they meet later, only one side will walk out alive. Before the fight can turn uglier, the third Radiant Warrior, Czar, openly shames the other two for bullying younger competitors. Karaga snaps back and accuses Czar of siding with outsiders, but Czar refuses to budge and says their behavior disgraces every Radiant Warrior present. The argument cuts off when the tournament itself changes shape, and the old barriers suddenly shift color as every separate arena begins sinking into the ground. In the next moment, one huge 500-meter arena rises in their place under a fresh transparent barrier, with two space gates opening for the next decisive fight. The top 10 round begins with a new rule. Instead of 10 fights at once, Mercenary City will now show one genius-level match at a time. Jianchen realizes he is the third match, while Tianmu Ling cheerfully leans in and asks him to cheer for her before stepping through the gate. Inside the arena, Tianmu Ling opens with her blue water-attributed longsword, but after a few exchanges the middle-aged swordsman shows he is stronger than she expected. Forced to escalate, Tianmu Ling brings out her ruler armament whip, and its speed and reach immediately trap the man on the defensive. The crowd accepts the unfair edge without complaint, because in this continent winning matters more than fighting fair. Pinned down by the whip, the man gambles on an advanced Earth-tier battle skill and forms a giant sword to break through her attack. Tianmu Ling smashes the giant sword apart, but the blast throws violent energy back at both fighters. In the chaos of the explosion, the man slips behind Tianmu Ling and drives his real sword through her chest. With the blade still through her body, the middle-aged swordsman coldly tells Tianmu Ling she has lost, because if she resists, the weapon's energy will explode and cripple her. Tianmu Ling can only nod and concede, and the announcer declares Arita the winner. Even after losing, Tianmu Ling is rushed by Radiant Saint Masters, because the defeated fighters still have another path into the top 10. The second match ends much faster, with Czar overpowering Tian Qiqing so completely that there is no suspense left in it. Then Jianchen steps in for the third match and finds himself facing Ju, the black-robed girl with the deadly cold stare. Jianchen has already judged Ju as a merciless killer, so he knows this match will not leave room for hesitation. The instant the match starts, Ju becomes a black streak and drives her dagger straight at Jianchen's heart. Jianchen blocks with the light wind sword, but the clash instantly spreads biting frost across the blade and up his arm. As Ju keeps pressing with more heart-seeking stabs, Jianchen realizes her martial art gets more dangerous the longer the fight drags on. Knowing he cannot let this drag out, Jianchen slams the sword down to break the ice and explodes into a storm of sword afterimages. Ju answers by releasing a cold white aura so intense that the entire arena, even the barrier, starts freezing over. Inside that frozen field, Ju slips through Jianchen's attack and comes back at his heart again like she owns the battlefield. Jianchen uses the illusionary flash on instinct, leaving a perfect afterimage behind as he slips past her line of attack. But Ju instantly adjusts, blocks his sword, closes in, and freezes his legs to the ground to trap him at close range. Pinned for a moment, Jianchen throws out 3 sword lines at once, 1 to defend and 2 to force Ju away from his throat and heart. He breaks the ice with a Saint Force-powered stomp, regains his mobility, and immediately surges to Ju's side to take the initiative back. Ju can barely block his faster attacks, but every contact frosts Jianchen's sword again and starts slowing his next strike. At the critical instant, sword chi bursts from Jianchen's blade, blowing the frost into powder and shooting straight toward Ju. Ju retreats and floods the space around her with freezing air, trying to rebuild her advantage one more time. Jianchen smirks, activates Heaven's stolen fortune to triple his speed and strength, and tears through the ice before stopping his sword at Ju's throat. Ju finally stops, still emotionless under that icy gaze, and the arena announces Jianchen as the winner. Neither of them says a word on the way out, which only makes the whole fight feel colder. Ming Dong rushes over to congratulate Jianchen, but the second his hand touches him, he jerks back in shock at how freezing cold Jianchen still is. Jianchen admits Ju's cold-based martial art was frighteningly strange, and Ming Dong turns serious after hearing how dangerous she really is. Ming Dong's match is next, and fate gives him the exact man who had mocked them earlier, Ka Jiafei. Before entering, Ming Dong tells Jianchen he wants to chop Ka Jiafei in half, and Jianchen answers with a silent, steady show of support. Ka Jiafei sneers that even heaven wants Ming Dong dead, and Ming Dong answers that he will beat him so badly he cannot even cry. The moment the fight starts, Ka Jiafei charges first with a glowing Radiant Saint Force sword and open killing intent. Ming Dong casually vanishes, flashes past him, and leaves a deep sword wound across Ka Jiafei's waist in the very first exchange. Humiliated and furious, Ka Jiafei heals the cut with Radiant Saint Force and swears he will smash Ming Dong to pieces. Ming Dong mocks the so-called undying Radiant Saint cultivators and says today will test how hard they really are to kill. When Ming Dong moves again, even the audience is stunned, because his speed looks more like a Heaven Saint Master than an Earth Saint Master. Ka Jiafei swings at what he thinks is Ming Dong, only to slash a mirror image and realize too late he has been tricked. A heartbeat later, Ming Dong's cyan sword pierces clean through Ka Jiafei's chest from behind. Ka Jiafei escapes the blade and pours healing power into the wound, but now he is bleeding, angry, and finally taking Ming Dong seriously. Ming Dong twists the knife by saying he could have stabbed the heart if he actually wanted Ka Jiafei dead already. Driven into a corner, Ka Jiafei covers himself in silver-white Radiant Saint armor and turns into a glowing fortress with only his eyes exposed. Even the other top competitors react, with Czar openly mocking Ka Jiafei for losing so much face that he had to pull out his Radiant Saint armor. Ming Dong laughs at the shining shell, calls it a tortoise shell, and immediately tests it with another high-speed slash. The armor holds and knocks Ka Jiafei backward, but the rebound numbs Ming Dong's hand and proves this shell is genuinely hard to break. With his pride shredded, Ka Jiafei raises his sword and begins Absolute Truth, First Cross, a heaven-tier battle skill that crushes the whole arena under terrifying pressure. The elders instantly recognize a heaven-tier battle skill, and the crowd's shock turns into greedy excitement because this is the kind of technique people would kill to obtain. Ming Dong does not back down at all and answers that he also has a heaven-tier battle skill, one even stronger than Ka Jiafei's. As Ming Dong charges his own technique, an even heavier pressure blasts outward and some great Saint Masters outside the arena cough blood on the spot. Panic spreads through the audience as everyone realizes two heaven-tier battle skills are about to collide head-on inside the same arena. The pressure keeps climbing until only the strongest Heaven Saint Masters can still stand close, protected by their own Saint Force. After a few breathless moments of charging, both techniques finally reach full power, and Ming Dong and Ka Jiafei shout their attack names as they unleash them together. In the arena, Ka Jiafei fired a brilliant cross-shaped sword strike, and Ming Dong answered with a compressed blast of sword chi that darkened the sky around him. Ming Dong smashed through the cross and kept going, punching straight through Ka Jiafei before slamming into the barrier behind him. The barrier swallowed the exploding energy cleanly, but Ming Dong paid the price in Saint Force and turned deathly pale from the backlash. Then the white armor on Ka Jiafei cracked from head to groin, and blood showed through the split. A heartbeat later, Ka Jiafei's body split in two and crashed to the arena floor, dead on the spot. The whole finals ground went silent, because everyone had expected both men to be badly hurt, not one clean death and one standing survivor. An elder in silk robes floated above the arena and calmly explained why the result made sense. Ming Dong was a 6th Psycho Earth Saint Master using an advanced heaven-tier battle skill against Ka Jiafei's primary one. That explanation set the crowd off, and Ming Dong instantly became the target of envy, awe, and disbelief from every corner of Mercenary City. The elder looked down at Ming Dong with complicated admiration and quietly wondered why Mercenary City's great elder had invested so much in him and taught him the sword of the tyrant. Once the winner was decided, a space gate opened for Ming Dong, and he took one last look at Ka Jiafei's corpse before dryly saying he had kept his promise to split him in half. Back in the staging area, Ming Dong returned to Jianchen's side, and the people around them now looked at him with open fear. Jianchen and Ming Dong exchanged a knowing look and sat back down to watch the rest of the finals. Qin Ji stepped over with unusual respect, congratulated Ming Dong on reaching the top 10, and hinted that even the top 3 was within reach now. The remaining fights went on, but after Ming Dong and Ka Jiafei's clash, nothing else felt nearly as overwhelming. When the top 8 were set, Jianchen noticed that Zhang Sun Yunfeng, the wind-attributed fighter he had met while hunting tokens, had made it through too. After the losers bracket, Zhu and Tian Muling fought their way back in and claimed the 9th and 10th spots. With the top 10 complete, the tournament moved into its next phase, and the field was narrowed toward the final hunt for the King of Mercenaries. The draw for the next matches put Jianchen against Karaga, and Ming Dong against Zhang Sun Yunfeng, while Qin Ji drew Czar and Aridia drew Bailey Tong. The finalists were moved into a special protected inn for 3 days, where they could rest safely but were not allowed to leave the barrier around it. During the break, Jianchen focused on restoring himself to peak condition before the next round. He also took out the Duanyan sword and the seal of Treasure Mountain, hoping he might finally be able to use the 2 ruler armaments. After half a day of testing, Jianchen had to accept that both armaments still rejected his Saint Force, leaving the seal of Treasure Mountain useless in his hands. That failure pushed him toward one conclusion: the Kai brothers may have been telling the truth that a ruler armament needed the right bloodline to awaken. Putting the armaments away again, Jianchen turned his full attention back to studying the movement skill Illusionary Flash. Elsewhere, the Kai brothers had already reported Shi Xiangran's death and the loss of the ruler armament, and the Shi family head exploded with shock and rage when he heard it. Shi Xiangran had been the family's most gifted son despite being third in line, so the loss hit the Shi family hard enough that 2 Heaven Saint Masters were sent toward Mercenary City within 4 hours. 3 days passed in a flash, and by the afternoon of the next finals round, all of Mercenary City was packed with gamblers and spectators arguing over who would become champion. Most of the money was on Ming Dong, but inside the arena it was Jianqin and Karaga standing face to face for the next grudge match. Karaga opened with naked hatred, blaming Jianqin for standing with Ming Dong and swearing to kill him first as an offering for Ka Zhafei before going after Ming Dong too. Jianqin shot back that Ka Zhafei had made the same kind of threats before Ming Dong cut him in half, and he promised Karaga would be the one dying today. Karaga mocked him and said if Jianqin was really a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master, he would surrender on the spot and kowtow 3 times. Jianqin did not reveal his level at all, and instead answered with chilling calm that Karaga would not leave the arena alive and would pay for every word he had said. Both men let their killing intent rise without another word, and then the order to begin rang out through the barrier. Karaga summoned a huge silver-white 2-handed sword, while Jianqin brought out the light wind sword and coolly told him to put on that strange armor now if he wanted any chance at all. That jab humiliated Karaga on the spot, and he roared that there was no need to use the Radiant Saint armor against someone like Jianqin. Karaga charged first with all the power of a 5th cycle Earth Saint Master behind his slash. Jianqin met him without flinching. An azure violet sword, she lit up the light wind sword hard enough to make Qin Ji and Tian Wuling instantly remember what that strange light had done inside the Immortal's cave. Karaga ignored the warning in that light and swung straight for Jianqin's waist anyway. The two swords crashed together, and while most of Jianqin's ordinary sword chi blew apart in the impact, the azure violet sword chi stayed intact. The moment that strange sword chi touched Karaga's weapon, his saint weapon corroded like rotten wood and opened into a 2-finger-wide hole. The damage to his saint weapon hit Karaga back through their connection, and he went white and spat blood in shock. Jianqin followed with a second strike almost too fast to see, forcing Karaga to panic and throw himself backward. But when Karaga tried to retreat, Jianqin was somehow already behind him, sword held in a poised, elegant finish. Outside the ring, the audience was still arguing over who should win, and most of them were confidently betting on Karaga right up until the kill had already landed. Then everyone saw the thin red line open across Karaga's neck, and the chatter died instantly. Blood burst from Karaga's neck, his body collapsed, and his severed head rolled away across the arena floor. The audience was left in mute shock, because the so-called undying Karaga had been beheaded the instant the match truly began. Jianqin ignored the uproar, stepped through the space gate as soon as his victory was announced, and returned to the staging area like the result had been routine. Even the watching Heaven Saint Masters were impressed, openly praising the speed of Jianqin's sword and suspecting that the 2 strange lights on his blade hid a dangerous secret. For Jianqin, the real thrill was not the win but the proof that his azure violet sword chi was recovering its old strength, even if too many people had now seen it. Ming Dong congratulated him right away, but the rest of the finalists now looked at Jianqin as an even greater threat than before, because almost none of them had actually seen the killing slash. As the next semi-final starts, Jianqin pulls Ming Dong aside at the arena gate and quietly warns him about Zhang Sun Yufeng. Ming Dong answers with open killing intent, saying Qin Xiao was kind to them and swearing he will avenge him himself. Across the way, the refined-looking Zhang Sun Yufeng notices their exchange and walks into the arena already rattled by what it probably means. Once they face each other inside the arena, Ming Dong does not even try to hide that he came in ready to kill. The moment the match begins, Ming Dong vanishes and rushes him so fast that Zhang Sun Yufeng instantly shouts his surrender. Ming Dong ignores the surrender, appears right in front of him, and uses an Earth Tear battle skill that freezes Zhang Sun Yufeng in place. His killing blow is already falling when the arena barrier drops like a wall from heaven and blocks the strike at the last second. The judges declare that surrender ends the match, so Ming Dong wins but is forbidden from finishing the kill. Ming Dong walks off annoyed, while Zhang Sun Yufeng leaves pale and humbled after realizing 40 years of cultivation still could not save him from one young genius. The next semi-final ends fast too, because Qin Ji cannot use his ruler armament under the restriction and cannot break Czar's Radiant Saint armor. Czar takes that match cleanly, sending himself into the final 4 without much trouble. In the last quarter of the round, Bailey Tong and Arida grind through a long brutal fight before Bailey Tong finally lands the deciding hit after an hour. With that, the top 4 are set at last: Jianqin, Ming Dong, Czar, and Bailey Tong. After a day of rest, the finals bracket comes out, and Jianqin and Ming Dong go gloomy when they see they have been matched against each other. They step into the arena knowing luck has played a cruel joke, because one of the 2 friends must now lose before the championship. When the match starts, either man moves, and Jianqin is already preparing to give the chance away. Before Jianqin can surrender, Ming Dong beats him to it and admits defeat first. Ming Dong tells Jianqin not to be shocked, because he believes Jianqin is strong enough to take first place and wants him to do it. Jianqin asks why Ming Dong would hand him such an easy path when becoming champion should be simple for him. Ming Dong finally explains that first place earns half a year in Mercenary City's holy grounds, and since he is already at the peak of the 6th cycle, Jianqin needs that reward far more. That answer loosens the tension, and Jianqin accepts the gift with a real smile and promises not to waste it. Outside the barrier, that surrender detonates the crowd, because countless gamblers had bet everything on Ming Dong to win the whole tournament. Only the people who knew the 2 men stay smugly calm, because they already understood that Ming Dong always treated Jianqin like the one in charge. The complaints only fade after a Heaven Saint Master reminds everyone that Jianqin is no weak fluke, and he proved it when he beheaded Karaga in an instant. Back in the arena, none of that noise reaches Jianqin or Ming Dong at all, because the barrier keeps the entire uproar outside. The other semi-final follows, and Czar's higher level, Radiant Saint armor, and self-healing steadily overwhelm Bailey Tong despite Bailey Tong's ruler armament. Czar wins that match too, setting up the final showdown with Jianqin for the title of King of Mercenaries the next day. During the last rest day, Jianqin ignores any thought of celebrating and throws himself into mastering the illusionary flash instead. He decides Heaven's stolen fortune is already good enough for now, because even a higher layer would not matter much against a Heaven Saint Master. What truly drives him is the danger waiting after the tournament, since he expects the Jetta clan and Sure family to hunt him the moment he leaves Mercenary City. By the next day, all of Mercenary City is locked onto the championship, with people arguing non-stop over whether Jianqin or Czar should be favored. Czar's side of the debate is simple. He is a 6th Cycle Earth Saint Master, a radiant warrior who heals quickly, and many believe he is hiding at least one Heaven-tier battle skill. Jianqin's reputation is just as frightening, because his sword speed, strange footwork, and hidden method that can shatter powerful saint weapons make him impossible to read. That uncertainty drives betting into a frenzy, and the final pot climbs past 100 million purple coins with support split almost exactly in half. Jianqin's allies pile in without hesitation, as Tian Muling, Qin Ji, Seniorin, Qin Xiao, and Duge Feng all openly bet on him to win. When the finalists enter the arena, Jianqin stands loose and ready with his sword tip resting on the ground, while Czar arrives in full silver armor glowing with radiant saint force. Before they even clash, Czar surprises Jianqin by calmly saying that win or lose, he hopes the two of them can avoid becoming enemies. Jianqin immediately brings up Karaga and Ka Zhafei, asking why Czar would talk like that after he and Ming Dong killed both of them. Czar reveals that the three radiant warriors were not true comrades at all, but uneasy rivals from different powers, so their deaths actually removed future threats for him. He goes further and says their fragile three-way balance was bound to shatter sooner or later, then again asks Jianqin to at least stay out of his enemy list. Jianqin refuses to be drawn in so easily and answers that not being enemies is possible, but friendship is not something he will trade for a few words. Czar accepts that answer and shifts the talk toward the real issue, asking whether Jianqin truly thinks he can beat him and take first place. Jianqin only answers that he is partly sure, which tells Czar just enough to keep testing him. Czar then draws a second silver-bladed sword from his space ring and reveals that he is also carrying a ruler armament. Jianqin instantly recognizes the weapon for what it is, and the final suddenly looks even more dangerous than the crowd expected. Instead of attacking, Czar says that since both men struggled this far for the title, he is willing to give up first place if Jianqin agrees to one request. Jianqin immediately understands there is a heavy price hiding behind that generous offer, and he decides he wants no part of whatever larger power struggle Czar is inviting him into. So Jianqin rejects the deal outright, and says this battle should be decided by their own strength, not by bargaining. Even when Czar asks him to at least hear the condition first, Jianqin shuts it down and refuses to listen. Czar finally tries intimidation instead, admitting he holds not only a ruler armament, but also a middle heaven tier battle skill and asking again if Jianqin still thinks he can win. Jianqin does not flinch and answers with a cold counter. A ruler armament is useless if it cannot hit, and if Czar tries to charge a heaven tier battle skill, his throat will be pierced before it fires. That answer leaves Czar stunned for a beat, then laughing at how completely this younger man refuses to be pressured. After the laughter fades, Czar sighs and says that if only his own son were as exceptional as Jianqin, he would trade centuries of life for it without hesitation. Before the final clash even starts, Ming Dong sees the ruler armament in Czar's hand and realizes Jianqin is facing a much worse fight than expected. The two finalists stand there so long that Jianqin nearly thinks the match was forgotten, only for the announcer to finally declare the start near noon. Czar explodes into action first, bathing himself in radiant saint force and swinging the ruler armament like a war god. A huge crescent of sword chi rips across the arena and seems to cut Jianqin down, until the crowd realizes it only destroyed an afterimage. The real Jianqin flashes behind Czar with the light wind sword wrapped in faint azure violet sword chi, but Czar instantly swings the ruler armament back to stop him. Jianqin quickly judges that Czar's ruler armament hits even harder than the ones used by earlier enemies, so he refuses to risk a direct collision. The fight turns into a deadly stalemate, with Jianqin circling in blinding bursts of illusionary flash and Czar answering with wide, punishing sweeps that force him back every time. When Jianqin tries to pressure Czar's armor with repeated azure violet strikes, Czar keeps the ruler armament tight to his body and knocks the attacks away. Cornered by Czar's defense, Jianqin snaps and releases his secret move, sending the light wind sword flying out of his hand as a near-invisible silver streak. The flying sword slams into Czar's radiant saint armor so fast he barely registers it, and all he feels is the impact driving him backward. Czar stares in disbelief because he cannot even tell what hit him, while Jianqin closes his eyes and merges his awareness with the sword. As Jianqin enters that sword and soul state, The sword spirits in his dantian tremble, and even the multicolored stone reacts like it is excited. Then the invisible attacks really begin, hammering Zar over and over until his armored body staggers wildly across the arena in a shower of sparks. Unable to see or stop the strikes, Zar finally jams the ruler armament into the ground just to keep himself from being knocked flat. The crowd can only stare at the bizarre scene of one motionless fighter and one armored man being battered by something no one can see. Even Shinji cannot make sense of it, but he notices Jian Chen's missing sword and realizes this young fighter is hiding something far stranger than he thought. Ming Dong, on the other hand, finally relaxes and starts smiling because he can tell Zar is the one being pushed toward defeat. Tian Wuling watches in open wonder and decides Jian Chen would be a terrible enemy to make, especially since these invisible attacks would have killed Zar already without that armor. Huang Luan is left dazed, remembering how weak Jian Chen once looked to her and realizing he has now become someone far beyond her reach. Still clinging to his defense, Zar shouts that Jian Chen cannot break Radiant Saint armor and will lose the moment his energy runs dry. Jian Chen does not answer with words and instead gathers a faint thread of azure violet sword chi at his finger. Because the invisible sword pressure has locked Zar in place, he can only watch in rising panic as that tiny strand of sword chi flies straight for his chest. Zar remembers that same strange energy damaging Kuraga's saint weapon before, and for the first time he truly doubts whether his armor can survive it. That doubt turns real when the sword chi quietly drills a small hole through the Radiant Saint armor and enters his body. Inside him, the sword chi starts tearing through his organs, and Zar's confidence breaks into raw pain and terror. He pours all his saint force into suppressing the intruder, but the azure violet energy keeps carving through him and heads for his heart. At death's edge, Zar finally begs Jian Chen to take that terrifying force back. Jian Chen opens his eyes looking drained, catches the returning silver sword in his hand, and rushes straight to Zar. With a palm pressed to Zar's chest, Jian Chen draws the sword chi back out, and the wild energy turns docile the instant it returns to him. Shaken to the core, Zar can only ask what that force was, but Jian Chen skips the explanation and simply tells him the battle is over. Zar accepts the loss, lets the Radiant Saint armor fade away, and the blood-soaked clothes underneath reveal just how badly that single strike hurt him. The arena barrier drops, and the Elder's voice booms across Mercenary City to announce Jian Chen as the winner and the new king of mercenaries. The rewards hit just as hard as the victory itself: a glorious medal, an advanced heaven-tier battle skill and cultivation method, half a year in the Holy Land, and an automatic A rank for his mercenary group. In the stands, Ming Dong finally exhales, Qin Xiao and the others cheer, and Senior throws himself into the celebration. Outside the celebration, even powerful Heaven Saint Masters stare with naked envy because many of them have never touched a heaven-tier battle skill at all. The talk in the stands turns envious and reverent as unnamed Heaven Saint Masters whisper that the Holy Land is a place even they can barely dream of reaching, and saint rulers are said to walk there. After the match, Jian Chen and Zhao leave through the space gate, and Jian Chen immediately notices a crane-haired elder already waiting for him on the other side. The elder congratulates Jian Chen, introduces himself as the guide for his rewards, and leads him toward the armory. On the way, the elder reveals the real prize, not the heaven-tier technique, but the Holy Land itself, where even Heaven Saint Masters long to enter and only saint rulers are normally allowed. The elder warns Jian Chen to cherish this chance, because only once every 50 years does Mercenary City's king of mercenaries get to enter the Holy Land below saint ruler rank. When Jian Chen hears the Holy Land holds more than a single saint-tier battle skill, his curiosity spikes because even saint rulers go mad for what is hidden there. Elder Huang cuts the topic off and leads him to the armory, a surprisingly small bamboo pavilion that feels old enough to have watched ages pass. The elder reveals that Mo Tianyun personally built this pavilion, making the place sacred to Mercenary City and forcing Jian Chen to look at the humble building with new respect. Just as Elder Huang says he can only bring Jian Chen this far, the doors open by themselves and a hidden voice orders Jian Chen to hurry in and leave his shoes outside. The odd rule throws him for a beat, then Jian Chen quietly leaves his shoes outside and steps into the armory barefoot. Inside, Jian Chen finds an armory that looks less like a vault and more like a perfectly preserved library, with spotless shelves and thick ancient manuals made from magical beast hide. At the heart of the room, a gray-robed elder calmly cleans each book page by page, and Jian Chen immediately understands this ordinary-looking old man is anything but ordinary. Only after finishing the entire shelf does the old guardian acknowledge him and tell Jian Chen the heaven-tier manuals are on the upper floor. The guardian warns him not to damage anything, and Jian Chen follows with extra light steps because he can feel just how serious that warning is. At the highest level, the old man hands Jian Chen a catalog of heaven-tier battle skills and cultivation methods, and the sheer number of choices leaves him stunned. For a moment Jian Chen can barely believe it, because treasures that could shake the whole continent are stacked here in the hundreds like common grain. He blurts out whether anyone has ever tried to steal these manuals, then instantly realizes from the elder's cold disdain that the question was foolish in Mercenary City. Dropping the questions, Jian Chen focuses and finally picks both a heaven-tier battle skill and a cultivation method from the catalog. The guardian retrieves the two manuals for him, and Jian-chen's hands tremble when the impossible weight of a heaven-tier reward finally lands in his grasp. His chosen battle skill is 9 Cloud Movement, a heaven-tier art with 9 forms that almost anyone can cultivate because it has no strict attribute requirement. After leaving the armory, Elder Huang gives Jian-chen one more warning. The Holy Land opens in 3 days, so he should not leave Mercenary City before then. A waiting space gate takes Jian-chen back out, and the strange route leaves him wondering if the hidden grounds existed inside a separate pocket of space. He emerges back in Mercenary City's plaza and finds the huge arena already gone, replaced by empty ground and a giant banner announcing the top 10 rankings. The banner confirms Jian-chen in first place, Zar in second, and Ming Dong in third, turning his victory from private fact into public glory. A young man blurts out who he is, and the sparse plaza instantly turns toward Jian-chen with envy, admiration, and plenty of openly love-struck stares. Jian-chen eventually slips away from the crush and returns to the inn where he first stayed, only to hear the entire tavern buzzing with talk about his upset victory. The diners marvel that a young Earth Saint Master beat Zar, grumble over lost gambling money, and envy the heaven-tier rewards he won. The instant someone spots Jian-chen in person, the noisy tavern falls dead silent under the shock of seeing the tournament winner walk in. He ignores the stares and heads upstairs, and the moment he disappears, the inn erupts again with gossip about his youth, looks, strength, and the treasures he must be carrying. Upstairs in Qin Zhao's private room, Jian-chen is welcomed to a full celebration banquet with his allies and several major guests already waiting for him. Everyone congratulates him, and even the Tianqin Grand Elder now treats Jian-chen with visible respect instead of casual seniority. After the banquet breaks up, Ming Dong stays behind in Jian-chen's room and reveals that he and Uncle Tian will leave in 2 days to bring his parents to Mercenary City. Jian-chen answers lightly that he will soon be gone too, because in 3 days he enters the Holy Land for half a year. When Ming Dong asks if he should carry any news home, the question hits Jian-chen hard and suddenly drags his thoughts back to the family he has not seen in far too long. He silently thinks of his mother, Chanyang Hu, and Chanyang Minghua, and the regret of missing his sister's marriage makes his homesickness feel painfully real. Ming Dong notices the weight on his face at once and promises to help, even offering to ask Uncle Tian if Jian-chen is in real trouble. Jian-chen brushes it off as old memories, because even though Ming Dong's side could solve his problems, he still wants revenge on the Hua Yun sect by his own strength. Instead of asking for rescue, Jian-chen takes out the heaven's stolen fortune and entrusts it to Ming Dong to deliver to Chanyang Ba in Lore City. He explains that he chose this manual over the stronger 9 Cloud Movement because its power is easier to hide, which makes it safer for the Chanyang clan to keep. Jian-chen warns him to keep its true rank secret, and Ming Dong gives his word that he will deliver it safely. Ming Dong's departure comes fast, and by the second day he is already leaving Mercenary City after a respectful farewell. Around the same time, the Tianqin clan group also leaves with their Grand Elder, who can only sigh over Tianzhou's disappearance and accept that the isolated space may have swallowed the truth. De Gufeng leaves as well with the ruler armament, stripping away another familiar face and leaving Jian-chen more alone inside the city. Since he will be trapped in the Holy Land for half a year, Jian-chen sends Seniorin and Yunjing ahead to the Jessen Kingdom to make sure the Chanyang clan gets support while he is gone. After winning the title of King of Mercenaries, Jian-chen finds his inn turned into a public attraction with a huge red banner bragging that he is staying there. The innkeeper goes all in on the hype, waives Jian-chen's expenses, and treats him like royalty while curious visitors flood the place just to get close to him. The constant invitations finally wear him down, so Jian-chen seals himself in his room and warns the innkeeper that he will leave if anyone disturbs his cultivation. Terrified of losing his star guests, the innkeeper blocks off the whole area around Jian-chen's room and keeps everyone away, no matter who they are. With the noise shut out, Jian-chen throws himself into studying illusionary flash, but the battle skill is so deep that even after days of effort he only pushes the basics forward. Even that small progress is enough to make him realize the skill's true value. Once mastered, it could let him flash huge distances at frightening speed. 3 days later, a respectful official from Mercenary City arrives and summons Jian-chen out at last. The summons leads him to a plaza near a palace, where a stern middle-aged man named Elder Feng waits to escort him. Elder Feng brings Jian-chen to a space gate and tells him the elder on the other side is waiting. Jian-chen steps through without hesitation, already used to Mercenary City's strange teleportation routes. On the other side, he arrives in a flower-filled garden and immediately spots 2 white-robed elders calmly playing chess. Jian-chen recognizes one elder as the finals referee and the other as the quiet armory cleaner, which makes this hidden meeting feel even stranger. Not knowing what else to do, Jian-chen walks over and waits in silence while the 2 elders ignore him and finish their match first. Nearly 2 hours later, the game ends in yet another draw, and the elders joke that even chess cannot settle some decisions between them. Once they are ready to move, Jian-chen respectfully calls them seniors, only to learn they want him to call them the 13th elder and the 8th elder instead. That casual introduction shocks Jian-chen, because it means Mercenary City has at least 18 elders of this terrifying level. He follows them deeper through the flower world until they reach another huge space gate several kilometers away. The next destination is nothing like the garden, a bleak sacrificial ground packed with thousands of memorial tablets, and 8 waiting experts who look almost ordinary. The 8th elder tells Jianchen these 8 all hold decisive power in Mercenary City, so Jianchen studies every face much more seriously. The 13th elder explains that the Holy Land will open in an hour, and that a few more people still need to arrive. Then a cyan-robed woman carrying a zither glides in from afar, and even before her face is clear, her beauty and presence stun the whole scene. When she greets the group, her voice alone leaves Jianchen momentarily dazed because he has never heard anything so enchanting. The elders welcome her warmly and call her the Heavenly Enchantress, praising her beauty and saintly mastery of the zither without holding back. Jianchen is jolted by the name, because he remembers the Tianqin clan stories and realizes this stunning woman is the legendary Heavenly Enchantress herself. He recalls just how terrifying she really is, a saint ruler whose music can erase souls and who once stopped a war by putting 2 armies to sleep. Even with her features partly hidden, Jianchen can barely look away, because everyone around her seems to fade compared to her presence. She notices Jianchen staring and asks if he is the king of mercenaries, sounding curious for only a moment. The 8th elder confirms it, and casually adds that Jianchen is only a first cycle Earth Saint Master, yet already strong enough to impress them. After that brief look, the Heavenly Enchantress loses interest in Jianchen and turns her attention back to the memorial tablets instead. Watching Saint Ruler legends speak to each other like peers, Jianchen finally understands the truth. The elders gathered here are almost certainly Saint Rulers too. As the group introduces itself, Jianchen learns that not everyone here belongs to Mercenary City, but all of them are major figures close enough to stand beside it. 1 hour before the opening, another late arrival appears, an absurdly handsome young man in white robes named Bijian Wang. He heads straight for the Heavenly Enchantress and flatters her openly, making it obvious he is still infatuated after all these years. The Heavenly Enchantress answers with visible disgust, thanking him stiffly but giving him none of the warmth he wants. Bijian keeps pushing anyway, asking when she will finally invite him to the peaceful 3 sacred isles he has dreamed about for centuries. The other experts can only watch awkwardly, because everyone here knows Bijian Wan even restored his youth just to keep chasing her. Her answer is ice cold. The 3 sacred isles are accepting no one, and yes, that absolutely includes him. Even after that blunt rejection, Bijian just sighs at the sky and quietly takes his place, still refusing to give up on her. At that moment, the space above the platform begins to tremble, and everyone turns serious as the Holy Land starts to open. The energy swells to its limit, and tears open a 3-foot-wide gate of chaotic space right in front of them. The elders of Mercenary City bow to the gate first and enter one after another, treating the opening itself with deep respect. The outside Saint Rulers follow the same ritual, bowing before the gate before disappearing inside as well. Jianchen still does not know why everyone bows, but he follows their lead and becomes the last one to step into the Holy Land. On the other side, Jianchen arrives in a damp, sealed space with no sky at all, only a vast stone ceiling like the inside of a mountain. What catches his eye next is a single dim crystal set high above, glowing faintly from the center of the ceiling. When Jianchen asks if this really is the Holy Land, the 8th elder confirms it, and explains that Mercenary City's founder Enro Tianyun created the only path here. That revelation leaves Jianchen quietly stunned again, because even the hidden Holy Land turns out to be tied directly to the legendary Enro Tianyun. Then the 8th elder raises a hand, and the crystal overhead drifts down into his palm as if answering his command. Up close, Jianchen sees that the small crystal is perfectly pure and packed with astonishingly clean energy, and he cannot help asking what it is. In the Holy Land, the 8th elder finally reveals Jianchen's special reward, a mercenary's heart, a secret treasure produced only once every 50 years for the king of mercenaries. He explains that the mercenary's heart can rapidly raise strength and spirit for anyone below Saint Ruler level, which makes it almost tailor-made for Jianchen. The elder tells him to swallow it and refine it at once, and Jianchen does not hesitate for even a second. But the 8th elder adds one hard rule right away: the mercenary's heart must be refined inside the Holy Land, or its energy will leak away outside. Still stunned by how strange and valuable the treasure is, Jianchen thanks him and listens as the elder starts breaking down the Holy Land itself. The 8th elder says the Holy Land has 4 areas, and the first is Jianchen's best option because time moves 10 times faster there. He adds that the second area helps people understand the 6 elements, while the third and fourth hold the real prizes like Saint-tier battle skills and the old legacies left by top experts. Still, he makes the limit clear: those deeper legacies are far beyond Jianchen's current level, so half a year in the first area is the smartest use of his chance. Once the explanation is over, the 8th elder leaves, and Jianchen suddenly finds himself alone in the Holy Land. He notices the other elders are gone too, so he stops wasting time and heads straight for the first area to refine the mercenary's heart. The moment he enters the first area, Jianchen feels how abnormal it is, like the very space there rejects his body. Realizing this is the time-dilated zone, he walks deeper into the abyss where the energy keeps getting thicker. At the deepest part, Jianchen spots another figure already cultivating there, and it is the Heavenly Enchantress. He approaches carefully, drawn by the richer energy around her but wary enough not to get too close. The closer he gets, the clearer it becomes that her spot is the true core of the first area, so Jianchen finally sits down 10 meters away. Curious, Jianchen asks why she is cultivating here instead of chasing the Saint-tier battle skills and old experts' insights in the deeper areas. She gives him absolutely nothing back, and after waiting half a day in awkward silence, Jianchen assumes a saint ruler like her simply cannot be bothered with him. He gives up on the conversation and starts refining the mercenary's heart instead. Then, just as he settles in, the heavenly enchantress finally answers that her path is the path of the zither, so other people's battle skills and insights do not suit her at all. She recognizes him as the current king of mercenaries and says the mercenary's heart carries fragments of profound mysteries that can bring major changes to his strength. When Jianchen calls her senior, she quietly drops the distance and tells him to just call her heavenly enchantress. After that she falls silent again, and Jianchen can only bury his disappointment and focus on cultivation. The mercenary's heart turns out to be astonishingly effective, flooding Jianchen with energy and strengthening both his body and spirit at incredible speed. After 2 months inside the Holy Land, he completely refines it, and rises all the way to the 3rd cycle Earth Saint Master realm, already close to the 4th cycle. Even better for him, his spirit has expanded to roughly 3 times its former size, leaving Jianchen genuinely thrilled. But the strangest gain is still beyond him. Countless fragments of mystery linger in his mind, and he can feel their value without knowing how to unlock them. With the mercenary's heart finished, Jianchen sees the heavenly enchantress still cultivating in the same place, and decides to inspect the other areas for himself. He leaves the first area and enters the second, where 6 separate caves are devoted to light, dark, fire, earth, water, and wind. Jianchen chooses the light cave first, but the brilliant interior feels harsh and murderous instead of gentle, as if the light itself wants to pierce him apart. There he senses both the healing softness of radiant saint force and its violent side, which makes him realize light can save people or kill them depending on the path. Still, Jianchen knows he is a radiant saint master, not a light-attributed cultivator or radiant warrior, so this cave is not truly meant for him. He leaves the light cave, checks the others, and finds the same problem everywhere. His saint force has no attribute, so none of the elemental caves connect with him in any real way. After that, Jianchen reaches the 3rd area and stops before a massive smooth mountain wall dotted with 8 high caverns. The names above the cave mouths leave him stunned, because each cavern holds the remnants of a saint king, and the top 3 belong to 9th heavenly layer saint kings. That sight makes Jianchen grasp just how terrifying Mercenary City's hidden strength really is, far beyond what he had seen on the surface. He even thinks back to Ming Dong's Uncle Tian and wonders if that old saint ruler could now be an even higher existence tied to Mercenary City. After steadying himself, Jianchen leaps into the lowest cavern to see one of these legacies up close. Deep inside, he finds a bright hidden chamber covered in lifelike painted figures, with 3 silent cultivators already seated there, including the 13th elder. Suspecting the paintings are the legendary Saint-tier battle skill itself, Jianchen joins them and stares at the wall for half a day, but understands nothing. The 13th elder finally breaks the silence, surprised to see Jianchen there at all because the 8th elder should have sent him back to cultivate in the first area. Jianchen admits he came to look around and asks directly if these paintings are really a Saint-tier battle skill. The elder confirms it and says Mercenary City possesses 8 Saint-tier battle skills in total, each one created by a Saint King elder from the city's past. When Jianchen asks why there is no cultivation method written out, the 13th elder explains that Saint-tier battle skills are not learned like Heaven-tier ones. To truly understand one, a person must at least reach Saint Ruler and grasp the world's profound mysteries, because these skills draw on the energy of the world itself. So the elder warns Jianchen that staying here is basically wasted time and urges him to treasure his half-year in the first area instead. Jianchen thanks him but says he still wanted to see a Saint-tier battle skill with his own eyes, even if all he gained from it was a little extra insight. The elder lets him be, and Jianchen turns back to the wall with a completely different seriousness now that he knows what he is looking at. As he studies each motion and expression carefully, tiny flashes of understanding start appearing in Jianchen's mind, but they vanish before he can catch them. The more he pushes, the worse it gets, until his thoughts turn chaotic and his head feels like it might split open. Realizing the painting itself is overloading him, Jianchen stops at once and sits down to empty his mind in deep meditation. When his mind finally steadies, he looks again and reaches a much deeper realization. The figures are moving in harmony with the world itself. To him, one simple strike suddenly seems to hold endless variations, natural law, and terrifying destructive force all at once. For an Earth Saint Master, that much insight into a Saint-tier battle skill is absurdly rare, but the understanding only throws his mind back into chaos again. He has to shut his eyes once more and forcibly calm himself before the pain gets out of control. After repeating the process again and again, Jianchen confirms the frustrating truth. He can sense that the move is packed with mysteries, but he still cannot truly grasp the concepts behind it. In the end, Jianchen can only conclude that without truly mastering the world's profound mysteries, the Saint-tier battle skill remains right in front of him and still out of reach. Inside the Holy Land, Jianchen went through the other 7 caverns and found the same brutal truth in each one, Every Saint-tier battle skill had to be understood from mysterious paintings, not learned from written instructions. The paintings carried such overwhelming presence that even Jianchen was forced to cough up blood, making him realize these Saint-tier skills were far beyond his current realm. After giving up on forcing what he could not grasp, Jianchen moved to the Holy Land's fourth area, a huge study packed with preserved cultivation records from past generations. He spent 3 months there reading everything he could, memorizing insights that would matter later even if much of it was still beyond him now. Those records helped him sort out the major cultivation thresholds, especially the dangerous leap to Earth Saint Master and the need to control the world's vital energy to become a Heaven Saint Master. What hit him hardest was the final barrier. Becoming a Saint Ruler required a true grasp of the world's profound mysteries, a level still far beyond where he stood. With 1 month left in the Holy Land, Jianchen returned to the first area, planning to use its time distortion to squeeze out 10 more months of cultivation. He sat down about 10 meters from the Heavenly Enchantress and took out his 2 Class 5 monster cores, ready to push from peak 3rd Cycle Earth Saint Master into the next stage. Then the Heavenly Enchantress finally spoke, telling him the Holy Land's energy was special because it carried tiny fragments of the world's profound mysteries. That single reminder changed his whole plan, and Jianchen immediately put the monster cores away so he could focus on absorbing the Holy Land's rarer energy instead. Once he started, the chamber's energy rushed toward him in a wild stream, and with the sword's spirits helping, Jianchen absorbed it at a speed shocking even for this place. The Heavenly Enchantress opened her eyes in visible surprise at his absorption rate, stared for a moment, and then quietly returned to her own meditation. As Jianchen sank deeper into cultivation, he began to sense those fragments directly, brief flashes of truth he still could not fully grasp but now recognized as real pieces of the profound mysteries. He dropped all thoughts of studying illusionary flash and spent the rest of his stay chasing that deeper understanding instead. By the end of those 10 months inside the first area, Jianchen had broken through to 4th Cycle Earth Saint Master and built a much firmer foundation for understanding the profound mysteries. But he also sensed his current limit clearly. He had stored as much as he could for now, and forcing more would not mean real understanding. When the half-year was finally up, the 8th Elder appeared beside him and told him it was time to leave the Holy Land. Jianchen hated to go now that he finally understood how precious this place was, and for a moment he could only sigh that staying longer was impossible. The 8th Elder laughed and explained that only Saint Rulers could stay for 5 full years whenever the Holy Land opened, while the King of Mercenaries was still limited to half a year. With that, the 8th Elder led Jianchen through a space gate and out of the Holy Land. Jianchen emerged in the flower garden again, surrounded by blooming flowers and the central pavilion he remembered from before. A scholarly white-robed middle-aged man flew in to meet him, confirming that someone had been sent to escort him onward. The man wrapped Jianchen in his power and lifted him into the air, and Jianchen quietly studied the strange method the whole way, trying to understand how that control worked. After a fast trip, the man set Jianchen down at another space gate and sent him through alone. This time Jianchen arrived back at the old gathering plaza, where a crane-haired elder formally handed him the emblem proving he was the king of mercenaries. The elder explained that the emblem could store the world's vital energy from a 10-kilometer area, and Jianchen immediately saw how useful it could be for the Changyang clan and the Flame mercenaries. When he finally stepped back into the city streets, the hot summer sunlight felt almost comforting after half a year underground. Mercenary City had long since returned to normal, still crowded with merchants and riders even after the gathering of the mercenaries had ended months ago. At the main plaza, Jianchen stopped in front of Emotianyan's statue and saw it differently now, as if the stone itself was harmonized with the world's mysteries. That deeper glimpse only increased his respect, and Jianchen bowed to the statue before moving on. Hungry after so long without proper food, Jianchen wandered into a quiet inn and ordered himself a real meal. 3 seasoned mercenaries came in after him, sat nearby, and while they talked about finishing a mission to raise their group to B rank, they kept glancing over at Jianchen. Jianchen let them play their part until he finished eating, then calmly asked for a room and walked straight over to their table himself. After they traded names, Jianchen confirmed who he was, and the 3 instantly acted shocked and overly respectful when they heard they were facing the famous tournament winner. Jianchen dropped the smile and bluntly told them to stop the act, because he had already noticed they had been following him for quite a while. Jianhua still tried to laugh it off as a coincidence, but Jianchen pressed harder and said they were probably connected to either the Jieta clan or the Shi family. Their faces stayed controlled enough that Jianchen got nothing useful from them, so he stopped wasting time and headed upstairs to his room. The moment he was gone, the 3 dropped the act and admitted in hushed voices that Jianchen had spotted them from far away. With no better option, they decided to report back to their elder immediately and rushed out of the inn. In a grander inn's private room, the 4th elder exploded at them, raging that they were useless for letting Jianchen notice the tale and ruin the plan. Jianhua tried to defend them by saying the target was simply too cautious and too strong, but the room stayed tense and ugly. Then another elder entered and asked what was going on, and the 4th elder snapped that Jianchen had already detected their men as soon as he returned from the Holy Land, running the surveillance plan. The Shi family's 3rd elder realizes Jianchen already noticed their surveillance, which means their old plan is broken before it even begins. The fourth elder fumes that a few useless subordinates ruined everything, because now Jianqin will never willingly leave Mercenary City. After a quick discussion, the third elder changes tactics and decides to meet Jianqin openly to negotiate for the seal of Treasure Mountain back. Before they leave, the third elder gives the fourth elder a red pill, quietly setting up a move he has not explained yet. Inside his room, Jianqin is studying illusionary flash when he senses the elders approaching and opens his eyes at once. Two Shi family elders enter Jianqin's room, and the more composed one politely introduces their side and apologizes for Shi Xiangrun's past offense. Jianqin answers just as smoothly, saying he will not make enemies without reason as long as no one comes looking for trouble. The third elder finally asks for the real point of the visit. He wants Jianqin to return the seal of Treasure Mountain in exchange for compensation and less hostility. Jianqin pretends the seal is already gone, and says he handed it to Qin Ji before entering the Holy Land. The fourth elder explodes on the spot, furious that Jianqin claims to have given away the Shi family's treasure so casually. Instead of arguing, the third elder spits blood and draws a floating crimson array in the air to forcibly call the seal back. When the secret technique activates, Jianqin instantly feels the hidden seal of Treasure Mountain shaking inside his space ring and realizes the lie almost failed. The array fades, the third elder turns pale from the cost, and he coldly states that Jianqin still has the seal. Jianqin drops the act and tells them plainly to go home, making it clear he will never hand the treasure back. The third elder makes one last threat and reveals he has already filled the room with 100 poisons powder, a toxin he claims even Heaven's Saint Masters cannot ignore. The fourth elder finally understands the red pill was an antidote, and for a moment the third elder thinks he has Jianqin cornered. Jianqin just laughs and tells them their poison is useless on him, crushing the third elder's scheme in one sentence. Defeated again, the third elder storms out, and the fourth elder warns that Jianqin had better never leave Mercenary City alive. That night, Jianqin notices hidden eyes everywhere and understands the Shi family and the Jetta clan are now watching him around the clock. Jianqin expected trouble from the Jetta clan, so the next day he walks the city on purpose and lets all the stalkers trail behind him in broad daylight. He keeps them chasing him all day, but when he returns to the inn nothing has changed except that everyone is still glued to his trail. On the following day, Jianqin tries a new trick by wandering into a loud gambling house and slipping into the packed crowd. For a moment the move works, and Jianqin disappears completely among the gamblers while his pursuers panic and search the room. Jianqin changes streets and hides in another inn, but by night the stalkers find him again and close the net even tighter. Annoyed but realistic, Jianqin knows he still cannot risk leaving the city normally because the family leaders would likely kill him once his route is exposed. He heads to the inner plaza near the palace and asks to see the elders, hoping to find another way out. The answer is blunt: unless the elders summon him first, even the king of mercenaries cannot just walk in and demand a meeting. Jianqin then asks about leaving through the space gate, only to learn that the gate is for entry and special use, not a free exit route. He leaves the plaza irritated at himself for missing that chance earlier, then starts thinking more seriously about escape as the stalkers press even closer. With the distance reduced to barely 5 meters, Jianqin realizes that even illusionary flash might not shake trained Earth Saint Masters if they give chase. That night he takes another random inn, but the watchers rent the rooms beside him while more men surround the building outside. The next morning Jianqin deliberately acts normal, eating breakfast and returning to his room as if he plans to cultivate again. For several days he barely leaves except to eat, using the routine to make the surveillance relax while he studies illusionary flash in secret. After 10 days, Jianqin's grasp of illusionary flash has improved so much that he judges his speed is now near a 6th cycle wind-attributed Earth Saint Master. At daybreak, Jianqin decides it is finally time to leave and quietly starts building an escape route through the ceiling. His sword slices a clean round section from the wooden ceiling, and he carefully sets the cut piece back in place to hide the hole for now. He follows his usual routine one last time by going down for breakfast, giving the watchers no reason to suspect the escape starts today. Back in the room, Jianqin shuts the doors and windows and starts repainting his face with herbs for a full disguise. Half an hour later, he has turned himself into a fierce ordinary middle-aged man with scars and a beard, then thickens his body and height until even his silhouette is different. He completes the first disguise by putting on a black robe and cutting his long hair short, erasing almost every trace of his original look. Once he confirms the disguise is solid, Jianqin removes the hidden ceiling plug and jumps into the room above instead of walking past the men at his door. He walks out from upstairs like a normal guest, and the entire surveillance net misses him because everyone is still waiting for Jianqin to emerge from the original room. Jianqin uses that first escape to enter a crowded inn elsewhere, rents a room, and changes disguise again into a thin middle-aged man before leaving. Still not satisfied, he buys a map and travel supplies, then slips into a quiet alley to change appearances a third time. This time he turns himself into the pampered son of a powerful clan, adds a wig, mounts a Class 3 magical beast, and heads for the merchant gate. At the merchant gate, Jianqin quietly puts himself at the head of a departing caravan, using his noble disguise to pass as the young master in charge. Half a day after leaving Mercenary City with a caravan cover, Jianchen slips away alone the moment no one is watching. Once he is clear, Jianchen dismounts and unleashes illusionary flash, blasting across the plain so fast he leaves only a faint afterimage. The speed even shocks him, and Jianchen realizes this movement skill can outrun a wind-attributed Earth Saint Master and leave most pursuers behind. That thrill quickly turns into respect, because Jianchen can feel illusionary flash touching the mysteries of space itself, and knows he has only learned the bare basics. As he keeps flying south to stay clear of the Jetta clan and Sure family Heaven Saint Masters, his path throws up a long rolling trail of dust behind him. After 2 hours and countless kilometers, Jianchen discovers the skill's price too, because it has already burned through half his Saint force. A Class 5 Devil Panther suddenly spots him and lunges in for the kill, but Jianchen does not even bother to stop. The Panther gives chase at full speed, only to watch the gap keep widening until Jianchen leaves it behind completely. An hour later, with 3/4 of his power spent, Jianchen finally stops in a quiet, safe spot before trouble can catch him exhausted. He pulls out a Class 5 monster core and sits down to recover, choosing caution over pushing his luck. 4 hours later, Jianchen restores his Saint force and immediately resumes his high-speed escape. Back in Mercenary City 2 days later, the men watching Jianchen's in room still think he is cultivating inside, because they believe no one could possibly slip through their siege. That illusion shatters when a furious lodger crashes through from the room above and starts screaming about a hole in the floor. The watchers rush upstairs, see the damaged room, and finally realize Jianchen escaped right under their noses. The Sure family elders explode in rage, with the 4th elder cursing their useless men for losing one target despite surrounding the place day and night. The calmer Sure family 3rd elder listens to the report, and coldly concludes that Jianchen changed his appearance before slipping out in secret. He orders a wider search, clan reinforcements, and a bounty on Jianchen, brushing aside fears that exposing themselves in Mercenary City will matter. The Jetta clan elders are just as savage, forcing their own failed watchers to scatter through the city and hunt Jianchen down. Meanwhile, after 2 full days of non-stop travel and more than 10,000 kilometers, Jianchen finally judges himself safe enough to slow down. He bathes in the brook and changes again, trading his old look for the plain black-robed appearance of an ordinary young man. Knowing too many people now recognize the king of mercenaries, Jianchen lowers his pace and heads toward the nearby second-class city of Thracia. Before he reaches the city, the sound of fighting pulls Jianchen toward a roadside ambush where bandits are overwhelming a luxurious caravan. The sight briefly drags up his own old memories, because Jianchen remembers when a Saint Master bandit once pushed him to the edge and a great Saint Master felt impossible to beat. On the battlefield, a furious middle-aged guard demands to know why the Blackwind bandits are still attacking after already taking money. The bandit leader laughs and reveals the real job. They are here to seize the Lanming clan's beautiful young miss and deliver her to Dang Yajai of the Dang family as a bride. Guard Yun flatly refuses, shouting that the clan's treasured young miss matters more than anything and the Lanming clan will hunt them down if she is harmed. The bandit leader only mocks him, and with that order the Blackwind bandits surge harder until the escort line starts collapsing under sheer numbers. Guard Yun fights like a cornered beast against multiple great Saint Masters, but as more of his men fall, despair finally starts creeping onto his face. With no way out left, he throws away defense and decides to risk his life on an Earth-tier battle skill to stop them from taking the prize. The bandits know the move and disrupt him fast, and the clash blows a crater into the road that throws all 4 fighters down in a bloody heap. Guard Yun can barely rise with the surviving bodyguard's help, while the bandits recover first and order the last defenders killed without damaging the carriage. Just as the execution starts, heads begin flying off bandits with no warning at all, and the whole battlefield freezes in disbelief. In only 2 breaths, nearly the entire Blackwind bandits' force is erased by invisible strikes, leaving the leader trembling beside just 2 survivors. Then the killer finally appears, and the bandit leader sees a plain black-robed youth flying in from the side with terrifying calm. Instead of answering the stunned leader, Jianchen tosses Guard Yun a pill packed with radiant saint force. Guard Yun recognizes it as a precious radiant spirit pill, and his shock turns into deep gratitude toward his rescuer. Jianchen brushes the thanks aside and says he only stepped in because he happened to pass by. The last 3 bandits panic when they realize this ordinary-looking youth is an Earth Saint Master and try to bolt on foot. One icy command from Jianchen stops them dead, because none of them dare test whether they can outrun him. They fall to their knees begging for mercy, but Jianchen simply calls them over and hands their fate to the Lanming guards. Guard Yun immediately orders the survivors tied up for delivery back to the Lanming clan patriarch. Only after the danger passes does a soft voice call from inside the carriage, asking Guard Yun what happened. Guard Yun tells his young miss they were saved by a powerful benefactor and invites her to come out and thank him properly. The carriage door opens and the Lanming clan's young miss steps out, a stunning red-robed beauty whose gentle air is shaken by the bloodbath around her. It is clearly her first time seeing such slaughter, and she trembles before forcing herself to stay calm. Even so, she still curtsies politely to Jianchen and thanks their hero with all the grace she can manage. Jianchen refuses to linger around a beautiful stranger and says he was only passing by before turning to leave immediately. Guard Yun quickly stops him and pleads for help, admitting the wounded escort can still move but cannot survive another attack on the road to Thascia City. Jianchen hesitates for a moment, but since Thascia City is his destination anyway, he finally agrees to escort them. After Jianchen agrees to escort them to the city, the Lanming clan guards are openly relieved because an Earth Saint Master changes the whole trip from a disaster into a safe return. Because their horses are gone, the guards insist on giving Jianchen the carriage seat, and he finally settles on the driver's perch instead of walking. A polite middle-aged guard urges him to get inside out of the wind, but Jianchen quietly makes it clear he prefers to stay outside. Then the red-robed girl from the carriage steps out, thanks her savior face to face, and introduces herself as Laniying. Jianchen gives his cover name, Yang Yutian, and Laniying starts gently probing where such a strong traveler came from. When she notices his slight frown, Laniying immediately backs off, and Jianchen smooths it over by saying he is a wandering cultivator traveling the continent for experience. The convoy pushes on for hours, buys replacement horses for the guards on the road, and finally limps into Thascia City still covered in blood and road dust. Before they get far inside the city, a mounted elder on a storm wolf races in with a whole escort because the Lanming patriarch has come personally for his granddaughter. The patriarch barely looks at anyone else before calling for Laniying in panic and jumping down to find her. Laniying rushes out crying for her grandfather, and the old man finally relaxes when he sees she is unharmed. That relief turns icy fast when the patriarch demands an explanation from Guard Yun and learns the Black Wind bandits nearly wiped them out. When Guard Yun says Yang Yutian saved them, the patriarch immediately sizes Jianchen up and thanks him with full courtesy. Jianchen brushes off the favor, but the patriarch insists the Lanming clan owes him and invites him back as an honored guest. Jianchen accepts the invitation, deciding to stay with the clan for now instead of moving on alone. Guard Yun also presents the 3 bound leaders of the Black Wind bandits, and the patriarch coldly orders them taken back for judgment. Soon after, the group reaches the Lanming clan estate in the northeast of Thascia City, a large elegant residence that matches the clan's status. In the reception hall, the patriarch chats warmly but keeps circling back to one thing: he wants to figure out who Yang Yutian really is. Jianchen answers smoothly with the same traveler story he gave Laniying, while hiding his aura so even the patriarch cannot read his real strength. Jianchen finally asks the question he really came for: whether the patriarch knows of any space gate nearby. The patriarch has never even heard of a space gate, and Jianchen cannot hide a flash of disappointment because he had hoped to shorten the long trip back toward the Jessen kingdom. That night, the Lanming clan treats Jianchen to a lavish dinner, keeping the honored guest close while the family weighs what his arrival could mean for their future. Away from the feast, the clan leaders secretly discuss marrying Laniying to Yang Yutian so they can tie an Earth Saint Master to the Lanming clan. Laniying's father pushes back at once, warning that they know almost nothing about Jianchen and could ruin his daughter's life on a blind gamble. Others argue the opposite, saying a genius Earth Saint Master this young could become a Heaven Saint Master and lift the whole clan far beyond Little Thascia City. The debate drags on because one side sees opportunity, while the other sees the very real chance of tying the clan to an unknown enemy. At last the patriarch shuts the argument down, saying a proud expert like Yang Yutian was never someone a small clan could simply trap through marriage anyway. Once that idea is buried, the patriarch redirects the whole room toward revenge on the Black Wind bandits for daring to touch Laniying. The next morning, Jianchen leaves the estate alone and strolls through busy Thascia City, taking in a prosperous second-class city packed with nobles and mercenaries. That calm walk breaks when a mounted mercenary force tears through the street, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Bystanders identify them as the Black Wolf mercenaries, and the gossip spreading behind them is even bigger. A heavily injured Class 6 magical beast was found near Thousand Poison Valley. One witness swears the rumor is real and says strong fighters have already gathered there, because even wounded, that beast is still beyond ordinary Saint Masters. Before Jianchen can act on the rumor, more mounted groups keep racing for the gate one after another, making it obvious the whole city is chasing the wounded Class 6 beast. Even the powerful Huanyao clan heads out, with its patriarch personally leading the charge, which tells everyone the wounded beast is worth a fortune. Then Jianchen spots the Lanming clan hurrying out too, with their patriarch leading them just as hard. Jianchen steps right into their path to stop them, and the angry riders instantly switch to respectful smiles when they realize who it is. The patriarch explains they already tried to invite him this morning and now asks if he wants to join them at Thousand Poison Valley. Jianchen agrees, and one clansman gives up his horse so the group can race for the valley without wasting another breath. As they gallop away, the bystanders can only stare and regret not realizing sooner that this black-robed traveler was someone even the Lanming patriarch treated carefully. On the road, the patriarch fills Jianchen in on what little they know while the whole group pushes their Class 3 mounts at top speed. After an hour, the valley finally comes into view, a towering mountain range wrapped in cloud and thin poisonous mist. The outer clearing is already packed with around 1,000 people in tents, showing just how many strong groups came chasing the same prize. Before entering, the patriarch hands Jianchen an antidote, and warns that the valley's poison may not kill them quickly, but it will wear down their strength. Jianchen swallows the pill without fuss, and the rest of the Lanming clan follows before leaving a rear guard behind and heading in. Inside the valley, the fog grows dense enough to blur direction, so everyone follows the trampled path left by the earlier groups. They soon reach the inner area where several hundred experts have already stopped ahead in grim silence, all facing the same thing. To see over the crowd, Jianqin jumps onto a tree branch and looks ahead for himself. From his higher perch, Jianqin sees the truth. The beast guarding the cave is a white tiger only about 3 meters long, and the clearing in front of it is already carpeted with corpses and blood. And the ground in front of that cave explains the silence instantly. A huge pool of blood, hundreds of corpses, and even a dead Earth Saint Master already lie at the tiger's feet. At the cave in Thousand Poison Valley, Jianqin stares at the white tiger and immediately feels that the rumor was wrong, because this beast does not look like a half-dead Class 6 at all. The clean fur makes the scene even more unsettling, since hundreds of people, including Earth's Saint Masters, are already dead around the tiger, and it somehow was not splashed with a drop of blood. Then a tiny white tiger cub crawls out of the cave on shaking legs, and everyone locks onto the impossible detail on its back, a pair of wings. The crowd's fear flips into greed as armed onlookers realize this newborn winged beast could become a priceless flying mount if someone raises it first. The mother tiger opens her eyes, roars a warning, and drags the cub tight against her body, fierce on the outside but clearly hurting underneath. From his branch above, Jianqin catches what the others miss. Beneath the threat, the tiger looks desperate, like a mother already bracing for loss. The cub squirms and cries under its mother's fur, and the strange tenderness of the moment leaves the humans around them staring in disbelief. 100 men from the Manhwa clan suddenly force their way to the front, and the onlookers immediately make room when they hear the clan's name. When the Manhwa clan reaches the front, one clansman is thrilled by the winged cub, but the black-clad elder leading them turns grim as soon as he sees the bodies around the mother tiger. His men still push him to act, arguing that their dozen Earth Saint Masters and 70 Great Saint Masters give the Manhwa clan its best shot before even stronger factions arrive. After weighing the risk, the Manhwa elder orders his Earth Saint Masters to pin down the mother tiger while he rushes for the cub and retreats the instant they have it. As the Manhwa clan makes its move, other factions tend to rush in too, and the clan's elder coldly warns that anyone who interferes will answer to the Manhwa clan later. Most of the crowd backs off at that point, because the Manhwa clan is simply too strong for ordinary factions to offend over one cub. Jianqin quietly asks who the Manhwa clan thinks it is, and the Lanming patriarch explains that it is one of the strongest clans in Skull Kingdom, with at least 50 Earth Saint Masters and 3 Heaven Saint Masters. Jianqin only laughs at that, and his calm reaction leaves the Lanming patriarch even more unsure of just how deep Jianqin's background really is. Then the mother tiger finally answers the attack with one roar, blasting out wind-like energy that tears through several charging Earth Saint Masters in an instant. The charging experts drop dead where they fall, and the Manhwa elder halts mid-dash in horror when none of the men he calls to answer can move again. Even Jianqin can only stare and admit to himself that if this is what a weakened Class 6 looks like, something is badly off. The valley erupts in shaken arguments as witnesses try to make sense of a beast that killed a dozen Earth Saint Masters with one roar. The white tiger's power breaks the greed in most of the weaker observers, and many quietly give up on the cub and start planning to retreat. The Manhwa elder finally gives up on forcing it alone and orders a rider back to the clan with news that this target is far stronger than they were told. 2 days pass, and the rumor spreads so far that stronger and stronger factions flood into Thousand Poison Valley, bringing the number of Earth Saint Masters there to well over 100. Names like the Sect of Dragon and Tiger, Spirit Haven Sect, Baiwa Clan, and the mercenaries of the War God keep arriving one after another, each waiting for a chance at the cub. The Lanming clan reads the situation clearly and pulls back, deciding they are too small to gamble in a fight that dangerous. The leaders of the major powers gather to negotiate, because all of them know fighting a Class 6 beast alone would cost too much even if they won. They settle on a ruthless compromise, join forces first to kill the mother tiger, and only fight each other for the cub afterward. The Manhwa clan hates that plan because their Heaven Saint Master ancestor still has not arrived, but the others move fast precisely so Manhwa cannot dominate the prize later. From above, Jianqin watches 50 Earth Saint Masters spread into a ring around the white tiger for a coordinated strike. But while everyone else sees a calm beast, Jianqin notices the real problem. For 2 full days the tiger has not moved at all, as if she no longer has the strength to stand. That contradiction nags at him, because if she still had real freedom to fight, she should have already slaughtered every human threatening her cub. Then Jianqin suddenly hears a weak voice in his ear begging, "Human, help my child," and the shock nearly knocks him off the tree. He drops to the ground and searches around in alarm, only for the same pleading voice to reach him again from ahead. When Jianqin finally traces the source, he realizes the speaker is the white tiger herself, and she gives him a name, Rum Guinness. That impossible conversation makes one answer flash into Jianqin's mind, and he asks the question no one else here has dared to imagine. Is she actually a Class 7 magical beast? Rum Guinness confirms it calmly, and Jianqin is rocked by the truth that the dying mother before him is an existence equal to a human saint ruler. Jianqin instantly understands that if the valley learned the secret, every greedy expert here would flee on the spot. Even so, Rum Guinness ignores all those powerful humans and begs Jianqin alone to save her child. Jianqin can barely believe it, and he points out the obvious problem. He is only an Earth Saint Master, so how could he possibly protect a Class 7 beast cub here? Rum Guinness answers that trust has nothing to do with strength, because among everyone in the valley her instincts say Jianqin is the only human she can rely on. She finishes by staking everything on that instinct, asking one last time if Jianqin will be the one who protects her child from the humans closing in. Jianqin feels the pressure right away and awkwardly asks the White Tiger what exactly she wants him to do. Before she can explain, 50 Earth Saint Masters from the gathered factions rush the tiger all at once. The tiger throws back her head and roars so hard the whole valley trembles, freezing everyone with dread. Then the tiger explodes into the crowd and starts a brutal one-sided slaughter. In barely 10 breaths, all 50 Earth Saint Masters are dead and none of them manage to land a hit. But instead of finishing the rest, the tiger slowly turns back to the cave, and her weakness becomes impossible to miss. She lies down again at the cave entrance with her head on the ground, as if the massacre used the last of her strength. The surviving leaders are stunned and start whispering that this beast is stronger than any peak Class 6, yet strangely too weak to chase them down. Inside Jianqian's mind, the tiger begs again and admits she is almost out of time, saying he is the only person there she can trust with her child. Jianqin finally agrees, and the tiger gratefully tells him to enter the cave so she can explain everything. The moment he decides, Jianqin flashes past the crowd and dives straight into the cave. The people outside gape in disbelief when Jianqin slips inside unharmed, and jealousy starts spreading through the crowd. 2 Earth Saint Masters try to copy him, and the tiger instantly wakes and tears them apart in midair. That savage warning kills everyone's courage, and the tiger finally turns and disappears into the cave after Jianqin. Inside the cave, Jianqin sees a night pearl lighting the stone chamber and, in one corner, a tiny sleeping tiger cub with small wings on its back. Then Jianqin watches in shock as Rum Guinness changes from her white tiger form into a tall middle-aged woman and gently cradles her cub. Still reeling from the sight, Jianqin asks if she is dying, and the woman introduces herself as Rum Guinness while thanking him for taking in her child. Rum Guinness says she will tell him the whole truth and asks him not to abandon her child after hearing it. Jianqin answers without hesitation that once he gives his word, he does not break it. Reassured, Rum Guinness begins her story and says she once lived on Cross Mountain as a high-ranking elder of the Gilligan clan. She explains that the Gilligan clan was ruled by 2 royal lines, Tiger Kings on land and Rock Kings in the sky, and her child's father was a golden fur Tiger King. After more than 100 years together, she finally bore a child, and after 22 years of waiting that child was born as the ancient winged tiger god. Rum Guinness says the winged tiger god is no ordinary cub but the supreme king of tiger beasts, and even a holy symbol to magical beasts as a whole. What should have been joyful news became a nightmare when the child's royal uncle feared the cub would threaten his throne and decided to kill it. To protect the cub, Rum Guinness and her mate fled the clan, but the king hunted them down himself. Her husband bought their escape with his life, leaving Rum Guinness to flee alone with the child. Half a year later, she reached this valley and now believes Jianqin appeared just before her death because heaven was giving her child one last chance. When Jianqin asks what is killing her, Rum Guinness reveals that the enemy king blasted pure dark energy into her body, and she has at most 3 days left. She says the dark energy has already spread through her entire body, and even purifying it would not easily undo the damage. Jianqin asks if a Radiant Saint Master could help, but Rum Guinness says only an extremely rare 7th class expert might even have a chance, and humans would never willingly aid a beast like her. Instead of giving up, Jianqin calmly tells her to let him try. Rum Guinness refuses and says he should just take the cub and run while she spends the last of her strength clearing a path. Her grief spills over as she quietly says she will soon join her husband and watch over their child from the next world. Jianqin answers with action, closing his eyes and gathering Radiant Saint Force to test whether he can slow the corruption. The soft holy light shocks Rum Guinness, who suddenly realizes Jianqin is actually a Radiant Saint Master. Jianqin sends the glowing force into her body, but Rum Guinness quickly feels that his power is too weak to cleanse the dark energy completely. Still, she admits his Radiant Saint Force can restrain the dark energy for a time if he keeps supplying it. That is enough for Jianqin, and he immediately proposes feeding her more Radiant Saint Force so she can seal the darkness instead of dying here. Rum Guinness hesitates because sealing the dark energy would leave her unable to fight, and she warns that a Heaven Saint Master is already on the way outside. Jianqin insists he can handle the people outside and even shake off a Heaven Saint Master, so she needs to focus on surviving. When Rum Guinness asks why he is going this far, Jianqin finally says it plainly. A mother should not leave her child orphaned if there is still any way to live. He presses even harder, reminding her that dying now would also mean abandoning revenge for her murdered husband and forcing all that pain onto her child. Rum Guinness is left speechless, and Jianqin uses that opening to urge her one last time to live and seal the dark energy immediately. Rum Guinness forces herself to calm down and promises she will live on for her child, take revenge for her husband, and raise the cub instead of dying here. She explains that the dark energy has already sunk into her bone marrow, and only Jianqin's Radiant Saint Force can suppress it enough for her to handle the rest. For 2 exhausting hours, Jianqin keeps pouring Radiant Saint Force into her, but the dark energy resists and the treatment crawls forward. The treatment buys her time, but it also leaves Rum Guinness unable to use her Class 7 power, so she can only rely on weakened physical strength now. After one more hour of healing, Jianqin prepares to leave with her, but Rum Guinness makes the painful choice to entrust the cub to him instead. Jianqin solemnly promises to protect the cub and return to cure her completely once his Radiant Saint Force reaches the 7th class level. Rum Guinness believes him, thanks him from the heart, and reveals a crucial secret. Her child is a winged tiger god whose growth can be sped up by swallowing rare treasures. Before he leaves, she repeatedly warns him to keep the cub's true identity hidden, and Jianqin agrees that they cannot afford to delay any longer. Jianqin wraps the sleeping cub tighter in a bundle of clothes and bursts out of the cave to escape the valley. Someone in the crowd instantly guesses what he is carrying, and the whole valley erupts as the pursuers realize the Class 6 cub is with him. About 50 Earth Saint Masters surge in to cut him off, but Jianqin draws the light wind sword and drops the first 3 in one flashing strike. His speed terrifies no one because the cub is too tempting, and the remaining Earth Saint Masters tighten into a full encirclement around him. Jianqin's expression turns cold as the azure violet glow thickens on his sword, and he prepares to carve a path through the trap. The commanders order the weaker Great Saint Masters to fall back while Earth Saint Masters alone lock him down, even if that means facing a butcher. Jianqin roars for them to get out of his way and lunges straight into the 10 men blocking his escape route. His sword moves so fast most of them never even see it, and the whole front line collapses with pierced throats and shattered defenses. Another wave rushes him, so Jianqin triggers Heaven's Stolen Fortune and meets them head-on with a sudden burst of overwhelming force. Every clash ends the same way. His glowing sword shears through their saint weapons, and the backlash makes their owners cough blood in shock. Then someone recognizes the azure violet glow and blurts out the truth. The man holding the cub is Jianqin, the king of mercenaries. That name hits the crowd like thunder, because even this far from Mercenary City everyone knows Jianqin's symbol, and what future power a king of mercenaries represents. Jianqin instantly realizes his leaked identity will travel back to Mercenary City, and there are simply too many witnesses here for him to silence. He seizes the moment of confusion and bolts, but the major powers quickly decide the cub is worth offending even Jianqin for. The Earth Saint Masters grit their teeth and chase him anyway, caught between fear of Jianqin and obedience to their factions. Jianqin uses illusionary flash to widen the gap until his pursuers can only watch him disappear into the distance. When men finally search the cave, they find it empty, because both the cub and the mother are gone. At the hidden meeting point deeper in the valley, Jianqin reaches the place he arranged with Rum Guinness and waits with the cub. Rum Guinness soon arrives in white tiger form, only slightly slower than illusionary flash, which reminds Jianqin just how frightening she should have been at full strength. Still reluctant to part from her child, Rum Guinness finally asks his name directly, and Jianqin confirms that he really is Jianqin. She admits she can no longer fight with inner energy and cannot even help him without exposing herself to the Gilligan clan, so she must hide for the next few days. Jianqin reassures her again that he will protect the cub until he can come back and clear the dark energy from her body. When Jianqin asks how to find her later, Rum Guinness gives him a tuft of her fur dyed red with her blood and says the cub's blood can use it as a guide. Before disappearing, she warns him that his disguise tricks can fool Heaven's Saint Masters but not Saint Rulers or Class 7 magical beasts. Rum Guinness leaves, and the cub wakes at once, whimpering and struggling as if it can feel its mother has gone. Jianqin gently strokes the cub's head to calm it, showing a rare softness before he moves again. Knowing the valley is no longer safe, Jianqin immediately starts escaping through the trees with the cub. Back at the cave, the factions are still bitter that the Class 6 cub slipped through their hands and ended up with Jianqin. Then a terrifying new pressure crashes down as a Heaven Saint Master arrives over the cave and silences the whole crowd. The Mayan clansmen instantly kneel and reveal that the terrifying elder above them is their ancestor, Bai Yuanjing. The ancestor asks one question first: where is the Class 6 cub? A kneeling Mayan elder nervously admits the cub was taken and names the thief, Jianqin, whose strength none of them could stop. Bai Yuanjing hesitates for a beat at Jianqin's name, then his eyes sharpen and he demands the direction Jianqin fled. Once Elder Bai points the way, the Mayan ancestor shoots off after Jianqin, and every other power scrambles to call for stronger backup too. Meanwhile, Jianqin keeps changing direction through Thousand Poison Valley with illusionary flash, refusing to leave an easy trail behind him. 2 hours later he finally stops in a hidden patch of weeds beside a valley wall, because his earlier battle and repeated bursts of speed have burned through most of his saint force. He starts absorbing energy from monster cores through the sword spirits, trying to rebuild enough power for the Heaven Saint Master he expects will find him. 4 hours pass, and just as Jianqin nears recovery, a gray-robed figure suddenly roars overhead at terrifying speed. Jianqin realizes the elder must have sensed the monster core energy ripples, which means hiding is already useless. He immediately snatches up the cub and escapes, but the Heaven Saint Master wheels around and spots him at once. Jianqin races through the broken valley terrain with illusionary flash, but the uneven ground blunts his speed and the Heaven Saint Master keeps closing in. When escape clearly fails, Jianqin makes a hard decision, stops running, and turns around to fight a Heaven Saint Master for the first time. With about 80% of his saint force restored, Jianqin decides this is also his chance to measure how long he can survive against someone at that level. Floating 30 meters away, Bai Yuanjin looks down at Jianqin and the cub, then coldly offers a deal instead of attacking at once. Bai Yuanjin says the Moyun clan does not want Jianqin as an enemy, and he asks him to hand over the Class 6 cub in exchange for a generous reward and future help. Jianqin flatly refuses to trade away the white tiger cub and vows that as long as he lives, no one will touch it. The Moyun clan ancestor tries one last time to talk him down, warning that a Class 6 cub takes years and huge resources to raise and is not worth making enemies over. Jianqin does not budge and makes it personal, saying he never breaks his word and will take the cub away from anyone who tries to claim it. The ancestor drops the polite tone and warns that refusing means offending the entire Moyun clan. Jianqin answers with a sharper threat, promising to wipe out the Moyun clan if they dare move against him over the cub. That open defiance finally snaps the old Heaven Saint Master, who can no longer tolerate being threatened by an Earth Saint Master. He declares that the cub belongs to his clan and finally attacks, forming a giant yellow earth sword in his hand. Jianqin meets him head-on, pushing the Heaven's stolen fortune to triple his strength and charging without fear. His light wind sword tears through the elder's earthen power and shoots straight for the ancestor's throat. The ancestor counters by pulling up a 2-meter stone pillar from the ground and hurling it at Jianqin's head. Jianqin cuts the pillar apart like soft clay and instantly resumes his throat strike. The ancestor finally blocks, but Jianqin's sword explodes into a blinding storm of afterimages that batters his weapon dozens of times. When Jianqin lands, the elder looks down in shock and sees his saint weapon already riddled with tiny holes. Realizing how dangerous that speed is, the elder stops underestimating him and prepares a heavier answer. Jianqin leaps back into the air, but this time the elder strikes first and unleashes a huge wave of earth-attributed sword chi. Caught in midair with nowhere to evade, Jianqin takes the blast and is smashed hard into the ground. The buried cub wakes from the shock and starts squirming against Jianqin's chest, blinking at the world with bright, curious eyes. Jianqin turns pale from the hit because he took the impact while shielding the cub. The elder follows up without mercy, dropping a crushing Heaven Saint Master strike right where Jianqin fell. Jianqin slips away with illusionary flash at the last instant, and the elder's blow leaves a deep 5-meter crater behind him. Jianqin immediately counterattacks, his sword flooding the area with mirror images so fast the elder can only block and retreat. The holes spreading through his saint weapon make the ancestor realize this fight could cripple or kill him if he lets Jianqin keep pressing. To break the tempo, he wraps himself in saint force and unleashes a crushing pressure that makes Jianqin feel like he is carrying a mountain. He announces that Jianqin has forced out his advanced Earth Tier battle skill and swings down to finish him. Jianqin answers by driving Heaven's stolen fortune even harder and smashing straight into the battle skill with his light wind sword. The impact tears up the battlefield, splits the ground, and sends the Heaven Saint Master flying back coughing blood. The shockwave makes the white tiger cub cry against Jianqin's chest, and the wounded elder's fear hardens into killing intent. The old man decides that for the clan's sake, Jianqin has to die now before he grows any stronger. He attacks again with even fiercer sword chi, while Jianqin, already badly hurt, still launches himself back into the fight. The blast tears up the earth behind Jianqin as he narrowly avoids it and bursts through the dust straight at the elder. Jianqin's blade now shines with azure violet sword chi, but the ancestor still sneers that an Earth Saint Master cannot beat him. Jianqin uses illusionary flash again, vanishing past the next sword chi wave and reappearing right beside him. The ancestor instantly answers with the same advanced Earth Tier battle skill, crushing Jianqin with pressure at barely a meter away. With his movement crippled and no room left to dodge, Jianqin suddenly smiles instead of retreating. He lets go of the light wind sword, and the weapon flies on its own like a living soul's sword straight into the elder's heart. At the same instant, the elder's giant sword drives into Jianqin's chest and floods his body with destructive energy. Jianqin spits blood and goes deathly white, and his blood starts soaking into the white tiger cub's fur. Inside Jianqin, the sword spirits wake and pull the invading energy away before it can keep shredding his body. The elder is in even worse shape with his heart destroyed, but a Heaven Saint Master's body is still monstrously hard to kill. He bitterly admits Jianqin pushed him into a disastrous state, then grabs the sword still lodged in Jianqin's chest and tries to cut him apart anyway. Before he can do it, the returning light wind sword slices open his throat from behind. Now truly terrified, the elder abandons the kill and rockets upward to escape. The light wind sword chases him one more time and cleanly severs both of his legs in midair. Even after losing his heart, throat, and legs, the Heaven Saint Master is still alive as a tiny bloody figure 500 meters above. Jianqin is stunned by that vitality and realizes a Heaven Saint Master can survive wounds that should have ended anyone else. He also runs into the soul sword's limit, because he can only control it for 200 meters and the elder has already fled far beyond that range. Not willing to let him go that easily, Jianqin sends out azure violet sword chi as one last ranged attack. The elder barely dodges those glowing streaks and, too badly mangled to risk another strange attack, finally chooses to flee. Only after the ancestor disappears does Jianchen breathe out in relief and admit this fight proved he can stand against the Heaven Saint Master, but only because of the soul sword and sword spirits. That leads him to one clear conclusion: he needs to heal the sword spirits as fast as possible so their azure violet power can become a real threat at this level. The moment the danger passes, the tiger cub notices the blood and starts acting hungry instead of scared. Jianchen sets the cub down beside him and begins using Radiant Saint Force to heal his own body. But the cub immediately gets upset about being moved and climbs right back onto him with surprising strength. The hungry little beast starts licking Jianchen's blood straight from his chest, leaving him caught between pain and helpless amusement. So Jianchen pulls off his blood-soaked clothes, sets the cub beside them, and lets it gnaw happily on the fabric while he finally gets a moment to heal. After the valley battle, Jianchen uses Radiant Saint Force to patch himself up, but sealing the dark energy inside Rum Guinness has drained too much of his spirit to finish the job. Because the gravely wounded Moyun clan ancestor still knows where he is and could return with backup, Jianchen stops at half-healed and prioritizes finding a safer hiding place. He spends the rest of the day recovering his strength first, knowing he needs enough power left to escape if another Heaven Saint Master appears. Once his spirit steadies, Jianchen heals again and this time fully closes his wounds in just 1 more hour. He does not rest after healing and immediately burns to a Class 5 monster core to refill the Saint Force he spent using Heaven's stolen fortune. 10 hours later, his Saint Force is finally back, and Jianchen rises, changes into clean clothes, and takes the still sleeping cub back outside. The poisonous fog in the valley has thinned enough that it no longer matters to an Earth Saint Master, and Jianchen quietly checks the night sky and the surrounding forest before moving. As he slips through the forest, Jianchen spots torchlight in every direction and realizes the valley has already been blockaded by searching forces. Knowing Thousand Poison Valley is finished as a hiding place, he leaves under cover of darkness and races away with the illusionary flash. 4 hours later he reaches the outskirts of a city and heads straight for the wall instead of risking the main gate. He silently climbs over the wall and finds the city so dead quiet that even the inns are shut and the streets are empty. At a quiet inn, Jianchen jumps to a third-floor window and slips inside unnoticed to hide for the night. Once inside, he lays the cub on the bed and immediately starts restoring his Saint Force again instead of sleeping. By the next morning, Jianchen has disguised himself as a man around 30 and leaves the inn with the tiger cub hidden beneath his clothes. A waitress watches him go and grows suspicious because she is sure this guest was never checked in the day before. Out on the street, Jianchen goes hunting for food for the cub and enters a food shop to ask for fresh magical beast milk. He specifically orders as much fresh tiger milk as possible and makes it clear that money is not the issue. The owner heads into the back, and Jianchen waits because the cub has not eaten for 2 days and he cannot risk leaving empty-handed. When too much time passes with no sound at all, Jianchen's patience turns into suspicion. He decides to leave immediately, but the moment he turns, a squad of armored city guards marches through the door. The guard commander demands his identity, and Jianchen calmly gives the false name Chenyi while testing how much they know. The commander fixates on the bulge under Jianchen's clothes and orders him to reveal what he is hiding. When they accuse him of hiding stolen goods, Jianchen lifts his robe just enough to expose the sleeping white tiger cub's head. The commander instantly recognizes the real prize and shouts for the cub to be seized and reported to the city lord. Jianchen drops the pretense, blasts the charging guards through the chest with a violent gust, and sweeps every milk bottle on the counter into his space ring in the same breath. These guards are far too weak to hold him, so Jianchen bursts out of the shop with the cub hugged tight and runs straight for the city gates. He leaps across rooftops so fast that the people below can only stare and shout as he races toward the city gate. Behind him, the wounded commander orders a report to the city lord's mansion and launches a fireworks signal into the sky. The signal works fast, and a flying figure appears above the city, proving a Heaven Saint Master is stationed in La Feng City. At the front gate, the city guard slams into emergency lockdown, closing the gates and lining the walls with archers and crossbowmen. Jianchen reaches the gate too late, finds it already shut, and immediately changes plan by scaling the wall instead. The commander orders fire, and a rain of arrows and heavy bolts slams toward Jianchen on the wall. Jianchen answers with a thick Saint Force barrier around his body, letting the whole barrage break harmlessly outside it. Before the defenders can reload, he accelerates up the wall and vaults out over the battlements into the darkness beyond. The soldiers ask their commander what to do next, but he never answers because Jianchen's invisible sword has already slit his throat. Outside the walls, Jianchen tears across the open prairie, already understanding that no nearby city is safe for him anymore. He keeps the cub with him anyway, because it is too weak to survive alone, and he already promised Rum Guinness he would protect it. Then Jianchen feels danger behind him and sees a figure flying a few hundred meters back in pursuit. The sight weighs on him at once, because after fighting the Moyun clan ancestor he knows exactly how dangerous a real Heaven Saint Master is. He kicks into the illusionary flash again, and his speed suddenly explodes across the plains. For a moment the gap widens, but the flying Heaven Saint Master accelerates too and stays locked on Jianchen's trail from the sky. From the sky behind him, The pursuer shouts for Jianchen to return the seal of Treasure Mountain to the Sure family and stop wasting energy. Hearing that voice, Jianchen realizes the airborne pursuer is one of the 4 Kai brothers he met in Mercenary City. Jianchen still refuses to fight, because even driving back one Heaven Sane Master would cost too much strength if more enemies arrive. Then the Kai brother reveals the trap. The Sure family and Jetta clan have joined forces, and 8 Heaven Saint Masters are waiting across the surrounding cities for him. That news hits hard, and Jianchen realizes that against 8 Heaven Saint Masters there is no real way to fight back head-on. He snatches out a map while running, memorizes the area in a flash, and veers off in a new direction without hesitation. To break the pursuit, Jianchen stacks Heaven's stolen fortune on top of the illusionary flash and launches forward so fast he leaves a dust storm behind him. The Kai brother is stunned by that impossible acceleration and can only chase the dust trail from higher in the air. Jianchen pushes into a speed even he has never felt before, but he knows the price is brutal and his Saint Force will last only about 2 hours. As his reserves start collapsing, he pulls out a Class 5 Monster Core mid-run and absorbs from it while still fleeing. 2 hours later he has crossed more than 2,000 kilometers, skimming past multiple cities but daring to enter none of them. When his Saint Force finally runs dry, Jianchen heads for a barren mountain and chooses a stone forest there as his next hiding place. He carves a cave directly into the limestone, leaves only faint marks outside, and seals the entrance with a movable boulder. Only after the hideout is secured does he stumble inside weakly and light the cramped cave with a night pearl. Then the tiger cub finally wakes up hungry, whining and gnawing at Jianchen's arm while kneading his chest with tiny paws. Realizing it has gone at least 2 days without food, Jianchen quickly starts feeding it the milk he stole from the shop. The cub shocks him by drinking 10 kilograms of milk before finally settling down, which means his supply will not last long at all. Jianchen immediately starts worrying about where to find more milk and what special resources this unusual cub will need to grow. With the cub fed and sleeping in a tight little curl, Jianchen turns back to restoring the Saint Force he burned through escaping. 10 hours later, his Saint Force is full again thanks to the sword spirits boosting his absorption speed. At sunrise, he creeps to a crack by the sealed entrance and starts checking outside before risking a move. Staying hidden, he quietly opens the gap a little more and waits with his presence suppressed. After an hour, one flying man streaks across his line of sight, confirming the search has already spread to the skies. Soon after, a second figure in fire red flies past as well, proving the patrol is not just one pursuer. He stays hidden for hours, and by sunset he has watched 5 more Heaven Saint Masters cross the sky above the barren mountain. When night falls, Jianchen retreats deeper into the cave and finally accepts how tight the net around him has become. From what he has seen, the Jetta clan and Sure family are already watching the whole region, and this hidden cave will only stay secret for so long. His last fear is the worst one. If those clans bring in even more Heaven Saint Masters or send their ancestors personally for the ruler armament, this mountain hideout will become a death trap. Jianchen stayed hidden in the cave and forced himself to wait for night, knowing leaving too early would get him spotted. Outside, 8 Heaven Saint Masters gathered on the highest peak and argued over whether he was still somewhere in the mountain range. One elder confirmed Jianchen had not left obvious tracks beyond the range, but the rocky terrain made pinning down his exact hiding place almost impossible. When the topic turned to Jianchen's speed, one elder bluntly said he could outrun even their win-attributed expert, and that hit a nerve fast. The 4th elder exploded in anger at the insult, and for a moment the alliance between the families almost cracked. A calmer elder stepped in to apologize and smooth things over, because they still needed each other more than they needed pride. They first considered hiring mercenaries to sweep the mountains, but another elder warned Jianchen would expect that trick and probably try to run under cover of night instead. So the 8 of them split up to seal the mountain exits through the night, turning the whole range into a waiting trap. Back in the cave near 4 in the morning, Jianchen finally opened his eyes while the little white tiger woke up and patted around him, readying the escape attempt. He put away the night pearl, lifted the stone blocking the entrance with extreme care, and prepared to slip out without a sound. Jianchen moved through the mountains like a ghost, hiding his presence so completely that the night itself seemed to swallow him. But one Heaven Saint Master sensed a disturbance in the surrounding energy, and instantly knew something had started moving. The elder found Jianchen's dark figure almost at once and lunged after him with a satisfied grin. His shout gave Jianchen away to everyone else, and the quiet escape instantly turned into a full pursuit. Jianchen dropped all stealth and fired himself toward the edge of the range with illusionary flash and Heaven's stolen fortune pushing his speed to the limit. Most of the Heaven Saint Masters were quickly left behind, which finally showed just how absurd his escape speed had become. He eased off for a moment to avoid leaving too obvious a trail, but that only let the real threat close in again. A cyan streak suddenly tore through the dark behind him, and Jianchen realized the Sure family's wind-attributed 3rd elder had stayed on his tail. Jianchen cursed and pushed Heaven's stolen fortune again, while the pursuing elder was left genuinely stunned that an Earth Saint Master could outrun him. That burst of speed came with a brutal limit though, because Jianchen knew he only had about 2 hours before he would be too drained to fight or flee. While running, Jianchen made a hard choice. he stopped fleeing blindly and aimed for the nearest first-class city 1,000 kilometers away. He knew he could never shake a wind-attributed Heaven Saint Master forever in open country, so a crowded city was his only real place to disappear. He reached the first-class city, vaulted over the wall, and vanished among the tightly packed buildings before his pursuer could stop him. The Wind Elder arrived over the city a moment later and grimly realized Jianchen had stopped here because that burst of speed could not last forever. The other 7 Heaven Saint Masters caught up, and when the Wind Elder admitted even he could not match Jianchen's speed, the whole group was shaken. Once the surprise passed, they realized the city made Jianchen far more dangerous, because now he could slip through crowds and buildings if they relaxed for even a moment. So they tightened the trap again. One elder went to the city lord for soldiers while the others spread out to guard gates and escape routes. Their final order was especially ruthless. Everyone leaving the city had to wash their face with clear water, and anyone who refused could be killed on the spot. Inside the city, Jianchen slipped into a wealthy garden estate and quietly took an empty room before the search could close around him. He settled beside the white tiger and used a Class 5 monster core to refill the strength he had burned through escaping. The cub, usually playful, stayed unusually quiet through all of it, as if even it could feel how dangerous this city had become. By daylight, Jianchen had fully recovered and finally looked around the room, confirming it had been empty for a long time. Then he made a grim backup plan and started dividing his possessions, separating his most precious treasures in case he never made it out alive. He packed the ruler armaments, the Heaven-tier battle skill, and other valuables into one ring, while clothes, money, and ordinary supplies went into another. He switched to carrying only the less important ring and sealed the better one inside a small box, planning to hide it where the 2 clans would never think to look. But he suddenly remembered the Sure Elder could track the ruler armaments, so he reopened the box and pulled the Duanyan sword and seal of Treasure Mountain back out. To avoid that risk, he moved those 2 items into a third space ring and split his hidden cache into separate pieces. When night fell again, Jianchen slipped out of the room with the boxed ring and headed quietly for the estate's well. He dropped the boxed space ring into the well, hiding one half of his future in cold dark water. Back in the room, he climbed down to the beams, cut a tiny hole with sword chi, and hid the ring holding the Duanyan sword and seal of Treasure Mountain inside the wood. After sealing the beam back up, Jianchen finally let himself breathe, because even if he died now, the 2 families would not get everything they wanted. At daybreak he changed his face again, preparing to leave the hideout and test how tight the city's search had become. He could not risk taking the white tiger, so he stroked its head, told it to stay put, and hoped it understood. He left milk bottles beside the cub and slipped away alone, leaving the small beast hidden in the room. Jianchen blended onto the streets from a side alley and started studying the district like any ordinary passerby. The estate gate told him where he had been hiding all night. This was a trading compound labeled Huangpu Trading. As he moved deeper into the city, the scale of a first-class city became obvious, with strong mercenaries and wealthy traffic everywhere he looked. Then the search revealed itself. Armored soldiers were sweeping store after store and stopping people in the street with growing impatience. One soldier stopped Jianchen directly and asked if he had seen a pure white magical beast. Jianchen answered smoothly that he had not, hiding all emotion while listening for what the enemy already knew. The soldier warned him to report any snowy white beast or any man with a suspicious bulge, which told Jianchen the search was aimed at both him and the cub hidden in his room. Jianchen played along and promised to report it, because in this city the safest move was to sound harmless. After 3 more streets, he saw the same questioning everywhere, and that told him the search was citywide, not local. When he reached the city gate area, the next layer of the trap came into view as traffic bottlenecked under heavy military control. From an upper restaurant floor, Jianchen finally saw the full method. Soldiers had set out big vats of water and were scrubbing every traveler's face before letting them pass. Even the powerful and wealthy had to submit, and Jianchen could only smile bitterly as he realized the 2 families had thrown an inescapable net over the entire city. To avoid suspicion, Jianchen buys a Class 2 magical beast mount, disguises himself as a mercenary, and starts checking the other city gates. Soldiers stop him again and again, and Jianchen quietly realizes his disguise would fail instantly if anyone forced him to wash his face. He spends the whole day roaming Moonlight City, but every hiding place he spots feels temporary, not safe enough to survive a full citywide hunt. Elsewhere, the Huangpu Patriarch gathers his clan leaders and explains that the city lord has ordered every clan to hunt for a suspicious stranger and a snowy white magical beast. When his men question why one target deserves this much effort, the Patriarch warns that if their clan is accused of hiding him, the Huangpu clan could be wiped out. Linda is ordered to lead the search personally, and soon the same panic spreads through every major and minor clan in the city. Huangpu guards begin tearing through their own compound, searching gardens, cabins, and even high-ranking rooms without leaving a single corner untouched. At the abandoned room where Jianchen hid the cub, the white tiger curls deeper into the corner and listens as boots and voices close in. A guard rips away the sheets, looks under the bed, and instantly spots the cub's snowy fur. The guard shouts for his captain, and the whole search turns deadly serious the moment the cub is confirmed. Linda sees the cub, orders the compound perimeter sealed, and commands every suspicious person to be arrested on sight. As Linda carries it away, the newborn cub can only bite and scratch in helpless fury. Back in the main hall, the Huangpu patriarch confirms no one in the clan owns this beast and concludes it must be the one the city lord wants. He sends Linda to the city lord's mansion immediately, knowing this find is too dangerous to hide. The Shi family's third brother hurries over after hearing the report and smiles when he sees the cub, sure Jianchen has left behind the exact bait he needed. He boasts that Moonlight City is already covered by an inescapable net, so Jianchen has nowhere left to run. After surveying all 4 gates himself, Jianchen confirms the worst. Every exit is locked down, disguises are useless, and even his real face has already been distributed. He rents an inn-room as cover, hands off the mount, and waits for full darkness before slipping back toward the Huangpu compound. Moving like a shadow over the wall, Jianchen heads straight for the room where he hid the cub. He lights the abandoned room with a night pearl, checks under the bed, and goes cold when the cub is gone and fresh footsteps mark the dust. The footsteps in the dust tell him the truth at once. The white tiger cub has been taken. Instead of retreating, Jianchen storms toward the center of the compound because he refuses to abandon the promise he made to Rum Guinness. He creeps through the quiet garden in black clothes, knowing his identity could be exposed at any second but still choosing stealth over hesitation. Then he hears the cub growling nearby, and for one brief moment he thinks finding it will be easy. The next instant, torches explode to life all around him and the ambush closes in. The Shi family's third brother steps out smiling, while the Huangpu patriarch holds the cub in plain sight to prove Jianchen walked straight into their bait. The cub flails toward Jianchen the moment it sees him, making their connection impossible to deny. Jianchen drops the pretense and coldly demands that they return the tiger cub to him. Instead, the Shi elder demands the stolen ruler armaments back and warns Jianchen that his speed will not save him forever. Jianchen laughs in his face and says handing over the armaments would only get him killed faster, so they can try taking them by force. That answer snaps the elder's patience, and he lunges with his saint weapon to kill Jianchen on the spot. Jianchen unleashes illusionary flash and heaven's stolen fortune, vanishes from sight, snatches the cub from the patriarch, and bolts in the same breath. He almost gets clear, but the Shi elder still lands a brutal strike on Jianchen's back and sends blood spraying into the night. The elder blasts a thunderous whistle into the sky, calling the rest of the Heaven Saint Masters to seal the trap. Other Heaven Saint Masters rise into the air at once, turning the entire city into an aerial net waiting to cut off Jianchen's path. One of them, the fourth Kai brother, spots Jianchen streaking toward him and signals the others to spring the next layer of the trap. He gathers fire element energy and hurls a massive red sword chi straight down at Jianchen. Jianchen barely dodges by vaulting onto a rooftop, and the attack smashes the street into a burning crater behind him. The sheer destruction tells Jianchen this enemy is stronger than the Moyun clan patriarch he fought before. The fourth Kai brother stops chasing speed for speed and turns the whole area into a towering sea of fire to burn away every route Jianchen could use. Jianchen pushes through the inferno under a layer of saint force, but the heat shatters it and starts burning his clothes, hair, and skin. He still forces his way toward the edge, refusing to slow down even as the entire trap closes tighter around him. Then the fire sea detonates, and Jianchen takes another crushing hit before blasting out of the flames, coughing blood. The fire elder is left pale and gasping after spending almost all his power, then points the other Kai brothers toward Jianchen's escape route. An azure streak joins the chase next, and the pressure on Jianchen gets even worse. An hour later, Jianchen staggers into a forest badly wounded, with 2/3 of his saint force already spent and escape no longer realistic. Even in that state, he is relieved that he shielded the cub well enough for it to come through the fire untouched. When he spots the azure glow closing in overhead, Jianchen finally accepts that calamity has caught up to him. Ashamed that he may fail the promise he made to Rum Guinness, he decides the cub's best chance is to hide it and draw the enemy away alone. He rips open a hollow in the tree with his bare fists, places the cub inside, and carefully seals the opening so no one will notice. Then Jianchen runs deeper into the forest by himself, stops a safe distance away, and turns back to wait for the Heaven Saint Master he can no longer outrun. Not long after Jianchen stops on the dark plain to recover with a Class 5 monster core, the Shi family's third elder catches up and hovers above him with a cold sneer. Jianchen stays seated and keeps recovering instead of begging, already resolved to make any Heaven Saint Master pay dearly if he dies here. The third elder deliberately holds back for an hour, wanting the other pursuers to arrive before he takes Jianchen down. An hour later the rest finally arrive, and 8 Heaven Saint Masters close in around Jianchen until escape is impossible. The Jieta clan elder demands the Duanyan sword back, and a Kai brother threatens to torture Jianchen for the seal of Treasure Mountain. Instead of yielding, Jianchen throws the half-used monster core at them and mocks 8 Heaven Saint Masters for needing this many people to corner one Earth Saint Master. Furious at the insult, the Shi family's fourth elder charges first with his giant yellow sword. Jianchen pushes his awareness to the limit and fires the light wind sword like a silver flash straight through the elder's throat. Without stopping, the flying sword whips upward toward the third elder in the sky. The third elder blocks the strike with a wall of saint force, then smashes the sword down with his machete and cracks it. Because his spirit is tied to the sword, Jianqin coughs blood the moment the cracked light wind sword is damaged. The fourth elder still does not die from the throat hole, but the near-instant strike leaves him staring at Jianqin with real fear. The third elder tosses a healing pill directly into the wound, treating the fourth elder like a still usable weapon in the fight. Jianqin pulls the light wind sword back into his hand and sees the crack clearly, knowing it may not survive much more. Before he can recover, the eldest Kai brother gathers blazing fire above Jianqin's head and drops a giant flaming sword at him. Jianqin throws himself aside just in time, and the fire sword rips a 30-meter fissure through the ground where he stood. As Jianqin stands again, a Jieta elder appears behind him and drives in with a water-attributed saint weapon. Jianqin uses heaven's stolen fortune to triple his strength and blocks, but the clash still blasts him down and worsens the cracks in his sword. By now Jianqin is barely standing, pale from blood loss and hammered by one heaven saint master after another. The wounded fourth elder of the Shi family stalks toward him with ugly revenge in his voice, promising to make Jianqin beg for death. Even at the edge of collapse, Jianqin grips the ruined blade and decides that if he dies, it will not be an easy death for them. Azure and violet light rise over the sword again, but this time the two sword chis begin to merge instead of staying separate. As the fourth elder swings to decapitate him, Jianqin forces the fusion through in one crazed, desperate instant. The azure and violet sword chi finally fuse, and Jianqin's sword erupts with a blinding mixed light unlike either color alone. That fusion turns the whole area into a realm of sword, and all 8 heaven saint masters recoil in shock around Jianqin. A light breeze passes through the domain, and all 8 heaven saint masters are shredded with bloody cuts as their clothes and hair are sliced apart. Realizing even breathing the air could kill them, all 8 heaven saint masters frantically flood saint force around themselves for protection. The third elder's voice finally shakes as he drops all pride and orders everyone to kill Jianqin immediately. The order snaps them out of their fear, and all 8 heaven saint masters charge Jianqin together through the sword domain. The fourth elder gets closest first, but inside the fused sword chi field an invisible pressure suddenly locks his body in place. Jianqin thrusts once, and the fused sword chi slices through the elder's saint weapon as easily as tofu. A second strike buries that same fused power into the elder's chest, and his whole body is shredded from the inside out. The 7 remaining heaven saint masters unleash sword chi at once, but Jianqin turns and his fused sword chi wipes their attacks out of the sky. Seeing the fourth elder reduced to a mutilated corpse, the third elder roars in fury, but the battle has already turned terrifyingly wrong for them. Jianqin keeps winning ground, but the fused sword chi is tearing him apart too, with blood leaking from his skin and the cracked sword straining in his hand. The pain becomes unbearable, and Jianqin howls like a wounded beast as he throws himself at the nearest heaven saint master. This time the target is the eldest Kai brother, who suddenly realizes the space around him has frozen and he cannot retreat at all. No matter how hard he forces his saint force, the eldest brother cannot move before Jianqin's sword reaches him. Jianqin spears through his chest, and the fused sword chi detonates his body into scattered flesh and bone before he can even scream. After that kill, the backlash grows even worse, and blood starts pouring from all 7 openings on Jianqin's head until he looks almost ghost-like. The surviving Kai brothers are stunned into bloodshot grief, staring at the spot where their eldest brother just died. An elder from the Jieta clan finally says what everyone feels now: if they do not kill Jianqin immediately, all of them may die here. The third elder makes the hard call to stop holding back, ordering the heaven saint masters to unleash their battle skills together. The 3 surviving Kai brothers answer with furious vows of revenge and begin forming a combined advanced Earth tier battle skill. At the same time, the 2 Jieta elders and the third elder start preparing heaven tier battle skills, and the gathering force presses down on Jianqin hard enough to crack his bones. The Kai brothers release a searing long-range flame attack first, trying to crush Jianqin before the heaven tier skills even land. Jianqin roars back and hacks down with everything left, and the fused sword chi devours the attack and shatters all 3 brothers' saint weapons at once. But that effort empties Jianqin too, and the glow on the light wind sword starts to fade because his body can no longer bear the fused power. Then the sky itself turns violent as black clouds descend and lightning coils through them, announcing the full release of 3 heaven tier battle skills. Under that crushing pressure, Jianqin still smiles through the pain because he already dragged 2 heaven saint masters down and broke the Kai brothers' weapons. The 3 heaven saint masters in the sky finish charging and fire 3 dazzling battle skill strikes straight at Jianqin without daring to meet his sword directly. Jianqin can only raise his ruined light wind sword in one last guard before the 3 attacks crash into him. The light wind sword finally shatters completely under the impact, breaking apart into fragments of light that return to the world. With his sword gone, Jianqin is blasted backward like a broken kite and tumbles across the ground in a trail of blood. When he finally stops, there is already a huge hole through his chest, and his body is so blood-soaked it barely looks alive. The third elder does not leave even that to chance and flies down to stab Jianqin straight through the heart with his machete. The light fades from Jianqin's eyes, and this time he cannot keep them open any longer. As his consciousness slips into a formless darkness, Jianqin dimly realizes this is what death feels like. In those final moments, his mind races through the people he cannot leave behind, starting with his mother, father, brother, and sister. Then his thoughts turn to the friends and promises he is leaving unfinished, including Tai Ta, Qin Xiao, Ming Dong, and Captain Kendall's final wish. With those regrets still echoing in his fading mind, Jianqin feels his time running out completely. After finally bringing Jianqin down, the two Jieda elders and the Shi family's third elder stand over his body looking shaken instead of triumphant. They are still rattled by Jianqin's last burst of power, because an Earth Saint Master should never have been able to kill top experts, and even shatter Saint weapons like that. One Jieda elder grimly asks what that impossible final attack even was, and the third elder guesses Jianqin must have hidden some strange secret technique. They briefly worry Jianqin might have a powerful backer, but then convince themselves he was just a freak talent who found some rare way to boost his strength. Once they settle down, greed takes over and they agree to recover their ruler armaments first, then split anything valuable inside Jianqin's space ring. The third elder takes Jianqin's space ring, but he quietly keeps his guard up even while inspecting it in front of the others. A moment later his face turns white, because the ruler armaments are not inside the ring at all. A Jieda elder snatches the ring to check for himself, then angrily throws it down when he finds Jianqin really hid everything from them. Now furious, they realize Jianqin hid the armaments somewhere else, and a normal search will be almost hopeless because a hidden space ring gives off no trace. In the end, they decide to report back, have their clans trace Jianqin's path, and if that still fails, force their ancestor to waste power recalling the missing ruler armament. With that settled, the two Jieda elders hurry away, and the third elder drags off the crippled survivors and the dead before leaving Jianqin behind. Once the battlefield goes quiet, Jianqin's body keeps cooling and even his soul starts fading, despite how absurdly long he has already clung to life. Then a new miracle starts. The azure and violet sword spirits rise from Jianqin's body together with the shrinking multicolored stone. The glowing stone presses into the space between Jianqin's eyebrows, while the two sword spirits follow it into his head. That pull drags Jianqin's drifting soul back into his head, stabilizing it just long enough for the sword spirits and his soul to start merging together. About an hour later, an unnamed middle-aged man flying overhead spots Jianqin, is shocked he is somehow still alive, and carries him away with gentle saint force. 2 days after Jianqin's defeat, the white tiger cub finally crawls out from hiding and starts searching the forest with anxious little cries. It sniffs out Jianqin's direction and keeps pushing forward in short bursts, resting again and again because its baby body can barely support it. Meanwhile, Jianqin briefly wakes inside a worn but clean wooden house, only to be slammed by head-splitting pain and blackout again. An unnamed fat young man comes in after hearing the noise, but when he sees Jianqin still out cold, he leaves wondering why the patient has not awakened after 3 days. Out in the wild, the white tiger cub spends 3 brutal days crossing mountains and falling over rough ground, yet stubbornly keeps going until its fur turns gray with dust. At last the cub reaches the battlefield and cries out in grief when it finds the dried blood and scattered remains Jianqin left behind. Driven by instinct and grief, the cub starts eating the withered remains, and the energy inside Jianqin's flesh immediately begins strengthening its tiny body. As it keeps cleaning up the area, the cub howls sadly the whole time, but its legs grow stronger and sharp little fangs begin to emerge. After 10 hours, the cub has absorbed every trace of blood from both sides of the battle, leaving the ground unnaturally clean and itself much stronger. Still searching for Jianqin, the cub circles, catches a fresh trail, and suddenly breaks into a run so fast its wings spread as if it might fly. Deep in Jianqin's unconscious mind, chaotic visions start flowing past him: elders, storms, the paired sword spirits, and a crane-haired master wielding the azure violet deity swords. The visions grow even grander as the deity swords fuse into one and unleash destruction across the world before finally shattering and vanishing into a mountain range. After some unknown time, Jianqin wakes again in the wooden house, this time conscious enough to stay awake through the dizziness. He looks around in confusion, trying to understand where he is, but the moment he moves, pain rips through his whole body. When Jianqin finally looks down, he sees the horrifying truth. A massive hole has torn through his chest, almost splitting his body in two. The memory of fighting 8 Heaven Saint Masters rushes back, and Jianqin realizes with stunned relief that he somehow survived. That relief only lasts a moment, because even trembling with joy reopens the pain and leaves him gasping helplessly on the bed. As he checks himself more carefully, Jianqin finds his body ruined beyond reason, with shattered organs and even a broken heart that should have killed him already. Then the real blow lands. His saint weapon is gone, the light wind sword is broken, the sword spirits are nowhere in his dantian, and all his cultivation has vanished with them. For Jianqin, surviving only to become a cripple is a crushing shock, because he still has too many things left to do and none of them can be done without power. Just then the door opens, and the patched middle-aged man who rescued him steps into the room and sees that Jianqin is finally awake. Jianqin thanks the man, and the patched rescuer says with quiet certainty that wounds like these should have killed anyone else, even a Heaven Saint Master. The rescuer does not soften the truth either. Jianqin's organs were crushed so badly that without a high-level Heaven Saint Master healer, recovering will be extremely hard. Seeing how shattered Jianchen looks, the rescuer gently says he can still live an ordinary life if he really is crippled, then offers to ask his father for a Radiant Saint pill to help him heal faster. Jianchen lies awake in silence, crushed by the fact that his saint weapon is broken and his years of cultivation have collapsed into the life of a cripple. As he thinks about going home, taking revenge on the Huayan sect, and the danger hanging over the Jessan kingdom, Jianchen feels even more desperate because none of it matters without strength. The room finally stirs when a chubby village youth walks in and happily tells Jianchen he has been unconscious for several days. Jianchen does not react at all, so the young man waves a hand in front of his eyes and starts wondering if the injuries turned him into a vegetable. When Tianyu almost tries to shake him awake, he freezes at the sight of the gruesome chest wound and realizes even touching Jianchen could be dangerous. Jianchen finally speaks just enough to ask who this noisy stranger is. Relieved, the youth introduces himself as Xiu Qianyu, says everyone calls him Little Fatty, and asks whether Jianchen still remembers his own name. Jianchen quietly gives his name, and Qianyu blurts out his relief in the most tactless way possible before chattering on without pause. Tianyu keeps pestering him about his injuries and revenge until his father returns and tells him to stop bothering a man who is still badly hurt. After Tianyu leaves, Xiaomi gently tells Jianchen not to drown in his losses and feeds him a rare Class 8 Radiant Spirit pill to save his life first. The pill floods Jianchen's body with astonishing Radiant Saint force, and the giant hole in his chest rapidly seals over with brand new skin. His skin and flesh are restored until his body looks almost perfect again, but the pill's power runs out before it can fully heal the deeper damage inside him. Feeling his body change, Jianchen pulls himself out of despair just enough to ask the question that matters most now: how can he recover his strength? Then Jianchen suddenly senses something impossible inside his mind and realizes his soul has grown stronger. Inside his chaotic mindscape, Jianchen sees the floating azure and violet sword spirits circling beside the slowly turning multicolored stone. The sword spirits transmit their thoughts directly into him, and Jianchen realizes they are speaking from within his own consciousness. Bit by bit, Jianchen learns the truth: he really died, and the sword spirits saved him by rescuing his soul. The bigger shock is that his soul is now fused with the sword spirits into a strange shared existence that can still think independently on both sides. The sword spirits reassure him that he is still himself, and that this bizarre fusion was only their way of preserving his life. When Jianchen opens his eyes again, he discovers his soul's sense now stretches so far that he can clearly perceive everything within a kilometer. Even so, he is not satisfied, because stronger perception alone does nothing to restore the power he lost. When he meditates more deeply, Jianchen suddenly sees the world in 6 elemental colors and realizes he can now sense every basic element, not just Radiant Saint Force. Jianchen can only guess this new talent came from the sword spirits merging with his soul. Testing the change, Jianchen moves his hand and accidentally gathers fire element into his palm until a faint sea of flames appears there. The flames do not burn him at all, but while he stares in shock, the fragile wooden room around him catches fire instead. A panicked shout erupts outside, and Xiu Tianyu kicks the door open and rushes in to drag Jianchen out before the whole house goes up. Outside, villagers sprint over with buckets while the fire roars high enough to devour the roof. Xiaomi arrives, hears Tianyu swear there was no fire source inside, and quietly turns a knowing look toward Jianchen. Tianyu immediately jumps to the wrong conclusion and blurts out that Jianchen must have tried to kill himself in his depression. Jianchen painfully stands on his own and apologizes, making it clear the fire was an accident, not a suicide attempt. Tianyu keeps earnestly begging him not to throw his life away, and Jianchen can only promise that he is not planning to die. Seeing Jianchen's mood finally improve, Xiaomi tells the villagers to stop panicking because the house would need rebuilding either way. Tianyu mourns his destroyed house, and Jianchen, feeling guilty, promises to help him build a bigger one once he recovers. Before that awkward scene can settle, Tianyu suddenly spots his grandfather returning from the fields. The old man looks completely plain, but Tianyu casually introduces him, while also repeating his ridiculous claim that Jianchen set the fire because he wanted to die. Instead of making a fuss, the grandfather laughs and tells Jianchen that surviving disaster often brings fortune. Then the old farmer takes out another Class 8 spirit pill and offers it to Jianchen to help heal his damaged inner organs. Xiaomi is openly shocked that his father is giving away a second pill that rare, which tells Jianchen this harmless-looking family is anything but ordinary. Jianchen tries to refuse such an expensive gift, but the elder insists it is of little use to him here and tells Jianchen to take it. Jianchen finally accepts the pill and watches the elder walk away, now deeply aware that this ordinary-looking old man is hiding something extraordinary. At Tianyu's urging, Jianchen is moved into another room so he can rest somewhere that is not currently burning down. Alone in the replacement room, Jianchen puts the second Class 8 spirit pill aside and tries to heal by drawing in Radiant Saint Force himself. A ball of milky white light forms around him at once, and Jianchen realizes his mutated soul now lets him control Radiant Saint Force far more easily than before. After a full day of stubborn self-healing with Radiant Saint Force, Jianchen finally drags his battered body all the way back to normal. The next morning, Jianchen steps outside for fresh air and immediately gets ambushed by Little Fatty's cheerful check-in. Jianchen thanks Little Fatty's grandfather for the healing pill, and the boy instantly decides that means it's time to drag him around the whole village. On the way out, they spot Little Fatty's grandfather heading to the fields with a hoe, still looking every bit like an ordinary old farmer. Little Fatty happily reports that he is taking Jianchen sightseeing, and his grandfather sends them off with a warm smile. Once Jianchen is out of earshot, the old man quietly says the youngster is strange, and Little Fatty's father asks if even he cannot fully read him. The grandfather gives Jianchen a startling verdict: this boy is no ordinary person and no frog trapped in a well. As they walk, Little Fatty explains that the village is hidden deep inside Longevity Valley, surrounded by harsh mountains and a single twisting road. The boy also reveals how isolated this place is. More than 100 families live here, and almost nobody can survive the 1,000-kilometer trip through beast-filled mountains to the outside world. When Jianchen points out that Little Fatty's father must be impressive to travel that road, the boy puffs up with pride and says the whole village admires him. But when Jianchen asks about the grandfather, Little Fatty can only describe him as a fisherman, a farmer, and the elder even his father obeys. The talk turns personal when Little Fatty admits he has never once seen the outside world, even though he has wanted to all his life. He says his father once wanted to take him out, but his grandfather shut that idea down hard and declared that he was not suited for the world beyond the valley. Now that he finally has someone from outside to ask, Little Fatty bombards Jianchen with eager questions about what the wider world is really like. Jianchen tells him the truth: the outside world is vast, but it is also cruel, and only the strong can survive there. Little Fatty still blurts out that he wants to see it no matter what, then hurriedly makes Jianchen promise not to repeat that in front of his grandfather. Jianchen says the boy should convince his grandfather instead, but that idea scares Little Fatty so badly that Jianchen drops it and agrees to stay quiet. The mood flips back to comedy when the relieved boy says life would be perfect if Jianchen were his grandfather instead, nearly making Jianchen trip on the spot. Little Fatty spends the rest of the tour introducing Jianchen around, and Jianchen's face alone is enough to leave plenty of village girls blushing and frozen in place. Once he gets free of the tour, Jianchen heads alone toward the mountains because he needs to understand what is left of his power after losing his saint weapon. Sitting on a lonely hill, Jianchen starts meditating and suddenly feels the land around him unfold inside his mind with impossible clarity. He realizes this is omnipresence from the Azulite sword laws and keeps pushing it farther, from 1 kilometer all the way out to 10. At the edge of 10 kilometers, Jianchen can sense everything in range so precisely that even a single blade of grass can no longer hide from him. Then he tests the earth element, pulling up a wall of soil beside him and crushing it into solid stone. He shifts to fire next, and the temperature spikes until trees ignite and the plants around him start to shrivel. Wind follows fire, turning the whole area into a violent dust storm that rips plants from the ground and feeds the blaze even harder. To stop the damage, Jianchen calls down water, forming a huge pool in the sky that crashes into the forest as a sudden downpour. After that, he spreads darkness over the area until daylight vanishes, then compresses the shadows tighter and tighter into a single black sword. With one finger he sends that shadow sword flying through hundreds of trees, and every trunk it touches instantly rots and withers. Shaken and thrilled, Jianchen understands that after fusing with the sword's spirits, he can now command all 6 world elements at will. When azure and violet sword chi appears directly from his fingertips, Jianchen feels a rush of relief because his true killing power is still alive. That sight pulls him back to the battle against the 8 Heaven Saint Masters, when the 2 sword chis fused into something terrifying enough to shatter Saint weapons. He also remembers the brutal backlash from that move and grimly admits he would never have dared use it unless he had been cornered. Then a new idea hits him, and he releases a strange force that makes the fallen leaves around him rise and circle his body. As he merges his awareness with the world, Jianchen realizes he can connect to every living thing nearby almost like he once controlled the spirit sword. The leaves suddenly blaze with azure-violet light and shoot forward like blades, punching straight through a tree without slowing down. Wave after wave follows, and every charged leaf keeps cutting through the forest until the sword chi finally burns out 10 kilometers away. Testing the idea further, Jianchen yanks an entire tree out of the ground with a thought and suspends it in midair. One clench of his fist is enough to blow that tree apart into a cloud of wood shavings. The scattered wood then gathers under his control into a giant 50-meter sword that tears through the forest and leaves smooth cuts behind. As the destruction piles up, Jianchen's right eye turns azure and his left eye violet, making the whole moment feel far more unnatural than before. With both hands raised, he even freezes nearby trees in the air and starts breaking them apart under that bizarre new power. The instant he lowers his hands, the control ends, the glowing fragments lose power, and the broken wood crumbles into ash. Standing in the ruined clearing, Jianchen finally understands the change. His sword chi no longer belongs to the light wind sword and can now control living things directly within his range. Wanting a real measure of his strength, Jianchen leaves the valley edge and walks deeper into the mountains to hunt a magical beast. After 20 kilometers, he finds a Class 5 iron beetle, and the beast charges him the instant it notices him. Jianchen flicks a single blade of grass infused with sword chi, and it drills straight through the iron beetle's head for an instant kill. To finish the test, he uses several more grass blades to dig into the corpse, and pulls the bloody Class 5 monster core right into his hand. 10 kilometers later, 4 Crimson Class 5 wolves close in from all sides, and more smaller Class 4 wolves quickly seal off the rest of the space around him. Jianqin stays calm, looks at a nearby tree, and turns it into a storm of sword-chi-charged splinters. The splinters blast outward like shooting stars, wiping out every Class 4 wolf instantly and punching through the Class 5 wolves after only a brief struggle. 16 Class 4 and 5 magical beasts fall in moments, and Jianqin finally gets the answer he came for. He realizes his strength has not fallen at all after losing Saint Force and the Light Wind Sword, because his new path is even stranger and more dangerous than the old one. After surviving destruction and rebuilding himself, Jianqin steps onto a new path of cultivation that no longer fits the old Saint Force ranks of the Tianyuan continent. After testing his strange new power, Jianqin calmly uses flying grass blades to cut open the wolves and pull out their monster cores with his mind. Once the cores are wrapped and stowed, he turns toward Longevity Valley, wanting time to calm down and understand the shocking changes in his body. A thunderous wolf howl suddenly freezes him in place, and his senses spread out to search the forest. What he senses is a blood-red giant wolf racing straight at him, and Jianqin realizes he cannot outrun a Class 6 beast now that he has no Saint Force left. Instead of fleeing, Jianqin instantly raises a thick stone wall and lifts a nearby tree into the air as a weapon wrapped in azure violet sword chi. The Bloodwolf King stops 50 meters away, judges him as a serious threat, and fires a condensed energy blast at the wall. Jianqin reshapes the floating tree into a spear and drives it into the incoming attack, detonating both in a violent first exchange. The opening clash was only a test, but it already tears up the landscape and confirms this beast is nothing like the Class 5 enemies he cut down so easily. Jianqin's eyes flare azure and violet, and countless grass blades leap up around the wolf to stab into its body from every direction. The attack leaves the Bloodwolf King full of holes, but the blades sink only a few inches before its Class 6 body stops them cold. Roaring in pain, the wolf blasts the lodged blades away with surging energy and charges straight through the storm in a berserk red streak. Jianqin sends out even more grass swords, but the wolf's energy shroud slows them down and dims their sword chi before they can stop it. Seeing brute force fail, Jianqin rips apart the nearby trees and gathers their splinters into a huge wooden dragon wrapped in sword chi. The wooden dragon smashes into the Bloodwolf King's defense, forces its momentum back, and finally slams hard into its head. The wolf howls and blows the wooden dragon apart with another energy shot, proving it can still fight through heavy damage. Jianqin stops playing around, forms a finger sword, and extends a meter-long blade of pure origin energy from the sword's spirits. The Bloodwolf King tries to swat the attack away, but the instant its claws touch the origin energy, they split apart. Too close to dodge, the beast takes the origin energy through the head, and even its soul is wiped out in one final scream. When the giant corpse crashes down, Jianqin finally exhales and understands the scale of his new strength. He judges that his mind-driven sword chi can kill Class 5 beasts easily, but Class 6 monsters still force him to use the sword's spirit's origin energy, putting his combat power at Heaven's Saint Master level. After pulling out the Class 6 monster core, Jianqin decides the enormous corpse is too valuable to waste and starts dragging it back to Longevity Valley for the villagers. Before he gets far, Jianqin senses someone overhead and looks up to see the man who saved him landing beside him. Shiomisi stares at the dead beast in disbelief and blurts out that the Bloodwolf King was a Class 6 magical beast of the third cycle. Jianqin admits he killed it, enjoying the moment a little, and Shiomisi immediately wants to know how that was possible without Saint Force. Jianqin answers plainly that he used the power of his mind, then demonstrates by turning grass into glowing swords that stab the corpse all over again. The mysterious display leaves Shiomisi genuinely stunned, calling Jianqin's new power completely unfathomable. Shiomisi explains that his father sent him to check on Jianqin, worried he might be in danger after losing his saint weapon. He turns to head back for lunch, takes off into the sky, and leaves Jianqin staring after him with open envy at the gift of flight. Realizing Jianqin is not following, Shiomisi circles back and asks the awkward question directly. He still cannot fly. Jianqin admits he has not figured out the method yet, so Shiomisi wraps both him and the wolf carcass in his energy, and carries them through the sky toward the valley. While riding back, Jianqin gets quietly excited and starts feeling the surrounding wind, trying to discover the secret of flight for himself. He realizes flying is not just raw power but a technique full of small controls, the kind of skill that only steady practice can master. They reach the valley by noon, where cooking smoke rises from the little village and several people are already moving around in preparation for the meal. Shiomisi lands openly in the center of the village, and the villagers rush over, assuming he hunted another terrifying beast for them again. The praise embarrasses Shiomisi because the kill was not his, but Jianqin cuts in and steers the moment toward butchering the fresh meat instead. Laughing, Shiomisi tells the Zhuang to gather strong men to skin and divide the Bloodwolf King. A muddy fatty comes back from the fields with a hoe and lights up at the sight of his father hauling in yet another giant beast. After the greeting, Jianchen follows the family inside for lunch instead of staying to explain the kill to the whole village. The meal is plain homegrown vegetables, but Jianchen immediately notices Fatty's mother carries herself like a woman from a far more refined background. During the simple lunch, the grandfather fixes Jianchen with a meaningful look and asks him to come work the cornfields later because he wants to speak with him there. Fatty protests that Jianchen has only just recovered, but Jianchen agrees right away because he wants this hidden old expert to teach him. The old man tells Jianchen to stop calling him senior and just use Elder Shio or Uncle Shio, keeping his real depth hidden behind a plain village title. After lunch, Jianchen heads for the cornfields with the old man and a hoe on his shoulder, amused by how strange this turn in his life feels. The old man catches Jianchen's smile and warns him not to treat a hoe as something beneath his status, no matter how strong he becomes. Jianchen quickly explains that he was not scorning the work, only reacting to the unfamiliar feeling, and the old man accepts that answer. Then the old man gives the real warning: no matter how powerful or high-ranking a man becomes, throwing away his conscience will ruin everything. Jianchen humbly says he will remember the warning, and the old man can already tell the meaning has not fully sunk in yet. To push the lesson further, the old man says saint rulers hide from the world for a deeper reason. Once they reach that realm, they begin to face the world's restrictions. Jianchen had always assumed saint rulers simply detached from worldly temptation, so he immediately presses Elder Shio for the truth. Elder Shio reveals the hidden reason. Once someone reaches saint ruler, they can face the punishment called celestial decay. He describes celestial decay as a law of the world that can discipline or erase saint rulers and above through 5 escalating stages ending in the death of both body and soul. That threat makes Jianchen ask the obvious question: what exactly counts as a great sin severe enough to trigger it? Elder Shio begins hoeing the earth as he answers that slaughtering countless innocents or committing acts that injure the heavens will surely bring celestial decay, though the full rules remain unclear. He says secluded saint rulers avoid that fate because the key is conscience, not simple isolation. Then he spells it out: a cultivator who chases money and power loses the inner calm needed to harmonize with the world and can no longer advance by comprehending its profound mysteries. The lesson hits Jianchen hard because it reveals that a saint ruler's path is completely different from ordinary cultivation through saint force. At the end of the talk, Elder Shio tells Jianchen his future is still immense despite losing his saint weapon, but only if he holds onto his conscience and keeps climbing toward the peak. Jianchen respectfully thanks Elder Shio for the warning, but he knows he is still too young and too burdened by family and revenge to truly cut himself off from the mortal world. Elder Shio tells him that even if he cannot detach from the world yet, he must never let hatred, greed, or power twist his conscience. Then Elder Shio casually reveals he knows about Jianchen's battle with the Blood Wolf King and asks to see this strange new power for himself. Jianchen agrees and uses his mind to lift clods of earth, sending them forward with faint azure and violet power wrapped inside them. The attack stops cold before it can even touch Elder Shio, and he calmly disperses the strange force without moving at all. Shaken by that gap in strength, Jianchen tries again and whips weeds and soil around the elder in a tighter azure-violet bind. Elder Shio praises the ability as unusual, but bluntly tells Jianchen it can only seriously threaten Heaven's Saint Masters, not someone at his own level. Refusing to stop there, Jianchen forms a meter-long sword of azure-violet sword chi in his hand and slashes at the elder. This time Elder Shio's expression turns serious, because the sword's aura carries an exceptionally pure and powerful sword intent. But even that origin energy cannot break through, and Jianchen senses that Elder Shio is almost fused with the world itself. Jianchen withdraws the sword chi, stunned that even his strongest edge feels like nothing in front of this old farmer. Elder Shio presses him on what that energy really is, clearly far more interested now than before. Jianchen only calls it azure violet sword chi, a kind of origin energy, and Elder Shio quietly realizes this must be tied to the person he had suspected before. When Jianchen asks what that means, Elder Shio brushes it aside and instead asks whether he can use this power freely. After Jianchen says yes, Elder Shio points out that the energy still feels incomplete, and Jianchen admits it has not reached its peak state yet. That answer leads straight into the lesson. If Jianchen wants to grow stronger, he must sharpen both his mind and his understanding of the world's profound mysteries. Elder Shio explains the limit clearly. Jianchen can move small things with thought now, but pushing something vast will require deeper control over the energy of the world itself. Jianchen gratefully accepts the guidance, and the rest of the afternoon turns into a long teacher-student exchange while they keep working the fields. On the next day, with Elder Shio leaving him alone, Jianchen decides to focus on a new goal he has wanted for a long time: flying. He closes his eyes and reaches for the world's wind element until the air around him starts to stir. Hours later the wind grows fierce enough to lift him inch by inch off the ground, and Jianchen is quietly thrilled that he is finally doing it. Then his first real lesson comes fast, because he drifts straight into a tree and crashes back to the ground. He gets up sore but unharmed, muttering that flight is clearly not something to treat lightly. Instead of backing off, he spends hours practicing until he can hold himself 10 meters in the air, and then climb all the way to 100. The villagers spot him floating high overhead and stare in disbelief, because only Heaven's Saint Masters should be able to fly like that. Even little Fatty is stunned, blurting out that Jianchen might really be a heaven saint master. But a strong gust suddenly shakes Jianchen's focus, and he loses control high above the valley. As he begins to plummet, Xiaomi launches into the air from a distance to save him if needed. Jianchen keeps his nerve during the free fall and drags the wind back under control just in time, halting himself around 50 meters above the ground. The scare leaves him rattled, and he realizes flight may feel limitless, but one mistake can still kill him. Xiaomi reaches him, checks that he is safe, and warns him not to fly so high before he has full control. After hearing those hard-earned tricks, Jianchen lowers his training height and keeps practicing much more carefully. Over the next 3 days, his talent shows itself in full, and he masters flying so thoroughly that it becomes as natural as walking. Even Xiaomi is impressed, because what took him 2 months took Jianchen only 3 days. Once his new skill is secure, Jianchen tells the family over breakfast that he plans to leave Longevity Valley for a few days and recover the things he left behind outside. Little Fatty immediately turns eager and envious, then reminds Jianchen not to forget his promise to come back and help build a new house. Jianchen promises he will return and help, keeping the goodbye light for Little Fatty's sake. Xiaomi warns him that the road out of the valley is long and full of dangerous magical beasts, and Jianchen answers that he will be careful. After the meal and farewells, Jianchen flies out of Longevity Valley at last, heading toward the outside world on his own power. Flying 500 meters above the land fills him with fresh exhilaration, because this freedom feels completely different from running with burst techniques on the ground. His calm travel changes when he spots what looks like a black cloud rushing toward him through the sky. When he focuses, he recognizes the threat as a flock of several hundred black-winged birds. Jianchen does not evade them at all and instead flies straight in, now strong enough to treat even a Class 4 flock as easy prey. Before the birds can react, he rips several trees out of the ground below, and hurls them upward like azure-violet spears. The black-winged birds are pierced out of the air almost instantly, and the whole flock crashes down in ruin. Later, other Class 5 magical beasts sense what he is and wisely avoid attacking a man who can fly. After 4 hours and more than 2,000 kilometers, Jianchen reaches the familiar mountain region near his old battlefield with the 8 Heaven Saint Masters. He heads straight for the tree where he hid the white tiger cub, expecting to finally retrieve it. The moment he lands, he sees the cover is gone and the hiding place is empty, so the tiger cub has already disappeared. He searches for traces and finds none, which makes him grim but not panicked, because he still has another way to track the cub down. With that decision made, Jianchen immediately turns and flies from Mingyang City. An hour later he arrives above Mingyang City and openly flies in without even trying to hide himself. The city has already gone back to normal, and the old hunt for him has faded, but his arrival instantly throws the whole place into shocked excitement again. Word spreads fast that a Heaven Saint Master has entered Mingyang City, and the city lord's mansion moves first to receive him. At the Huangpu clan, patrolling guards are still keeping the compound secure when one soldier suddenly spots someone descending from the sky nearby. The squad captain is completely stunned that such a young man could be a Heaven Saint Master, but he still steps forward to ask how the Huangpu clan can serve him. Jianchen answers with easy authority, telling the captain this matter does not concern them and to return to their duties, as if he already owns the place. Once the guards are gone, Jianchen calmly calls a hidden space ring back through the window and catches it in his hand. He checks the ring and sees the seal of Treasure Mountain and the Duanyan sword are still safely inside, which means the Huangpu clan never found them. That discovery wipes out one of Jianchen's biggest worries, because even the Sure family's tracking method never exposed the hidden ring. Then he reaches out again, and a purple and gold box suddenly blasts out of the Huangpu clan well and flies straight into his hand. Inside the box, Jianchen finds a second silver space ring, quickly stashes everything together, and prepares to disappear. By the time the Huangpu clan rushes over in alarm, Jianchen is already gone and the search comes up empty. Jianchen flies out of Mingyang City at full speed, ignoring the shocked stares below because finding the little white tiger now matters more than anything else. In midair, he pulls out the patch of white fur Rum Guinness gave him and uses it to search for the little white tiger. When the fur curls like a compass and points back the way he came, Jianchen realizes the cub has run toward the mountain range linked to Cross Mountains. That thought hits hard, because Cross Mountains is home to one of the beast kings that wants the white tiger cub dead. He does not hesitate and immediately changes course toward Cross Mountains, gambling that he can still get there in time. 4 hours later, the trail has dragged him far off the route to Longevity Valley, and his expression turns uglier the closer he gets to Cross Mountains. Jianchen slows down and weighs the real danger at last, because charging into the territory of the Cross Mountains king could easily be suicide. He even thinks of asking Elder Shio for help, but he hates the idea of dragging that reclusive old expert into a conflict this dangerous. In the end, Jianchen grits his teeth and keeps going, because he still does not know whether the cub is truly captured or only in danger. After another 2 hours of following the fur, Jianchen reaches a mountain peak near the border of Cross Mountains and starts scanning below. The ground under him is packed with spirit apes, and the tracking fur confirms the white tiger cub is somewhere very close. He quickly realizes he has drifted into a nest full of enemies, with more apes rushing in and even the scent of several other Class 5 beasts in the area. Then 5 giant golden spirit apes rise into the air around him, and Jianchen finally understands he is facing Class 6 beasts. Taking them seriously now, Jianchen pulls countless leaves up from the forest and wraps them around himself in azure violet sword chi. One ape attacks first, and Jianchen turns the leaves into twin swords that slash hard enough to cut the beast's fist open. The other apes are visibly stunned that something as flimsy as leaves can wound them at all. Instead of backing down, the 5 Class 6 apes charge together, and Jianchen splits the swarm of leaves into 10 sword strikes to meet them. Their fists smash the leaf swords apart, but every clash leaves deeper scars on the apes' hands. The apes harden their glowing fists and keep pressing in, trying to crush Jianchen's escape routes with brute force. Jianchen floods the sky with even more sword-infused leaves, and this time many of them punch through fur and flesh until the apes are streaked with blood. Howling in pain, the spirit apes throw up thick earth armor over their bodies, and the next wave of leaves can only gouge the surface. Jianchen pulls back and blasts a dozen trees apart, turning the shattered wood into another airborne storm aimed straight at them. The apes ignore the wooden flood and chase him anyway, but Jianchen's barrage batters their earth armor full of holes and keeps breaking it apart. Even that is not enough to finish them, so Jianchen raises his hand and starts forming a pure blade of origin energy from the sword's spirits. The moment that power appears, even the Class 6 apes feel the danger, but their savage nature still drives them forward. With his left eye violet and his right eye azure, Jianchen looks almost demonic as the sword's spirit energy floods the whole area with killing light. He strikes once, and the glowing force around all 5 ape fists shatters as the cut nearly slices their hands in half. The apes shriek in agony, but instead of fear, a more violent berserk rage swells in their eyes. Then one ape barks out an order, and the other 4 begin pouring their power into him through a strange shared technique. Jianchen immediately realizes that if this finishes, he may be facing the strength of 5 Class 6 beasts concentrated into one body. He moves to break the technique, but an elderly voice suddenly orders the 5 spirit apes to stop and receive their guests properly. Startled, Jianchen spreads his senses and runs straight into a transparent barrier on a mountain peak, which tells him someone at least Saint Ruler level is hiding there. For a second he considers fleeing, but he knows running is useless against that level of expert, and the old voice still carries no hostility. When the elder repeats the order, the 5 spirit apes grudgingly bow toward the mountain and motion Jianchen to follow them. Jianchen accepts the invitation and flies toward the tallest peak with the bloodied apes trailing behind him. At the summit, he finds the whole peak sealed by a huge transparent barrier that silently opens a crack just wide enough for him to enter. Inside, Jianchen spots a giant cave marked in human writing as the Cave of the Ape King. He walks deep into the mountain through a bright cavern filled with fragrant plants that calm the mind instead of stirring fear. The hidden chamber is simple but costly, with a jade table and jade bed waiting at the heart of the cave. Then Jianchen reaches the chamber and finds an elderly man on the jade bed, with the missing white tiger cub asleep beside him and already much bigger than before. Relief hits Jianchen first, but it is mixed with new pressure the moment he remembers whose territory he is standing in. The 5 spirit apes kneel before the elderly man and chatter their explanation, making it obvious he commands them completely. The elderly man calmly scolds the apes for attacking a guest and orders them to apologize to Jianchen. The apes protest angrily, but the elderly man shuts that down and makes it clear not every human is their enemy. Forced to obey, the 5 spirit apes bow toward Jianchen in a stiff, deeply reluctant apology. Jianchen answers politely and blames the clash on his own recklessness too, easing the tension instead of pushing it further. With the matter settled, the elderly man dismisses the apes, and they leave after one last indignant glare at Jianchen. Now alone with Jianchen, the elderly man leaves the jade bed for the table and invites him to sit. Jianchen thanks the elderly man and addresses him as Ape King, showing he has grasped who this hidden expert is. After studying him, the elderly man says Rum Guinness praised Jianchen highly and had good reason to trust him with her child. That shocks Jianchen, and he immediately asks if the Ape King knows Rum Guinness personally. The old man tells Jianchen to call him Ape King, then reveals that he, Rum Guinness, and her husband once served together as elders of the Gilligan clan and were like family. Jianchen is stunned to learn the Ape King was once an elder of the Gilligan clan, but Rum Guinness' friendship with him finally gives Jianchen one bit of relief. The cub will not be betrayed here. The Ape King confirms that Rum Guinness already told Jianchen the cub is a heavenly tiger god, and Jianchen silently admits it. The Ape King openly respects Jianchen for daring to enter Cross Mountains and says Rum Guinness chose well. Then the warning turns blunt. Jianchen must never reveal the cub's true bloodline, and above all he must keep it hidden from any Class 7 magical beast. Jianchen asks if the cub could just stay hidden with the spirit apes instead of following him into danger from the Shur and Jetta clans. The Ape King refuses immediately and says that if news spreads, even the spirit ape clan could be destroyed for sheltering a heavenly tiger god. That leaves only one path, so Jianchen accepts that he has to take the cub away himself. The Ape King explains that human territory is actually safer, because the Gilligan clan's saint rulers cannot cross over freely without provoking punishment from both sides. When Jianchen worries that a Class 7 beast could just take human form and slip in unseen, the Ape King laughs and tells him that even that is restricted by the same rule. Now more at ease, Jianchen finally gives his name, and the Ape King quietly commits it to memory. The Ape King reaches into his space ring, brings out jade bottles and an engraved wine bottle, and offers Jianchen a taste of the spirit ape's treasured 100-grass wine. As green wine pours into a cup, its sweet fragrance fills the cave, and the Ape King reveals it is no ordinary drink but a rare brew that sharpens the mind itself. The Ape King boasts that this 1,000-year version is far beyond common 100-grass wine, so powerful that even a saint ruler would feel its effect. Jianchen does not waste a heartbeat and drinks the whole cup at once. The wine explodes into vital energy in his body, but because his saint weapon is gone, that power cannot settle there, and instead a blue glow rises from his dantian to his mind. What follows is almost blissful. As Jianchen closes his eyes, his spirit turns clear and comfortable, and even the sword's spirits seem to stir with unusual liveliness. When the sensation fades, Jianchen realizes his thoughts have sharpened to a new level, and his excitement is impossible to hide. That breakthrough only makes him greedier, and he starts looking at the Ape King with unmistakable hope for a second cup. The Ape King instantly snatches the bottle back and flatly refuses, clearly offended that Jianchen is already trying for more of his treasured 1,000-year wine. Jianchen tries to plead his case anyway, but the Ape King cuts him off and says one cup was already generous enough for rum Guinness' sake. Desperate to get more, Jianchen pulls out the seal of Treasure Mountain and offers the ruler armament as a trade. The Ape King starts by refusing out of habit, then freezes the moment he recognizes what Jianchen has placed in front of him. Jianchen admits he sees the ruler armament himself, and the Ape King turns grave at once, warning that families with treasures like this are never easy enemies. Jianchen only smiles and says he already knows he has invited trouble, but running from that fact will not change anything now. He says the continent is vast enough that the enemy families will not find him easily, and the Ape King can only hope that confidence proves true for the cub's sake. In the end, the Ape King gives in out of concern for rum Guinness child and painfully hands Jianchen an entire bottle of 100-grass wine. Jianchen hurriedly stores the bottle before the Ape King can reconsider and pushes the seal of Treasure Mountain forward in payment. But the Ape King refuses the trade too, saying a human ruler armament is useless to him, and Jianchen should keep it in case he ever learns how to use it. Then the Ape King goes even further and lays out a pile of heavenly resources, saying the white tiger cub needs massive nourishment to speed up its painfully slow growth. Since everything is meant for the cub, Jianchen accepts the gift without argument and starts collecting the resources with sincere thanks. The Ape King says the cub is still asleep while digesting the resources, so Jianchen has no choice but to wait until it wakes. After that, the Ape King closes his eyes to meditate, and the cave falls so quiet that Jianchen can only wander around studying the strange plants. 6 hours later, the white tiger cub finally wakes and instantly spots Jianchen. The cub bursts with joy and launches itself straight at Jianchen's chest the moment it recognizes him. Jianchen catches it, stumbles back from the force, and the cub purrs, rubs against him, and licks him like it never wants to let go again. Looking it over, Jianchen can tell the cub has already grown bigger and heavier, with much sharper paws and fangs than before. The Ape King tells Jianchen it is time to leave because the heavenly tiger god cannot stay in this place any longer. Jianchen gives a respectful farewell, and even the cub seems to understand enough to wave a paw at the Ape King before leaving. Outside, the world is already dark and beautiful under a bright moon as Jianchen carries the cub away from the Ape King's peak. He slips through the hidden barrier without a sound and flies straight toward Longevity Valley, wasting no time. The cub is too curious to be scared, clinging to Jianchen while staring wide-eyed at the moonlit world rushing past beneath them. By the time Jianchen reaches Longevity Valley, dawn is close and the village is already awake, so he lands outside and walks in instead of making a dramatic entrance. Little Fatty hurries over to greet him, asks for food as usual, and then freezes in surprise when he notices the winged tiger cub. When Little Fatty asks where such a flying beast came from, Jianchen casually lies that he found it in the forest and keeps the cub's true identity hidden. The two keep chatting on the way back, and the villagers greet Jianchen warmly because everyone here already knows he can fly and respects his strength. Back at the house, Xiaomi and Elder Xiao arrive carrying hoes, and Xiaomi immediately asks what kind of strange beast Jianchen has brought home. Jianchen repeats the same safe story, but when Xiaomi wonders if it is some low-level magical beast, the cub instantly bristles at the insult. That proud reaction and those wings are enough to unsettle Xiaomi, who turns to his father and admits this creature clearly does not look ordinary. Elder Xiao says nothing at all and just stares hard at the cub's back, especially its wings, while Jianchen stays calm on the surface. Jianchen tells himself humans should not know what a heavenly tiger god looks like anymore, so even if Elder Xiao suspects something, he should not be able to name the truth. But when Xiaomi presses again, Elder Xiao suddenly trembles as if a terrifying old memory has clicked into place, and Jianchen's heart skips at the possibility that he really figured it out. The moment Elder Xiao sees the white tiger cub in Jianchen's arms, his calm face cracks into open shock. The cub feels the old man's terrifying scrutiny and burrows deeper into Jianchen's arms, which only makes Jianchen more nervous. When Jianchen asks what he's doing, Elder Xiao finally presses him with a blunt question about where this beast really came from. Instead of answering in front of everyone, Elder Shio sends little Fatty away and calls Jianshin into his private room. As soon as Jianshin steps into Elder Shio's cramped bedroom, a transparent barrier seals the space, and the talk turns deadly serious. Elder Shio repeats the question in the sealed room, and Jianshin directly asks if the old man already knows the cub's true identity. Elder Shio quietly confirms the truth. The cub is the legendary heavenly tiger god. With the secret out, Jianshin admits he knows what a heavenly tiger god is and explains how Rum Guinness entrusted the cub to him. After hearing the whole story, Elder Shio warns that a heavenly tiger god could become a blessing for magical beast clans and a catastrophe for the human world. Jianshin immediately defends the cub, insisting it is gentle, tied to the human world now, and more likely to hate the Gilligan clan than humanity. Elder Shio accepts that point, but says the real danger is even worse. Someone powerful wanted the heavenly tiger god dead for a reason. His conclusion is simple and alarming. Jianshin has to raise the cub as fast as possible before its enemies come for it. When Jianshin asks what secret he's still hiding, Elder Shio cuts the talk short and sends him away with the same warning. Jianshin leaves troubled, already realizing Elder Shio knows something Rum Guinness never told him. As soon as Jianshin is gone, Elder Shio pulls out a blood-red spirit token and orders a secret mobilization of the Bloodsword Sex Intelligence Network. Elder Shio refuses to explain himself any further, and orders the mission carried out at once. Left alone, Elder Shio grimly concludes that enemies may soon infiltrate the human world to assassinate the cub. Back in his own room, Jianshin settles the cub on the bed and gently pets it until the little beast melts into contentment. Remembering Elder Shio's warning, Jianshin feeds the cub several stalks of thousand-year ginseng to help it grow faster. Once the cub falls asleep to absorb the ginseng's energy, Jianshin opens the precious 100-grass wine the Ape King gave him. The wine's effect hits almost immediately, and Jianshin feels his soul being washed in a pure, exhilarating rush. Realizing how effective it is, Jianshin keeps drinking until a large amount of the bottle is gone. 2 hours later, his mind has jumped so far that his omnipresence now reaches roughly 13 kilometers. He drinks the last of the 100-grass wine too, determined to squeeze out every bit of strength it can give him. As the final energy rises into his consciousness, the weakened sword spirits around the multicolored stone brighten with obvious joy. Then Jianshin breaks into a new state entirely, sensing the world around him without even trying, as if the space itself has become his domain. He spreads that sharpened awareness across the whole valley, and sees every villager in the fields as clearly as a painting in his mind. When his senses touch Elder Shio, Jianshin is jolted again, because the old farmer feels less like a man and more like the world itself wearing human form. His omnipresence finally stretches to 15 kilometers, and Jianshin is still savoring that breakthrough when a faint voice suddenly calls him master from inside his mind. The voice reveals itself as the sword spirits, and Jianshin is so shocked he can barely answer. When he looks into his consciousness, the old lights are gone and 2 tiny spirit children stand there instead, naming themselves Ziying and Qingsuo. Inside his consciousness, Jianshin can only stare as the sword spirits finally appear before him as a tiny boy and girl with clear personalities. Ziying explains that they are still badly weakened, and the 100-grass wine only restored enough strength for the 2 sword spirits to speak and take shape. Jianshin awkwardly tries to stop them from calling him master, but the azure sword spirit gently insists that both of them already recognize him that way. That pushes Jianshin to ask the question he's carried for a long time: were these 2 the reason he was reborn into this world at all? Ziying admits it was them. After Jianshin suffered a fatal setback in his old world, they dragged him through space to a stronger planet, but the journey nearly destroyed them. Instead of blaming them, Jianshin thanks them, because without that choice he never would have reached this world or this level of strength. Once the tension breaks, Jianshin gets practical and asks what they need to recover properly. Ziying tells him the truth is harsh. The energy of this world is too weak for a full recovery, so at best they can slowly heal a little here. For now, the 2 sword spirits say their best support is the multicolored immortal crystal, which they have already been secretly absorbing along with rare treasures like the 100-grass wine. Now that the sword spirits can speak in human form, Jianshin finally gets a straight answer about his biggest mystery. They were the ones who brought him into this world. Jianshin quickly asks the question that still bothers him most: can he cultivate Saint Force again and get back the speed and sword skills he lost? Ziying admits Jianshin could restart Saint Force with a special method, but he immediately warns that the Saint Force in this world is too weak to be worth it. Instead, Ziying offers something far bigger. With both sword spirits together, they can help Jianshin cultivate chaotic force, the strongest kind of energy. Qingsuo explains the catch right away. This world has too little world chi, so naturally refining even a trace of chaotic force here would take 10 years. Then she points to the real shortcut. The Duanyan sword and the seal of Treasure Mountain are packed with enough energy to be refined into chaotic force instead. That answer instantly relieves Jianshin, because the ruler armaments were mostly dead weight to him and the seal was still a tracking risk hanging over his head. He hands the job over on the spot and impatiently asks when they can start refining both weapons. The spirits warn him that using those weapons this way will make future cultivation even harder in a world with such weak chi, but Jianshin brushes it off and says he'll just find more armaments later. Back in his room, Jianqin pulls out the seal of Treasure Mountain and the Duanyan sword and calls the two spirits out of his mind to begin. A mysterious energy rises out of the seal of Treasure Mountain, and the two swords spirits receive it in midair over Jianqin's head. Azure and violet light wrap around the seal in a spinning yin-yang pattern as the two spirits slowly refine its power away. After hours of refinement and further compression, the seal's huge energy is reduced to a tiny gray smoke-like essence that doesn't look impressive at all. The spirits send that gray energy into Jianqin's body and tell him to use the Azulite sword law immediately to make it his own. 4 hours later, Jianqin finishes the conversion and stares at the tiny gray wisp in his dantian, wondering if this unimpressive thing is really chaotic force. Ziying confirms it is real, but only the weakest initial stage, because even a ruler armament doesn't hold enough energy to create true chaotic force. That finally gives Jianqin a sense of scale. If the crystallized power of a 9th-layer Heaven Saint Master only becomes this much, then true chaotic force must be terrifyingly beyond his level. Ziying explains another major rule next. Jianqin can no longer follow the continent's normal cultivation path, and must rely on the Azulite sword law alone to turn any world's chi into chaotic force. Jianqin is impressed by that revelation, but Ziying hesitates before dropping another problem. Qingsu admits the Azulite sword law actually has 3 volumes, and Jianqin only possesses the first one. Jianqin blurts out in alarm about the missing 2 volumes, but the spirits calm him down and say the first volume is enough for now because the others are still far beyond his reach. The warning gets harsher. Chaotic force is too violent for an ordinary body, so Jianqin would need a chaotic body too or the power would destroy him from within. Jianqin presses for answers, and Ziying tells him the method to refine a chaotic body is also inside the Azulite sword law. But when Jianqin asks if that also needs huge amounts of chaotic force, the answer is yes, and the scale of this path finally hits him hard. For a moment Jianqin can only bitterly admit there really is no free meal in this world, because his new path is powerful but painfully narrow. An off-panel Qingsu gently reassures him that the road is long, but he still has time to reach a true chaotic body and true chaotic force someday. Jianqin regains his balance, accepts the price of greater power, and decides to keep going one step at a time. With that, he tells the spirits to refine the Duanyan sword next too, since keeping it only leaves him exposed to the Jieta clan and Sher family. 4 more hours pass, and the Duanyan sword is also reduced to chaotic force and added into Jianqin's dantian. Even with 2 wisps inside him now, the chaotic force still feels almost absurdly unimpressive from the outside, which only makes its hidden power harder to grasp. After the refinement, the 2 spirits retreat into Jianqin's mind to rest, leaving him alone on the bed with a dangerous new power he still cannot safely use. Jianqin reasons through the problem and realizes the chaotic force is useless in battle right now unless he strengthens his body first. So he makes a risky decision on the spot. If he cannot build a full chaotic body yet, he will at least use some chaotic force to temper and toughen his current body. The moment a single strand starts moving through him, Jianqin finally feels what chaotic force really is, and it nearly tears his body apart from the inside. The pain is far beyond anything he expected, and even with his willpower, he finally loses consciousness under the shock of it. Inside his mind, the spirits urgently scold his timing and tell him to endure, because the chaotic force is destroying his body while remaking it. Jianqin wakes into the torment again and forces himself to continue as blood begins seeping out through his pores all over his body. When he nearly stops to heal himself, an inner warning tells him not to break the process, so Jianqin grits his teeth and keeps enduring. Only after the chaotic force makes 3 full circulations does the pain start to ease and finally fade away. Drained to the limit, Jianqin collapses flat on the bed while the spirits' voices tell him he has at least survived the hardest first step. Even after hearing that, Jianqin is honestly shaken, because the pain of this first tempering is something he never wants to feel again. Once he regains a little strength, he pulls in Radiant Saint Force from the world and starts healing the damage all through his body. 2 hours later his injuries are fully gone, and when he checks himself, he can clearly feel that his body is much stronger than before. After cleaning the blood off and changing into fresh white robes, Jianqin leaves the room to test that new toughness for real. By noon he has already found Little Fatty with his senses and flies straight over to him. Little Fatty notices him at once and can't help sounding impressed by how casually Jianqin moves through the air. Jianqin encourages him back, saying that with his father and grandfather behind him, Little Fatty should reach Heaven's Saint Master sooner or later. Little Fatty still feels far behind, quietly pointing out that he is only 21 and still just a primary Great Saint Master. Jianqin tries to cheer him up by saying that in the outside world, reaching Great Saint Master at his age already makes him exceptional. That single mention of the outside world lights Little Fatty up instantly, and he eagerly asks if he would really count as amazing out there. Jianqin awkwardly dodges the topic for now and gets to the real reason he came. He needs Little Fatty's help with an experiment. Little Fatty agrees immediately, but the request catches him off guard when Jianqin bluntly tells him to attack him with his saint weapon. Jianqin insists he can take it, and after a nervous pause, Little Fatty finally agrees as long as Jianqin does not hit back. Little Fatty summons a pitch-black battle axe, and Jianqin is surprised to learn that both he and Elder Xiao share the rare dark attribute. Once warned to be ready, Jianchen still does not dodge, while little fatty commits fully and swings with all his strength. The axe crashes into Jianchen's shoulder hard enough to rip his robe there, but it still cannot break his skin. Little fatty panics at first because Jianchen took the hit head on, but that panic turns into pure disbelief when he sees the attack barely left a mark. Jianchen bursts out laughing in satisfaction, thrilled that just one round of tempering has already made his body this tough. Little fatty stares at the tiny mark on Jianchen's body and blurts out the obvious question, how is his body so absurdly tough? Jianchen brushes the question aside with a laugh, admits his body is stronger than normal, and changes back into a robe. When Jianchen offers help in the field, little fatty happily hands him seeds and puts him straight to work. As they plant together, Jianchen quietly tells him he may be leaving this place very soon. Little fatty goes quiet, then admits he always knew Jianchen was too capable to stay hidden in this valley forever. Jianchen promises he will speak to Elder Shio that night, because little fatty's talent should not be buried in a life trapped here. That promise lights a fire in little fatty, who asks what the outside world is really like after a lifetime of only hearing about it. Jianchen tells him the world beyond is vast and full of wonders, but also cruel and complicated, and only seeing it himself will make him understand. Little fatty's hope dips again when he says his grandfather would never allow it, leaving Jianchen with only one path forward: persuade Elder Shio directly. By sunset the two hurry back, with smoke rising from the village and night settling over the valley. Before dinner, Jianchen checks on the white tiger cub and finds it sleeping peacefully while it digests the heavenly resources it ate earlier. At dinner, one empty place setting tells little fatty his father has gone out on business again, and the missing seat darkens his mood because it means someone else is in the outside world he still cannot reach. Jianchen finally raises the issue at the table and asks Elder Shio whether he has ever considered letting little fatty gain experience outside the valley. Before the elder can shut him down, Jianchen presses hard, arguing that keeping little fatty sealed away may keep him safe, but it will also keep him from truly growing up. Elder Shio falls silent because Jianchen's words strike exactly at the problem. He understands the world too well, and that is why he wanted to hide his grandson from it. Jianchen keeps pushing every argument he can think of, trying to answer each of Elder Shio's unspoken fears before the elder can retreat behind them. Then little fatty joins in himself, almost pleading with his grandfather to let him see the outside world just once. Then little fatty's mother quietly backs them up too, saying he will never truly mature unless he faces the outside world and its troubles with his own strength. At last Elder Shio gives in with a long sigh and admits he has been too stubborn to keep stopping little fatty from going. Little fatty jolts with joy the moment his grandfather finally stops opposing him, and the room loosens with relief even though there is still one condition to come later. Elder Shio still sets one firm condition: little fatty can leave only after he reaches Earth's Saint Master. That limit does not discourage little fatty at all, and he immediately vows to cultivate harder until he can leave with Jianchen. 3 peaceful days pass, and Jianchen keeps his promise by helping little fatty rebuild the house that burned down. When the house is finished, the two agree to meet here again in 1 year, after little fatty becomes an Earth's Saint Master. Before Jianchen leaves, Elder Shio gives him a space ring packed with heavenly resources to keep feeding the tiger cub on the road. Jianchen finally flies away from the hidden valley with the tiger cub, heading for a space gate so he can return to the Jesson Kingdom as fast as possible. He knows flying all the way home would cost too much time, but space gates are so rare that he has no clear destination yet beyond finding one. Mid-flight, the tiger cub suddenly growls and twists in Jianchen's arms, desperately trying to lunge toward a patch of forest below. Trusting the cub's instincts, Jianchen lands nearby and lets it race off on its own. The cub has sniffed out a patch of purple spirit mushrooms, and the drool at its mouth makes it obvious these are more heavenly resources. Jianchen picks the mushrooms and hand-feeds them to the cub, which happily purrs its way into another deep sleep to absorb the energy. After that short detour, the journey turns steady again as Jianchen crosses the mountains without meeting any more flying beasts. High above the land, Jianchen studies a map while flying, searching the kingdoms around Mercenary City for any route that can get him back to Jesson Kingdom in time. A grim thought keeps pressing him forward: if he returns too late, the Jesson Kingdom could already be overrun and his family wiped out. Then the name Qinhuang Kingdom catches Jianchen's eye on the map, and he suddenly remembers Qin Ji from the gathering of the mercenaries. He takes out Qin Ji's jade token and reasons that a prince protected by a ruler armament probably comes from a kingdom strong enough to own a space gate. With no better lead, Jianchen commits and turns north for Qinhuang Kingdom. The flight takes 7 hard days, and during that grind the tiger cub keeps devouring resources and growing fast enough to become a heavy Class 2 beast in Jianchen's arms. At the border at last, Jianchen sees Qinhuang Kingdom's massive wall stretching across the land like a mountain-long dragon. He simply flies over the border instead of using the gate, and the soldiers below can only watch with envy because Heaven's Saint Masters are allowed that privilege. After another long push through the enormous kingdom, Jianchen finally reaches Qinhuang City, a king's city grand enough to rival capitals in everything but title. At the palace gate, several great Saint Master guards move to stop him the moment he approaches on foot. Jianchen raises Qin Ji's jade and says he came to find him, but a rear guard snaps at him for addressing the kingdom's third prince so casually. That is when Jianchen learns Qin-ji is actually the third prince, and the guard's attitude flips the instant they recognize the royal jade. After carefully inspecting the token and hearing the name Jianchen, the guards send a runner into the palace to report him. After a long wait, Qin-ji finally rushes out in luxurious dress with 2 attendants behind him, eager to confirm the guest is really Jianchen. Qin-ji recognizes him, but bursts out laughing at Jianchen's scorched look now that he is missing not just his hair but even his brows and lashes. The teasing breaks the ice, and Qin-ji warmly brings Jianchen into the palace as an honored guest. Inside a lavish palace hall, the two talk and laugh through a rich feast like friends, picking up a bond that never really cooled. Once the meal settles, Jianchen turns serious and finally reveals why he came. He urgently needs access to a space gate. Qin-ji immediately relaxes and tells him he came to the right place, because aside from Mercenary City, Qinhuang City is the only place within a huge radius that has one. That answer feels like a lifeline, and Jianchen immediately asks Qin-ji to help him use the space gate even though it is normally closed to foreigners. Qin-ji promises to speak with his father, and says making an exception for Jianchen should not be a problem. But before letting him leave, Qin-ji asks Jianchen to wait a little longer and join the celebration for his father's 50th birthday, when noble clans from all over will gather at the palace. Jianchen accepted Qin-ji's invitation and moved into the Qinhuang Palace as an honored guest, even if the pampered treatment felt more suffocating than relaxing. Because he did not want the royal court noticing the white tiger cub, Jianchen secretly fed it heavenly resources until it fell into a deep sleep before leaving his room. Early the next morning, Qin-ji dragged Jianchen around the vast palace and spent nearly the whole day showing him its gardens, halls, and restricted grandeur. As Qin-ji introduced him around, the noble lords looked down on Jianchen because he was presented only as a personal friend with no famous backing. The noble daughters reacted very differently, and several of them openly showed interest in Jianchen instead. That attention only made the young nobles more jealous, and once Qin-ji stepped away, many of them rushed to investigate who Jianchen really was. When the answers came back, they relaxed a little because Jianchen seemed to have no major political power behind him. That evening, Jianchen returned to Qin-ji's Flowing Clouds Palace and sat down with the third prince for a private meal. Their quiet dinner was interrupted when a soldier knelt to report that Princess Qin Shuang, Princess Qin Yubing, and the Princess of Funan had arrived together. Qin-ji instantly guessed the 3 princesses had come because of Jianchen, and his teasing look made that obvious. A moment later, the 2 Qinhuang princesses and the Princess of Funan swept into the hall together, beautiful, noble, and clearly very comfortable speaking their minds. Once the 3 princesses sat down, the more graceful one politely pressed Qin-ji to explain who Jianchen really was. Qin-ji revealed that Jianchen was the champion of the gathering of the mercenaries, and the whole mood at the table changed at once. Now that they knew who he was, the 3 princesses looked at Jianchen with bright new interest, and he could only glare at Qin-ji for exposing him so cheerfully. The Princess of Funan boldly raised a toast first, and the 2 Qinhuang princesses followed her lead without hesitation. Jianchen stood to return the toast, but just as their cups met, an angry commotion erupted outside the hall. An arrogant young noble in a magnificent cyan robe forced his way past the guards and stormed into Qin-ji's palace like he owned the place. He quickly dressed up the intrusion as concern over the emperor's birthday gift, but the sight of the 3 princesses toasting Jianchen made his jealousy impossible to hide. The 3 princesses did not hide their disgust, and the gentler princess simply turned back to Jianchen and resumed the toast as if the intruder were beneath notice. That snub pushed the intruder over the edge, and he loudly accused the princesses of ruining their status by drinking with a stranger. Qin-ji's expression turned icy as he demanded whether his own friend was somehow unworthy in Xiao Han's eyes. The intruder still doubled down and insisted Jianchen had no status or connections that made him fit to sit with royal women. Before Qin-ji could answer, Qin Yubing cut in coldly and told Xiao Han that their company was none of his business. Qin Shuang backed her sister immediately and called Xiao Han out for overstepping his place. Situyen hit even harder, mocking his borrowed status and calling him a waste of all the resources poured into him. For Xiao Han, hearing the women he chased defend a stranger this openly felt like a public humiliation he could not swallow. Qin-ji enjoyed seeing him crushed and flatly ordered the maids to escort Xiao Han out. Instead of leaving, Xiao Han snapped and redirected all his rage at Jianchen, demanding to know what this outsider had that he lacked. Situyen answered for Jianchen and coldly told Xiao Han that if he could not match Qin-ji, he had no hope of matching Jianchen either. That finally pushed Xiao Han into an open challenge, and he called Jianchen out directly. Qin-ji tried to stop the scene and warned Xiao Han again, but Xiao Han had already stopped listening. Xiao Han shoved the maids aside, condensed Saint Force into a giant broadsword, and pointed it straight at Jianchen inside the banquet hall. Qin-ji slammed the table in fury, but Jianchen raised a hand and calmly accepted the challenge himself. Even with the fight agreed, Qin-ji still asked Jianchen to show mercy, while the princesses bluntly rooted for Xiao Han to be taught a lesson. Xiao Han wanted to move outside, but Jianchen stayed seated and coolly said there was no need because nothing in the palace would be damaged. Jianchen's casual contempt made Xiao Han even crazier, and he charged straight in with his huge sync weapon. Jianqin did not even stand up. He simply flicked a chopstick into the air, wrapped it in azure violet glow, and sent it through Xiao Han's right arm. The three princesses instantly switched from alarm to open admiration, stunned that Jianqin had crippled a great Saint Master with one chopstick. Qinji quietly relaxed once he saw Jianqin had stopped at a painful warning instead of killing Xiao Han outright. With his honor in ruins and his arm badly hurt, Xiao Han could only leave under a poisonous glare. After he was gone, Jianqin asked who Xiao Han really was, and Qinji finally explained why that man acted as if palace rules did not apply to him. Qinji revealed that Xiao Han's grandfather was the imperial tutor and his father had died saving the emperor, so the royal family had raised Xiao Han almost to princely status. The last piece was the most important one. Xiao Han's grandfather was a fifth cycle heaven saint master. Jianqin only answered with a faint smile, as if even that powerful backing did not shake him much. Later, after the three princesses finally left, Jianqin returned to his room and started worrying about what gift he could possibly offer for the emperor's 50th birthday. He quickly ruled out the obvious options, because his heaven-tier battle skill was too valuable and even a Class 6 monster core did not feel worthy of the Qin Huang King. Then Jianqin took out the second Class 8 Radiant Spirit pill Elder Xiao had given him and grimly realized this might be the only suitable gift he had. The next morning, Qinji wakes Jianqin early and brings him to the royal palace for the Qin Huang King's 50th birthday celebration. The palace is packed with high-ranking guests from across the kingdom and neighboring powers, all here with expensive gifts to honor a ruler second only to the great empires. As Qinji enters the hall, nobles greet the third prince with open respect, and he answers every salute with an easy smile instead of putting on royal arrogance. Jianqin stays quietly behind Qinji, and most people dismiss him as a mere attendant even though a few sharper eyes can tell his calm presence is anything but ordinary. Several guests feel they have seen Jianqin somewhere before, but his altered look leaves them frustrated and unsure. Qinji apologetically leaves Jianqin to mingle on his own, because today every prince has to receive powerful guests, and quietly build support for the future throne struggle. Jianqin understands the situation, takes some pastries, and quietly settles into a corner where he can stay out of the spotlight. A cyan-robed noble named Tai Muzhuang sits beside him and directly asks if they have met before. Jianqin brushes the question aside, refuses to give a meaningful introduction, and leaves Tai Muzhuang with even more doubts. The king's arrival cuts through the noise, and the entire hall instantly turns toward the entrance. The Qin Huang King enters in a gold robe embroidered with purple dragons, followed by a crane-haired elder and all 12 of his children, looking powerful and far younger than 50. The gathered nobles kneel and hail the king with the highest court blessing they can offer before the formal gift presentation begins. Gift after gift is offered up, from priceless antiques to thousand-year heavenly resources, but Jianqin steps forward with something far more shocking. Jianqin presents a Class 8 Radiant Spirit pill as his birthday gift, dropping the entire hall into stunned commotion. The room erupts because everyone knows a Class 8 Radiant Spirit pill is a near-extinct life-saving treasure that can pull someone back from death itself. The king immediately has a white-robed Radiant Saint Master inspect the pill, and even the elder sounds emotional when he confirms it is genuine. Qinji catches the meaning at once, grateful that Jianqin has just given his father an impossible gift and quietly strengthened their bond in front of the whole court. The king warmly praises Jianqin as no ordinary man would part with such a treasure, and the court's attitude toward him instantly rises. When Qinji introduces him by name, the hall finally connects the dots and realizes this quiet young man is Jianqin, the king of mercenaries. Guests who saw the mercenary gathering blurred out that his nearly shaved head and missing eyelashes had hidden him, but there is no mistaking him now. The court is left reeling because the famous king of mercenaries turns out to be younger than Qinji, which makes his strength feel even more unbelievable. The king laughs in open approval, calling Jianqin a giant among men and making it clear that Qinji will benefit from knowing him. In the crowd, Xiao Han burns with anger because the man who humiliated him yesterday has turned out to be even more famous than he expected. Xiao Han pushes his uncle Mu Jia to avenge him, insisting Jianqin must be humiliated in public even if the king currently favors him. Mu Jia hesitates because targeting Jianqin could offend the king, but Xiao Han promises his grandfather can smooth that over and finally talks him into testing Jianqin's strength. The king keeps treating Jianqin warmly, but several rival princes twist with annoyance when they realize the third prince has gained such a powerful ally. Once the conversation ends, the nobles all rush to get close to Jianqin, hoping to win favor with a young man who may one day stand at Heaven's Saint Master level, or even higher. Mu Jia suddenly kneels before the king and asks to fight Jianqin as a birthday performance, framing the challenge as a gift of martial spirit. The king does not answer for Jianqin and instead introduces Mu Jia as the imperial army captain, making it clear the decision belongs to Jianqin himself. Jianqin accepts at once and lightly turns the duel into his own birthday present for the king. With both men willing, the king happily leads the entire court out to an open training ground to watch the fight. The crowd gathers around the open ground in high spirits, eager to see whether the imperial captain can really measure up to the famous king of mercenaries. Mu Jia grips his cyan pike and treats Jianqin seriously, but Jianchen stands 30 meters away smiling and casually tells him to make the first move. Seeing Jianchen remain barehanded, Mu Jiaye takes it as an insult and charges with wind-attributed saint force surging through his pike. Jianchen simply stamps the ground, flicks up a pebble, and sends it flying with azure violet energy wrapped around it. The pebble slams into the tip of Mu Jiaye's pike with absurd force, stopping his charge cold and making his entire weapon arm shake. Mu Jiaye stumbles back several steps with blood already showing in the web of his hand, and for a moment, he can barely believe a pebble did this to him. The spectators explode in disbelief because Jianchen just drove back the imperial captain with one thrown stone. The king immediately realizes an Earth Saint Master is not enough to test Jianchen properly, and gives the crane-haired elder beside him a meaningful look. The elder takes the king's hint and suddenly rushes at Jianchen himself, turning the test into a clash with a far stronger opponent. Jianchen answers with a single finger strike, firing out a streak of azure violet sword chi straight at the elder. The elder smashes the sword chi apart with fire saint force, but when the light clears, a fresh wound is carved into the top of his hand. Taking Jianchen seriously now, the elder gathers fire energy from the world and forms a giant sword of flame in his hand. Jianchen immediately does the same, but faster and more cleanly, shaping an even stronger giant fire sword that dwarfs the elder's control. That display rocks the entire audience, because control over the energy of the world is the signature ability of a Heaven Saint Master. Even Qinji is shaken, because if Jianchen has truly reached Heaven Saint Master while still this young, the news would shake the whole continent. The king forces himself to calm down, but as he stares at the young man before him, he can only wonder if Jianchen is really as young as he looks. The duel turned brutal immediately when the elder saw Jianchen conjure a sword from thin air and rushed him with his own blazing great sword. Their swords slammed together and burst into a violent wave of fire that washed across the entire sky. The crowd panicked and scattered as nobles, experts, and guards threw up saint force protection around themselves and the important people below. Even the Qin Huang king had to be whisked out of danger when a cyan-clad wind expert grabbed him and carried him away from the spreading flames. An Earth Saint Master spread his power over the palace while soldiers formed a defensive line and 6 experts moved in to contain the firestorm. Inside the sea of flames, either fighter slowed down, and the rebounding fire stopped dead around them as if blocked by an invisible wall. Pu Ta suddenly rose hundreds of meters higher and called for a real fight from above, forcing the battle into a true aerial showdown. Jianchen answered by drawing wind element around his body and flying up after him, revealing he could fight in the air without help. Pu Ta was genuinely shaken when he realized Jianchen was controlling wind too, not just fire. The audience below erupted because nobody had ever heard of one person wielding 2 elements at once. Jianchen admitted it plainly, and his calm answer only made the reveal feel even more unreal. When Pu Ta insisted that such a thing had never existed, Jianchen answered that the world still held mysteries people simply had not reached yet. That answer steadied the old advisor, and he raised his flame sword again, deciding to test just how strong a 2-element genius really was. Jianchen answered with something even stranger, pulling pebbles up from a nearby pond until they floated around him in the sky. The crowd could barely process it anymore, because now Jianchen was making ordinary stones fly as if the rules had stopped applying to him. Watching from behind his guards, the king finally understood that Jianchen was not just gifted but a once-in-many-millennia monster of talent. One of the king's experts pushed that praise even further, saying Jianchen had the potential to reach Saint Ruler, or even Saint King. That prediction stunned the princes, while Qinji looked up with a mix of pride and quiet certainty because he had already seen Jianchen's terrifying ability for himself. Pu Ta dropped all traces of contempt, gathered his full fire power, and made the air around his blade begin to evaporate. Jianchen held his ground in the wind and clenched his fists, pulling the floating pebbles together into a sword coated in azure violet sword chi. Pu Ta struck first, dropping a giant inferno blade toward Jianchen with all the pressure of a Heaven Saint Master attack. Jianchen's pebble sword blazed brighter and shot up to meet it head-on. The clash blasted fiery fragments across the heavens, but even after some stones were crushed, Jianchen's weapon kept driving forward. Pu Ta had to stop and slash again and again just to keep the reinforced stones from tearing into him. The azure violet sword chi had hardened those pebbles so much that they battered him from every direction and trapped him on defense. Seeing the opening, Jianchen gathered fire element into both hands and forged 2 more flaming swords. Those twin swords shot forward at blinding speed, forcing Pu Ta into another desperate clash. The explosion spread into another sea of fire so intense that even the people on the ground felt like they were being steamed alive. Jianchen's eyes shone with azure and violet light as he summoned a raging wind that drove the flames back onto Pu Ta instead of himself. Knowing fire alone would not finish a Heaven Saint Master, Jianchen calmly formed 1 more flaming sword and sent it into the hidden target inside the blaze. A violent blast blew the fire apart, and Pu Ta came flying out looking battered, breathing hard, and no longer remotely in control. Neither man pressed for a killing blow, because both understood this had only been a strength test, not a fight to the death. When the heat finally dropped, Pu Ta sighed and openly admitted that he had lost. Jianchen answered politely that Pu Ta had only been testing him and had not shown his full strength. Pu Ta refused to soften it, and admitted that even the strength Jianqin was still hiding would likely surpass his own. They descended together, and the entire court fell silent because the impossible young Heaven Saint Master had just made an imperial advisor concede. For everyone watching, Jianqian's age made it even more frightening, because if he was this strong now, nobody could imagine where he would stop. The Princess of Funan broke the silence first and praised Jianqin openly, turning the shock into open admiration. Qin Yubing and the other noble daughters stared at Jianqin with a mix of fascination, worship, and outright infatuation. Even bald from the fire, Jianqin now looked like exactly the kind of powerful young hero the court's daughters had been dreaming about. The king seized the moment, laughed warmly, and asked to call Jianqin nephew instead of treating him like an outsider. Jianqin accepted at once, because the king's goodwill was too valuable to refuse. With the fight over, the king personally led Jianqin back toward the palace, and treated him like favored family the whole way. Hidden in the crowd, Xiao Han finally broke down because the man he had offended was not just strong but a Heaven Saint Master even imperial advisors could not beat. A pale Mu Jia came over and bluntly told Xiao Han that he had offended someone their side could not afford to provoke. Mu Jia made it worse by saying that if even imperial advisor Pu Ta lost, Xiao Han's own grandfather might not win either. Xiao Han still asked whether his grandfather would avenge him, which only made Mu Jia snap at how reckless and foolish he was being. Mu Jia warned that Jianqin now had the king's favor, and if Xiao Han refused to repent, he could drag his whole family into disaster. Once Xiao Han finally asked what he should do, Mu Jia gave the only answer left, apologized to Jianqin and hoped this crisis could still be smoothed over. Back in the palace hall, the king took his throne and had a luxurious chair brought for Jianqin right at the front, making his new status obvious to everyone. The princes immediately adjusted and started showing open goodwill to Jianqin, because now opposing him made no sense at all. Then the king made the real move, clearing his throat and formally declaring that he wanted to appoint Jianqin as an imperial protector. At the king's 50th birthday court, the Qinhuan king suddenly announces that he wants to raise Jianqin all the way to imperial protector. The whole hall goes still because imperial protector is no ordinary title, but a rank with power above most nobles and even over armies and officials. Qinji is left blank with shock, caught off guard by how high the king is pushing Jianqin in a single move. Opposition breaks out immediately as senior officials argue that Jianqin may deserve imperial advisor, but imperial protector is too much too fast. The nobles are especially uneasy because Jianqin is so young, even if no one can deny his talent anymore. While the argument swells, 20 figures quietly appear at the back of the palace without anyone noticing at first. The king calmly reveals that this appointment does not rest on his word alone, and invites the imperial advisors to judge Jianqin's worth. One advisor openly backs Jianqin on the spot and salutes him as imperial protector, jolting the court even harder. Another elder warns that a few approvals are not enough, pushing for a full consensus from the imperial advisors. Then the answer comes from behind the crowd. All 20 imperial advisors give their consent, and the room whips around in shock. The 20 imperial advisors walk straight through the parted crowd and stop in front of Jianqin. In front of everyone, the advisors salute Jianqin together and formally address him as imperial protector. The king breaks into open laughter as the court struggles to process what just happened. An imperial advisor explains that the 4 imperial protectors already approved the decision too, so the promotion is fully legitimate. Jianqin is genuinely thrown because Heaven's Saint Masters are saluting him now, and this new rank landed on him almost instantly. He bows to the king and admits he may not be experienced enough for a title this heavy. The king answers that the choice already has the approval of the true decision makers, so even he cannot simply take it back. Jianqin hesitates because the status is immense, but he does not want to be trapped by a position that controls his life. Qinji quietly starts to panic, worried Jianqin might refuse the chance that would benefit them both. Xiao Han, meanwhile, goes pale because an imperial protector would stand above even his own grandfather's authority. Unable to stay quiet, Qinji blurts out the best part. As imperial protector, Jianqin can use the kingdom's space gate freely and command resources on a king-like level. That finally hits home, and Jianqin immediately asks whether becoming imperial protector would restrict his movements. The king tells him no, they only want his help if the kingdom is ever in real danger, not his constant presence. Once Jianqin realizes the post gives him huge benefits with almost no chains, he finally agrees to accept it. The entire hall immediately salutes the new imperial protector, and Jianqin's status leaps above almost everyone in the kingdom. After the formal salute, nobles and advisors crowd around to congratulate Jianqin and try to win his favor. Qinji is thrilled because Jianqin's rise has become the biggest success of the night for him too. By the end of the celebration, the king's birthday has turned into Jianqin's night, and the king is pleased because the kingdom just gained a monstrous talent. When the celebration ends, Jianqin heads to his new residence as an imperial protector instead of the quarters he used before. His new home is the Qin Heaven Palace, a residence reserved only for imperial protectors and even finer than Qinji's palace. Inside, even Jianqin is briefly speechless at how extravagant the place is. The carefully chosen young maids eagerly offer to bathe and attend him, hoping to be favored by the kingdom's newest power. Jianqin calmly refuses because he is not used to being served like that and wants to be left alone. The maids leave disappointed, and Jianqin finally gets some quiet in the enormous palace. Outside, 500 elite armored guards stand watch, a personal force that answers to the imperial protector rather than the king. The night passes, and by morning a guard captain reports that Qin Ji is waiting outside for permission to enter. Even with his new status above the prince, Jianqin personally comes out to welcome Qin Ji inside, which clearly moves him. They sit down in private, and Qin Ji sincerely congratulates Jianqin without letting the new hierarchy poison their friendship. Jianqin also keeps treating Qin Ji as before, because he knows this whole rise started with Qin Ji bringing him into the palace world. Qin Ji reminds him that the space gate is now fully open to him, but asks him to stay in the kingdom a little longer. Jianqin refuses at once because he has been desperate to leave for a reason that still weighs on him. When Qin Ji asks what is wrong, Jianqin finally admits that his homeland may be on the brink of war, and he fears arriving too late. After hearing the details, Qin Ji treats it as a problem the Qin Huang kingdom can crush and immediately offers elite military help. Jianqin declines an army because even with the space gate, marching troops the rest of the way would be far too slow. So Qin Ji pushes a better answer. Jianqin can simply take imperial advisors with him, because his new authority allows it. That makes Jianqin hesitate for real, because he knows the enemy kingdoms can field far more heaven-sent masters than Jessen can handle alone. Qin Ji keeps pressing, reminding Jianqin that this is exactly what his new power is for. For safety's sake, Jianqin finally agrees to bring some imperial advisors with him. Qin Ji even tells him he does not need the king's approval, and should just summon the advisors directly to Qin Heaven Palace. Once Jianqin gives the order, 20 imperial advisors quickly gather at his palace instead of making him go to them. Their respectful attitude makes Jianqin realize just how much weight the title of Imperial Protector really carries. He explains his urgent trip to the Jessen Kingdom, and the advisors agree so readily that it almost feels like they are asking him for favor instead. Then one refined white-robed elder steps forward and reveals he is Xiao Tian, Xiao Han's grandfather, here to apologize for his grandson's offense. Xiao Tian says he already punished Xiao Han and wants this journey to count as part of his own atonement. Seeing Xiao Tian in person, Jianqin judges him to be a genuinely upright man and nothing like his reckless grandson. So Jianqin lets the matter go, thanks Xiao Tian for the support, and accepts him into the group without friction. In the end, Jianqin chooses 5 imperial advisors to accompany him, with Xiao Tian clearly the strongest among the group. With Qin Ji leading the way, Jianqin and the chosen advisors head through the palace toward the kingdom's space gate. At the space gate in the center of the palace, Jianqin feeds in Class 5 monster cores and activates the route himself. Then Jianqin and the 5 imperial advisors step through in a line, setting off for the Jessen Kingdom at last. Jianqin brings the white tiger cub and 5 imperial advisors through a space gate, but when they arrive, the land around them is nothing but dead barren wasteland. One advisor blurts out where they are, another immediately tells Qin Xiaofan to stop talking nonsense in front of the imperial protector, and the old man can only laugh it off awkwardly. As the group settles, the white tiger cub wakes up and starts curiously taking in the strange new place. Jianqin sets the cub down, and it happily runs in circles and sniffs at the 5 old experts like it owns the place. Jianqin checks his map, realizes the space gate only dropped them somewhere near the Jessen Kingdom, and admits he does not even know which kingdom they are in. He decides their best move is simple: find a road and get their bearings before going any farther. Jianqin lifts the now too large cub with wind element energy, but the little beast immediately starts fussing and looks at him with watery eyes like it wants to be carried instead. Then the cub solves the problem itself by shrinking from the size of a dog down to the size of a tiny cat. The 5 elders are stunned, and Jianqin calmly brushes it off as the white tiger's innate ability so no one digs deeper into its real identity. Doni Junbai backs up the explanation by calling the winged tiger a variant, and that easy answer lets Jianqin hide the truth without another question. With the cub tucked safely against his chest, Jianqin leads the group through the air until a small city finally appears ahead after an hour of searching. Inside the second-class city, Jianqin heads straight for the biggest store and buys the best local map he can get. The new map shows how bad their drop point was. The Jessen Kingdom is still 15,000 kilometers away, with 2 kingdoms in between. Jianqin asks the shopkeeper about the Jessen Kingdom, and the answer hits hard. 4 kingdoms joined forces against it 3 months ago, and people already think Jessen is finished. Jianqin goes pale, throws down a purple coin, and rushes back into the sky without wasting another second. The sight of 6 heaven-sent masters taking off from a second-class city leaves the whole street stunned, and the gossip explodes behind them as they race toward Jessen. Jianqin flies through the rest of the day and night without stopping, pushing the whole group until they finally reach a Qiangan Kingdom city near the border on the second morning. At breakfast time in the border city, Jianqin takes the group into the best restaurant because he needs fresh war news before he dares make his next move. The tiger cub happily tears into a plate of barbecue, but Jianqin does not touch his food and only listens to the mercenaries talking around him. The talk around the inn is brutal. The 4 allied kingdoms have far more troops, more experts, and enough pressure to grind the Jessen Kingdom down sooner or later. Jianqin hears that Jessen's population and army have been bled dry, the treasury is nearly empty, and even the magical crystal cannons are being pushed to the point of exploding. The rumors get worse when he hears that Jessen has already lost 2 Heaven Saint Masters and has several more badly wounded, while the allied side keeps recovering through Radiant Saint Master healing. Then a travel-worn mercenary shares one rare bright spot. A hidden Jessen expert named Chang Wuji fought 6 Heaven Saint Masters alone, killed 2 of them with a Heaven Tier battle skill, and forced the rest to run. Another rumor follows right behind it. An Earth Saint Master from Jessen somehow used a Heaven Tier battle skill to badly wound a Heaven Saint Master and still escaped 2 more of them with his speed. Jianqin finally gets one small lift in his chest, because from the description, he knows that impossible Earth Saint Master can only be Ming Dong. But the room's next story crushes that relief fast. After those losses, the Allied Kingdom sent 2 million soldiers at the northern stronghold in a day-and-night assault that finally smashed the gate. The storyteller adds one more cruel detail. A Heaven Saint Master from Pingyang captured a Jessen officer, cut off both his arms and legs, and hung him on the enemy wall for a whole day. At first Ian assumes the victim must have been some famous general, and Jianqin is still hanging on that tiny uncertainty. Then the mercenary says the name Chang Yanghu, and Jianqin's whole body locks up as the room disappears around him. In the next instant Jianqin is already in front of the speaker, hauling the man straight out of his seat and demanding to know exactly who was mutilated. When the mercenary reacts in anger, Jianqin answers with a savage roar, and the whole inn falls dead silent under the crushing weight of his killing intent. The terrified man breaks immediately, and Jianqin gives him one last warning not to lie before asking again whose limbs were cut off and hung on the wall. Stammering and barely able to breathe, the man confirms the nightmare out loud. It was Chang Yang who, captured by a Pingyang Heaven Saint Master, with all 4 limbs severed before he was displayed on the wall for a full day. After hearing what happened to his eldest brother, Jianqin's face goes dark and a brutal killing intent floods the inn and the street outside. With a shaken growl of Big Brother, Jianqin throws the messenger aside and blasts out of the inn in a streak of cyan wind. Outside, after Jianqin vanishes, Xiao Tian and the other advisors hear his order to hurry to the Jessen kingdom and protect the Changyang clan. The abandoned white tiger cub bursts into tears and races after Jianqin, too distressed to keep eating. Xiao Tian scoops up the crying cub, and the imperial advisors finally take off to answer Jianqin's order. Jianqin flies at full speed toward the Pingyang stronghold, his mind replaying how much Chang Yang who cared for him back at Kargath Academy. Fueled by bloodlust, Jianqin swears that if anything happens to his brother, he will make the 4 allied kingdoms pay as an offering. After crossing deep into enemy territory, Jianqin finally sees the huge Pingyang military fortress ahead with millions of soldiers packed inside and outside its walls. Then his omnipresence catches the real horror. Chang Yang who is hanging from the wall, blood-soaked, limbless, and so still Jianqin cannot tell if he is alive. The sight breaks Jianqin on the spot, because he had imagined coming home in triumph, not finding his brother tortured like this. With a howl of eldest brother, Jianqin explodes into motion and dives straight for the stronghold through a storm of cyan wind. The fortress snaps into panic as alarm drums thunder, and the wall commander orders every heavy crossbow to fire at the intruder. Jianqin stops the incoming crossbolts in midair with his power, flips them around, and sends them screaming back into the stronghold faster than before. The return barrage tears through walls and soldiers, blowing open parts of the fortress before Jianqin even reaches his brother. Jianqin reaches Changyang who at last cuts him down with tears in his eyes, and catches his mutilated brother against his chest. When Jianqin senses his brother is barely alive, he hurriedly forces a radiant spirit pill into Changyang who's mouth to keep him from dying. The enemy commander knows he cannot fight a Heaven Saint Master, so he crushes a signaling gem and jumps off the wall to run. The soldiers keep firing anyway, and Jianqin answers by freezing another skyful of bolts and turning them into a massacre. Unable to block the sword-chi-coated bolts, the garrison falls in waves as Jianqin slaughters hundreds of thousands in a few merciless moments. Then Jianqin drags the remaining cross-bolts together into a 10-meter sword and swings it straight into the fortress wall. The wall collapses under the strike, opening a huge hole and sending the surviving soldiers running in terror through dust and falling debris. Hovering over the wreckage, Jianqin coldly declares that he will raise this stronghold and make the Pingyang kingdom pay. He hammers the stronghold again with another barrage, widening the destruction just as 4 Heaven Saint Masters rush out to stop him. Jianqin sends the giant crossbolt sword at the 4 experts, and their collision explodes over the fortress hard enough to kill soldiers caught underneath. Once the shockwave fades, Jianqin suspends Changyang who safely in a floating bubble and faces the 4 enemy Heaven Saint Masters head-on. The 4 experts are stunned by how young Jianqin looks, but Jianqin ignores their questions and demands to know who cut off his brother's limbs. Before they can answer, an elderly fire element expert arrives like a falling meteor and cries out in anguish when he sees Changyang who. The Pingyang experts sneer at Chang Wuji for finally showing up and swear to bury him here for killing 2 of their own before. Chang Wuji sees Changyang who's mutilated body and vows to kill them all even if he has to die doing it. The enemy suddenly calls for Senior Qianyun, and a white-robed elder from the Qiangan kingdom enters the battlefield. Chan Wuji immediately realizes the danger, because if Qianyun truly joins in, the Jessen kingdom will be facing 5 kingdoms instead of 4. But Qianyun says he is not here for the war at all, only to force Chan Wuji to hand over his heaven-tier battle skill. Chan Wuji refuses outright and warns that the 3 forms of the wild python came from his master, Patriarch Changyang, whose return would destroy the Qiangan kingdom. Qianyun shows a flicker of fear, then coldly argues that Patriarch Changyang has been missing for decades and is probably already dead of old age. Chan Wuji still refuses to yield, and the 5 enemy Heaven Saint Masters tighten into a formation ready to attack Jianchen and the wounded old retainer together. Then Jianchen cuts in with terrifying calm and says they are all his, because today he will raise the Pingyan kingdom and hang the heads of everyone here on these walls. The Pingyan Heaven Saint Masters take the threat as a direct insult, while even Chan Wuji is left staring at Jianchen, trying to place why this fearless young expert feels strangely familiar. Jianchen reinforces the wind bubble around the crippled Chan Yanghu and sends him back to Chan Wuji, pulling him out of the middle of the killing field. Chan Wuji gently catches Chan Yanghu, and the old man's eyes soften with guilt because the boy was crippled as revenge for his own attack on the enemy. After thanking the mysterious youth for saving Chan Yanghu, Chan Wuji can only watch as Jianchen turns back toward the 5 Heaven Saint Masters with his mood gone cold. Jianchen gives the Qiangan kingdom one last chance to back off, but Qianyun flatly admits he only wants the heaven-tier battle skill and does not care about the fallout. When Qianyun refuses, Jianchen answers with a threat just as ruthless: Pingyang will fall, and Qiangan will be next. Jianchen's eyes flare azure and violet, and the broken rubble around the stronghold rises into the air under his control. The 5 Heaven Saint Masters sneer and blast the flying debris with saint force, but their confidence breaks when the fragments cut straight through it. Qianyun warns the others that Jianchen's power is strange, and the group is forced to draw saint weapons and defend for real. Even with weapons and saint force wrapped around their bodies, several shards still punch into the Heaven Saint Masters and force them to abandon any thought of holding back. As the 5 men rush him together, Jianchen drags broken crossbolts and uprooted trees into the sky and forges them into a colossal sword above the battlefield. The enemy stares in disbelief, first mistaking the giant weapon for a heaven-tier battle skill before realizing it is something even stranger. The giant blade compresses into a denser 100-meter sword, and its azure-violet glow turns even more dangerous. Jianchen slams the condensed sword down on the 5 Heaven Saint Masters, forcing all of them to answer with advanced Earth-tier battle skills at once. The collision rips through the air and the land for kilometers, and when the blast settles, the 5 Heaven Saint Masters are already the ones reeling. The instant Jianchen regains control, he gathers fire element in the air and forms 5 blazing flame swords aimed one by one at his enemies. Qianyun dodges upward and turns into a streak of white light to attack Jianchen directly, while the 4 Pingyan Heaven Saint Masters are too battered to escape their incoming blades. The 4 battered Heaven Saint Masters smash the flame swords with Earth-tier battle skills, but the exploding fire engulfs them anyway. When they burst back out of the flames, 2 of them are already charred and shaken, and all 4 finally admit Jianchen is far stronger than they expected. Qianyun tries to finish the fight himself, and drives straight for Jianchen's forehead with a killing thrust. Jianchen answers with a compact blade of azure-violet origin energy, and Qianyun's saint weapon cracks the moment it touches it. Because his saint weapon is damaged, Qianyun spits blood in shock before Jianchen can even let up. Jianchen's next origin energy strike pierces straight through Qianyun's saint force shroud and forces the old master to jump back in terror. Qianyun saves his head by a hair, but Jianchen still cuts off his entire left arm and leaves him dropping through the air half-ruined. Clutching at the sky with one arm left, Qianyun rises again and stares at Jianchen's strange blade in disbelief, unable to understand what just wounded him so badly. Jianchen chases after him with a murderous stare, and Qianyun finally breaks and turns to run. Instead of killing him on the spot, Jianchen coldly tells Qianyun to live long enough to witness the future destruction of the Qiangan kingdom. That threat lands hard, because Qianyun now fully understands Jianchen really does have the power to break a kingdom by slaughtering its top experts. In a last desperate plea, Qianyun shouts that the innocent people of Qiangan should not be dragged into his mistake. Watching all this, Chan Wuji is stunned that such a young-looking Heaven Saint Master could drive even Qianyun into retreat, and the familiar feeling about Jianchen only nags at him more. But Chan Wuji does not leave, because the 4 Heaven Saint Masters of Pingyang cut off Chanyanghu's limbs, and today he wants their heads. Qianyun's escape crushes the remaining 4 Heaven Saint Masters, because they instantly realize they have no chance left against Jianchen alone. Jianchen sends the origin energy back at the 4 remaining Heaven Saint Masters, and they still answer with their strongest Earth-tier battle skills instead of dodging. Their clash ends almost instantly with the 4 Masters vomiting blood and staring in horror at the fresh chips carved into their saint weapons. Now they finally understand the nightmare in front of them. Jianchen can damage a Heaven Saint Master's saint weapon in direct combat. Jianchen surges forward on the wind and closes the distance in a flash before the 4 can recover. His slash takes 2 exhausted Heaven Saint Masters' heads clean off, but their severed heads are still alive for a heartbeat because Heaven Saint Masters do not die that easily. Jianqin follows with his left hand and shatters the spirits inside those flying heads, finishing both men completely. The last two Heaven Saint Masters watch their allies die in moments, and the fight drains out of them all at once. When Jianqin comes for them next, the final pair do not stand their ground anymore and just turn to run. One of the fugitives spins back with an Earth-tier battle skill to buy time, but the clash only leaves another chip in his saint weapon and more blood in his mouth. Jianqin stays right on him and cuts through his throat before he can escape the second time. Then Jianqin crushes the detached head as well, making sure this Heaven Saint Master dies for real. Without wasting the blood still hanging in the air, Jianqin turns it into a fresh blade and fires it after the last surviving Heaven Saint Master. That blood blade punches through the last man's chest from behind and throws him into panic before Jianqin seals the kill with fire. A sea of fire blooms in front of the wounded fugitive, and when he tries to carve himself a way out, another flame sword appears behind him and takes his head. Jianqin finishes the last severed head with a dark glowing crossbolt, and just like that all 4 Heaven Saint Masters of Pingyang are dead. When the explosions fade, the whole battlefield goes eerily quiet over piles of corpses and blood-soaked earth. Chan Wuji can only stare in shock, because Jianqin killed 4 Heaven Saint Masters in almost no time and never seemed injured at all. Jianqin makes the 4 severed heads float in the air and orders that they be displayed on top of the walls as revenge and warning. Chan Wuji thanks him with a trembling voice, already realizing this mysterious ally could change the fate of the Jessan kingdom. Jianqin still says nothing, and instead turns his eyes on the ruined stronghold itself. With one wave of his hand, chunks of the 50-meter wall rip free and start smashing back into the stronghold under his control. The whole fort convulses under the barrage, then the giant wall finally tips over and crushes the stronghold, while even Chan Wuji can only watch in stunned silence. Jianqin leaves the ruined Pingyang stronghold behind, and the million surviving soldiers can only stare at him in horror after watching him destroy the fortress and kill 4 Heaven Saint Masters. Even Chan Wuji is left uneasy as Jianqin vanishes toward the heart of Pingyang Kingdom, guessing that the next target might be the Imperial Palace itself. Racing on alone, Jianqin wraps himself in wind element and flies at full speed for the Imperial Palace, still thousands of kilometers away. 2 hours later, the focus shifts to the Jessan Kingdom's northern stronghold, where 1,000,000 Pingyang soldiers gather just inside cannon range and prepare to begin the siege. Inside the fortress, the defenders look half dead from attrition, and even their magical crystal cannons are so damaged that using them now could blow back on their own side. The commanders admit the truth grimly. Jessan has only 800,000 soldiers here against enemy forces that still number in the millions, so this may only end in a last stand. Changyang Ba's anger cuts through the despair, because the rumors say his captured son Changyang who came back with all 4 limbs hacked off and his future destroyed. The others can only sigh, because regrowing severed limbs would need a top Radiant Saint Master far beyond what the Changyang clan could ever hope to reach. Trying to comfort him, one commander brings up Changyang Ba's youngest genius, Changyang Xiangtian, who condensed a saint weapon at 15 and might return even stronger than his elder brother. But hearing Xiangtian's name only makes Changyang Ba heavier, because that son was driven from home years ago by the Huayun sect and has not sent a single word back. A young armored man named Ming Dong suddenly steps in with a smile and asks to hear more about Changyang Xiangtian, sounding far more interested than casual curiosity should allow. As the elders explain Changyang Xiangtian's genius and forced exile, Ming Dong's calm smile disappears, and the name Huayun sect makes his eyes turn sharp. Changyang Ba says the cruelest part out loud: if the clan is wiped out in the next few days, he almost hopes Shenkin stays away and never sees his family buried. Ming Dong answers with real loyalty, promising to protect the Changyang clan himself, and even beg his mysterious Uncle Tian again if it comes to that. When the commanders hear that Uncle Tian could stop the army in front of them without trouble, hope flickers for a second before Ming Dong admits he has already failed to persuade him to join the war. That brief hope collapses when Chan Wuji finally returns, his face already telling everyone the rescue did not end well. Chan Wuji confirms that Changyang Hu is alive and safely back, but his pause says the rest, and Changyang Ba goes pale on the spot. After a long, painful pause, Changyang Ba forces himself to accept it, and says that as long as his son survived, the rest can be faced later. Chan Wuji shares that sorrow deeply, because he practically raised Changyang Hu and feels this ruin like a wound in his own family. Then Chan Wuji drops a stunning new piece of news. On the rescue mission, he met a mysterious youth who single-handedly slaughtered 4 Pingyang Heaven Saint Masters and flattened their stronghold. No one believes it until Chan Wuji pulls out 4 bloody heads from his space ring and lays the proof in front of them. Ming Dong immediately presses for the youth's name, but all Chan Wuji can say is that the stranger seemed to know Changyang Hu somehow. With no better answer, Ming Dong falls into thought, clearly trying to connect this terrifying unknown expert to someone he already knows. To jolt the defenders back to life, Chan Wuji floats the 4 severed heads out in front of the walls for both armies to see. That display instantly enrages the 2 Pingyang Heaven Saint Masters guarding the army, and they come roaring toward the fortress in red and yellow streaks of light. Chan Wuji steps up to intercept them, and another ripple of power rises beside him as Kargath Academy's headmaster Kafir appears to stand with him. The Pingyang side realizes the scale of the disaster at once, because with these 4 dead and 2 others lost earlier, their kingdom has already bled out 6 Heaven Saint Masters. Although both Jessen experts are already wounded, Chang Wuji suddenly explodes with power and throws himself in front of Kafir, turning the clash in his favor by sheer force. Kafir can only watch with a pale face, because an earlier chest strike wrecked his inner organs so badly that even Jessen's Radiant Saint Masters cannot put him back together right now. Kafir warns Bayan that even if Chang Wuji wounds those enemies, Pingyang's Radiant Saint Masters can just heal them, while Jessen's own healers are already drained dry. Realizing time is against him, Chang Wuji unleashes the first form of the Wild Python, and the entire battlefield darkens under the pressure of a Heaven-tier battle skill. The 2 Pingyang Heaven Saint Masters panic and try to flee, but one of them is locked in place by the skill's pressure and cannot escape. Chang Wuji brings the attack down in one brutal stroke, cleaving the trapped Heaven Saint Master in 2 and ripping a long rift through the earth below. But that victory costs him dearly, and as soon as the skill ends, Chang Wuji starts swaying in the air and nearly drops from complete exhaustion. The lone surviving Pingyang Heaven Saint Master is shaken too, because this war has now consumed 7 of his kingdom's Heaven Saint Masters in total. Before Jessen can breathe, fresh pressure crashes in from behind as 4 experts from the Hidden Dragon Kingdom arrive and openly announce that they have come to help Pingyang invade. That one sentence is enough to break the mood on the wall, and even Kafir can only sigh that heaven has abandoned the Jessen Kingdom. Chang Wuji also sees the truth immediately and retreats to the wall, because with both Jessen Heaven Saint Masters spent, they cannot possibly hold off 5 fresh opponents together. The Hidden Dragon Elders make the despair worse on purpose, bragging that they already smashed through Jessen's western stronghold, killed 2 Heaven Saint Masters there, and sent their army marching for the Imperial City. As soon as that news spreads, many Jessen soldiers crack on the spot, with some dropping blankly to the ground and others already stripping off armor to surrender. When the enemy calls for surrender, one Jessen commander roars back that their kingdom has no cowards and would rather die than live as slaves. The Hidden Dragon Elder answers with contempt and kills that commander instantly with a yellow earth element sword sent from the air. The commander's grief hardens into defiance, and Chang Wuji and Kafir trade one resolved look before choosing to die fighting instead of kneeling as slaves. The 5 enemy Heaven Saint Masters welcome that choice and move together to kill the 2 exhausted defenders before any surprise can happen. At the last possible moment, another immense force appears from the distance, and 5 unfamiliar Heaven Saint Masters streak toward the battlefield wrapped in multicolored light. The attackers freeze and argue in confusion, because these newcomers are not coming from Blue Wind Kingdom's side and no one recognizes them at all. The 5 strangers stop a short distance away, and their leader, an elder holding a pure white magical beast in his arms, reveals that a completely unknown force has entered the war. The fighters outside the Jessen Kingdom stronghold froze when 5 unfamiliar experts arrived, and no one could tell yet if this new group had come as allies or enemies. When the strangers calmly said they were from the Qinhuang Kingdom, most of the local experts went blank because they had never even heard the name before. Then one elder recognized the name and blurted out the truth. Qinhuang was one of the 8 great powers, and the whole sky full of experts went quiet in shock. The elder holding the white tiger cub confirmed it himself, saying they were imperial advisors of Qinhuang, a title that meant elite talent, terrifying backing, and battle skills beyond ordinary Heaven Saint Masters. Once Qinhuang's status was clear, the Hidden Dragon side and Xiong Baoai from Pingyang immediately turned respectful and flattering, hoping to gain favor with people that powerful. But Xiao Tian ignored the flattery and asked one blunt question instead: was this the Jessen Kingdom's stronghold? After Xiong Baoai identified himself as a Pingyang Kingdom man, Xiao Tian lost interest in him on the spot and turned toward the 2 battered Jessen defenders instead. Chang Wuji admitted they were from Jessen, even though he had no idea why a figure from Qinhuang was suddenly asking about a kingdom so far beneath that level. Then the entire situation flipped when Xiao Tian smiled and revealed why they were here. By order of the Imperial Protector, the 5 of them had come to assist the Jessen Kingdom, and would take commands as needed. The words hit like a thunderclap, and the Hidden Dragon and Pingyang experts instantly went pale because Qinhuang's backing meant this war had just become untouchable. Chang Wuji and the other Jessen expert were just as shaken, because they could not understand how their kingdom had somehow earned the help of a Qinhuang Imperial Protector. Realizing they had no path left, the 4 Hidden Dragon Heaven Saint Masters fled at once, and Xiong Baoai from Pingyang immediately followed behind them. Xiao Tian answered that retreat with a silent signal, and his 4 companions shot after the fleeing experts without a word. Caught by the pursuit, the fleeing Heaven Saint Masters shouted that they had no grievance with Qinhuang, but the Imperial advisors answered by attacking without a word. The sky battle turned vicious almost instantly, and the Qinhuang advisors overwhelmed the fleeing Heaven Saint Masters despite equal-level opponents. Below them, the energy shockwaves ripped through the battlefield hard enough to kill Pingyang soldiers in large numbers. From the stronghold wall, Chang Wuji could only stare at the impossible turnaround while the grey-armored Jessen soldiers below him felt their fighting spirit surge back. Not long after, the fleeing Heaven Saint Masters were battered down, badly injured, and captured alive. One advisor used a strange sealing technique on them, locking away their saint force and leaving them helpless. The 4 advisors brought the sealed prisoners back to Xiao Tian, making it obvious that the elder with the cub was their leader and strongest member. Xiao Tian finally gave his name and handed the sealed enemy Heaven Saint Masters over to Chang Wuji and Kafir, making it brutally clear that Jessen could dispose of them as it pleased. The Jessen side thanked the Qin Huang advisors again and again, then dragged the 5 captured enemy Heaven Saint Masters to execution without mercy. After that, 9 Heaven Saint Master heads hung from the northern wall, a savage answer to the blood they had already spilled in Jessen's war. Inside the stronghold, the commanders gathered to pay their respects to the 5 Qin Huang imperial advisors who had just saved the front. 4 hours later, the advisors split up, with Xiao Tian carrying the tiger cub toward the eastern stronghold while the others went in pairs to reinforce the west and south. Before leaving, the Qin Huang side handed radiant spirit pills to Chang Wuji and Kafir so the northern stronghold would still have defenders after they moved on. With the pills healing them fast and the enemy morale shattered by the loss of its Heaven Saint Masters, the northern stronghold finally stabilized for the moment. But the war was far from over, and while Jessen's north caught its breath, Jianchen reached the imperial palace of the Pingyang kingdom with murder already in his eyes. The palace itself still looked strangely peaceful despite the war outside, as if no one inside believed death had already arrived at the gate. 2 gate guards stepped in to stop him, and Jianchen answered by firing sword chi straight through both of their throats before either man could react. The pair dropped without even a scream, and the people nearby finally realized this was not a disturbance but a massacre. 30 palace guards rushed in together to arrest him, trying to bury him under numbers before he could move again. Jianchen calmly raised one finger again, and in the next heartbeat all 30 were pierced through the throat by the same terrifying sword chi. Bodies crashed down around him in a spray of blood, turning the palace entrance into a killing ground in seconds. One surviving guard managed to sound the highest alarm, and the palace instantly shifted from comfort to panic. Footsteps thundered from deeper inside, and the closed palace gates opened as an elite formation marched out under a white-armored commander riding a Class 3 magical beast. The commander took one look at the dead guards and ordered Jianchen arrested without a single wasted word. The soldiers charged, but Jianchen cut them down just as casually as the others, leaving another 14 dead almost immediately. Only then did the commander step in himself, leaping from his mount and thrusting a 3-meter yellow spear at Jianchen's throat with Earth Saint Master force behind it. For Jianchen, that level of strength meant nothing, and one flick of sword chi smashed the spear aside and blasted the commander backward across the ground. Before the man could recover, Jianchen sent another killing strike at his throat to finish it. The commander's Black Panther mount tried to save him with a furious charge, but Jianchen simply turned and sliced its head off in one motion. That display shattered the nerve of the remaining elites, and they finally understood they were facing something far beyond a normal assassin. They screamed for the war drums instead of trying to hold the line, and the palace alarm changed from panic to full military emergency. The booming drums stunned the entire palace for a breath, because it had been so long since anyone there had heard a real war signal. Then the whole compound erupted as armored squads and hidden experts rushed toward the gate where Jianchen was carving his way in. Jianchen did not wait for them to gather, and instead ripped the 2 giant bronze lions off the ground with his control over objects. Wrapped in azure violet power, the bronze lions slammed into the imperial palace walls and blasted open 2 huge breaches, turning his assault into a direct storming of the stronghold. Jianchen opened the raid by hurling 2 giant bronze lion statues into the palace walls, blasting out huge breaches in the Pingyang royal compound. He did not slow down at all, and the same bronze lions kept tearing through the surrounding defenses until whole stretches of wall collapsed into rubble. The palace exploded into alarm, and squads of elite soldiers and hidden experts rushed toward the destruction, shouting furious demands for the intruder's identity. 20 Earth Saint Masters flew in together to crush him, but Jianchen answered by sending the bronze lions and a storm of rubble straight into them. Because Jianchen had reinforced the flying stones with azure violet sword chi, the attack tore through the Earth Saint Masters so fast that none of them could even break the barrage. In only a few breaths, all 20 Earth Saint Masters were dead, making it clear that opponents at that level were no threat to Jianchen anymore. 1,000 elite soldiers quickly ringed him next, and an elder riding a Class 3 magical beast demanded to know who he was and why he was destroying Pingyang's palace. Jianchen ignored the question and stared at the golden-red imperial palace instead, which made the elder finally notice the 20 corpses and start to panic over what kind of monster he was facing. Realizing only a Heaven Saint Master could kill so many experts that quickly, the elder asked again much more carefully, hoping this terrifying young man might still be reasoned with. Jianchen finally answered with chilling calm that the imperial palace would cease to exist on the Tianyuan continent from this day forward. The elder snapped back in anger, but Jianchen simply gathered fire element into his hands until a blazing red aura and a ring of fire swelled around his body. The elder understood too late that they were facing a Heaven Saint Master and screamed for everyone to retreat. It was already hopeless, because Jianchen's fire erupted outward in a massive wave that turned the battlefield into a scorching sea of flame. The trapped soldiers were cooked inside their own armor as red-hot metal softened into molten iron, and the elder could only watch the massacre in horror after barely escaping. At that moment, 2 furious Heaven Saint Masters finally burst out of the palace and demanded to know who he was and why he had attacked Pingyang. Jianchen floated up to meet them and revealed the heart of his attack. He was from the Jessen Kingdom, and Pingyang would now pay for its crime. The 2 Heaven Saint Masters were startled that the Jessen Kingdom could produce someone this young and this terrifying, but Jianchen gave them no time to think. He grabbed at the sky and instantly formed 2 giant swords of fire, launching them straight at the pair to force the real battle to begin. Once they knew he truly came from Jessen, the 2 defenders dropped any idea of negotiation and drew their saint weapons to block the flaming blades head-on. They shattered the fire swords and charged through the sea of flames under Saint Force protection, trying to overwhelm him at close range. Jianchen stayed eerily still in the flames, tracking them with his omnipresence, and quietly condensing azure violet origin energy onto his fingers into a sword. The 2 Heaven Saint Masters committed fully and struck with Earth-tier battle skills, but Jianchen met both saint weapons in a single flash of azure violet force. The collision blasted all 3 combatants backward, showing just how hard the strike had landed on everyone in the sky. When the 2 defenders steadied themselves, they coughed blood and stared in horror at the ragged damage carved into their saint weapons. One of them immediately understood how disastrous this was and shouted for the kingdom's highest safety warning to be activated. Near the palace, the Pingyang king heard that order, and his personal guards instantly realized the disaster had reached the highest level. His guards stopped hesitating and hurried the Pingyang king away at once, determined to get him into the underground labyrinth before Jianchen reached the palace core. Back in the sky, Jianchen pressed the fight with origin energy until the 2 Heaven Saint Masters were reduced to desperate defense, and then he killed them. With the last Heaven Saint Masters dead, no one in Pingyang could stop him anymore, and Jianchen dropped back to the ground and spread his omnipresence through the palace. Soldiers surrounded him again out of duty, but this time they stayed 100 meters away, too frightened to do more than watch him advance. He no longer bothered with a pointless massacre and simply walked deeper into the central palace while the soldiers let him pass in panic. Because his omnipresence had already mapped the place, Jianchen headed straight for the throne room even though this was his first time inside the Pingyang palace. At the throne, he found a hidden mechanism, pressed it, and watched the throne slide aside to reveal a stairway descending into the earth. Certain that his prey had fled below, Jianchen coldly followed them underground. The hidden route plunged deep under the palace, with only dim night pearls every few dozen meters to light the darkness as he kept going down. After what felt like 1,000 meters, the earth disappeared and Jianchen reached a strange underground world made entirely of steel. His omnipresence quickly mapped the whole underground labyrinth, and he discovered its trick. The steel walls could move and constantly reshape the maze into dead ends. Jianchen was mildly annoyed by the craftsmanship, but the labyrinth itself was no real obstacle because he simply cut through any moving wall that tried to block him. Then the maze triggered another defense, and filled every corridor with great poisonous fog, a trap meant to injure even Heaven Saint Masters. But Jianchen's 1,000 immunity body made the poison meaningless, so he kept walking through the fog without slowing down. Deep in the safest chamber, the Pingyang king and 30 loyal followers waited behind 4 immense steel walls, clinging to the maze as their last refuge. The king could only ask in disbelief who this terrifying enemy was if even 2 imperial advisors had failed to stop him. His guards guessed the attacker had to be the Jessen Kingdom expert who had vowed retaliation, but they still tried to reassure their king that the labyrinth and the strongholds would protect him. Those hopes were already collapsing, because Jianchen kept carving through one obstacle after another until he reached the deepest part of the labyrinth. At the very end, a thick resplendent steel wall blocked the final chamber, and Jianchen answered it with a cold smile and a 10-meter blade of origin energy. After the brutal defense, the Jessen Kingdom's northern stronghold settles into a tense calm, with wounded soldiers being treated while the heads of 9 slain enemy Heaven Saint Masters hang on the wall and keep morale blazing high. Outside the fort, the dead are being buried, and 15 kilometers away the Pingyang army stands frozen in shock after watching its top experts die. Inside the stronghold, 30 armored commanders gather for an emergency council and receive grim news that the other 3 forts have already been breached. The commanders quickly realize what that means. If no one slows the enemy now, the imperial city will be exposed and the Jessen Kingdom could truly collapse. Some officers pin their hopes on the 5 imperial advisors from the Qinhuang Kingdom, but others bitterly argue that 5 people cannot erase such a massive gap in strength. Even the Qinhuang Kingdom's name may not save them, because the enemy could easily assume those imperial advisors are just hired imposters and attack anyway. With panic spreading through the room, the commanders land on one ugly but necessary plan: send reinforcements from the stabilized north to the other 3 fronts, and buy time however they can. After fierce debate, they commit 2 million soldiers, the strongest available commanders, and even split the scarce Radiant Saint Masters into teams of 3. The 2 Heaven Saint Masters still in the northern stronghold also leave at once for the eastern fort, even before fully recovering, and the Changyang clan members move with them. Once that force marches out, the northern stronghold is left almost hollow, with only a few 100,000 mostly wounded or disabled defenders still behind. Across from them, Pingyang commanders burn for revenge and urge General Hong to storm the weakened fort, while only crippled defenders remain. General Hong refuses, warning that after losing 8 Heaven Saint Masters, Pingyang is no longer in a position to think about conquest and should be worrying about its own survival. The others reluctantly admit the danger. With only 2 Heaven Saint Masters left guarding their palace, neighboring kingdoms could easily pounce on Pingyang's weakness. One grieving commander still demands vengeance for his slain ancestor, but General Hong shuts him down by asking if an Earth Saint Master really thinks he can kill a Heaven Saint Master. So the Pingyang army does nothing but wait, standing off at a distance instead of gambling the kingdom on one more reckless charge. Then a report from the Imperial Palace hits like a thunderclap. An unknown Heaven Saint Master has broken into Pingyang territory and is already wrecking the palace itself. The entire Pingyang force immediately abandons its standoff and rushes back toward the capital as fast as it can. Deep under the Pingyang Palace, the king hides in a steel-walled labyrinth with several loyal guards, staring at a rare twin jade table that should shatter when the outside danger has finally passed. They cling to that last signal in silence, desperately waiting for the jade to break and prove their people above have secured the kingdom. Instead, a strange noise approaches, and the thick steel wall ahead suddenly starts glowing with eerie azure-violet light. As the lights spread, cracks race through the 10-meter steel barrier, and the hidden group realizes their last shelter is being carved apart from the other side. The king is shaken enough to wonder if only a saint ruler could do this, because a normal Heaven Saint Master should not be tearing through their refuge so easily. Then the wall explodes inward, opening a hole big enough for their nightmare to walk through. Jianqin steps out of the breach in a blood-stained white robe, young and nearly hairless, and the king's entire group retreats under the weight of his cold stare. When the king asks who he is, Jianqin gives no comfort at all and just keeps closing the distance. The guards finally force themselves to move and rush Jianqin to protect their king, even knowing they are outmatched. Jianqin barely needs to hurry. A bright blade of sword chi flashes from his finger and cuts down the great Saint Masters in an instant. Only 3 Earth Saint Masters survive the first wave, and they still throw themselves in front of the king and beg him to run while they hold Jianqin off. The king stops them, because he knows escape is pointless now and only wants to learn who has cornered him so completely. Jianqin finally answers with one line that matters most. His name is not important, only that he comes from the Jessan kingdom. That confirmation breaks the king's last illusion, and he bitterly admits he never thought the Jessan kingdom still had a hidden talent strong enough to storm his own palace alone. Accepting that he has lost, the king offers his own life and punishment, but pleads for Jianqin to spare the 3 guards because the decision to invade was his alone. The 3 guards protest at once, swearing they do not fear death, but the king reminds them they have families and should not die for a choice that was his. That word, family, hits Jianqin hard enough to make him pause and think of his own, and his killing intent cools for a moment. In the end, Jianqin agrees to spare the 3 guards, but warns that if they ever exploit the Jessan kingdom again, he will not show mercy twice. Instead of killing the king on the spot, Jianqin seizes him by the shoulders and drags him away, leaving the 3 loyal guards behind in helpless misery. Back in the palace hall, high-ranking officials and armored men tense up with saint weapons in hand, ready to gamble their lives against the intruder. Then the captured king steps out behind Jianqin, and the whole hall goes rigid when they realize their ruler has already been taken hostage. The king immediately orders everyone to stand down and issues an imperial edict recalling the army attacking the Jessan kingdom's northern stronghold. Once that is done, the king asks what Jianqin wants next, fully aware that resistance now would only drown the palace in blood. Jianqin answers plainly and without shame, "Take me to the treasury." An elder tries to refuse, arguing that the treasury is the foundation of the kingdom itself, but Jianqin kills him mid-sentence with a flash of azure-violet sword chi through the head. The dead elder's family and allies explode in grief and fury, and several young officers charge Jianqin in a hopeless rush. The king's warning comes too late, and Jianqin cuts them down as well, splashing more blood across the palace floor and proving again that nobody here can stop him. Terrified of losing even more of the kingdom's leadership, the king orders everyone back and personally agrees to lead Jianqin to the royal treasury. Under heavy escort from frightened officials and soldiers, the king takes Jianqin down into the underground treasury beneath the palace. Jianqin goes straight for the monster core vault first, where countless boxes and space belts reveal stockpiles on a scale only a whole kingdom could gather. He ignores the endless piles of low-class cores and moves deeper, where the belts are labeled in batches of hundreds for Class 3, Class 4, and even Class 5 monster cores. Even Jianqin is briefly stunned when he realizes the vault holds tens of thousands of Class 3 cores, 10,000 Class 4 cores, and hundreds of precious Class 5 cores. But once he remembers this is the treasury of a kingdom with over 700 million people, he steadies himself and decides to strip the vault clean anyway. Using his space rings, Jianqin sweeps up everything, from the higher class reserves down to the mountains of Class 1 and Class 2 cores, leaving nothing behind. The king can only watch in silent rage, knowing that even if Pingyang survives this disaster, its strength will be crippled for years. Jianqin then moves to the money reserves and cleans those out too, walking away with a fortune likely worth more than 100 million purple coins. After emptying the Pingyang treasury, Jianchen leaves the kingdom crippled but still functioning, because he decides looting it is enough and backs away from slaughtering every official in the palace. Outside the treasury, Pingyang generals angrily demand their king's release after Jianchen emptied the treasury and ordered the border troops recalled. Jianchen answers with brutal honesty. The Pingyang king caused millions of deaths in Jessen, so letting him go would betray the dead and the families left behind. When the generals threaten him with the army's wrath, Jianchen lets out enough killing intent to make them realize he really could wipe out the entire palace alone. With no one daring to stop him, Jianchen grabs the king and flies away, leaving the whole palace staring up in helpless humiliation. As he crosses village after village, Jianchen admits to himself that he nearly chose massacre, but the king's words and Elder Shio's advice pulled him back from staining his hands with innocent blood. 2 hours later, Jianchen descends at the Jessen northern stronghold with the captured king, shocking the soldiers on the wall. The wall troops rush to surround him, because a Heaven Saint Master arriving out of nowhere could just as easily be the end of the stronghold. A guarding general pushes through the soldiers, recognizes the Pingyang king, and sharply demands to know why the two of them arrived together. Jianchen clears up the misunderstanding at once. The Pingyang king is not a guest, he is Jessen's prisoner. Then Jianchen asks for the 5 Qinhuang imperial advisors, and the general is stunned that this young man knows them personally. Once Jianchen reveals he came from Qinhuang with the imperial advisors and was the one who killed 4 enemy Heaven Saint Masters, the whole wall shifts from alarm to relief and admiration. The captive king, already rattled, forces himself to ask how many of Pingyang's Heaven Saint Masters have been lost. The defending general almost relishes the answer. Chang Wuji killed and beheaded multiple Pingyang experts. Then the Qinhuang advisors and Hidden Dragon forces finished the last one, leaving all 10 Pingyang Heaven Saint Masters dead. That total breaks the Pingyang king on the spot, because the war has just wiped out every Heaven Saint Master his kingdom had. When the general asks how this king should be punished, Jianchen casually hands him over and leaves the rest to Jessen. Inside the stronghold, officers start treating Jianchen like a savior once they hear he captured the enemy king and helped erase Pingyang's top experts. But even while honored as a guest, Jianchen keeps staring toward the gate with anxious anticipation, because what he really wants now is news from home. The general carefully asks if Jianchen is an imperial advisor of Qinhuang, trying to make sense of this young powerhouse's place in the war. Jianchen barely answers before cutting to what matters most to him now: whether anyone from the Changyang clan is still here. The answer hits hard. The Changyang clan has already been mobilized elsewhere, and even this stronghold's own Heaven Saint Masters were sent away to patch other fronts. Jianchen presses on and asks for the Changyang young lord, only to hear that he was maimed and sent back to Lore City earlier that day. The general keeps his suspicions to himself, but Jianchen's reaction all but confirms that his tie to the Changyang clan is real and important. Then the general makes his plea. The northern front is steady now, but the other 3 strongholds are collapsing, and Jessen may not survive unless Jianchen helps. Jianchen hesitates, torn between rushing home and saving the kingdom first, but after hearing the wider situation he chooses the war and heads for the western stronghold that very night. 4 hours later, Jianchen reaches the western stronghold and finds it already lost, with hidden dragon banners overhead and endless troops using it as a giant supply station. Seeing there are no Heaven Saint Masters stationed there, Jianchen does not waste time and slips farther into Jessen territory under cover of night. An hour later, he reaches a second-class city that has also fallen, its Jessen banners replaced and the hidden dragon army fully entrenched inside. Then a magical cannon blast tears across the dark, and Jianchen follows the sound as the next battle finally erupts ahead of him. The surviving Jessen forces have regrouped inside a first-class city, using its stronger walls to hold off the hidden dragon advance after abandoning the western stronghold. Jianchen flies over the wall and instantly gets treated like an enemy, with a dozen thick crossbolts launched straight at him before his feet even touch down. He stops every bolt in midair with a thought, leaving them hanging helplessly a few meters from his body before they clatter down. 2 Heaven Saint Masters rush out to meet the intruder, then break into visible relief when they recognize Jianchen as Qinhuang's imperial protector. The defenders relax at once, and Jianchen notices something important the moment he looks at the 2 advisors closely. Both men are badly hurt. The advisors explain that the western stronghold's 2 Jessen experts were killed, 1 more ally survived only with severe injuries, and they themselves were wounded holding off 5 enemy Heaven Saint Masters. Jianchen follows them into a commandeered and now serving as the city's war room, where the defense is being run under emergency conditions. Every officer rises to greet Jianchen, and even the badly injured Jessen Heaven Saint Master comes out to pay respect because Qinhuang's imperial protector has arrived in person. Jianchen recognizes the wounded man as Tianxing, the former palace commander who rose to imperial advisor after becoming a Heaven Saint Master. Once Jianchen takes the lead, the commanders boil the problem down to one brutal truth: unless the enemy Heaven Saint Masters are wiped out, Jessen's army will lose on numbers alone. Chao Kachin proposes joining forces and using Heaven-tier battle skills to kill all 5 enemy experts in one strike. Doni Junbai backs him up, saying the 2 of them already held those 5 to a standstill, so adding Jianchen should make victory certain. The room falls into hopeful silence. because for the first time these commanders can imagine turning a crushing retreat into a real victory. Then Jianchen stands and gives an even bolder order. The 2 Qin Huang advisors are to heal up and head east, because he will handle the 5 enemy Heaven Saint Masters by himself. Chao Kachin is stunned enough to say it out loud, because even for Heaven Saint Masters, fighting 5 alone sounds reckless. Doni Junbai presses the point respectfully, warning that 5 Heaven Saint Masters together are still dangerous, and saying the 3 of them could finish this safely. Jianchen refuses anyway, insisting the other fronts are in worse shape and the 2 advisors are more urgently needed there. That answer leaves the entire war room stunned, because if he means it, this Imperial Protector is far stronger than any of them imagined. With the 2 advisors sent off to recover, Jianchen leaves the first-class city alone that night to hunt the 5 wounded Heaven Saint Masters before they can recover. On a moonless midnight, the siege had already turned brutal, with torches, corpses, and shattered walls covering the battlefield outside the first-class city. The Jessen Kingdom's magical crystal cannons kept firing into packed enemy ranks, blowing soldiers apart, and holding the line by raw destructive force. But after a full day of war, Jessen's supplies were nearly gone, and even their crossbows only had a few emergency volleys left. Then the defense cracked, as one section of the wall exploded and collapsed into a deadly heap of stone and buried soldiers. A second cannon blast smashed the city gate open, and the hidden Dragon Kingdom immediately poured into the breach. Jessen's soldiers rushed to block the entrance, turning the broken gate into a desperate close-quarters bloodbath. Right when the city seemed ready to fall, Jianchen rose above the wall in a streak of azure light and flooded the battlefield with Heaven Saint Master pressure. The pressure was so overwhelming that ordinary soldiers on both sides could barely breathe, and the fighting below came to a stunned stop. Jianchen looked into the sky, and the force of his voice and presence seemed to rip the clouds apart until the stars reappeared. He openly challenged the hidden Dragon Kingdom's Heaven Saint Masters to come out and die, then shot toward their camp like a killing star. The hidden Dragon Kingdom answered at once, and 5 enemy Heaven Saint Masters rose into the air ahead of Jianchen to intercept him. Back on the wall, Doni Junbai and Chao Kachin hurried out to watch, and even the badly injured Tian Xing dragged himself there because everyone wanted to see what Jianchen could really do. One enemy Heaven Saint Master mocked Jianchen's arrogance, but Jianchen did not argue. He just charged harder with killing intent pouring off him. As he closed the distance, azure and violet sword chi flared from Jianchen's fingers and he condensed origin energy, aiming to kill the 5 as fast as possible. 2 of the hidden Dragon Heaven Saint Masters rushed him together, trying to overwhelm him before he could show what that weapon really was. Their weapons met Jianchen's origin energy blade, and the impact exploded outward as his strange power bit jagged cracks straight into their saint weapons. The 2 enemy experts were instantly shocked and coughing blood, because their damaged saint weapons had hurt them back through the bond. Jianchen did not give them time to recover and cut one man's head off on the spot, destroying his soul in the same strike. The surviving enemy panicked, shouted for the others to join in, and warned them not to let their saint weapons touch Jianchen's blade. The remaining 3 stopped watching and rushed in, turning the fight into 4 Heaven Saint Masters against Jianchen alone. Now wary of his weapon, the 4 enemies fought around Jianchen's blade instead of meeting it head-on, which only made them more tense and awkward. Realizing they could not win cleanly, the 4 Heaven Saint Masters all unleashed Earth-tier battle skills to trap and crush him together. A massive gale wrapped around Jianchen while blades of wind, abyssal sword force, freezing water power, and a heavy sword strike all closed in at once. Jianchen answered by seizing control of the wind itself, and driving his origin energy straight into the layered attacks. The collision detonated into a terrifying shockwave that ripped across the battlefield and even smashed through the enemy barracks below. Seeing the city walls about to take the hit, Dong Yijunbai yelled for protection, and he and Chao Kachin immediately spread a Saint Force barrier over the wall. Even for them, shielding the walls from a battle at that level was brutally difficult, and the barrier shuddered under the strain. In the sky, all 5 fighters were blown back, but the hidden Dragon Heaven Saint Masters came out much worse, bleeding again and staring in horror at their chipped weapons. They warned each other again not to touch Jianchen's weapon, because by now they knew his power was far more dangerous than they had expected. Jianchen looked even less human now, with one azure eye and one violet eye shining through the dark like a phantom in the sky. Then Jianchen changed the fight completely by lifting bloody bolts and broken rubble off the ground and hurling them at the enemy Heaven Saint Masters like a guided storm. The 4 enemy experts were caught off guard and instantly riddled with holes, coughing blood as the unexpected barrage tore into them. One of them tried to protect himself with Saint Force, but the flying debris hit so hard that even that defense began to crack. The Earth-attributed Elder hurriedly covered himself in Earth armor, trying to become the one man sturdy enough to withstand Jianchen's strange assault. Jianchen singled out the Earth-attributed Elder, drew 3 thick crossbow bolts beside him, and wrapped them in azure violet sword chi before firing. The Elder managed to knock the 3 bolts away, but the force still shoved him backward and ruined his balance at the worst possible moment. Jianchen used that opening to thrust his origin energy at the Elder's forehead, and the Elder's weapon chipped again when he tried to block it. With the Elder weakened and off balance, Jianchen struck through his head and killed him outright. Jianqin even snatched the dead elder's space ring in passing before turning back to the other three without wasting a heartbeat. His next slash took another Heaven Saint Master's head, and only a bubble of air carried the headless body away for a last desperate attempt at survival. The last two enemies gambled everything on fresh battle skills, hoping to kill Jianqin before their beheaded ally could be finished off. Jianqin blocked their attacks and, with a contemptuous sneer, sent a bolt straight through the escaping man's forehead to erase his soul for good. Another blast of energy spread through the sky, but Jianqin controlled the pace again by launching more bolts at the final two Heaven Saint Masters. As the two men tried to deal with the bolts, Jianqin burst out of the shockwave in a flash of wind and cut both of their heads off. He followed with a final stab through each head, making sure their spirits were destroyed and leaving all 5 hidden dragon Heaven Saint Masters dead. Back on the wall, Dongyi Junbai, Chao Kaqin, and Tianxing could only stare in stunned silence at what Jianqin had just done. Tianxing was the first to speak, admitting that Jianqin's strength was so outrageous that even a 6th cycle Heaven Saint Master might not be able to challenge him. Chao Kaqin was shaken too, because Jianqin had already been a miracle for reaching Heaven Saint Master so young, and now his actual combat power looked even scarier. Dongyi Junbai quietly went even further, wondering if Jianqin might one day become a true saint ruler and ending whatever method let him cultivate like this. Still suspended in the midnight sky after the slaughter, Jianqin calmly drew the dead men's space rings to himself, and then spread his presence to search for the enemy commander. Wrapped in wind and glowing azure, Jianqin shot straight across the battlefield for the hidden Dragon Kingdom commander. The enemy generals instantly panicked and screamed for their commander to run while they rushed in to shield him. Jianqin did not slow down at all, because a wall of Earth Saint Masters meant nothing to a Heaven Saint Master. With a flick of sword chi, he cut down the guards around Shi Yunfei and seized the commander right in front of the whole army. The hidden dragon soldiers could only watch helplessly as Jianqin carried their commander back to the Jessen walls. The moment Shi Yunfei hit the battlements, the Jessen soldiers erupted in cheers and some of them even cried from relief. For the defenders, this felt impossible a moment ago, because the enemy had crushed them with numbers and experts until Jianqin flipped the whole war in an instant. Across the field, the hidden dragon army fell into disarray after losing all 5 Heaven Saint Masters here and their commander on top of that. The Jessen officers crowded around Jianqin with loud congratulations, already treating the young-looking expert like a terrifying old senior. Even as a prisoner, Shi Yunfei glared at Jianqin and demanded to know which kingdom this imperial protector served, warning that the allied kingdoms would crush anyone who interfered. The Jessen side laughed in his face and warned him to speak carefully, because Jianqin belonged to the Qin Huang kingdom. The name Qin Huang kingdom finally rattled Shi Yunfei, but he still refused to believe little Jessen could ever gain support from one of the 8 great powers. With the enemy leadership broken, the Jessen generals bowed and asked Jianqin what should happen next. Jianqin handed Shi Yunfei over and ordered Dongyi Junbai and Chao Kaqin to rest first, then head straight for the southern stronghold. After that, Jianqin left the military cleanup to the generals and shut himself in his inn before the officers trying to flatter him could get inside. That night, the Jessen generals shouted from the walls about the captured commander and the dead Heaven Saint Masters until the hidden dragon army finally lost its nerve. The hidden dragon generals finally accepted reality and ordered a full retreat, because without any Heaven Saint Masters left, staying meant marching their army to death. With the immediate crisis gone, the defenders treated their wounded and rushed to repair the broken walls before the next invasion could come. By the next afternoon, Dongyi Junbai and Chao Kaqin were fully healed by the Qin Huang experts and flew off to reinforce the south as ordered. Jianqin stayed 2 more days until Tianxing recovered, knowing the hidden dragon kingdom had already lost all 9 of its Heaven Saint Masters and could no longer threaten this front. Once Tianxing was safe, Jianqin set out alone for the eastern stronghold, a journey so long it would take most of the day even at his speed. The east was in even worse shape, because the Blue Wind Kingdom had already pushed deep into Jessen territory while hunting down the retreating defenders. 4 hours into the flight, Jianqin suddenly stopped when the roar of a huge Heaven Saint Master battle shook the sky ahead. Near a giant first-class city, Jianqin found 15 Heaven Saint Masters fighting in the sky, with the Jessen side badly outnumbered 11 against 4 and already covered in blood. Jianqin spotted Kafir and Xiaohan among the battered Jessen defenders, and the worst sight was Xiao Tian fighting 5 enemies with a bloody hole through his chest. That sight turned Jianqin ice cold, and he rushed in with killing intent blazing. He lifted the surrounding sand and stones into the air and sent them screaming toward the 11 Blue Wind Kingdom Heaven Saint Masters. Jianqin's attack bought the Jessen side 1 breath of space, and Xiao Han shouted Imperial Protector the moment he recognized him. The Blue Wind experts realized at once that Jianqin belonged to the Jessen side, but they still looked down on him because 1 more man should not have changed an 11-5 fight. They ignored the flying sand at first and charged straight for Jianqin under simple Saint Force protection, treating his strange attack like a nuisance. Their contempt lasted 1 second, because the sand pierced straight through their Saint Force and punched bloody holes all over their bodies. The whole Blue Wind group immediately panicked and had to throw up stronger barriers, suddenly forced to fight both the defenders and Jianqin's relentless range pressure. At that exact moment, Xiao Tian started gathering terrifying power overhead, and the sky itself lit with the pressure of a heaven-tier battle skill. The Blue Wind Heaven Saint Masters recognized the technique and instantly forgot Jian Chen, because if Xiao Tian finished that move, they were dead. All 11 of them lunged at Xiao Tian to stop him first, but he answered with a cruel sneer and released the attack. His heaven-tier battle skill exploded across the battlefield in a red inferno so violent it seemed to crack the sky open. The 11 Heaven Saint Masters tried to answer with their own strongest skills, but Earth-tier techniques were hopelessly outclassed. The resulting blast was monstrous, flattening the ground, ripping through soldiers below, and even smashing parts of the first-class city's walls and buildings. Even Jian Chen was thrown back for kilometers by the blast, with nothing in front of him but a wall of fire. But once he steadied himself, Jian Chen spread his omnipresence through the flames and calmly mapped everyone's new positions. The 11 enemies had survived only because they shared the impact together, and now all of them were heavily injured and scattered. Jian Chen instantly turned that opening into an execution, shaping 3 pure fire arrows and sending them into the nearest wounded experts. The first 3 never even saw the attack coming, and the arrows blew their heads apart on impact. Realizing how perfect the timing was, Jian Chen formed another set of fire arrows and kept hunting through the confusion. 3 more Blue Wind Heaven Saint Masters died the same way before the battlefield even understood what was happening. Jian Chen launched a third set for the next trio, trying to wipe them out before the smoke cleared. This time one elder finally noticed and shouted a warning, so only the weakest of the 3 died before the other 2 barely blocked the attack. In just a blink, Jian Chen had silently erased 7 Heaven Saint Masters and broken the Blue Wind Kingdom's advantage completely. But Xiao Tian had paid a brutal price, because after forcing out that heaven-tier battle skill with a hole already in his chest, he lost consciousness in midair. Jian Chen dropped everything and rushed to catch him instead of chasing the survivors. The last 4 Blue Wind Heaven Saint Masters took the chance to flee, 2 shaken and 2 injured to stay another second against him. Jian Chen only watched them leave with an icy stare before feeding Xiao Tian several radiant spirit pills. The other 3 Jessen Heaven Saint Masters flew over in amazement, because anyone Xiao Tian called Imperial Protector had to be someone extraordinary. Kafir was especially unsettled, because he knew the Jessen Kingdom had gained Qin Huang's support through one Imperial Protector, but this young man still did not match the figure he expected. Even so, Kafir thanked Jian Chen on behalf of Jessen and asked whether Xiao Tian's injuries were life-threatening. For Jian Chen, the moment felt strangely unreal, because the Kargath headmaster he once looked up to was now speaking to him with full respect. Jian Chen answered that Xiao Tian was badly hurt but not in mortal danger. Kafir immediately suggested bringing Xiao Tian back into the city so the strongest Radiant Saint Masters could treat him, and Jian Chen agreed. The battle leaves Benevolence City in terrible shape, with kilometers of walls smashed down, and losses so heavy the city could be doomed if the breach is not rebuilt. Jessen's side is hurt too, but Blue Wind takes the real beating. 7 Heaven Saint Masters die or flee, and their shaken army loses all nerve to keep invading. Because the city lord's mansion is too far from the breach, the defenders turn a nearby inn into a temporary war room and emergency treatment site. With his rank as an Imperial Protector, Jian Chen is treated like a top authority as he meets the local commander and learns the state of the eastern stronghold. He also asks about the Changyang clan, only to hear his family is stationed at another stronghold, so another chance to see them slips away. Jian Chen turns back to the war and presses General Lu for the truth, asking whether Blue Wind really committed all 11 Heaven Saint Masters at once. General Lu delivers the alarming twist. 5 of the enemy Heaven Saint Masters were not from Blue Wind at all, but from the Qiangan Kingdom. That name immediately sets Jian Chen off, and he coldly asks if Qiangan has decided to join the war against Jessen outright. General Lu confirms the danger is real. Qiangan has not sent an army yet, but its Heaven Saint Masters have already stepped into the fight. Jian Chen asks for exact numbers next, his voice going flat as he starts counting who is left alive in both kingdoms. The answer is ugly but useful. 3 of the dead belong to Qiangan and 4 to Blue Wind, leaving 4 Blue Wind Heaven Saint Masters and 5 from Qiangan still on the board. After a moment of calculation, Jian Chen tells the general not to worry about those Heaven Saint Masters anymore because he will deal with them himself. General Lu accepts the dismissal without protest and withdraws respectfully, trusting Jian Chen's rank and confidence. Then the mood flips in an instant when the door slams off its hinges and a white blur launches straight onto Jian Chen's chest. Jian Chen freezes for a beat, then breaks into a rare warm smile when he recognizes the long-missing white tiger cub. Seeing the cub is friendly with Jian Chen, General Lu drops his anger about the broken door and quietly leaves to have it repaired. The little beast is clearly sulking, with wet eyes and claws sunk into Jian Chen's clothes as if scolding him for leaving it behind. Jian Chen gently apologizes and bribes it with several thousand-year ginseng, instantly changing the cub's mood. After happily devouring the ginseng, the cub yawns and falls asleep on Jian Chen's lap like nothing ever happened. Watching it sleep, Jian Chen realizes just how attached the cub has become to him. Over the next 3 days, Jian Chen keeps feeding the cub precious heavenly resources because Elder Xiu's warning still hangs over him and he wants the little tiger to mature faster. 3 days later, Xiao Tian and the other injured Heaven Saint Masters are finally healed enough to stand on their own again. The Jessen experts sincerely thank Jianchen, and Xiao Tian says bluntly that without him, he would have died in that battle. Jianchen answers with a light jab, saying he trusts Xiao Tian would at least have some hidden way to escape alive. Under the banter, Jianchen is making a serious judgment. An imperial advisor of the Qin Huang Kingdom should have life-saving trump cards and not die so easily. Then Jianchen brings the conversation back to the real threat. With Xiangan and Blue Wind acting together, Jessen now faces 9 enemy Heaven Saint Masters. He orders Xiao Tian to stay and defend the eastern stronghold for the next few days in case the enemy tries another push. When Xiao Tian realizes Jianchen means to leave, he asks cautiously if Jianchen is going somewhere dangerous. Jianchen says it plainly. He is going to the Qiangan Kingdom in person, and since they meddled in this war, he will not let them off. Xiao Tian and the other Jessen experts are left stunned by how far Jianchen plans to go, but his rank is too high for anyone to challenge him out loud. Xiao Tian still offers to accompany him, worried that Jianchen may run into trouble before reaching the Saint Ruler realm. Jianchen refuses and says he is enough on his own, repeating that Xiao Tian's job is to hold Benevolence City in case Blue Wind attacks again. In the end, Xiao Tian can only warn Jianchen to be careful, because Qiangan lost several men but still has dangerous experts remaining. Jianchen leaves Benevolence City alone and flies 1,000 meters into the air toward the Qiangan Kingdom with the white tiger cub tucked against his chest. He had not meant to bring the cub, but it refused to be left behind, and Jianchen trusts his own strength enough to protect it while hunting Heaven's Saint Masters. By nightfall he reaches a second-class city inside the Qiangan Kingdom just as the crowds thin and the gates prepare to shut. A guard officer orders the gates closed, and Jianchen suddenly rushes in at the last second before they seal the city. The guards let him pass without challenge because one look tells them this young man is at least a Heaven Saint Master. Jianchen decides not to travel deeper into hostile territory at night and starts looking through the cold streets for a place to stay. Most inns are already packed, so he finally steps into a smaller family-run inn and asks for the best room they have left. The young waiter comes out smiling to greet him, and Jianchen is briefly startled because the boy's face reminds him strongly of Kendall. He pushes that thought aside, pays a gold coin, and orders the room along with a plate of roasted beef. While waiting for the food, Jianchen sits down, keeps thinking about Kendall, and quietly takes in the small inn around him. The waiter returns with the meat, and the white tiger cub immediately jumps onto the table and starts devouring it with happy little noises. Jianchen can only smile and order a second platter for the greedy little tiger. As the inn quiets, Jianchen notices how small but well-kept it is, with only the young waiter, a middle-aged proprietress, and an abacus ticking through the silence. That calm breaks when several burly men swagger in and demand the protection money the inn owes them. The proprietress nervously offers what little she can, but the collector explodes because they want a full 3 gold coins this month. With no way to resist, she helplessly adds more silver until the men finish counting all 300 coins and leave. Once they are gone, the young waiter bitterly asks his mother how they can keep surviving if the inn keeps being drained like this. She admits they have no backing and nowhere better to run, so all they can do is endure. Jianchen cuts in and asks what kind of fee that was, already suspecting the answer in a city where the strong prey on the weak. The waiter explains that the city tax is one thing, but this extra payment is extortion from a mercenary group that targets shops without powerful backers. Jianchen falls quiet after that, because he knows this kind of bullying is just another rule in a world where the strong prey on the weak. A new disturbance arrives when a white-robed youth enters with companions and asks for rooms, bringing the air of a bigger faction with him. His companions look around in open disdain and complain the inn is shabby, while the waiter forces a smile because they still need rooms for the night. Then the white-robed youth gets arrogant and orders the inn to be cleared out completely so his group can take the whole place. The proprietress tries to smooth things over and says the inn still has room, but he cuts her off and throws out the Yangji sect's name like a threat. The moment she hears Yangji sect, the proprietress goes pale and starts asking the upstairs guests to leave. The guests upstairs erupt in anger at first, but as soon as one man learns the Yangji sect is involved, his courage vanishes on the spot. One by one the guests file out despite their resentment, because nobody wants to provoke a sect powerful enough to crush them. In the end the whole inn is emptied except for one table, where Jianchen and the white tiger cub keep eating as if none of this concerns them. Even then the waiter comes over apologetically, returns Jianchen's gold coin, and asks him to find another inn because the Yangji sect has taken over this one. The inn waiter nervously returns Jianchen's gold coin and apologizes, saying he has to leave because someone else wants the inn tonight. Instead of taking the coin, Jianchen looks past the waiter and coolly asks the Yangji sect youths how much they plan to pay for the place. The Yangji sect group bristles at the challenge and demands to know who this bold stranger is. Jianchen answers with open contempt, saying they are not qualified to ask his name, and telling them to answer his question first. The shopkeeper and waiter tense up, realizing both sides look dangerous and that any fight will ruin their inn. One Yangji sect youth slaps down a purple coin, trying to crush Jianchen with money as well as status. Jianchen calmly answers by pulling out 10 purple coins from his space ring and claiming the whole inn for himself. That public humiliation snaps the Yangji sect youths, and they start shouting threats about their sex power. Jianchen ignores the noise, keeps eating, and tells them flatly that they are no longer welcome. Two hot-headed disciples finally lunge at him, trying to smash him where he sits. Jianchen flicks his chopsticks with blinding speed and pins both attackers straight through their fists. The rest of the group recoils in shock, suddenly realizing this quiet diner is far stronger than they expected. When one of them still roars another threat, Jianchen sends the chopsticks back and kills him on the spot through the throat. Now terrified, the surviving disciples can only stare at their dead companion and stammer that he really killed a Yangji sect member. Jianchen gives them one cold choice: carry the corpse out and leave now, or die with him. Humiliated and outmatched, the Yangji sect group finally retreats with their dead companion on one disciple's back. After the threat passes, the inn falls dead quiet, and the shopkeeper and waiter can only look at Jianchen with wary fear. Jianchen leaves the 10 purple coins behind without hesitation and heads upstairs with the satisfied white tiger cub. That night, the street outside suddenly fills with a rich arrival as a carriage and magical beast mounts thunder toward the inn. The surviving Yangji sect youths rush to the carriage with their friend's corpse and beg their young lord for revenge. A middle-aged man on a mount asks for the full story, and the disciples quickly twist the tale to make Jianchen sound even more insulting. The convoy's mounted men flare up at once, arguing that the Yangji sect cannot let this killing go unpunished, or its name will become a joke. Uncle Joe stays cautious and decides not to move tonight, judging that anyone who kills with chopsticks so easily is at least an Earth-Saint master. From inside the carriage, the Yangji sect young lord agrees to wait for his third uncle before taking action against Jianchen. At dawn, Jianchen leaves the inn without looking back and continues toward the Qiangan Kingdom's imperial palace. Back inside, the shopkeeper barely has time to celebrate the 10 purple coins before a large group of men storms into the inn. Unaware of the trouble left behind, Jianchen flies for 2 hours and finally reaches the Qiangan imperial palace. He descends over the palace roofs, and the narration makes clear this kingdom was once powerful but never recovered from a past calamity. Without any warning, Jianchen gathers fire element energy into a massive 20-meter sword aimed at one of the biggest palace halls. The palace guards spot him at once and panic, shouting that a Heaven Saint Master is attacking the imperial palace. Jianchen sends the fire sword crashing into the hall, and the iron gates melt into glowing liquid across the ground. Alarm drums boom across the palace as soldiers pour in, only to freeze when they see the attacker floating overhead. Jianchen forms another huge fire sword to keep destroying the palace, but this time a burst of sword chi intercepts it in midair. A white-clad Heaven Saint Master descends in fury and demands to know why Jianchen is attacking the imperial palace. Jianchen openly declares he is from the Jessan Kingdom and has come here to destroy them. The elder refuses to believe it, insisting he knows every expert in the Jessan Kingdom, and Jianchen is not one of them. Jianchen answers by roaring for Qianyun to come out and accept death, his voice shaking the whole palace. Deep inside the palace, Qianyun sits in white robes with one empty sleeve and bitterly admits this disaster followed his greed over the Heaven-tier battle skill. His 3 followers burn for revenge, but Qianyun shuts them down and warns that even 5 Heaven Saint Masters once failed to injure Jianchen. Knowing the threat himself, Qianyun leaves the chamber alone to face Jianchen. Outside, the one-armed Qianyun appears beside the other Heaven Saint Master and faces Jianchen in the open sky. Jianchen reminds Qianyun of his old promise and says he came to make him watch the Qiangan Kingdom be destroyed. The elder beside Qianyun explodes at that arrogance, but Qianyun cuts in and tries to separate his own feud from the kingdom itself. Jianchen crushes that excuse at once, revealing that Qiangan Heaven Saint Masters joined Blue Wind forces in attacking the Jessan Kingdom's eastern stronghold just yesterday. Qianyun is genuinely stunned, and the elder quietly confirms that the king acted to avenge Qianyun's severed arm. The elder adds that the decision already cost Qiangan 3 Heaven Saint Masters dead and 2 more badly injured, leaving Qianyun shaken by the scale of the loss. Hearing that, Jianchen declares there is nothing left to say and gathers more fire swords to tear the palace apart. Qianyun and the elder strike out together and shatter the fire swords before they can finish the job, but the blast still showers the palace in flame. Qianyun makes one last appeal, begging Jianchen to stop because Qiangan never wanted to interfere in this war. Jianchen calls that nonsense and decides that since they joined the conflict, he will kill them here. Azure and violet origin energy condenses into a 1-meter sword in Jianchen's hand, and he launches straight at the 2 Heaven Saint Masters. The instant he sees that strange weapon again, Qianyun panics and warns the other elder not to let their swords touch it. After Qianyun's warning, the 2nd Heaven Saint Master pulls back from direct contact and attacks Jianchen with a long machete while Qianyun comes in with his sword. Jianchen slashes out a wave of azure violet origin energy, and the 2nd elder hastily retreats instead of touching it. The origin energy crushes the elder's projectile sword chi and rips through the palace, filling the area with smoke and flying rubble. Qianyun answers with all-devouring sword chi, an earth-tier battle skill that locks onto Jianchen and pins him under heavy pressure. Realizing he cannot shake the tracking attack, Jianchen gathers fire element energy and forms 3 blazing swords to smash it head-on. The collision detonates in the middle of the palace, tearing apart the building and killing soldiers unlucky enough to be too close. Jianchen wraps himself in wind and rushes straight for Qianyun before the old man can reset the fight. Qianyun takes one look at the wrecked palace and flees into open air, trying to lure Jianchen away from the royal compound. Jianchen's eyes flash azure and violet, and he sends the loose stones around him streaking after Qianyun like a deadly storm. Qianyun raises a Saint Forest barrier and barely bats away the first wave, refusing to underestimate Jianchen after seeing him fight before. Jianchen coats the stones with origin energy and redirects them in a tighter, deadlier strike aimed right between Qianyun's eyes. Forced to block with his Saint weapon, Qianyun takes a brutal hit that punches fresh jagged holes into the blade and makes him cough blood. Jianchen immediately follows with a second pinpoint strike, giving Qianyun no chance to recover. The second impact cracks Qianyun's weapon even further, shatters his barrier, and lets the floating stones punch through his body. Qianyun screams and drops from the sky, and the second elder panics and rushes after him. Jianchen does not let up and turns the stone storm on the remaining elder as well. The elder blasts out Saint Forest to repel the stones, but Jianchen adds a fire sword to break through his defense. When the smoke clears, the second elder is pale, bleeding, and falling beside Qianyun. Jianchen dives after the two injured elders with his origin energy sword ready, fully intending to finish them. He coldly declares that this is the price for the Qiangan kingdom interfering in the war, and that today its imperial palace will be destroyed. Before he can strike, the king and a group of high-ranking officials rush in, horrified to see both royal protectors down. The king drops to Qianyun's side, and the badly beaten ancestor bitterly admits this disaster began because he coveted Chang Wuji's heaven-tier battle skill. The king turns from the fallen ancestor to Jianchen and pleads for mercy, promising Qiangan will stop interfering with the Jessan kingdom. Jianchen rejects the plea outright and says he still intends to flatten the palace and erase what the kingdom stands for. With the whole court realizing no one here can stop him, the king desperately offers a secret in exchange for the kingdom's survival. Qianyun instantly panics and tries to stop him, but the king says a hidden secret means nothing if the kingdom dies with it. When Jianchen asks what secret could be worth this much, the king reveals the location of a saint ruler's cave. That one reveal makes Jianchen's killing intent fade, because a true saint ruler cave could hold a ruler armament and a priceless skeleton full of remaining power. He still hesitates, wary that a cave untouched for 1,000 years might already have been emptied by someone else. Seeing that hesitation, the king presses harder and reminds him that if both he and Qianyun die, the cave's location dies with them. Jianchen finally agrees to spare the kingdom if the cave is real. The king carefully adds one more condition and makes Jianchen promise not to return later with another excuse to attack Qiangan. Jianchen accepts the full deal, and the king finally relaxes enough to lead him inside. In the king's study, he hands Jianchen a map marking the Saint Ruler Cave in a mountain range far to the southwest. The king explains that the cave belonged to a former imperial protector and has been sealed by a powerful array that blocked entry for 1,000 years. Jianchen pockets the map and warns that if this turns out to be a lie, he will not forgive Qiangan for it. After Jianchen leaves, the blood-soaked Qianyun enters the study looking bruised, pale, and far removed from his old scholarly composure. The king tries to comfort him, but Qianyun admits again that his own greed dragged the kingdom into this disaster. Then Qianyun turns cold and says that since the cave of Kenaton is exposed anyway, he will tell major clans about it and use that secret to buy Jianchen's death. An hour later, Jianchen is already heading back toward the Jessan kingdom, satisfied that this trip earned him a major secret instead of just revenge. When a familiar second-class city comes into view, Jianchen suddenly remembers the inn owner and her son, because both of them had felt strangely familiar before. He drops onto a busy street, and the entire crowd falls silent at the sight of a Heaven Saint Master appearing in the middle of the city. Without wasting time, Jianchen vanishes in a wind-wrapped blur and heads straight back to the inn. But when he reaches the inn, he finds the place trashed, bloodstained, and eerily quiet. The shop owner sits amid the ruins crying, her clothes stamped with footprints, and Jianchen rushes over to ask who did this. Recognizing him, the woman begs him to save her son before explaining that the Yangji sect came back for revenge and dragged the boy away. Jianchen's face darkens as he realizes his clash with the Yangji sect brought this disaster down on the inn. Then the woman breaks down completely, crying for her missing child and cursing Kendall for abandoning the family for years while their son is taken. The moment he hears the name Kendall, Jianchen freezes in shock and demands to know if that is really the name she just said. The sobbing shop owner begged Jianchen to save her only son, clinging to him because she had no power to fight the Yangji sect herself. When she mentioned Kendall, Jianchen froze, because finding Kendall's family had haunted him for years. The woman nervously confirmed that Kendall was her missing husband and the father of her son Sans. To make sure, Jianchen gathered world energy in his hands and recreated Kendall's face in glowing light. The moment she saw the glowing face, the woman cried out that it was Kendall, confirming exactly who she was. She immediately begged for news of her husband, but Jianchen could not bring himself to tell her Kendall had died saving him. Jianchen forced the conversation away from Kendall, and said they had to save Sans first. When she admitted she did not know where the sect had taken her son, Jianchen decided to track the Yangji sect down inside the city before they could leave. Outside, the woman worried that one young man should not charge a powerful sect alone, but Jianqin calmly promised he would bring Sans back and urged her to come with him. After asking around, Jianqin led her straight to the Yangji sect's temporary residence, a luxurious inn in the city. A waiter tried to greet them at the door, but Jianqin ignored him and spread his omnipresence through the entire inn to locate the sect members instantly. Jianqin tossed the waiter a gold coin to clear the way, then took Kendall's wife straight toward the private courtyard where the Yangji sect was staying. 2 Yangji sect guards blocked the courtyard entrance, so Jianqin gathered world energy and slammed both men away with 1 strike each. Shaken by his strength, the woman followed Jianqin into the courtyard as more sect men rushed out at the noise. Surrounded by Yangji sect disciples, Jianqin coldly told them to bring out their boss instead of speaking to underlings. The sect men took his attitude as an insult and ordered everyone to arrest him. Jianqin answered with pure slaughter, flicking 20 leaves from a nearby tree and turning them into deadly blades that pierced 20 throats at once. 20 disciples dropped dead in an instant, and the men who stayed back finally understood they were facing someone terrifying. The survivors swallowed their fear and asked who Jianqin was, but he only told them to call their leader before he killed the rest. Their black-robed third teacher finally appeared, and even before speaking he could tell this young intruder was no ordinary enemy. Jianqin did not bother with explanations and demanded the captive back, warning that every Yangji sect man here would die if they refused. The third teacher snapped and rushed in with a blue machete, trying to crush Jianqin by force. Jianqin casually pointed one finger and fired azure violet sword chi, blasting the older man backward in a single exchange. As the third teacher staggered to a stop, he realized in disbelief that Jianqin was a heaven saint master. Jianqin started counting, and the entire courtyard panicked so fast that the third teacher immediately ordered Sans brought out. They returned with Sans, and the sight was awful, his body ripped open by whip wounds and his clothes nearly torn apart. The mother broke through her fear and ran to her son, crying over him as the Yangji sect finally understood how badly they had misjudged this family. Jianqin crouched to inspect Sans' wounds, and the second he saw the damage up close, his killing intent flooded the entire courtyard. With his eyes turned icy, Jianqin finally named himself and swore that he would wipe out the Yangji sect for this. When Jianqin openly says he will wipe out the Yangji sect, everyone around him erupts in anger even though they know he is far stronger than them. The Yangji sect's third teacher still dares to warn him that the sect has deep ties to the Qiangan kingdom, and even the royal family. Jianqin answers with pure killing intent and declares that everyone here will die today. His aura tears nearby trees apart, and the exploding wood turns into glowing azure violet splinters that whip toward the Yangji sect men like a storm. The weaker disciples have no chance at all, and in an instant more than a dozen Yangji sect men are pierced through and cut down. Even the third teacher's Earth Saint Master defenses are useless, and the splinters punch through his saint force and spear his body full of holes. While the courtyard turns into a bloodbath, Sans' mother is still kneeling over her son and sobbing so hard she barely notices the massacre around her. Jianqin reigns in his anger, walks over, and gently tells her that Sans is still alive and only fainted from his injuries. He already knows the deeper damage is worse, because Sans' saint weapon has been completely destroyed and his future as a cultivator is gone. When the mother desperately asks if her son will live, Jianqin confirms it and promises that because Sans is Kendall's child, he will personally avenge him on the Yangji sect. The woman is so moved she starts thanking him like a benefactor, but Jianqin stops her and says helping Kendall's family is only right. Jianqin carries Sans and takes mother and son back to the inn, and only then does she finally see the courtyard packed with corpses and freeze in terror. As Jianqin leaves with the wounded youth, everyone in the inn notices the bloody scene and the waiter runs to the courtyard to see what happened. The waiter finds the Yangji sect men dead all over the courtyard, goes pale on the spot, and rushes off to report it. Not long after, the Yangji sect's second son arrives with bodyguards, and the sight of his slaughtered people leaves even him shaken. After hearing the waiter's account, the second son abandons even the third teacher's corpse and races back to the Yangji sect to report the disaster. Because the dead belong to the Yangji sect, the news explodes through the whole city almost immediately, and nobody can keep it quiet. Jianqin ignores the uproar outside and focuses only on saving Sans once they are back at the inn room. He feeds Sans a radiant spirit pill, and the young man's heavy wounds start healing right in front of them. Sans wakes up weak but alive, and Jianqin immediately uses 2 more pills to push his recovery even further. The pills restore Sans' body fast, but they cannot fix the real blow, and he sinks into despair knowing his saint weapon is gone forever. Jianqin tries to steady him by saying his future can still be better than before, and he will take the Yangji sect's revenge onto himself. Sans and his mother both beg Jianqin not to provoke the Yangji sect for their sake, because to ordinary people that sect feels too huge to fight. The mother even suggests they should flee far away and live quietly in some distant village instead of waiting for more trouble. Jianqin refuses to let them keep living like that and offers to take both of them back to the Jessen kingdom, where he can keep them safe and happy. He adds that if he does not avenge Sans, he would have no way to face Kendall. That one name snaps Sans out of his grief, and he blurts out in shock that this benefactor actually knew his father. Jianqin confirms it but dodges the full truth for now, telling Sans to focus on resting because tomorrow he will settle the score. He keeps the enclosed the entire next day and stays inside to guard the mother and son from any retaliation. The real reason is heavier than that, because Jianchen still has no idea how to tell them that Kendall is already dead. He can only sigh that he should never have mentioned knowing Kendall before he was ready to explain the truth. Meanwhile, the city lord's mansion fills with local power figures trying to decide what this massacre means for the whole city. Once they hear the killer may be the Heaven's Saint Master who recently entered the city, the room turns wary instead of bold. By the end of the debate, they agree on one thing: someone strong enough to kill an Earth Saint Master and challenge the Yangji sect is not someone they dare offend. On the second day, Sans and his mother put on fresh clothes, but Jianchen does not leave quietly with them. Using wind element, Jianchen lifts both of them straight into the air and flies toward the Yangji sect in full view of the stunned city. Their destination is the Holy Yangji Mountains, a massive mist-covered range 500 kilometers away that has become the sacred seat of the Yangji sect. Inside the sect, the second son reports the massacre to his father, saying the killer was a handsome young man around 20 with hair only an inch long. That description is enough for the patriarch to realize this is almost certainly Jianchen, the same dangerous youth connected to the chaos at the royal palace. The patriarch immediately sends his son into hiding and orders the whole sect to prepare, as if a real disaster may be coming. Then the patriarch goes to report everything to the elder patriarch deeper in the mountains. The elder patriarch emerges from the mountain with a pale grand elder beside him, showing the sect is taking the threat seriously at the highest level. Elder Gao confirms the enemy is very likely Jianchen and reminds them he already helped force 11 Heaven Saint Masters into retreat and personally killed 7 of them. When asked for the odds, Elder Gao flatly says they probably cannot defend against Jianchen at all, especially after even 5th cycle Qianyun failed against him. But Elder Yang only snorts in contempt and says if Jianchen really comes here, he will regret underestimating the Yangji sect. His confidence is so sudden that even Elder Gao is startled and asks if the sect Elder Patriarch has some hidden way to deal with Jianchen. Elder Yang does not explain and simply tells them to head for the mountain entrance. At the same time, Jianchen reaches the holy Yangji mountains from high above and descends with Sans and his mother toward the sect gate. The sect was clearly waiting for him, with more than 100 disciples already guarding the entrance with grim faces. The moment a disciple spots him, an alarm whistle shrieks across the mountains and the whole sect starts moving. Jianchen only smiles coldly, because their panic proves the Yangji sect knew he was coming and still chose to meet him head-on. Behind him, Sans and his mother are badly shaken, because even with a Heaven Saint Master protecting them, the Yangji sect still feels overwhelming. The white tiger cub sits on Jianchen's shoulders the whole time, hopping from one side to the other and clinging to his neck with strange calm in the middle of the crisis. Jianchen tells the mother and son to stay back and stop worrying, because he will not let danger reach them. Sans can only answer by telling Jianchen to protect himself first, which says how impossible this fight looks from where he stands. Jianchen laughs it off, steps forward alone, and starts gathering fire element into his hands. In the next moment, 2 giant swords of fire form in front of him, blazing hot enough to make the gate defenders panic. The disciples at the entrance break formation and run for their lives as the burning swords shoot straight at the sect gate. The impact turns the gate into a roaring sea of flame, and the disciples who fail to escape in time are caught inside screaming. The inferno spreads fast enough to set even grass and distant wooden buildings on fire, showing Jianchen is not here for a warning but for destruction. Jianchen then fuses the 2 fire swords into one even brighter blade and drives it into a packed cluster of buildings deeper inside the sect. That attack finally pulls out 2 furious powerful auras, and a sharp strand of sword chi tears through the air straight toward Jianchen.